crazy.
The idea somehow that Trump always feels as though he's the aggrieved party. But ideas, let's face it, you've heard and before.
Yo, dog. Donald Trump, I don't think it's a good idea for you to run for president, yo. It's just my personal opinion. Why? Because you're going to get crushed.
The person of the hour. KFI 24-hour newsroom here is Jeff Gilbert.
What if we don't want your fucking hug? Stupid bitch. What do you think they should have done? They were smart. They should have said, whatever they're paying you up there, we're gonna make more. I want to see my parents and shit. Like, and do the fucking show from virtually from their house, or fly them down here. Yo, but she's got a farm up there and shit. Oh, she. Any friends? Any new friends? Not a single fucking one, dog. Shut the fuck up. I had this one book that was called like Circle Life. It was like How You Grow. See How You Grow, I think is what it was called. Let's see if we can even find that book. And my mom gave it to me, and there was like this thing in the corner. Oh yeah, that's it. Really? Yeah. And it showed a pregnant woman. It just like taught you about how busy you were. I remember this in the corner. It's a special hug that a mommy and a daddy do. Really? Yeah. Dude, see How You Grow. I can't believe I remember the name of that book.
This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker.
What's up with these?
Go to thetracker.com. That's thetracker.com, THEtracker.com, and save 30% off your entire order. That's right, your entire order. You save 30% when you go to tracker.com and use promo code CHURCH. That's tracker.com, promo code CHURCH. And the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word CHURCH to save 10% on all of their great optimization products like Alpha Brain, Mood, Shroomtech Immune, and Shroomtech Sport.
Oh shit. Fucking smooth tonight. It's a bad fucking journey. Little Keith Richards, get your fucking blood going. Turn to what's happening now. April 27th. Oh shit. 2016, I hope. Jesus fucking Christ.
If I know it's on shelter, yeah, I'm gonna pray away. Oh,
This is too fucking much.
it's just a shot away. It's just a shot away.
Strap up there, motherfuckers. We're coming at you big tonight.
It's just a shot away. It's just a shot away.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with my main man, Lisa. Yeah, hey. My main Kyra Soldanovich. What are you fucking nuts? Is it Kira or Kyra?
It is Kira, but I told you I let you and one other person get away, and she's Dominican, so I let the Cuban and the Dominican get away
It's
with
funny,
Kyra.
I used to know a Spanish girl. Her name was Kira. She was fucking dynamite. Her and the family were really dynamite. When I first got into comedy, their parents had like a Mexican restaurant on top of the boulder on the U District. I never knew what happened to those people. They had a couple sisters, a couple brothers.
So she was a Kira or a Kyra?
Kira.
She was a Kira, yeah.
Kira. She had a great sense of humor. And she'd always make the tacos. And I giggle when I was there. Shit, my wife worked upstairs, so there was no pressure. Just be ourselves. We should just giggle all the time. My dad would get involved in conversations and argue. I would just go in there to light her up.
Yeah.
I would go in there till she asked me. Because we get into it about music. I don't forget who she liked. I just fucking hated like Springsteen. So I'd go in there with facts and just blow her fucking mind.
But I see you liking a lot of music, and that's not in a bad way.
No, I do like.
I feel like you have a pretty wide palette of music.
Now, did you hate that music because she liked it? Was it like something that you just hated because she liked it?
I don't remember what the argument was about. But when it comes to music, I will go home and plot your fucking demise. Do you understand?
I think I listen to terrible music.
Well, it's
I
not even
really
about.
do.
I don't care about terrible music. It's somebody sticks up to me, like steps up. Like a couple weeks ago, I was at a meeting with some people, and this woman said something about Adele, and I had to lay into her because of what happened with the Academy.
You had to lay into her?
Whatever happened with the,
What happened?
As I'm watching this, I see this fucking chick. It's horrible, and the voice is horrible. Everything is horrible. I don't make, I know music. I've been to enough concerts to know that there's no concert that's 100%. The walls, everything has. Even as a comic, sometimes you go into a theater, you go watch a comic in a theater, you're like, this is fucking terrible. That's why I don't like theaters. Because it's such a big fucking gap.
Yeah.
There's nothing like going to see any type of show and the sound is not right. You get irritated. It's not about the $22 or the $35. It's about, I can't even listen to this. I'm getting a fucking headache.
It's amazing how much that matters. Like, I went to see a show and the lights were on. It took me completely out of it. It's a great comedian who I love, but the lights were on the whole show for some
In the
reason.
audience.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like sex. Look, it's okay to have a little bit of light, but it's nice when it's dark, put you in the mood. I did a show recently where I had 3 comics ahead of me, and I had to tell the guy that put the show together, I go, I'm begging you, please. So Owen Smith was on stage. I go, please, I'm begging you. Can you turn the lights down in the audience? Well, Owen's on. I go, he will not mind. He will actually thank whoever is doing this. Trust me. Just trust me. And I had to beg this turn the lights down in the audience. And Owen was like, thank you so much for making this into a real comedy room now. Instead of, like a corporate, luncheon. It makes a huge difference.
When you were a child, were you a funny child? Did you step out of class and crack jokes?
Yeah.
That was you. You also, Lee?
I didn't. I like to be like a little bit, but not like comedians. I had like a little joke that I would say quietly. So a couple people.
There's a fucking rule that we have. I don't know if we talked to you about it before.
That was more.
What about in a 2-on-1?
That wasn't a class.
Yeah, I don't know about in a 2-on-1. Got it done and stuff, so.
About what?
What did we do now? So what if that? Oh my God, what are you doing? Okay, get up and whip his ass. Really? Yeah. Or you're just proving the stereotype.
What you saying it's gonna be fucking.
What, the guy won't help their buddies?
Yeah. And if you get the line right, you get them rolling, you got the stage. I'm the one to get them rolling. That's street comedy. So
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
You know, I really envy people who grew up like that. My friends that I grew up with, that I'm still best friends now. You know, we're in each other's weddings. You know, we vacation together. You know, we're all best friends still. None of them ever wanted to be funny or be a comic or even, I mean, honestly, even public speaking probably scared the hell out. I grew up with such an interesting group of girls. I'm the only one in that group. I don't know, maybe that's, I attracted them to me because maybe I didn't want the competition. I don't know, but a lot of comics.
It's balance. Listen, I have my comedian friends.
Yeah.
But if I have my choice, right now in my life, I go to jiu-jitsu at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then my balance. Nobody talks to me about balance. It's just a fat white dog. I'm fat, sweaty, my belly smells like hamburgers and fucking reef for this kid. You know, so it balances it out. I don't want to hang out with comedians. At one part of your career, really, you need to live in a part before comedians.
Yeah.
You need to be around comedians because that's how you dive yourself in. That's how you sink yourself into the lifestyle, immerse yourself into the lifestyle. But then you grow as a human being and get the part of the life. My plan is this, that this is why I like it. That's the more talking about. It's really reducing
And you give us something.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I used to host at the store. I used to see a young Kira at the store.
Yeah.
Kira doing her thing. A really pretty Kira, but very unassuming, very quiet, slutty. You were spoken to. I used to watch it. I'm a big watcher. I may not talk to you, but I'm watching. All right? That's just my nature. I may not talk to you. I may not fucking even like you. But I'm watching. You might be the fucking ugliest girl in the room, and there's a hot girl, but I'm watching you because you're interesting to me. That there's a hot chick over there with one momo, and you're a fat chick with fucking heels on. There's 6 guys chasing around. You follow me? So you're doing something right. That fucking chick over there that thinks she's hot, she's got good pussy, she's doing it wrong. You follow? I've always liked people. Like when I first got to the store, I used to win the dice.
Yeah.
Can't no secret about dice.
Baller.
Drives dice crazy.
I haven't seen that shit.
So you get by the stairs.
That's
Go ahead,
kind of
close
like-
your eyes.
Yeah.
The stair was so that.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
I'd stand by the side. 80 fucking people over there. I would stand by the side. After an hour, you have to get up and walk over. What's up? Because you got these 80 people.
Yeah.
Why don't you have that one? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's the same thing with a girl. I'm an ugly dude. I pull some tail in my life. Not because I'm good looking, because it's psychology. She comes in, everybody's lighting a cigarette. When she walks by me, I spit on the fucking floor.
This is cartel
She's
fire.
not turning her back and go, what's going on? Everybody loves my fucking titties, but you never said a word about it.
Yes, so show.
She's not even going to drink, get a cigarette, come to
Black
walk,
market.
and sell me her pussy, even though
Quick
she don't want to
killing
give it to me.
coffee.
You follow me, and the more I walk back, she's going to go, everybody in this place wants my
Option
pussy.
talk
This
with
fat motherfucker.
edge.
He's got the
Now
answer.
tell deal fun.
He's got the answer to my
Nothing
problem.
is fine.
It's so weird how psychology works.
Game on
Yeah.
47
If any
can.
given Sunday he's losing, black quarterback, Jamie Foxx.
Right.
1 minute, what topic? Front board, Polygon, Friendship Friday.
Because you're from 80,000 people.
Yeah.
This ain't no big deal.
I swear will be hosting today. Topic George. I can't buy our celebration of George Silverman.
What's the guy
That
saying?
bunch of Jews,
Cadillac
bitch.
and cook a fucking leg. When I heard that, I'm going to the store.
I'm probably back, baby.
For me to go on a
Where
road,
the fuck was
I
Silverman?
gotta go back to 88 Street Park.
Phil. Shout out to Phil.
Go back to 82nd Street Park. I can't stand straight. I can stand sideways.
Right.
Video.
I know these things. Once I stand
No,
sideways,
no.
I'm talking this way. My head's that way, but I'm standing sideways. I'm on 88th Street Park. I'm on 82nd Street on the corner. I would always look down because cars are coming this way. When I'm trying to hit a car and hit me, I'm saying, you gotta pay attention. You make your cracking jokes. So it really made sense to me. That's why I don't like the lights on, because I don't have to fucking see these people. I don't have to see them fucking judge me.
Yeah.
The wall. You know what the wall's about? The wall's about, he made a statement after the show. I wish I could do a fucking show with a wall between me and the fans.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You said that?
That's how it all started.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. Now, do you think people respond to that though?
Well, if you discussed it a couple weeks ago, the concert wall, the actual 1980 concert, they performed all four sides of the album.
Yeah.
But while they're
Come on,
performing,
baby.
dressed as fucking whatever the fuck they are.
There's your two treasure big super fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So, no, it reminds me of the thing I got from my mom. Yeah, it was $9. I'll never
It's
forget.
interesting to me that you
$9 fucking dollars.
you were funny, like you tried to be funny, but then you're also like watching, because I associate watching with being an introvert.
Yes.
Which I don't.
It's the most expensive.
On the outside, you don't seem like it, but you're both. Like I'm 100%, like 99% introvert.
Listen for 32 years. I would be embarrassed to make this statement that I watched the biography on
Oh my God. I like it, okay? What happened? Central Park, I like this shirt.
Right.
Damn, what's up with this one?
I love sitting there watching.
No, that's an Appalachian.
Well, I want to say something and it's going to come across creepy, but it's not meant to be creepy. I like to go to Korean baths. It is very well known that I really, really enjoy Korean baths. It's all women, obviously. There's a separate men's section, but we're all naked. And I like to watch women in not a sexual way at all. There's a vulnerability when you are. Have you been to the Korean baths? Do you know what they're all about? Okay, so there are places where you sit. They bathe differently, right? They crouch down on like little stools, and instead of like they have stand-up showers as well, but they also sit with like a sit-down shower. It's really kind of crazy and bizarre, but also awesome. And when they're bathing, and I'm talking about strictly Koreans.
And is it like a nice area? Is it like a gym locker room?
There are Korean spas everywhere. No. It's not a gym locker room at all.
Shout
it's
out to that
completely
Korean
different.
spa.
It's a whole different experience, but it's
and
kind of religious, and they have rituals, and they scrub their bodies, and they clean their bodies in a certain way. I was brought up in saunas and steam rooms, and I don't fuck with jacuzzis because I just feel like there's some pussy tuberculosis out of water, any kind of liquids ever. Unless it's bubbling up from the ground, then that's fine. Yes, 100%. I'm all over that. But I steam, I sauna, I go into like, they have all these different rooms. Like there's a charcoal room and a jade room and clay. All the different, I love that shit. But specifically when the women are washing themselves, again, not sexual at all. I like to watch and observe the ritual of it.
Pussy tuberculosis.
Yeah.
This thing is
He goes into the guy section though.
The guy section. Who bathes? 2 women or 2 men?
Men.
Oh, they bathe you?
Yeah, they bathe.
Yeah. They scrub you.
Top 3 layers of your skin off where you see your skin on the floor like a snake.
Oh, I thought it was like a bunch of people showering, like bathing together.
No,
Yes,
what
but
the fuck is wrong with you? That's later.
That's part of it
That's
too.
later.
They scrub the hell out of you. It's a mugging with soap.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Was it painful?
Oh my God.
I like it, but I like a little bit of pain. A little bit.
I don't like it. Like that sounds.
Oh God, but it feels so good. It's cleansing. Your skin is your largest organ. Sorry, guys. Sorry, but your skin is your largest organ on your body. So it's like somebody massaging your kidneys or your pancreas. I mean, they're cleaning your your soul.
When you describe it like a mugging, that sounds like
It
like
is.
a gentle
It's
rubbing.
very aggressive. So I have taken my husband to these because if you're going to be married to me, you have to be open to going. And he said once that the dude, this little Korean man, he's just wearing like little black Korean underwear, lifted up his testicles and just went, what? And just gave him a nice little scrub on the taint and put him back down. And then just like smacked him on the head and was like, get out of here.
My heart's beat just thinking about it.
It's the
I
best.
can't.
It is.
I don't even know how you'd respond, Joe. How would you respond if someone convinced you to do that?
I went on testosterone in 2000.
Yeah.
I was suggesting to my friend.
You have to please?
I was never horny. My wife was pregnant.
Never hornier.
Yeah, never horny. I couldn't give my wife a stabbing. I couldn't because I couldn't pick up my yacht with a little kid.
Yeah.
It was horrible. And I would drive over to the massage parlor and I would sit out there. And the thought of somebody massaging my back would give me such anxiety. I would just take off and go jerk off.
Seriously.
Oh, you have no idea.
Well,
I don't
that's
even like people stand up fucking one night. I've said this before. If I was a woman, I'd be a good piece of ass. Never know you stop me. I'm not ever giving up my eyesight on you. Something from being a kid.
Yeah.
My favorite goes to the side here.
yeah.
Just the thought of somebody scrubbing me, it's just so personal. I got to go to my wife massage me. You know what? I go to that new place over here with her. And we both sit together. They rub your feet, they
Yeah.
rub your shoulders. They have a happy hour for $25.
Yeah, I've done those, yeah.
I like that stuff. I'm a big. Now, why did you grow up in saunas and steams?
Russians, Soviets are all about saunas and steam rooms. They beat you with
Yes, I saw them.
leaves, like eucalyptus leaves. They call them vieniki. They make them into like a little broom. That's what a vienik is. It's a broom. So they make these special leaves, usually eucalyptus, because of the essential oils that are inside the leaves. And they beat you. They beat you upside your face. And it's amazing. It's amazing. I cannot tell you how much I love a good, just fucked up, like get the heel of your foot, like in my ass. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I
When
love
you
it.
live, you live in PA. When I used to live in Hollywood.
Yeah.
The Hollywood Y opens at 5. Then at 5:05, it's packed with Russians.
Yeah, the Russians. I'm sorry. I want to just apologize.
No. I learned. And the first couple of times they'd have the hoods on.
You have to wear. Yeah.
Like Russian KKK. I go in there and there'd be
Yeah,
4 fucking Russians with a hood and 1 black guy sitting there like, and I'd sit next to them like embarrassed, like who's gonna throw the first punch
They
in?
really wear hoods?
Yeah, they wear
Okay,
these. They're not,
Let me tell you.
they're like wizard hats. They're made of cotton and shit. And here you are at 5:05, stoned to the gills. I'd walk in there. I'd wake up, take a shower, eat something, and I'd smoke dope. In those days, I used to get up at 4:15. I just quit coke. I needed something quick.
Yeah.
Losing my mind at some point.
Yeah.
So I would wake up at 4, jump in the shower, and I'd be at the wine. I'd get stoned. I'd eat like a little breakfast, and I'd shit over to the fucking wine. And they'd be in there, and they'd drink shots of vodka.
Yeah.
And after about 2 weeks, they offered me. They were very close-knit society.
Yeah.
They offered me. And this was something I did for about a year and a half. And I knew their names. And I knew what they did, what I really did.
They were doing the shots in the sauna?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't really care. None of my business. The only point, you know what gave me a hard time? The Russian women. And the heated pool.
Yeah.
The heavy Russian women, you know, like guys. They were battle. They tucked the
Do
arm.
they do that like little
Yeah.
with their head
Oh,
above?
yeah. Hilarious. Oh,
They
they
never
hang out
fuck
to the
with their
wall,
hair.
right.
Yeah.
They hang out to the wall and they just kick for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're like, this ain't doing nothing for you. Very interesting.
Well, I grew up, my mom was, she was hell-bent on teaching me how to, it's called paritsa. I was 8 years old, and she goes, all right, I'm teaching you. This is how you do it. She would teach me how to steam, how to sauna, the correct ways. You sit down afterwards, you wrap yourself up. Here's what your body's doing. Your body is now it needs to cool down to help your
They
circulation.
would put stuff So you first, all right. So you get to the water, you jump in the shower. I wouldn't swim first. I'd go in here first because in the back of my mind I wanted all the coke to get out of my system. So I would jump in there first. I would drink a bunch of water. I go into not where the steam comes out of the wall,
Right. Just
where the rocks are.
sure. That's a
Okay,
sauna.
so I
Yeah.
go in there first for 20.
Yeah. It's great.
And
20
drink
minutes
in
is
there,
perfect.
And I go right from there and I'd shower and shoot right back into that steam. And they'd already be in the steam before me. And they'd be in there drinking. They had water and vodka. And then they'd put some fucking Russian Malupia juice on the steamer. It was like eucalyptus
Yeah.
mixed with.
Just
And
oils.
the guy would talk to me all the time.
Yeah.
This is for your health.
Yeah.
This is for your eyeballs. You see people what evil. You know, I was loving it. I knew their names. They were very nice. There was one black guy that was, he had a security system, a security business.
Yeah.
So he worked all night. He'd go in there at 5. And you could smell the fucking black booze coming out of his fucking veins. He was a boozer. So he'd go, and he was very smart.
Yeah.
You know, at least get that shit out of your system.
Yeah. It's detox. That's why they drink inside the sauna.
He was getting there,
Taking it back in the system.
he would walk in there and sweat. And then the Russians would walk out. He'd lay down there, and he'd do that. And he'd do what he was doing, but what I was doing without the sweat. I'd do all that and I'd jump. If I get up to 8, I had 3 hours to jump.
Yeah.
I would jump in the pool for 45 minutes elapsed and then eat the pool.
No way.
Fuck yeah.
That's
I do
crazy.
the whole fucking thing. I do plenty of kicking. And then I put it between my legs and then I just pull
Non-stop?
for 20 minutes and then I would just fucking do it all together.
No wonder you lost
And
100
take
pounds.
legs. Yeah, that's when
Right.
I was doing that in the morning. And then at night I was going back and hitting the bag. And then hitting the bag and riding the bicycle. That was it.
Wow.
Just doing weight watchers. All this shit, these people. Wait, I do chiro, micro, nutrient. Listen. Weight watchers don't give a fuck if you eat fruit all day. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck. As long as you ain't diabetic, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But it's so weird. I grew up, I came from Cuba, I grew up. And my generation, I don't know what it's called. I wasn't a millennial, I wasn't a pre-millennial. Society, American society, made you not hate the Russians, but made you in the late 60s and
Yeah.
70s.
Yeah.
I think hate's the right word.
With Fidel, with
Sure.
Saddam, Cuban. So I didn't feel hate, but it made you be aware of Russians. Like it just made you like look out for Russians. Like to America, it was Boris and Natasha.
Yes.
You know, so it was Boris and Natasha.
Well, Russian people have always had this vague mystery about them because of the USSR. And you could make fun of them because guess what? It's like the Amish. They weren't going to ever find out. They weren't allowed television. My dad told me that when he was like probably late 60s, he was probably, if he was born 47, he's like probably just out of college. They got a bootleg version of the Beatles, whatever album came out in the late 60s. I forget which one that was. Right?
Let it be.
Yeah, I could probably let it be. They got a bootleg, and it was the biggest coup of anyone's life. And they had to secretly tell people because it was at a time when neighbors would rat out each other. You know what I mean? And they listened to this Beatles album in like a dark dungeon somewhere, like underground in someone's basement. I'm sure there was a lookout. Of course. In Cuba, yeah. And they were so unaware of anything else that was happening in the world because of propaganda. And so Russians were this vague mystery. And you could make up whenever anything is mysterious, people just start making up their own stories about what it is because nobody knows.
Obviously I wasn't alive then, but to me, from what I've seen and read in history books, it seems like the Russians during the Cold War were like today's like ISIS or something like that level of fear
in the United States. Because I remember going, well, I'm scared of Rabbi. I'm missiles.
Didn't they do like bomb drills in the schools?
Oh, because of Russia?
I thought it was like the Cold War. I could be totally wrong.
Yes, but I don't think it was ISIS style because
No.
ISIS is putting out YouTube videos
Well-
of beheadings.
Well, yeah.
It was
Well,
just,
different,
it was a different fear they had. Remember, when I first came from Cuba, every building had a shelter. You could walk into a building in the United States that at somewhere on the first floor it said bomb shelter.
My high school was built originally to be a bomb shelter.
There you go.
It was built into the side of a mountain, into the side of a hill, and it had no windows. My high school had no windows. Shout out to any McAteer
Where
alumni
was this?
in San Francisco. It was built originally, and the guy who built it built insane asylums. Like, he was the guy that was like, here's what you do. You make everything inside a maze so they can never find their way out. And that was my high school. It was insane. And it was a bomb shelter. And then they were like, this fear of bombs is a little crazy. Let's just make it into a school. And that's how we ended up going there.
My first experience with Russians were in '85 in San Francisco.
Yeah, we were there.
That was my first.
Was it a good experience?
One of the Cuban refugees I ran with got either drugs from them, credit card or something, and then I got to meet Lukusa. I think that's what we call it. I didn't know that name.
Are you first generation? Are you first generation Cuban?
No, I was born in Soviet Union.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Yes, she's
Okay.
the real deal.
Because
Yeah,
like I think I'm like third or maybe even fourth generation Russian and something else right next to that.
Yeah.
And I don't have any like Russian pride. Like I don't have any culture from that.
Yeah.
So it's, like even like when I see it in movies, it never bothers me. Like I don't know. It's not like
Right. No, it's definitely different.
Now, where do Russian Jews come from? Or Israel? The Israeli Jews that moved to Russia.
other way around usually.
Well, they were scattered. So Russians were scattered. I'm sorry, Jews were scattered everywhere. So you got Jews in Mexico City. You got Jews in Spain. You got Jews that went to Russia, Cuba. You got Jews that went to obviously Israel.
Canada has a big.
But even before the Canadian immigrants, States and Canada. So I'm talking like 100 years ago, let's say. Russians, I keep saying Russians. Jews went to maybe 5 or 6 different places. One of them was the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union said, "We'll take you in, but here are the rules. Everybody wears gray, and we all get paid the same. You'll have a place to live, and you'll have some food. We can't guarantee what you'll have, but just get in line and wait, and you'll eat. And there will be clothes, but again, they're all going to look the same." And it was like Star Trek in the sense of like everyone's outfits are just going to be the same. No differentiate, just get used to it. And so a lot of Jews went there when they got displaced.
Well, but then later, like the Stalin and then like, in World War II, that's when I was saying they left. Like they were like the same sort of, not to the level of Hitler, but like they were killing and getting and rounding up the Jews and stuff. Like not letting them.
Jews are always getting rounded up. I mean, look, we're in North Hollywood. I'm sure there's some Jews getting rounded up right
As
now.
we speak.
Right now. I mean, there's no joke. It's always happening. It's like just like you're bored one night, just like let's go round up some Jews. It's fucked up. It is. That's why I think Jewish people and Black people should get along better.
How
Hang out
many
more.
came from Russia?
2.
Okay, so you don't remember a thing like me.
No. But I have been back, and there's a feeling of like when I go back, I see people my age, and I look at them and I go, maybe that would have been a friend of mine. Maybe I'd be working in that building with them. Like, I wonder what my life would have been like. I do not think I would have been a stand-up comic. There's no way. First of all, it didn't exist. It didn't exist. No. Even Yakov Smirnoff talks about how what he did wasn't comedy. He kind of made up what he thought was stand-up comedy, but really he was like an MC for live events and a host for live
In
events.
Russia.
Yeah, because it didn't exist. There was no such thing. It was just, I mean, even still to this day, they have, quote, comedy clubs, and it's really like what the Groundlings is here. Where they do like sketches. Comedy is very new to Russians. Sorry, not Soviets anymore. It's very new. Very new. And by the way, San Francisco, I probably will not go back to perform there in a while.
Why?
I did a show a couple years ago. Whenever I advertise I'm going to be in San Francisco, the entire Russian community comes out, which you would think would be a good thing. And yes, it is. The support is fantastic. But I went specifically to record a CD. I wanted to put out a CD. This was like 3 years ago, right, when CDs were still relevant. They're not anymore, by the way, if anyone's wondering. And I go up there, I set up the microphones, I get equipment. My husband helps me. We get a venue. I do the whole thing. I get an opener, a feature act, make sure everything's right, the lights, everything, right? These fucking Russians sitting right next to the mics. I mic the audience, right? So you can get the laughs. Are talking the entire time, are heckling me in Russian, not in a bad way. They think they're helping, are yelling out suggestions, talking about how we took piano together. Do you remember? In Russian, yelling wrong. Fuck the Russians. Never again. I can't perform in San Francisco.
I think you should absolutely put that out. I would totally, for 99 cents, I
Oh
would
my
totally.
God.
Well, that's why I said to you, I can't go. The closer I go to my hometown,
Right, yeah.
it's not gonna work.
It's not going to work.
How do I know it's not gonna work? I did one 8 years ago, and while I'm up there, they yelling, "Tell them about when you robbed this guy's
Yeah,
house." And I'm
yes.
like, really?
Or the ones that are sitting in front because
Yeah, look at
they're
this.
still stuck in the USSR and they have their arms crossed and they don't want to fucking laugh because for 30 years they had to wait in line for salami and they had to wear shoes that were 3 sizes too small because fucking communist. That's why people are like, so and so's a socialist or this politician is really a communist. Fuck you! You don't even know what communism is. It's wearing shoes that are 3 sizes too small. All right, that's what being a socialist is. It's not fucking. I want to help this chick have an abortion. You socialist. You know what I mean? Why should my money go to her abortion? Because then her kid won't grow up and carjack you in 20 years. All right, fucker. So let her have an abortion so you can keep your Mazda. But people think they know what socialist is and what communist is. They have no idea. They have no idea. You know what it is. I know what it is.
Listen, I don't know. I can't say.
You know.
I have heard.
You've heard.
I've heard.
Your family has told you.
Well, I had the same situation with you. My cousins are musicians, and they came to Burbank to record. They drove by the Improv and saw my name. Went in and told Rita who they were, and Rita called me. And that's how I met my cousins. And I went down, and they came to the show, and we went to the Canyons.
Yeah.
And I've told the story before. While we're in Canada, we're talking. Also, they started harmonizing. Stay away to heaven. I could feel the goosebumps. Like I also that one would cry in front of them. I couldn't. And they were telling me how they had an album. They had to listen to it. Wouldn't look at it.
Yeah.
That, they passed it. They had to bury it.
Yeah.
And hide it. And you sit there and you think, how lucky you are that you've given away albums.
Right.
And these people would take any of these albums. Any of these albums. They didn't care what band. Just one of them. Just to hear music.
Yeah.
And just the American way, You're Russian. You were born there, but you were raised in a Russian house. And I say it all the time that the transition is amazing. And how, like for me, I had to eat hot dogs to become an American. When I was 5, I felt that the more American food I ate, like my daughter's 3 and was always driving. She likes spaghetti, hot dogs, and French fries, and ketchup. She'll put ketchup on fucking cereal if I let it. You understand me? On chocolate though. At those ages, I was eating. My mom and I had a great relationship. I was eating whatever, Cuban tongue.
Yeah. Oh,
whatever.
yeah, tongue, you're sick.
When I went there, I got Americanized. And I would go home and she'd go, black beans and rice and steak. Fuck you. I want SpaghettiOs, because it made me feel like American. That was my comfort food to make me become a people. I have no idea. I tell people all the time how lucky you are, the advantages you have. I've never felt racism. I can sit here and tell you a bunch of stories. I'm very fortunate. I got the movies. I didn't get to Montreal, but I got the movies.
Right.
So you pick your fucking battles.
Yeah.
And I've been very fortunate, but I see how people don't respect what it is to be an American. Like we fight hard. You don't know what it's like to go into a grammar school in the 70s and not speaking the language and fucking faking the fuck. Because as soon as you open your mouth, you know, they're gonna know you're not like that.
Well, I was a refugee. So all this like refugees and all this what people think about refugees nowadays. Yes, we were refugees until I was 8. We weren't citizens until I turned either 8, probably 8 or 9. So my parents would tell me, don't get in trouble, okay? They're gonna kick us out of this country if you fuck around and have us come down to the principal's office. We're out because I even tried to do a bit about this. I used to a long time ago, but like they associated public school, because I went to a public elementary school, with the government, which it is. No, with the government. your fans know what that sound is. They know. Pop. I love how it comes in a pill box too. I love that. Look, I wish you well with your glaucoma. So if I got in trouble and the principal wanted my parents to come down to his office, they were like, "You're gonna get us kicked out of this country. We're out. You understand? We're not citizens. Don't fuck around." So I had to watch myself. Then I turned 8, and we were like, "All right, fuck, I'm a fucking citizen now, so I can do whatever I want now." Like all of a sudden, I got like a big head. I was walking around like, "Woo, look at me!" Like ripping up my green card. Like I'm done. You know, I was like, "All right, here we go. This is it. I'm American now." That was the moment that I felt I was an American.
See, I was told a different story. I was told that if I didn't get good grades, they'd kick me out because they didn't need me.
And I was told they're going to kick us out of the country.
My parents told me nothing. They're gonna fuck in if you don't get A's and B's. If you get C's, they'll fucking.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't get A's. So it was a little like time.
Oh, good, sure. Just where kind of what I was saying earlier, where since I'm third generation Russian, I don't feel like a connection to Russia. It's not that I don't feel American, but I grew up in like East Coast, like right outside of Boston. There's American pride, but it's not like I was talking to someone today in England, and when you see like a UFC and there's like a foreign fighter, their fans go bananas. But when it's an American guy, occasionally, like Cowboy Cerrone or Roy Nelson, but most American fighters don't. It's not like Go America. So it's something weird. Like it's kind of funny how two immigrants are the most patriotic ones.
Right.
It's interesting.
In my world, I don't know. I'm not proud to be a Cuban, but I'm also proud to be an American.
Yeah.
I'm proud that I ended up becoming an American. I pay taxes.
Why'd you laugh at that?
God damn it, that means I get to call myself an American.
Well, you know what? It's part of trying to be a productive member of society. For fucking 35, 40 years, I was an unproductive member of society. I was trying, and for the first time, at the age of 50, I became a productive member of society. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what part of being an American is. All those little things. Yeah, I got felonies. So what? That's part of being an American. Having a second chance, bitch. All these things you can't throw at me because that's the American way. You were Russians, refugees. God knows what your dad was about. You know, or your mom.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you came here. What's that called? A second fucking chance.
Right.
So you can't judge me on any of those things. We all make fucking mistakes, no matter what the fuck you're doing. It's not like I was out there falling out of trees, giving out Cosby pills. Some fucking young women, you know what I'm saying?
I wonder if there's an edible called Cosby pills. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a good
There should be, right?
Cosby pills. He can go nuts.
But you spell it with a Z or the K-O-Z.
I had a picture of a chick just passed out.
It's edible. So what did you just have, a little start?
I had that was my third star.
But what? So I know nothing. I'm a complete novice.
We opened up with 600 milligrams.
Just 4 stops.
Oh, okay. So you know.
400?
No. Yeah.
600.
So you know, but the milligram, you
Right.
know how long that'll take you, like what kind of
You
ride
don't
you'll
know
go on.
nothing.
I know 0. I'm
No.
very
You don't know nothing.
square.
No. When you eat one of these things,
Yeah.
you don't know nothing.
Oh, I see.
You don't know when it's gonna hit you.
You
know
don't
when it's
know.
gonna show up.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Okay.
It's like
So-
that. It's like that hooker with herpes. You know what I'm saying? You
Right,
never know when
like,
she's
oh,
gonna show
fingers
up.
crossed.
Yeah, you never know when she's gonna show up.
So how do you
It's funny.
time the rest of your life?
It's 8:00. I got nothing else to do. I'm here with you, and then I go home and go to sleep with my family.
Okay.
On Monday we did a podcast, and he left, and I was putting the podcast up, and I just woke up at 1:30 in the morning.
He was falling asleep because I was leaving. I was telling him a story, and he was like this. Like, it's not even worth telling you a fucking story. And I went home all the nights. I was pretty high too, so I went home, tried to watch television. I was like, I can't deal with this. And I fucking went right to sleep. And I got up the next morning. He's telling me the story how he got up at 1:30 in the morning. His girlfriend kept paging him, texting him, asking him where the fuck he was. I love that shit. When I fall asleep on the couch, when I'm seeing double, I know I'm there. You know, like sometimes you see double on these. You do see like across this little tremendous. But you're in a safe environment.
So, what do you think it is? I'm always curious about this. When people, like myself, for example, when you explain that to me, the whole it's tremendous, you see double, and you're having a great time. To me, I get such major anxiety the way that you get anxiety getting a massage or someone standing behind you.
I hear you.
So imagine, that's how I feel. Like when you tell me that, I start to sweat. Like, oh my God, that does not sound great to me at all. And I've gotten high before. I've never had edible. Never had an edible.
Don't get me wrong. If I know I didn't have to go to a massage thing, I would really get my pipes up. I just don't want to go in there and listen. No massaging. Just sucking. Don't touch nothing. Don't fuck. Yeah, don't fuck. I'm just an animal. Like, I have no concept of those things. Like how nice it is to get a finger up your ass. I'm always thinking about the negative when I'm looking down. So fuck that shit. Sorry to bring it up. Just thinking about it. You know, my paranoia is kicking in now that you talked about anxiety. These things get your anxiety too.
I feel like it'd have a negative effect on me. I feel like it's like it brings out whatever maybe you don't want to come out.
The only anxiety I get on these is when I get shortness of breath because I do something. Shortness of breath shoots right in my mind, and also when this all shoots out, I break out into a sweat in my body, but then I get it together. I just breathe through my nose and through my mouth. It all evens out. I put some in my stomach. Sometimes you start getting the anxiety from the breathing. Also,
Oh, okay. Kind of
piece of
absorbs
bread
it.
with butter, something
Yeah.
fatty, nothing. You know, you eat a chocolate chip cookie, you're adding fucking gasoline to a fire.
Right.
It's just sugar to anxiety.
Yeah.
Which somewhere along the way they meet and it gets more intense. One night I got really high, my wife bought Oreos. Everybody in this room loves fucking Oreos. Who doesn't like Oreos?
Yeah.
But again, I'm a fat fuck. You cut yourself a deal. You go, you know what? I could either eat the whole box or I eat 7. So I ate all 7 of them. And I stopped.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah, I'm really good like that. I make a deal. Like there's 92 of them. I want 7.
And you did it.
And I did it.
I could never do that.
But between the sugar and the yellow,
Yeah.
they met somewhere and it sent me into this fucking pre-diabetic shot. Even had diabetes. I had to go to bed. I passed out. I got bad. I woke up at 4 thirsty with fucking chocolate in my mouth and shit.
I don't know. I think there's something inside of me that doesn't want to be out of control. There's something. I don't know. I don't know if people.
I'll tell you something.
Okay.
A friend of mine said to me, I know there's some stuff about you. Take these things. I brought them home. They're tremendous. They're baby little values. They're for anxiety. Before I go home, I don't want to withdraw with sometimes I pop a half of them. They're great. They build the resistance quick. I'm very happy I go to jiu-jitsu and train because I sweat a lot with the gi. You sweat extra so that pill doesn't get to sit in your fat.
Yeah.
You just a regular fat guy with those pills. Half of those pills send you fat.
Right.
So sometimes you might get tired in the afternoon. You might smoke a half a number and get tired. It's because the reefer kicked off those fucking pills. What I try to do is I try to eat those pills maybe like tonight. If I had to leave early tomorrow, I'd be popping 2 of those pills tonight. But I'm gonna tell you something. And this is what America doesn't know. America might think I'm lying to you. I sleep a lot better on these fucking stars than I do on those pills. I mean, a deep sleep. Deep sleep. You get up at 5, you pee. Your pee's a little purple. It has a weird stink to it. But you get a handful of fucking water and you go right back to bed. You wake up and nothing sore.
Wow.
But sometimes those pills, what I didn't think about medical pills was the hangover.
Yeah.
I don't know how people wake up after they pop 2 pills. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people. Me, I'm a fucking. I don't know what you call that. This is pseudo control freak. I don't ever want to wake up and lose control.
Yeah.
I always want to be awake, ready to go.
Yeah.
I had friends that would sit drink a pot of coffee and we gotta smoke a pack of cigarettes and meat less than 9 fucking o'clock. You know how many motherfuckers lit them up from 7:30 to 9 and you're sitting there smoking fucking cigarettes. People walking into their offices. We're gonna walk in there at 9. Takes you an hour to get kicked out. Get your paperwork out, the computer. Go see, you know what I'm saying? Like I never understood those people that just sat there. I have a system. I get out, I fucking drink some coffee, I talk to my wife for a little while, I watch my pussy, I get on the computer, I tweet, blah, 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 baby, I sit with her, we watch cartoons, I feed, I make my chocolate milk. You know, I can't imagine just laying in bed and rubbing your feet and thinking about your life and where it's going. Fuck you. You gotta get up and go, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And, you know, I read about people with pills that are pill problems. And I wish they could, and people always go, well, Joey, you make it sound so easy. Yeah. I don't care where you live. I don't care if you live in Tennessee and they got laws against weed. There's nothing against the law against you going home, cooking that weed up, melting with butter, and putting it in brownies. And putting a tray of brownies, putting it in the freezer, cutting it into little fucking halves. People do it all the fucking time out here. And you eat one before you go to yoga, or before you fucking go to sleep. And you sleep like a goddamn baby. Or after you work out, it takes the acid out of your muscles.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I did not, Dr. Joey.
Fucking big deal with Joey Bananas. The reason we didn't get on the show, I really wanted to get on the show, was, like I said, they had a discussion about women in comedy. You know, we could sit here for a fucking 1,000 nights and talk about women who sit there and complain about the set list at the improv and whatever. And then you can talk about the women that go out every night and do 4 fucking spots. There's always a spot. There's Flappers. There's the Ha-Ha.
Actually, Flappers is what I was talking about.
There's a gas station up the fucking corner. There's a pizza place. You can even do 2 sets at shitty places just to get your time and your words
Yeah.
for your joke.
I have written some of my favorite punchlines at shitty rooms.
Because there's nobody there. Because there's nobody there.
Do you remember the Stovepiper?
Break it down
Stovepiper?
to me.
It's deep in the valley. It's kind of like between here and Northridge. And it was a bar. You walked in, it was red. All the lights were red. You just walked into like a furnace. And it wasn't a terrible room, but it was just like, just like a kind of a little bit of a fucked up room. People in the back, all the comics are talking, the people at the bar, a lot of distractions. But there were some regulars that were there for the comedy show. And it wasn't the worst, but it definitely had some faults. But I wrote 2 or 3 of my favorite punchlines at the Stovepiper, just this crappy little room on a Thursday night deep in the valley. You don't have to do it on a Saturday at the Laugh Factory in front of industry. That's actually when I don't. I don't feel like I can even really be vulnerable at the Laugh Factory on a Saturday. I just want to go in and I just want to kill. I want to do a great job. But that's the shitty rooms are the ones where it's like 10 people and I actually find out, oh, this is what the joke is. Oh, okay, I figured it out here. Let me now go take it and put it on a stage on a Saturday in front of people that are, paid $20 to get in.
It's so weird how I do not like comedy in LA for people 6 years and under doing comedy. I do not like it.
Why not tell me?
Because it's like my youth. It's like Michael Jackson's youth. When I was a kid, when I was 10, I already knew shit that kids 16. It was Michael Jackson's big, claim to fame was that he didn't have a childhood.
Yeah.
And I got it. You see that he's talking behind the record label. He saw how they treated him. And years later, in fact, I understand. What was the topic?
People who have been doing stand-up less than 6 years.
6 years. Some of my best times in my fucking life with my comedy career 0 to 6 years. If Kira, we didn't have to make money doing this, how much fun would comedy really be? If I told you, Kira, I'm going to give you a job, you're going to make $1.25 a year, raises every year. But I want you, this part of this job, you have to go out every night, 4 nights a week, and do 10 minutes, a mile from your house. How fun would it like being like the bar, people laughing, no money, you don't care about how many people show up,
right?
You don't worry about your managers, who's the agent. You have a day job. You have a day job. You're doing this as a form of, honey, I don't go to the gym, I don't go to yoga, I cook, I just want to go out, I'll be home by 10:30. Because that's all it really is. You're home by 10:30 in those days.
Yeah.
You sign up at the list at 8. I gotta be honest with you, as a human being, I remember like going to summer camp, to basketball camp, or finger banging, whatever. Or like McKinley School, when she had a cheerleading Catholic suit on. Let me tell you something. You finger banging a girl, she got a Catholic school suit on. You've arrived as a man.
Oh, I've done it as a woman.
You even finger a chick. You finger a chick with a Catholic girl suit on. You follow? I mean, there's different things that you remember in your life. And I gotta tell you something, the first 6 years of my comedy was so hard and so outlandish.
Yeah.
And I cherished those first years with fucking everything. And I can't believe how many little things turned into big things. I'm gonna get to fucking Detroit with monks, like with 2 inches and quarters, dimes and nickels. And getting there and realizing there's no show on Wednesday night.
So what did you do?
I joined the monks with the change.
What's the change for?
Just when you go to the gas station, you give them 20 and they give you $18. And 82 cents, you get the change.
Oh, I see.
Just a box of change.
Yeah. Well, I actually had a very interesting conversation. I'm not going to tell you who it is because I don't want to make him feel bad. But a guy who is in the industry decided to do stand-up, had me on his podcast, and so I'm a guest on his podcast. And within the first few minutes, I might have already told you this story. I can't remember. Maybe do you have a good memory? No,
I might.
Very high. I
don't remember it though. I don't remember exactly.
He basically said, you got into comedy like a lot of chicks do to get to bang, basically, just to get fucked, right? Just to like, go have sex on the road. And I said, no, that's not why. Do you remember the story at all?
No, I don't think so.
That's definitely not what women do on the road. Maybe 1% of female comics, but no. I mean, I understand a lot of guys do get into stand-up or did, whatever, like musicians, just to get pussy. I get it. But that's not what women do. Do you know how dangerous it is to pick up a guy after your show and take him back to your hotel room? That's the scariest idea in the world to most female comics. Not all. I'm sure there are women that do it, but that's really fucked up. And he just kept pushing it. He goes, come on. You sleep around. When you were single, you fucked people on the road. No, I didn't. First of all, when you're a woman on stage and you have opinions and you're commanding an audience full of strangers and making them laugh, no dude's dick is hard. That is not how to get a guy's dick hard. I mean, most guys are like, well, I don't want to fuck with that. That's a chick who has like a mouth on her. You know, most guys, again, there are exceptions. But he fought me on this. He just kept telling me and kept telling me and kept telling me I was wrong in something that I've been doing for 17 years. Okay, all right, I guess you know better. But that's just one aspect of being a woman in comedy is it's not the same on that level for us in the sense of like hooking up, you know, taking some guy back to your hotel room. I mean, it's the scariest thing. They could kill you. I mean, that's Louis C.K.'s bit. You know what his bit is? That women have to fear. You know who kills women most? Men. That's who killed. I'm fucking his joke up. I'm totally butchering it. But the essence of his joke is, you know who they should be scared of? Us. We kill women more than anything else, more than heart disease, more than diabetes. It's men. And that's so true. It's so true.
I don't like, listen, I have my problems with fucking women. We all do. You know what I'm saying? Women have problems with guys. Women all do. There's some issues, whatever. You go, Jesus fucking Christ. The last couple fucking years, it's been up more than ever. Women in comedy. One guy said he got fired. This guy, Jerry Lewis. I never even thought about it. Like, I was always like, you know what? I know what I went through as a comic. And I know what women go through. The reason you're fucking friendly is ignorant together at that podcast.
Yeah.
Because any fucking comic knows if a chick sucked dick for that many years, she'll never make it to 17, 18 years. Those chicks disappear. I seen those chicks go. They're hot, they're funny in the beginning. They hook up with a comedian, he writes. It's an ugly cycle. And you see them years later, now they're writing. You know what fucking happened, okay? You just didn't fucking cut it because you depend on someone else. And then there's a very small percent where you fall. Women that get into comedy, and life happens. Life happens, but they stay true to being a comedy.
Yeah.
And they never lose focus. And they don't use having a kid as an excuse, or and I get it. I listen, man. I see it. My wife was the best. Oh, I'm gonna work full time, and I kept looking at her, going, okay. And then after 2 weeks, she went to 30 weeks, 30 hours. After another week, she went to 20 hours.
Yeah.
And somebody got a raise. And she was like, I've been working here for 10 years. And I'm quitting my job. And the bottom line was that little bank. Fuck wants to leave their fucking kid at 7:30. Fuck you. I was like, quit that fucking job. Be a mom. You're 46. When is this going to happen again?
Yeah.
Not in my fucking lifetime. Not in my fucking lifetime. You're going to spit another kid out of 40 fucking 9 or something. So, you know, I'm Spanish. That sperm's going to be good in the casket. You know, some people leave their eyes to society and their ears and shit. I'm going to leave my fucking nutsack. And you got 24 hours. And I guarantee there's 18 fucking kids swimming around my nutsack. I'm Spanish, dog. I'm fucking Spanish. That shit lasted there. Theo Von's dad had him when he was 72.
That's right.
And fucking, you know, and when he told me he's half Spanish, I go, ah.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a girl I know. Her father's banging somebody in Puerto Rico, knocked her up twice in the 70s. That Spanish sperm, they eat those fucking beans. That black beans and that rice, those beans. I'm telling you, I got it on my ID. Fuck, I'm keeping the eyes. Take the nutsack. That's your best bet. There's 18 kids in there right now.
You know my husband's Puerto Rican.
Is he really?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be knocked up to your 90.
Oh God, no! I had my my kid, who's now 5. At the time, he was 3.5. When I found out I was pregnant with the second one, I peed on one of those sticks, you know, and then I had my kid. Can I go? Here, give this to Daddy. He walks in the door and he comes home. We were talking about having another kid, so it wasn't that big of a surprise. But he walks away. He goes, "Daddy, I have something for you." And he hands my husband the little stick that you pee on, and he looks down at it. And he looks at me and he goes, "I'm getting snipped." Because it just no, he hasn't. I don't want him to. Not because I want more kids, but that just seems extreme.
That's like cutting that cat's nails.
That's just extreme.
Can you imagine jerking off? It's like jerking off skim milk. It just comes out of your little dick and little shovel.
It just
yeah.
no, but I think because he's like, I'm
Right.
Puerto Rican. You know, this is
Yeah.
what we're made to
That's
do.
what
Is
you're
made
made
to
to
have
do.
babies. And I go, just relax. We planned this. We tried for another one. We were having sex for years before we had our first kid. We'll be fine. Don't worry.
How'd you meet a Puerto Rican husband?
Here in LA.
I thought you had like an Armenian tucked away and you
Oh,
smacked around and shit.
No,
You're a strong
no.
woman. I can't see you with a Spanish guy. Very good
Well,
for you.
he
You're
grew up
real-
here in LA, so
You're
you
a
know.
real fucking deal, aren't you?
Yeah, no.
You guys go to that Puerto Rican restaurant, like,
Yes. Yeah. We
okay,
get
Red
catering.
Beans.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
not
Red
bad. They're not
Beans.
bad.
Okay.
We got for Easter.
Mofongo.
Mofongo. We went there for
Mofongo.
Easter.
And they got Rico.
Well, you know what my husband likes? I'm not a fan of them. They are the Puerto Rican tamales.
They're fucking disgusting.
They're disgusting and they look fucked up. I
And they
love
put
a
'em
Mexican
They
tamale.
put them in a fucking leaf.
Yeah. It
It
smells bad. What are they called again? Yes.
No disrespect to Puerto Ricans, you know, I love you. I love them all. I love Mofongo. I
Fungos.
love chuletas. Anybody knows a good Puerto Rican knows how to make a pork chop. That's how you tell. Listen, my wife, like I said, it don't matter. A good Puerto Rican, your husband make pork chops.
He can cook anything. He can cook.
Has he ever made pork chops?
Yeah.
Tomorrow
Yeah.
I just bring pork chops and watch.
And watch.
And that's their blood.
Do you know what he does? Do you know what he does? Like a fucking boss is. Oh my god! I'm so embarrassed. I just forgot. It's the ham with the skin that's all crackly and crispy on
I know
top.
what you're talking about.
Oh fuck! This is gonna kill me. It's this fucking contact high you guys gave me. I'm usually much sharper than this.
What's that search like Puerto Rican ham?
Please. It starts with a B or something, or an R. Oh shit!
You drink Mavi?
Whatever.
Because if we give you Mavi, you'll get that pasta.
Ooh, I don't know what that is. No. Mavi sounds familiar.
Mavi is a tea.
Oh, is it El Boricua? Or Boricua?
Boricua
Boricua is a Puerto
is
Rican.
Puerto Rican.
No, it's Boricue.
Yeah, that's El Boricua. That means the dog is by somebody.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. We'll get the name of it. But they have a thing called Mavi as a tea.
Uh-huh.
When they sell it in New York, it's already got a hole in the top because you have to let it air and marinate.
Okay.
It's a very good tea. It's made from a herb. But what Puerto Rico is known for, is this thing called mamoncillo. The Cubans call it mamoncillo.
Mamoncillo, what
They
is that?
call it quenepas.
Oh my god.
Put in Kenepas and see what comes up. Quenepas. Quenepas are called mamoncillo. They grow when they come.
Could it be?
And they come full grown. It's August in Puerto Rico. So by September, mid of September, you get them in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And then these little fucking things, the trees grow. And then these little fucking, these little fucking trees that grow. These grape-looking things. Then these little grape-looking things. Get that box from Puerto Rico, YouTube. There you go. Oh my God. Are you buying by those little things with the green right there? Oh shit, right there. Who gives a fuck?
Have you been to Puerto Rico? 1,000 times.
Until 1980, and I haven't been back.
Really?
Trujillo, then we Trujillo.
Yeah.
We used to go to Dorado Beach. One thing about Puerto Rico, do you go back there?
I have never been.
Okay,
He's been. I want to go so badly.
Puerto Rico is kind of scary.
Is it?
Yeah, they have
Why?
problems. It's poverty. They have go back. Let's see if they show the inside of it. You cut that skin off with your mouth.
Yeah.
So you pull it off the fucking branch. You stick it in your mouth. You cut it. You learn how to cut it with your teeth.
Right. You peel it.
You spit the shell out.
Okay.
You split that ball in the side of your mouth. And it's got hair on it. It's like a sweet fucking juice.
Oh yeah. No, I
that
have
comes
heard
out
of this.
it.
Yeah.
What happened was after 9/11, they fucking stopped letting people bring them in. Like, there you go. Oh shit! It looks like a fucking clit. That thing. Look at it. It's nice and soft and gooey, like a motherfucker. Lisa, yeah. Look at that motherfucker. Ooh.
And so they're sweet.
Very sweet. You just suck it until the hair is all gone. It's just a secret. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? You can't even mama see, you're definitely not gonna eat nobody's pussy. You follow me? That's just a perfect thing. Oh my god.
Suck it until the hair is all gone. That's
He can cook. I'll tell you right now. He can. It's amazing. It really is. That's one thing that I'm so grateful I don't have to do. Those are some wifey duties I don't have to do. Because he even tells me, he goes, I go, let me make you some eggs, or let me make you some. He goes, please, let me just do it. Like, he doesn't even want me to. I'm not terrible, but it doesn't compare to what he can do. Like, even eggs he makes. He puts spices in eggs.
He makes scrambled eggs.
Anything, whatever. But he uses, like,
Dope up food. You gotta dope food up. You gotta dope it up. You just can't put. Listen, yeah, you can put salt and pepper on a steak. That's great. But you want to make it a little better? You know what I'm saying? Let me give some shout outs real quick. John, Algimi, Jeff, Talaman, Nasty Doctor, Lisa Willis, Clark Canfield, Timmy the Turtle, Let's Talk Fights, and Crystal fucking Johnson. A little shout out to you fucking savages. Get your shit together. Lisa Ayat, eating 725 tonight. So what are you doing this week? You're going to visit your aunt in San Francisco. She died. You're not going up there. What happened? You sent flowers?
yeah, the funeral.
You sent flowers?
No, my dad was there.
What happened?
So your dad was there, but you didn't send flowers.
No, because I'm going on Sunday.
You are going.
Yeah, well, not to San Francisco. I'm going to the thing on the beach somewhere. So, it was today at 2. So
You're taking your girlfriend with you.
yeah, she's
I want to respect.
and it's actually it's very nice that you're here tonight, Kara, because you're very similar to her. Like she was my aunt, so she was.
Is she your dad's sister?
No, a dad's. I guess maybe she was a cousin. She's my dad's cousin. Yeah, she's my dad's cousin. But she's
Well, you know, in Russian, the word for cousin is the same as the word for sister.
okay.
So it's considered even if it's your dad's cousin, it's like his sister.
Yeah, but it's I'm gonna do that. But she was a great lady. But it's good. It was she was so But anyways, I'm having a good weekend.
I'm fucking Indianapolis this weekend. Tickets are selling fast. Don't fuck around. The stars are already landed. I got the call at 3:30 today. And the stars are decked. We're already in Indianapolis, ready for me to fucking eat when I get there.
What are you looking forward to in Indianapolis?
Rest and relaxation. I had a lot of fucking rain. 4 fucking days. So I gotta write a lot this week. I gotta have something ready by Monday at least.
What did you write?
I gotta write a pilot or something. See, and I got everything on already.
Yeah.
I just have to write it according to the reading. It's not something I'm selling. I'm just doing an exercise. So, that's what I'm start
What do you think your pilot would be called?
Some might think they call me Shorty. I was born in 1940. No. This isn't even that type of pilot. Somebody just came to me and said, just an idea. I have an idea for this one. Fell in the blanks. So I said, you know what? It's a muscle. I need to work. What are you doing? I'm playing for 4 fucking hours. How many times can you watch Concussion? How many times can you watch the first pilot, the first episode of Vinyl? You know, so how many times can I listen to the same? Oh shit! Don't let me fucking forget the iPod. How many times can I listen to the same music on an iPod? So sometimes I get high and I get there to the plan. You know, I pull the computer out, I pull a notebook out, and if I can write for an hour and a half, so I get impatient, it's not a bad move from Joey.
Yeah.
So it's just a good muscle to have. That years ago I never had. I had the idea, but now I know how to put it together.
What do you think about people who do a new special every year and have to write, and then they get rid of that material and have to write all brand new material?
That's the game.
Yeah.
That's the game. Right now, but now I'm doing half new and half old because I have to write a special. So you're trying to write a special. It's a fucking difficult job because here's the problem. Okay, so you write a special. While you're writing a special, you're on the fucking road.
Yeah.
When putting all the touches to it. Yeah, you come to LA and you go to Flappers, you go to the store, and you go to this place, you go to that place. But I'm gonna tell you something. 50 minutes is 50 minutes. You can write chunks. You follow me?
Yeah.
You can write chunks of shit and put 20 minutes together. But to really flow it together, it's like a training camp. I feel for you to have a match. You know, I saw Chris Rock in the old days. I saw Chris Rock go out Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, he would Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, he would get Rich and Jenny, Louis and Kay, and Nick the Bauer. Monday nights, they would start the Black Friday routine of Chris Rock going at 15 minutes. They get in the car, and they rush to the crowd. And then he would do 15 minutes standing with Rich and Jenny. They would bounce.
Oh, they're giving him notes.
And then he would go to whatever the fuck it was.
Now, do you think, okay, that's Chris Rock because he can get up anywhere in town.
Right.
He can go to any club. Can I just say the world? Can I just say if he went into a club in London, they would let him on, and if he went into a club in Amsterdam, they would let him on probably, right? They might not believe it's him, but they would let him on. He can probably write a new hour in a year.
Okay, but he would get, let's say he get $250,000 advance from whatever. He gets Kyra, Lee, and me, and he goes 50 grand apiece. 15 minutes. I'm talking about don't hold back. You'll get $10,000, and then 6 weeks, and your career on.
Oh,
Everything you write from
absolutely.
Joey
Right.
is going to be what you know, exactly this is it. So that's a smart way.
Yes, I know comics that do that. I get it. But so, okay, that
I
makes sense.
myself don't think a comic in my world can have a podcast 1 year of a new hour.
I don't either.
Unless I fucking go out 3 weeks, a month, and while I'm here, I'm out 3 or 4 nights.
Yeah.
Doing 20-minute chunks.
Yeah.
So I would do 15-minute chunks. What I would do is break my 45 minutes into 3-minute chunks. Go to Flappers Monday, Tuesday,
Right. Yeah.
Blah, Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's one.
You have to just turn it into a machine.
You have to turn it into a machine. Anytime you have to write and you have to listen to that tape.
Yes.
One thing, I went to whatever last week, I put the cat in it, not once. Every night I go, tonight I'm going to take this set. I fucking once I take. And it's such a bad habit, but it's,
I know.
for me, it's even more painful to hear that fucking tape.
Me too.
It's painful to hear my voice. It's painful to hear my stupid jokes. It's painful. So now, here's the other dilemma. So now, Joe Diaz and Kay and Felicia and Lee go out every night, 4 nights a week. You go on the road, do your material, blah, blah, blah. You get it out. Come November, you put your hour down. Guess what happens in December? You gotta go out. What material are you doing?
You have no material.
The same one from the fucking special. They saw the special and they saw you developing the fucking jokes. So now, what about those 6 months you just developed those material? Those are your fans. They're gonna you're gonna shoot your special and it goes out in fucking January. And here you are, they're gonna go, you did that material in Chicago, you did that material in fucking Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So it's a really tough job
Yeah.
to put this together. A special right now is a tough job if you have help. If you have somebody put makeup on you and picking your wardrobe. When I did my special, I did it like a Puerto Rican. That's why I didn't work out. We were talking at the beginning of the podcast with people who learn from other people's mistakes.
Yeah.
We talked about people who shoot their own pilots. I pitch CBS, I pitch Fox, I pitch fucking NBC, and I pitched ABC. They didn't like my idea. Fuck them. Bro, I know people who told me this in '99. My family refinanced the house. We got $300K. We're going to shoot our own pilot. And then having a party. That place next to Coach and Horses down the corner. It's like if you ever fucking half a fucking yum. You have no dough, they let you do it there.
Yeah.
Cocktails, bartender. I'm gonna forget no. And I went, I was a judgmental person. I went just to see. When I went to that fucking thing, they showed that pilot. It was fucking terrible. But then I watched the fucking white people walk out after. And all the people that were lying to this couple. She was about to smack with somebody's manager, and they already had a buyer for the pilot who knew the same guy who did Donovan Greg. About 3 years ago, I had to be those people. That's the last thing they packed up their bags and left with a $300,000 fucking home. And how many people shot their own TV pilots and nobody picked it up? We're going to sell ourselves. At least 40. I just saw a chick on that fucking show with the Chinese people on ABC that shot her own pilot and came to me and asked me to shoot it. And she had a boyfriend that was on ABC and they were going to bring him the pilot. That girl was one of them. She used somebody else and they didn't pay her. There was a problem. Yeah, those things are always a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. Look, I just shot my own special, and that's going to air. But man, to do it all on your own, it's bananas.
What was so difficult about it?
Well, because I had to get investors, I had to crowdfund. That was the last time I was here. I better make some money on this thing. So I got the Russian mob. They put money into it. They don't fuck around, So it's like, hi. It's hard. It's hard. It is hard, but that's different.
I made it stress-free, and that's why the special failed. Because I didn't put enough pressure on myself.
Yeah.
Because I knew the odds in the back of my mind were going to be tough. Whether I was going to sell it to Netflix, whoever the fuck I was going to sell it to. So I knew going in that I was working against Tide. And we brought it back and we put it together. I looked at it in the first 5 minutes. I go, I knew right off the bat. And I wanted to smack myself in the face. I had lost the money, the investment myself. So, this is the big boy league.
Something that you're not proud of.
Yeah, no. I put it on pieces and made stories of it. Just leave the fuck alone. Just forget about it. It's not going to work out. What's up, man? What's up, beautiful? Look at you got the nice shoes on today. Little fucking Johnny Capizio.
Capizio!
Fucking think you're dealing with. Felicia went deep in the closet today. So I'm busting the fucking Capizios out. You know what I'm saying?
I have never seen Felicia not look on point.
It's a scary fucking conversation.
Not once. Not once. Well, yeah, but if we could combine the two of us to a superpower.
Man, being a woman's a tough fucking job. And all these women have beauty secrets and shit. Beauty secrets, water, sleep, fucking fucking married. Stay beautiful for a long fucking time, okay? No offense. I know you're married. I know my wife is married, but you look at women, you don't know the fucking formula. In Hollywood today, what's the formula? Chop your face up like a fucking Martian to shoot something. Now you're in a room full of 8 other Martians looking at each other, sending each other space signals and shit. And at the end of the day, it's the fucking war and just being stress fucking free as well. The women that are smoking crack, that's a stressful job. They lose their teeth, they got a bunch of fucking wrinkles.
The crack wrinkles are the hardest because nothing at Sephora helps with crack wrinkles.
No, the reason why
And go to the Korean baths. Can we add that to the list,
Korean
please?
baths.
Please, can we add that to? That I'm an addict, right? What? You go? Oh, I go all the time. Jackie Case won't go with me, but I know she goes behind my back. She'll tweet when she's at a Korean spa. I'm here naked thinking of you. And I tweet too. I go, hey Jackie, I'm at a Korean spa naked thinking of you. I love it. I think it's. Can it be on your list, please?
I'll try it.
Okay,
I
put it
go
on.
in there.
No, on your list that you just listed. Drink water, walk around,
Oh.
breathe, Korean
I go
spot.
to the Korean fucking spot, get a little massage, a little circulation through your legs and
There you
shit.
go.
Avoid the varicose veins.
Yeah.
That's the whole fucking thing. You know, it's tough to give a blowjob. You got a varicose brain out your ass. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, unless the varicose vein is something sexy, you know,
That's
mine,
right.
mine are not. Unfortunately, they look like the traffic on the 405. You know, your map is all just red.
That was fucked up.
I look at these kids and I'm like, fuck you guys.
Now, who sold the special to all these streaming sites? Did you do this all yourself? Also? You got emails and blasted them.
I had a manager who made 2 phone calls,
Right, then I know.
and he said, I got 2 no's. And I go, okay, so what? I get no's all the time. And he goes, I don't know if he can sell. I got 2 no's. He probably can't sell. They said a couple other things that were not very nice. So
You got rid of him.
I had to get rid of him and sell it myself.
He probably couldn't even get his foot to the fucking door.
I know.
He probably even look at the special. That's the hard thing. That
Yeah.
half of these guys.
I had to do it myself. I figure I'm already doing everything else myself. I made the baby. Well, it's help, but you know, I'm doing it all. I might as well just, I'm not saying like in a martyr type of way. I'm just like, all right, let's just get this done. You know what I mean? It's just like, let's just get this done. So I'll just do it.
I applaud you for shooting it. Because just putting together a special. You shot it pregnant. You shot it GoFundMe.
And not like a week pregnant. It was like,
Yeah, no, you were ready to fucking bust pregnant. You
Oh
know,
my God.
your water could have broke right there.
You
That
know what?
must have been stressful.
It might as well have broken because I peed the entire time. I'm not joking. I wish I was joking. The entire time I was pissing myself. Because when you're pregnant, you have to pee every 20 minutes, right?
So what'd you do? You put a girdle on?
A girdle? No, I didn't put a girdle on. I pissed.
You got off the stage and pissed.
No,
You put the pens on.
no,
Where'd you fucking piss?
just where I was standing.
On stage.
Well, yes, I had to. The show must go on,
when I-
Joey.
whoa. So you're telling me when I'm
Yeah.
watching this show,
Yes.
every 20 minutes you're gonna bend over and pee?
No, I'm not going to bend over.
Okay.
I'm just telling jokes.
Okay. When does the pee come out?
Well, you got to look closely.
Are you serious?
Look, when you have to pee and you're pregnant, I when you shoot a special for Showtime, right? When I shot my Showtime special, they gave me a 12 o'clock call time, getting hair and makeup at 12:30, get on stage at 1, shoot your special, and then go home. When you're doing it yourself,
Right.
I was there at 10 a.m. helping organize everything and they hang the lights, and we had to create a whole stage. And I mean, we had to create a stage in this venue. And then I'm on at 8 p.m. So I'm running around. I'm drinking lots of water to stay hydrated. I forget to pee. Then here I am on stage. My body's like, oh, now we can relax. So watch the special.
So
And
if
you'll
I'm
see.
watching the special, do I
Yeah.
see a puddle in front of your legs?
I don't know what you have HD. I don't know what you're watching it on. You watch it on your iPhone, maybe not. If you got like a movie theater in your house, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you're gonna see. I'm just telling you that's the honest truth. I can only be honest. I actually met with my director today. We had lunch, and I go, look, I'm gonna tell people what honestly happened during the special. He goes, knock yourself out, because he knows I was peeing the whole time. The
Are
entire-
there puddles on the stage? Where'd the fucking pee go, Kyra Sultanovich? Where'd the fucking pee
I don't know.
go?
It was magic. It was magic.
Did you have a depend on?
No, I don't even think I was wearing underwear.
Why do you say this shit, man? What have I
Because
done
it's
to
just the truth. I don't want to lie. This is just the truth. Look,
what
a lot of
were you
people,
wearing for your special?
thankfully, just black pants. A lot of people want to like come on and say like everything worked out perfectly. No, it was fucked up. There was a baby in the front row. Someone brought a fucking baby to my special. A baby. And if you look closely again, you'll see the baby, the camera front row. And this was Orange County. So they were a very nice black couple with this very cute black baby with little pom-pom ponytails on the side of her face. She was adorable. But I can't very well tell the only black people to get to the back of the room. Right, Orange County? I can't say that. So there they are in my special. Baby's crying. I mean, it was fucked up. But it still worked out.
Shot it. It
worked out. It's
You got it
premiering.
streaming, you know.
It's gonna
And
be on
God
Amazon
knows
and
what
Hulu.
could fucking happen in the next 6 months. If it ends up on Nescafe, whatever the fuck that is,
It could go to Netflix in June or July, but it's just sometimes they don't happen perfectly. I can relate to you when you shot yours and you're like, what the fuck is
Oh, I know 5 people who
Yeah.
shot specials and they're like,
Yeah.
what happened?
Yeah.
We don't want
But
to fucking know.
I was too invested. I'm not kidding you. There is Russian mob money in this special. I have to pay it back. I like my fingers. So people better fucking watch.
All right, so when does it premiere? Next
May
Tuesday?
2nd.
Monday the
Monday
2nd.
the 2nd.
What time? Midnight? Sunday?
I don't know how it works. That's a really good question. I don't know how this is a whole new world, right? Like, I don't know when things premiere. I know, like,
Probably
when I watch
midnight,
shows on
okay.
Amazon, they just appear on my Amazon when they're supposed to be there. They just appear. So maybe it's like Monday morning. I don't know what morning is, you know? But it'll be there. It'll be on video on demand. It'll be on Dish Network. Anywhere you get streaming
Figure it out
content.
there. This is,
It's out. It's
It's
happening.
commando style, no manager, no agent, nobody behind you.
No manager, no agent, no underwear.
And a child with a Puerto Rican husband at home.
Two Puerto Rican babies. I have contributed to the browning of society. You're welcome, America.
What's your skin tone like? Is it great?
You know what? My son looks more Latino than the new baby. I don't know who she is. I don't know what this new baby's all about.
How old is she?
She's 8 months. I'm crazy about this kid. I'm crazy about her. I take her and I squeeze her way too tight. Way too tight. It's borderline like, all right, relax. I'm just crazy about her. But they also, they also cockblock your careers. They do. It's okay. They give you a different career. That's what it is. They give you a different career. I had some moms over for a comedian's baby shower. I wasn't gonna do a baby shower for the second baby, right? Because we got all the shit, right? So we had some moms over, and there were a couple that never had kids, and you know them. They were angry. They were like, Mitzi told us never to have kids, so we listened to Mitzi. It's a different career. You get a different career when you have them, right? Alicia, you can relate. And
My
that's,
world is really fucking exciting. I don't know what I'd do at this point without it.
Yeah.
Like, it's that fucking much. Like, I mean,
yeah.
like I'm fucked about anything. Like she said.
But don't you feel like your drive changed because it's not just about you? Yeah.
I leave the fuck out. Fucking thing. Like, now you really gotta. Yeah, you really did because I like what's going on. So I want this to continue. So,
Yeah.
The baby's happy, the wife is happy. So
My 5-year-old said to me, he goes, Mommy, can you try harder in your career? So we have a big backyard. I was like, how many dick jokes do I have to tell to get this kid a
it's all
backyard?
great fucking work. We had this conversation that night that you work and this town sometimes has a weird way of rewarding people that really work in a weird way. We have so many outlets now that people like you never lose. There are so many outlets going on for people right now. If you really want it, you don't lose.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a kid in Indiana saying, man, I love Cali. When I'm going to put a brick wall here, he's going to fucking put a fucking GoPro on the wall. He's going to tap it to Periscope every night. That's how Johnny Camino, you never fucking know.
Right.
This kid's going to transmit all over the world from a fucking wall like this.
Yeah.
It costs you $35 fucking dollars, a brick wall. That's how easy it is. You don't need anybody today. Nothing. There's an app on that fucking computer. You stay up tonight that you can pay-per-view an event. You can pay-per-view an fucking event right now. And start with 0. And every week go up there and go, you're missing life, $44.95. And you'll get 2. And then you'll get 4. And then you'll get 8. And it's $44.95. That's what fights are, you know, HD,
Yeah.
$44. They don't know what the fight, and eventually people start going on a Friday night going, hey, I'm not saying we can charge 44 hours.
Right.
My point is, you let a fucking thing that came up to you, you know, there's got to be a search engine that you go, people who stay home and smoke dope. You know, people have taken surveys that they enjoy staying home or smoking dope. People that watch a lot of YouTube videos or something. There's got to be something that you can measure people's computer by YouTube reads. You get a message to say, hey, there's a pay-per-view event today.
Yeah.
Comedians from the Ice House, $5. How many fucking people, comedy clubs are thinking about that right now? Shit, we say something before somebody else says something. Or fucking should we just wait for some fucking genius to go fuck going out to comedy clubs for $8 a month? You can watch comedy fucking live every Friday night from your fucking house.
But here's the issue, though. How do you deal with the new content? Because if you're doing it every week from on the internet, people can watch anywhere. That eliminates touring.
People are home. People are home.
So what do you say? Like you'll just be like, it's the same act. What do
I
you
don't
like?
fucking know, Lee. What are you gonna ask me stupid questions? Who gives a fuck?
He wants
I'm just
answers.
saying, 4 fucking people for $5 on a Friday night from 8 to fucking 10. Live on your computer, on your Apple TV. You pay $5 on PayPal,
Right.
and boom, it comes up. They don't need to know who the fuck it is. The more you tell them, the least you're gonna get. This is what I'm saying. They don't need to know dick. Nothing. Stand-up comedy for comedians. $5 fucking dollars. How long till you start selling 2,000 of those on Friday night at $5 fucking dollars? Because the word gets out. You know what I'm saying? David Tell, what are you doing Friday night? You're in LA anyway. You go to Gardner Stages. You go to Gardner Stages downstairs on
Oh,
fucking,
Gardner, yeah.
please, the fucking Thai place. The Thai place around the corner. It's disgusting. You go downstairs. You get 14, 15 bucks. They did comedy there for years. 11 o'clock, that kid, they even taped the fucking show. That kid that comes on at 1 o'clock and talks about music and bands. He comes on NBC. What the fuck is his name?
Oh, Carson Daly.
Carson Daly used to go there on Friday nights, and they would do comedy there, and he'd tape it. Well, all it seats is 40 people. Who gives a fuck? You think the people who the Gardner Stage people won't even know what the fuck you're doing? You have to go in there with big cameras. You go in there with fucking, you get some genius to put a splitter together. You get 3 GoPros. Right on Periscope. Right on fucking Periscope. He was telling me that there's women on Periscope to show you their pussy. So that's already going on fucking Periscope.
Well, that was a matter of time.
Comedy's fucking next. Comedy's
But
next.
how do you charge people on Periscope?
Lee, how did they do it on Periscope?
Well, on
You have to buy tickets or cookies or some shit.
Well, there.
Right, you gotta buy something weird. They had a scam already. Right now, there's a fucking kid going, wait a second. I live in Sherman Oaks.
You know what you should do? You know those cam sites where like the girls get naked?
That's it, same
Do
thing.
comedy on there. But just
Comedy
do
on
it
there.
on there because they get coins. Just overtake it.
There's people who sit at home and play video games, and people pay them to watch them play fucking video games. They're rich kids, okay? Same thing. You just keep throwing people up in a room. Coming to the stage. Flam, bam, thank you, man. He goes up there, lights himself on fire. If you like the act, put money in the box. Just like Jerry Lewis in his fucking telethon. Same difference. Eventually, it's going to fucking happen. Some slick asses. You know what? I had an idea for a show. They gave it to Steve, whatever, Hostetler. He got laughs. And we're going to do our own fucking laughs at 11 o'clock at night on Saturday. Go head to head from a cave in Hollywood. And let's see who fucking shows up for $5. There's 1,000 caves in Hollywood. Thousands by Schrader.
Yeah.
All those wild streets. There's thousands of rooms, guys, you don't know about.
Yeah.
What was that girl's name that used to do a Japanese restaurant on Court? You fucking giggle about over there. Remember? And it got big, too.
Oh,
8 years ago. That was a
Was it
haunt.
a Japanese restaurant?
Yes, it was an old mafia Japanese restaurant. They don't have sushi. They sell sake, and that's it, motherfucker. That's all you get. We don't have crackers here.
I do remember.
Do you remember? All those little rooms there are still there. Like now Stout's there, and there's a bunch of
Right.
24/7s there, and
Yeah.
James Houston's and all that shit.
I remember there was a place right where I think it was an Italian restaurant that was also like in the basement. That was it Michelli's?
Michelli's had
Yes,
comedy,
they had comedy.
upstairs, or
They
downstairs
had
on
downstairs.
Sunday nights.
Yes.
And then on Ivar, that little theater on the corner,
Yep.
they had comedy.
Yeah.
On Saturday
Yeah.
nights at 11, they paid $37.50 or some shit. You gotta get your $37.50.
Michelli's was packed every time I did
Michelli's
it.
was packed. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is 10 years ago.
Yeah, if not more.
Mike used to host. He was
Yeah.
half retarded. He was a boxer. You got to listen to the head a couple times. You got to be careful. He was also a waiter. He's not there no more. Something happened. I don't know what the fuck happened. No, man. Listen, you see every 90 days, you see somebody on Facebook with a shoot their own motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
Fuck Netflix.
Yeah.
And they shoot their own special. And it's very seldom that you see a follow.
Yeah.
It's had cut, it's right in the so,
Yeah.
especially in a world today where they shot the fucking female comics and shit like that. You know, spies and they do nothing. It's true, you know, it's true. So you just say fuck this shit. I'm gonna do my own special. I don't need an agent. I don't need a fucking manager. I don't need none of this motherfucker. So it's making the same thing. So
Thank you.
the police just shoot our next special. Well, they shoot it right in this motherfucker against the flag. $5 pay-per-view. Hey man, 50 minutes is 50 minutes. I'm telling you guys, there's club owners going, yeah, I don't know. But a club owner better jump on that racket before a civilian jumps on it and says, and there's comics that aren't working that'll fucking do that shit.
Oh yeah.
Those people who come on Steve Howell's that show, I've
Yeah.
never seen that one of those people.
I know.
Now, one of those people I haven't seen in a club, and I'm sorry, I try to be hip.
I don't think they pay the comics anything.
No, well, they took them to court. Now they pay them. Now they have to pay them like a
Oh.
one-day shoot fee.
Oh,
Whatever,
okay. I think they were
whatever
paying
scale.
them. The first season, they paid the comics $20.
Is that the show? Yeah. They weren't paying them.
They weren't paying
Oh,
them.
they weren't
There
paying
was
them at
no. I mean, I'm not gonna say not at all because I read the article years ago, but there was like very low if they paid them.
Yeah, I think it was like $20.
And like the executive producer like just said like it's for it's to get seen.
Exposure.
Exposure.
Yeah. Wait, no.
What
But somebody sued them. I don't know what they had to pay him after, but they got to give you at least. Comes on Fox,
Come
11
on.
o'clock. That's Mad TV money.
Yeah.
So the same money Mad TV paid, they
Come
got
on.
to give you
They have to give you
something.
something.
You know, even there's no comic who's
I'm surprised that more reality stars haven't sued, or any reality stars haven't sued like production companies.
Oh, the contract.
Like the money that they've made off of them, for the money that they give. Especially not, it's like they have stars like Snooki, but like I'm talking about like C-level cable channel reality shows.
Right.
So they don't
Right.
give them nothing.
Yeah.
And then they made it. It's crazy.
with the black people yelling at each other.
All of it.
One of those fucking shows, I see that all the time. A bunch of black people from Atlanta yelling at each other. I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Housewives.
One of them, the Basketball Wives.
Oh, Basketball Wives.
They got like 3 or 4 of them or something.
But that's even good. There's like terrible, like all those channels that you go through and you skip. They have reality TV, and it's not. It's like if someone's on board done something.
Dance Moms. I've never watched it. You know, I think when I started setting my own parameters, I felt a shift in my career. So maybe I didn't like say it out loud to a lot of people, but if someone wanted me to do a show, let's say an hour away from LA, in my mind I knew I'm not going to do it for less than X amount. And I just started saying, no, let me know when you have a budget and I'll come do your show that's an hour drive. Like I started setting like parameters. Like if it's an hour, I need to get paid this. It's my time, you know. If I need to get, I need to get None of this like, can you come out to Palm Springs for $70? No, you can't. No, nobody should do that unless they are in Palm Springs. I mean, I've done it already. I've done it. Thank you. But it comes back to the whole exposure thing. It's like, I appreciate it. Thank you for calling. Let me know when you have more money in your budget.
Well, there's a lot of scammers out there. And there's, right now, we live in Hollywood where Monday through Thursday, the clubs know that they won't do that. So what they do is get independent producers, which I don't mind at all. It's great for the business. What ticks me off, at any level, what ticks me off is that you have a deal with the improv. You give away 200 tickets. So Felicia Michaels works hard. She has a newspaper article. She's part of a podcast. She just had a special. She's relevant. Okay, they put Felicia on the show. They sell the fucking. They sell after. The improv gives them $600-700. Again, and I hate to say this, I wipe my ass with $100 they didn't give it. Do me a favor, make the fucking take $50 from the 70 taken and pay for the guys. Let me at least know what. Don't give Felicia $50. You believe it's 7 minutes, $50. Felicia won't mind that. She's a real company. She knows what it is to bring that fucking guy all day. You know, you do these producer rooms, nobody even says thank you. They call you once a room, they put your name on there with free fucking tickets, and none of their fucking friendly fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just gets to the point where there's a lot of sneaky fucking people out there. I had a situation years ago, like, for some reason, 2 or 3 years, people kept calling me for YouTube. I had a string of 2 fucking years that it was either $100 a day. And I just said, one day, you know what? $100 a day movies, again, I'm very flattered that you thought of it. But it's $250 after taxes, which I gotta pay at $8. Number 2, I gotta dry clean my own clothes. Number 3, you're gonna shoot at night because you're so fucking cheap. You gotta use like the cemetery across the street at 3 in the morning, which means I don't fucking sleep and I lose a day. Usually, when you agree to those $100 day movies, guess what happens Thursday? You got 3 guest star auditions. They really want to see you at 10:15. But you already committed to this jerk off for $100 fucking day in the cemetery at 3 in the fucking morning. That's what you say. You know what? Next time somebody calls me, I'm not fucking doing it. And I did that. And I got a call once. And the agent called me. He goes, hey, they want to use me. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. It was a fucking one-armed MC.
What?
I need this in my life. I need this in my life, Felicia. I'm smoking dope. Yeah, they go, I put the arm behind you, and they want you to go out there and be like lurch and shit. And I was like, listen, I don't want to do it. My agent kept going, listen, they go with you from that movie again. They really want me to fucking do it.
They'll throw another arm in if you'll do it.
No,
they'll make you a 2-arm now. They'll give you 3 arms if you'll just do it.
They really want you to do it. And I go, I'm not fucking doing it. And then they call back and they go, they want to give you $750 a day. It's 3 days. They promised they'll send a car for you and you get it out. And I go, listen, dog, I don't want to fucking do it. It's just a story. A week later, they call, they go, Joey, they go, let the day. They don't want to fucking do it. I thought about it. I said 3 days. They said, no, it's 1 8-hour day, 1 like 3-hour day, and 1 like 2-hour day. I was like, where's the shoot? You know, again, it was like the edge of fucking town. Like a town I never heard of between like Bakersfield and El Segundo. You know, one of those towns that you don't
It's
even
called
know.
LA.
No.
Between
It was
Bakersfield
out.
and
It
El
was like a
Segundo.
4-hour drive. So that's 8 hours. That's 4 each way. 3.5 hours. No airport. So it was 7 hours.
Fresno?
No. It was like one of those places where they say you know where Bakersfield is. You're like, yeah, they're like 62 miles away from there in a small town called like El Bambo or something. You know, one of those things. And I did the math. And I go, you know what? I can really use the money. But I made myself proud. I thought back to that fucking graveyard at 3 in the morning. I never want to feel like that again. Call them back. I said, I asked for 5 G's. And they called back and said, done.
So they had the money.
They had the money. Yeah. Oh, please.
What's going on?
They always have the money. They always, those $100 movies, they always got the money. Because they make the stars producers. So that fucking dude that was the third guy in the movie with Matt Damon and the other guy that didn't have 2 fucking lines in the movie, now he's the star of this one. And he's a producer and the fucking actor. So he gets a double rate and the producer's rate. He's there with a smile on his face. And they're bringing him fucking, what's he drinking? Champagne? No, he's drinking Starbucks. They're bringing him Starbucks. You're sitting there drinking that communist fucking coffee, you know. And he's giggling the whole way. She's making money on this fucking. Meanwhile, you're jumping fences and getting chased by fucking dogs and shit like that. So I told him, no, again, I'm not doing that. We could just call the club and cancel it for what? A movie that's nobody's ever gonna fucking see. Let's be his fucking face.
Yeah.
And before that, I got a call. Like a week before that, some jerk off about a baseball movie. I can't even say the name for the people that he had in the movie. He called me to something. Was it your name? Chiropractor. What the fuck are you talking about? When he told me he knew you, I thought you'd be perfect for the role. I said, send me over the script. He goes, it's a great shoot. You got to shoot for 8 days. I go, where's the shoot? He goes, Utah. I don't know. That's not yeah, but it's 900 plus overtime again. Shoot 3, send me home for 4, and I'm back. Second one. I call. He made me a pretty sweet deal. Plus, he got me a weekend at the club. Wise guys.
Yeah.
He goes, I called me over here. You know, weekend. Door deal. And I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm pissed. And I down this other guy, the one-armed fucking bandit. And I said, no. And I said, you know what? I'm over there. So, sometimes you make a personal promise to yourself. I didn't send it to Terry. I didn't send it to Felicia. I didn't send it to Lee. I just said, no, that girl. You know what? I used to follow her. And that means something in my fucking world. Just because I don't have to sit down and shit, that's my fucking medal. Who gave it to me? Me. That's who fucking gave it to me. And you make that decision. And a week later, I got the call for this. Whether the movie sucked or not, I didn't work for $100 a day.
Right.
That was the fucking point. I just said, no, I don't give a fuck. Fuck my insurance. It'll work out. Somebody will fucking hire you for what you're worth. That's what you said. Somebody will hire you for what? Look, you gotta see my Facebook. I wake up every morning with 6 messages. 4 of them are tremendous deals. You gotta see the deals in the office I get. And, you know,
Well, I'm glad
people
you
think
bring
they're
it up.
doing me a fucking favor. Not doing me no fucking favor.
I have a YouTube thing that I wanted you to do for me.
I ain't doing no fucking
He was
YouTube.
drinking while I did that bit. I should have waited. So his face was like, oh, shit.
No, because that's how. Listen, I didn't get thrown out of the store. What's that fucking movie? They go to fucking Arabia and they blow the fucking place up. And they have to send the FBI with Jennifer Garner and Matt Fox, Jamie Fox. And the fucking English guy goes in there and has to torment the head of the FBI.
It's a hard game.
He goes in there and he has to torment the guy from the FBI and tell him why the team has to go to fucking Saudi Arabia to do the test on the bombs. And the guy's like, we don't have the diplomatic immunity. He goes, listen, man, I'm going to fucking quote a speech. The Kingdom. That's a fucking badass movie.
I was going to say Ghostbusters.
And he
I was
goes,
way off.
I'm going to tell a speech on the man, whatever. He's fucking slick, this white. Slick. Let's hear a speech. And at the end of the speech, he goes, I'd rather walk out of there. What does he say? He says, I haven't seen it. He goes, I either walk out of there on my feet or on my knees. I choose my feet. And he goes, well, the first thing they tell you in the Naval Academy is you have to write your obituary. Oh my God. He just reads it to the guy, but suddenly, like, do you have an idea who you're fucking with? I don't know what the point of the story was. Don't get me wrong. Never read it.
Well, when you just say you have to write your own obituary, that
yeah,
is
he goes, that's that. He goes, he was just telling the guy, if you don't do this, you're gonna fucking die. Like, you don't understand. Like, I'm just breathing your riot act, you know. So, I don't even know how we got to this. Lee, what's going on with you, dog? You good?
Yeah, I don't know why I needed
You're
another
just sitting there with that
store.
shoe night shirt, thinking to yourself, what am I gonna do with my fucking life? Thank Joey. Thank God Joey's got pastelitos. Becky got pastelitos to go for later to balance out your diabetic fucking sugar buzz.
They've been like ninjas throwing stars up around this
Forget it.
place.
How we do it. That's what we are. We're Chinese fucking ninjas. What do you get thrown one at you? You haven't even felt the love yet. Shit. Ooh, there's one right here. Bring that over here. Listen, man. Tell the people everything there is about this special. Your fucking family. What is this shadow box? Comedy.
Oh, that's for me.
Listen, man. Go ahead, drop everything there is to.
Oh, my special. Well,
It's
it's open ended. It's open ended. You know, I complain about everything. I complain about my family and immigrants and my in-laws. So it's like everybody. You did this to me. I shot at 7 months pregnant. Crowdfunded. So part of the crowdfunding. Also, I think I told you, right? You could cut the cord if you donated that much money, or if you contributed to my crowdfund. By the way, no one bid that one, 25,000. But for 20,000, you can help us name our kid, and somebody did give us that. Yeah, they helped us name our daughter. Yeah.
You hit the jackpot. You did some creative things on it.
Her name's Tyrone.
Really?
So we raised the money, and we shot it ourselves, and I got distribution, and it's coming out finally. A year later, I shot it Mother's Day of last year.
You would have to go to a website.
So it'll be on Amazon. I don't know how people find streaming stuff, but it's on Amazon. It's going to be Hulu, Netflix in June or July. Fingers crossed, please. Google Play, iTunes, Dish Network, Video on Demand. All the places where you know what Vimeo is doing? Vimeo is releasing specials. I don't know how it works. That's something called Voodoo. Like, I don't even know what Voodoo is, but it's going to be on Voodoo. I don't know.
Yeah, Deadpool's already out on that.
Yeah, it's going to be on Voodoo. Wherever you go find your
I think
streaming
maybe
entertainment.
you just spell your name and say the name of the special. No, honestly, because if people can search it, that's how they're going to find
Yeah,
it.
or Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I'm sure.
Kyra Soltanovich.
So close.
Are you fucking nuts or what?
At Pure Comedy, they can follow me on Twitter. And I'll have info for people.
Here, I gotta tell you, man, I've been seeing you at the store since '98. A young girl going up there without a phone, I'm banging it out.
I wasn't wearing underwear back then either.
I wasn't looking at you and saying, what the fuck are they doing there?
Is everybody here wearing underwear except for me?
Barnhart's got good looking fucking women.
You wear underwear? You did too?
I always wear underwear.
Ugh, all right. All right. I guess I'll try it. We'll see.
If I'm at jiu-jitsu, I got underwear on. Late night, I got no underwear.
Yeah,
Give
see?
a fuck. I'm saying, I took a shower, this thing is fresh. It's a fucking about underwear, right?
I agree with you. That was going to be the name of the
You
special.
never wear underwear?
I mean, sure, I do. Yes.
Here's what time. You're fucking nuts. Like, that's the main people who complain that people should wear underwear. Like, if you don't wear underwear, there's always a woman that say, well, you have to wear. I never understood what difference that made.
When they're trying to take your shoulder out of your back, no one's going to care about your clean underwear.
So, I don't understand that. You know, I thought more guys want to demand on the women, but you mentioned it 8 times.
I'm
You're
just
peeing all over the stage like a cat.
you talk about what you know, right? That's what they say. Like a cat.
Let me give out a shot. Don't forget, I'm in Indianapolis this weekend, and I'm in Sacramento 5/13 or 5/12, whatever. We got time to adjust it. The most important thing is tomorrow night at fucking Indianapolis Crackers. We ain't fucking around. The star's already there. Voodoo's there. It's crazy. Just make sure your tickets online for Crackers tomorrow night. Oh, Onnit.com, always number one. I love them with all my fucking heart. For the Shroom Tech Sport, the Hemp Force protein, the best chocolate fucking flavored protein on the market. I love it. You know, that's what I live for that shit. 3-4 ice cubes, 2 scoops of banana, but you're fucking brand new. In between between meals, whatever the fuck. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this is what I want you to do. I can sit here for 2 hours and blow smoke up your ass and tell you what the shit I don't know. Go to honor.com right now and look at the great selection of supplements that they do have, and then take it from there. I'm sure you get something. What I'm going to do is give you 10% off for your first order delivered to your door. So do me a favor. When you check out your fucking great products, go to the box and press in church. Bam! CHURCH. Get 10% off your first order. And if you want to do the Stay On It program, they'll deliver it to your house every month on the 4th, 1st, or whatever the fuck you put on it. Depending on your body type, you know, those you eat, whatever the fuck you do. Always remember, Alpha Brain, money back guaranteed, no question. When somebody does that, I know they ain't bullshit. Now, let's talk about bullshit. You got smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has taken over everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel fucking stupid. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced coins, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pay a tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, okay? I mean, a bicycle, whatever. Find its precious location with the tap of a button. Lose your phone, press the button on tracker, and your phone rings, even if it's on silent. It does that for you. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world, so your lost item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. Never, ever lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners of the show get a special discount. Bam! 30% off your entire order. Go to VTHEtracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH. Again, the hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. So do me a favor. Go to VTracker, THEVtracker.com right now and enter promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire goddamn order. Again, that's VTHE for the stupid fucks. VTracker.com, promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. I want to thank Honor. I want to thank Tracker. I want to thank MeUndies. I want to thank all our sponsors. I want to thank Sultanovich. I want to wish you a lot of luck on the special. What is it?
Spasiba. That's thank you in Russian.
Oh, see what I'm saying?
For people that were wondering, pernil
is the name of the pork. It's fucking tremendous. That's what Lee had today. Lee had her Cuban version of that, and the Cuban version. Puerto Ricans have it too. They rub sand on it. That just makes it taste like underneath. You know what I'm saying?
It brings tears to my
As not too many people, you have an open invite. You need something, you always family to the show. You know, I love you. That, you need to plug in your dates. Like, you know, how many dates coming up you want to plug?
I mean, I'm in Miami May 14th. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
We'll get back to me.
I'll get back to you.
We'll
You know
my
what,
girl Felicia looking good looking. Felicia's sitting there like an innocent girl. She don't know nothing. Just waiting for like a fucking dirty bike to get out of the club or say, Felicia got that sun's air that you motorcycle. I never see her again.
I can see that. That look good
That's
on
a
you.
Felicia. It's a white bike. I'm like, Jack's telling her, like,
I can see her playing Gemma.
fuck, she ain't fucking Gemma. Gemma's a filthy animal. It's Felicia Michaels. You know what I'm saying? I love this clean.
Do you see how nicely her hair is put together?
Jenna's been on a motorcycle. You know what a motorcycle seat does to your pussy? Fucking is. It makes it dumb. You can hit it with a blowtorch. You understand me? One of those leather motorcycle seats, you sit on that thing on a July day, that soft Corinthian leather. It melts the clitoris. It fucks it up. You gotta go on Wikipedia and tell you all about it. I love you motherfuckers, huh?
Is that why Gemma's so mad?
No, all women. You ever see biker chicks? They walk fucked up. Their faces all fucked up. Between the wind hitting their face and the way the seat, it's not ergonomic.
Callus on their vagina.
They have calluses.
Yeah.
And the motorcycle engine is right under your vagina, which is the shape, is what creates the whole sperm shape. You just constantly, you lose the footing in your pussy. You got nothing. They can hit it with a blowtorch, a hammer, a stick of dynamite. You're doing your nails. It just makes sense. All those biker bitches, they're numb. You looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know all about this shit. I used to fight the bitches back in the day. They have kids. Those bitches had kids. Their heads look like they got bit by the mosquito already. The kiwi, whatever the fuck it is.
Is that from
The Zika. I don't fucking know.
Is that from the sperm shake?
Listen,
Is the sperm shake cause the thing on the head?
no, dog.
All those mosquitoes, they got bite. And they got the encephalitis.
I'm not talking about this shit. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. See you in Indianapolis. Stay black. One more time, my girl Kira Sultanovich, May 2nd. And Lisa Ayat, the beautiful Felicia Michael. Stay black. War pigs for these motherfuckers.
You're tremendous. You are.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds of blood destruction, sorcerer of death construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, Now in darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning.
This show is brought to you by ScoreBig. Next time you go see any game or show, go to ScoreBig first and see how much you can save. The easiest way to save on tickets: download the new ScoreBig app on your iPhone, enter promo code Joey at checkout, and you'll save an extra $20 off of your first ticket purchase. If you don't have an iPhone? That's fine. Just go to scorebig.com and use promo code Joey. That's scorebig.com, promo code Joey. The show is also brought to you by Headspace.com. Go to Headspace.com and download their free Headspace app and begin the Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation right now. That's Headspace.com/Joey and download their free Headspace app and begin the Take 10 program right now. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use promo code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their great optimization products like Alpha Brain, Nude, and Strongbow.
Kick that mule, Lee. That's as loud as it does. Kick it. Kick this motherfucker, Lee. I don't care if your earphones blow. I don't give a fuck if your ear sockets. Right on. Right on. Are you fucking kidding me? A 400-pound black man singing like that. Didn't give a fuck, Jack. Shut up with a tuxedo. A bucket of chicken and you're getting your fucking little monkey. Polish this shit. And then he sings to you. Who does that type of shit? Whatever. Yeah, I'll do. I'll see you through. April 20th, you bad motherfuckers. You're listening to the Church of What's Happening Now. I've got to keep you please. Ayat, Louis Gomez from Patterson, New Jersey. All of me, Becky's in the house. And your Uncle Joey comes up. I want to do. Oh shit. What's the story there, dog? Look at you, all smiling. You got your Suge Knight shirt on.
Suge Knight shirt. I got top not have been lizard. Hoping.
You did well. Now, where is this place at?
This place is on Burbank because you keep telling me that the place I went to had lizards. Burbank, right up here, Lankershim. Burbank and Lankershim. You kept telling me, and I'm gullible already.
That place?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now, what does this place have? This place has skin. This place has bugs.
With the potato tacos. That would be too hard.
No, but everything else at the potato taco place isn't good.
19 potato tacos. Why are you telling yourself bouncing everywhere? I've never seen something like this.
Because maybe I didn't want a potato taco.
Until I met my Puerto Rican Italian brother, Louis Gomez. Listen, how the fuck do you live in the East Coast? What business?
I'm telling you, it's because I'm a pothead, and
You can't go to Taco
well,
Bell.
there's not very many good tacos in New York. You
What
gotta
about a
find.
slice of pizza? I don't even give a fuck who makes it, a black dude. Anything's gotta be good. You even told me yourself you worked at Taco Bell. Why would you go back there and get that meat?
Sometimes you make mistakes, bro.
No, there's no mistakes like that.
Sometimes
Listen,
it's not like an everyday thing. It's like fuck up, and then I'm like, dude, you know what? I want to get a fucking crunch wrap supreme
I fuck up.
or chalupa.
I fuck up. But you worked there. You saw behind the curtain.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand. You saw behind the curtain. We go. I'm not talking to some fucking kids from, some fucking fuck. You're a Jersey guy.
Yeah.
How the fuck you saw behind the curtain? You went in there and you could tell when you put the meat in the water. That could be a finger. That could be somebody's missing fucking ant, a dog. You don't know what the fuck you're eating. And listen, I like Taco Bell too. I threaten myself to go to Taco Bell.
That's how you punish yourself.
But I won't go. I won't go. And listen, nobody likes those sour cream things in there, those burritos supreme. I have to get 2 or 3 joints in here. That shit's the Mac Daddy
The
bun.
chalupa.
What's the chalupa?
That's they take the gordita shell and they fucking fry it. They deep fry it. It's like that crunchy chalupa. You just can't get that. Even if you go to a real taco place in New York, there's a place $6 16th and 3rd that has banging tacos. It's like some of the best tacos in New York City. And the Stand Comedy Club, they have the best fish taco I've ever had in my entire life, period. Fuck everything you heard in California. Go to the Stand Comedy Club in Gramercy. The best fish taco I've ever had in my entire life.
Great food, period.
Unbelievable.
They got great food.
Unfucking
No, I've never been there. I've heard. That's all I've heard.
The fucking food there, and they put it down your throat.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you walk in, they hand you a menu, and they're like, "You gotta eat something. You gotta eat something." And even if you ate, you gotta eat. And last time I went, I don't know what the fuck it was. It was George. It was me and my brother George went, and we just ate something. Like they just brought us like sandwiches. I'm not a big sandwich guy. I know what sandwich I want. It was fucking brilliant.
Like most places, most comedy clubs have like chicken fingers.
Yeah, they got shitty fucking menus, not the Stand.
Well, that was the thing. That was their angle.
That was their angle.
Yeah, they're like, we're gonna have good fucking food, good drinks, the environment. You're gonna feel like you want to
Sushi,
get dressed
you know,
up.
like that's what I had. The ahi tuna sandwich. Yeah, like they don't fuck around with spinach on it and fucking like a aioli sauce. Like it was everything there is banging. You're right. No, when I go to listen, I fuck around when I come here. Even here, like I was sitting there yesterday, and Lee was there. Lee came by and I was sitting in the front, and all of a sudden Domino's pizza. And my daughter looked at me and I looked at her. Sometimes I find weaknesses and I'll buy one of those pizzas. I won't do it, man. I'm from a place where pizza was invented. I can't fold.
But on the road, here's the thing, man. On the road,
I've had great pizza on the road, not here. I've had great pizza on the road.
If I'm on the road, I went to Montreal and I ordered Domino's because the pizza in fucking Canada just blows across the board.
Yeah, why would you think that? You know,
Because
The entire country of Canada, you can't.
well, here's the
I don't
problem.
think
Where
you
the
can.
bananas used to get heroin from? They were fucking Italian. I forget what their name was. If you look at them, they got a family thing. Eddie Bradley had a school. When Eddie told me their name, I go, Eddie, the mafia family. It was an Italian family that sold, they imported the heroin. The heroin comes over, goes to Canada first, then it comes to the United States. Follow those guineas. There's got to be a pizza. I went to Toronto, and I know that Chinese food was banging. I had some burgers that were banging. I had great food. Toronto's got a big population.
Toronto's like the New York,
Yeah,
Canada.
New York, Canada.
Yeah, there's some good restaurants there, but anywhere else, it's gonna be hard to find really good food. If you want to, you get a smoked meat sandwich or poutine. They have the specialty shits in Montreal. But I had Chinese food in Montreal. It was fucking awful.
Yeah.
Awful. I ordered what do they call it? Cold sesame noodles. They put peanut butter on
You should get
spaghetti.
shot in hump. You should be shot in hump. You couldn't order pork fried rice and take it from there. You know what I'm saying? You had to go right for the guts, though. Sesame and noodles. They're gonna fuck up anyway. Because nobody makes Chinese food like we were raised. Even in Patterson, there's a great little Chinese place on the corner that's fucking delicious. And they have what you're used to that flavor. See, when I go to Buffalo, they'll be good Chinese rice is dark. It's Jersey, but they still flavor it up. They got nice ribs. They got nice hot and sour soup. They got a nice beef on it. I'm looking forward to a couple of salads to balance you out. Some blue cheese to get the farts going on the way back with the plane. And at the airport, on the way out, you get a beef on a quick sandwich. Sunday morning at 6:30.
They are not making beef on like at 6:30 in the morning.
Yes, they are. They're making it tomorrow. I fly at 8:40. I don't think I'm gonna put up that hamburger. Fucking egg on top of it. You fucking out of the way. My one down your roll. Nice egg. Cheese fucking omelet. Sesame seed fucking thing. Blood pressure medication. I'm gonna smoke like 30 fucking nuggets. Eat like 3 stars. I'm getting on that fucking plane. So,
Yeah, something changed with airports. They started having good food very recently. I almost feel like.
yeah.
It used to be all just like Cinnabon and horse shit.
Fucking horrid.
Yeah.
Fucking horrid. It's a horrid show.
Now there's like pretty good like little fucking places, like nice restaurants. You get a steak,
Chicago, you get a
burger.
banging motherfucking Italian meal.
Yeah.
In Chicago, you get in Long Island, you get a fucking steak like a doctor. You go to fucking Gary Airport, you go, hey, no problem.
Do you ever bring it on the plane?
No, there's no need to. There's no need to stick up the fucking plane like a savage and shit like that. There's no need to. Why are you gonna bring your funk? Everything smells different on the plane. McDonald's smells delicious when it's out in the open. Bring it on the plane. It smells like somebody's fucking rooted asshole, like they pour it out. There's shit dripping. That's what McDonald's smells like on a fucking plane. So next time you're gonna bring your fucking egg McMuffin, I hope you get cancer. Don't bring it on a fucking plane, okay? Eat it fast, like I do. Inhale that fucking thing. So they'll be CG. How big is Megan? Street bites.
Yeah.
Street bites if you're a fucking savage.
That's how McDonald's anyway. I'm always like embarrassed that I'm eating it, so I'll go in the corner, like face away from
Yeah.
everybody.
No. It's like, in 20 years, they're gonna throw rocks at you. Like when you eat at McDonald's, people are gonna throw rocks at you like you were a whore. 2,000 years ago, they rocked you. Same thing. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so.
But they do it all the time. People always bring like sandwiches. Like I know hummus, but like what's the worst thing you've ever seen on a plane?
I've seen a man's foot. That's the worst thing I've ever seen on a plane. Those fucking animals with slippers. I hope the plane does go down. So they're gonna run 1,000 miles on better gasoline and no wear sneakers and work boots like I fucking fly. Okay, you always get your toes covered in case it's a lie or something. They fly with flip flops to be fucking cool. No, I don't bring nothing on a fucking plane. I bring reefer. That's it. A fucking vapor pen. I sit there with the iPod and I look straight ahead. I don't talk to nobody.
But don't you get anxiety? Well, you're in first class.
What fucking anxiety? How do you get anxiety?
Just like in the walk back. The one time I did it on the way to Austin, I had to walk all the way to the back at the end of the plane. It took forever for like the food. I didn't like it. It was like too much almost. You never get that way for you?
What?
I'll like weed on a plane. Like there's something about the altitude or like Jesus.
Anything after 3 hours, you're in.
I'll take an Amtrak. If it's under 6 hours, I'd rather Amtrak.
That's not bad. If you live on the fucking East Coast, you can Amtrak all the way to Fort Lauderdale.
The Amtrak is great, but it's more expensive than plane tickets now. In some places.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal with Amtrak. If you call Amtrak, yeah, it's a cheap thing. And you get there, they put you in the back with a bunch of animals and people smelling shit. But if you want to go to the cart, then that costs you $12. That's how they bang. Oh, you want a pillow? No, you didn't know you want a pillow. That's $8. They bang you throughout, but then you give them a flat fee, and everything comes inclusive.
You get free Wi-Fi. You get to walk around. The bathrooms are big.
Boston to New York is great.
It's tremendous.
You're trying to jerk off in an airplane bathroom. It's a fucking nightmare.
Why would you ever check off an airplane bathroom?
You fucking got a long flight. I jerk off in almost every flight I'm ever on.
Oh, you put the blanket on. You need some different strokes. You know what I'm saying? You don't grip it. You just hold on to your fingers and everything. Right there.
How do you do it on the plane? I've always been
That's
like
disgusting. That is really fucking disgusting.
What, jerking off in the airplane bathroom?
Fuck yeah.
Dude, I'm a firm believer in just getting that out. You just got to get it out of your body.
Yeah, but do it before the plane.
Yeah, but what if you're on a
What
long
makes
flight?
you want to be on the fucking plane and jerk? Why would suck you? What if there's cameras? Right?
There's not. There's illegal.
This is the FBI. They do what they
They're not. Okay, so they're gonna blow their entire cover to be like, oh, we caught you jerking off.
Why do you think that fucking big mirror's back? No, they're watching you somewhere.
That's okay. That kind of turns me on even more.
They're watching you somewhere in D.C. giggling, and they put in your file.
That's okay.
Okay. And
If that's the only thing they got on my file, I'm completely
and
okay
next
with
time
it.
they get pulled over, there's a dot where the feds can press, and there you are jerking off on a fucking plane back. And they probably got you on 15 different flights whacking off. Yeah. So they got you in like a category 6. Like, once they pull you over, they just want to shoot you. Because this guy was mentally disturbed. He fucking whacked off on planes. We got complaints. That's not one complaint.
This is what's happening with all these police shootings. We don't know about it, but these guys were jerking off in airplane bathrooms.
All of them. And
Yeah.
they just shoot you, just shoot them.
Yeah.
This guy's a plane jerker off.
But do you like watch videos on your phone, or you just do it straight from memory?
Well, no, because they block on the Wi-Fi on the plane. You can't look at any porn or anything. They block all of those sites. You have to download pictures or video beforehand, then bring it in. With my whole computer.
It's like text you.
I do that for hotels because I'm always worried about the Wi-Fi at hotels. I'll pre-download it just because otherwise I can't do it from memory. There's no way.
Yeah, but that's not, I can't usually because look, you're in a pinch on a plane. You can't stream. Typically, hotel Wi-Fi at this point is 2016. I mean, you're getting good Wi-Fi in almost any hotel. I have Metro PCS. People make fun of me because it's like fucking basically prepaid shit. But I get unlimited data and I get a Wi-Fi hotspot, so I can sit in a fucking park and just stream videos nonstop. And people make fun of me. I pay $50 a month, and these motherfuckers are spending $120 a month in data.
Just stream porn in the park.
I'm not streaming porn in the park, but if I wanted to, I could.
That's not a bad idea. I don't know. Can you do it from memory?
Yeah, I can. I go through different things. I'll go through different motions. Like sometimes I've just gone over porn, and then I'm like, all right, dude, I'll just go off of memory. And I have a file on my computer. I can show you guys of like 60 different girls that I've slept with. That just normal pictures of them. It's almost like just so then I can go back to my memories of those chicks.
What's wrong, Joey? You don't do that on the road?
What's that?
You never do that?
I jerked off an idiot.
Where?
Right here in my chair. I came right here, I rubbed it in with my foot, and I got left. That's it. Somewhere there's a kid going in that carpet right now, like a fucking bubble guppy. Not a bubble guppy. Those things when you were kids that you fucking put in water and they grew. Sea fish.
Yeah.
Sea monkeys.
Like a bubble guppy. That's you having a 3-year-old kid right there.
Louis Gomez's time.
I can't do it.
You
You're
kill
killing
him
me.
half of it.
You're killing me. I can't do it.
You don't listen to him. You don't want these fucking people saying Louis Gomez went to church. One thing. Bad enough with Taco Bell. It's bad enough you went to Taco Bell after you worked there and you saw behind the curtain. And then it's bad enough you didn't need a fucking stop.
I remember one time I was working at KFC.
That's food.
It's in the bubble guppy. Baby half weed star growing out of your carpet.
That's what you need. 800 milligrams.
I was
take a little bite of the wing.
I'm gonna take. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking take a little tiny piece.
That's it.
So now I feel like I did
That's
something.
it. You did something. I'm taking it to where you need to go.
Oh, it really does taste like fucking weed. Jesus
It's
Christ.
delicious. It's got vitamin C.
I'm gonna be putting a fucking needle in my dick by the end of the night.
No, you won't.
I was working at KFC when I was 16, and I wanted to have a jerk stash. I just wanted to like. I got a crazy libido. Like my mom rented fucking Clockwork Orange when I was like 7, and I remember watching like multiple gang rape scenes when I was a kid, and I think it like fucked me up sexually because like I've always had a very very high libido. I was masturbating when I was like 8 or 9, like really fucked up. But I was working KFC in the drive-thru, like prime time, like 7 o'clock, like as busy as it could possibly be in West Avastra, New York. And I was like, dude, I'm getting horny, dude. Like my dick was rubbing against the like I had polyester fucking shitty KFC uniform pants, and I was like, I gotta get it out of me. So I went in the bathroom. And I just lost track of time. I got into my head, and that's you had to use. It was memories back then. You didn't have internet or anything. I'm 34 years old right now, so this is fucking nearly 20 years ago. And I jerked off. I probably spent 20 minutes just jerking off in there, like fucking edging, like making myself almost come, and then stopping myself. Dude, I opened up the bathroom door. My manager of my KFC was this big meathead Marine guy. Dude, he was like, "What the fuck were you doing?" I was like, "Oh, taking a shit." He punched me square in the face. Just punched me. He didn't even know I was jerking off. He punched me for taking a shit for 20 minutes. So I'm telling you, I have issues. So a 6-hour plane ride? No, guaranteed. One of the biggest points of contention in my relationship, why one of my son's mother never got over it, we went to the hospital to have my son. She said, "Oh no." We went to the hospital, and before I knew we were going to be there for like 40 hours. You know what I'm saying? We had it. She wasn't in labor. She didn't like her water didn't break. We had it induced, right? So as soon as we got there, I was like, all right, let me go fucking rub one out really quick because I don't want to get horny in the middle of all of this and have to fucking be concentrating on a fucking boner. So I ended up telling the story on a podcast that she was fucking livid. She never got over it. She could never understand how I could possibly go to the hospital with her to go have our son and jerk off.
Me neither.
Well, some people get it.
I'm fucking baffled that you even thought about, because that pussy is beat up.
I wasn't thinking about her.
It's fucking amazing. I had a friend once that we went on a vacation. This had to be 30 fucking years ago. We went on a vacation, and this motherfucker came into my room like a folder, like the journey. He was a little folder. We were just talking. I wanted to hit him. That's what it was. I wanted to hit him too strong. We were probably 22, 21. We went to Hawaii, 3 of us. And I went to this moron. And this guy had a phone. Like, guys, a fucking phone. Like, it was just. And I asked him, what's in there? You brought work with you? And he goes, no, that's right. And I go, what is it? And he would take certain pictures. How to play, instead of bringing the whole Playboy, you can just take the sections out and staple them. That's when you're a professional fucking pervert. I don't know what happened to that guy, but I know for a fact he's got to be in jail for fucking something or he doesn't sleep at night. Who staples?
I had one page out of a magazine.
So did I when I was a kid and it was under my carpet.
Yeah,
I couldn't even see a pussy no more. It had been rained on, or a shower leaked on it. And, I don't even know what the fuck he brought on that trip. PCR or something like that. Like I knew this guy for like a year. They all had these trips. Let's go to fucking Hawaii. I was so fucking embarrassed. I could never imagine traveling with your fucking stash.
I mean, this is a long time. I get it. I completely get it. I mean, look, what are you gonna do? You're on a fucking beach. There's no porn. He doesn't know if you can buy a porno magazine at a fucking TV. Yeah, no.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts. And when I was 21 and doing drugs, I was even crazy. I would go up to women and say shit. I had a friend growing up, Stinky. This guy was a good-looking dude. He was an Italian American Indian. So every time he got a hammer, he went off character. It was a gentleman. He would go up to Becky after 4 drinks. Becky would know him for 4 years. He'd go up to Becky. He was so good-looking that it worked 60% of the time. He had 3 drinks in it. What the fuck? You know, so I learned from him. I would say, fuck all that nice guy shit. You go to these clubs, you gotta just tell these savages, listen, I got a grandma fucking club. I got to be quick. You're here talking to this jerk about fucking, just turn my back and walk away. And 6 out of 10, they walk back to the room with me. And 4 times, they just sit there like, what the fuck?
Doesn't matter. It
doesn't really matter. It's about going up to the room. It's 2 o'clock. You talk to this jerk off with her. You just show her the rock. You give her a taste. And just show it.
I try. Like, I'm obviously not saying I coke, but I imagine. Okay, you gotta be like mean. You know, like, you can't be nice. And after like 2 sentences, it just doesn't work.
The cocaine. And look at me. I'm a fucking bum. I didn't give a fuck. I would do that Coconut Grove improv. I would say things to women down there. Because everybody's snorting and fucking in Miami. Everybody goes to Coconut Grove to snort and fuck. Nobody goes to there to see Disney characters. In '99, people went to fucking Coconut Grove to party. And that's the way it was since the early 80s. Coconut Grove. Now it's changed. They have a couple clubs and a karaoke place.
So did you, like, if you just saw a girl in a bar, right? Would you just open up with a coke line, assuming she did coke?
No! Let's say we're talking, she ended up in the circle. She's a good-looking girl, whatever. 3-4 at the comedy store, you gotta ask her.
That was the scariest. I would never do it in the group. The only time I ever did it is if like they left the group.
Oh yeah, if they left the group, then you gotta send them. And if they're doing your blow, it's even easy. You just tell them what's this.
Well, then they owe you.
Yeah, what do you want to do? I said, yeah, we go back to the hotel. Fucking do it. That will work tomorrow. I'll put them up my car, leave the fucking car there. So, and that's it.
6 out of 10 times.
I'll tie you up. Just tell me what you got. I'll stick a finger up your ass. I'll tie you up. And I just look at you. What the fuck did you say?
I learned that a long time ago with
So
chicks.
one point you're gonna wake up. It's not gonna really matter. Nobody's gonna matter. Everybody's fucked up. Everybody goes out for the same reason. Nobody goes out to go home. Yeah. So, you know.
Then why are guys so scared when they're young? Or maybe I'm
Everybody's
the odd
scared.
one out.
Everybody's fucking scared with him because we buy into TV shows, we buy into Grease, you gotta sing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta sing to a bitch and shit. It's the same thing. Listen, dog. I was friends with this girl that was the most aggressive woman I had ever seen. And I never saw her like that. I never slept with her. I hung out with her. She was very aggressive towards guys. I mean, to the point where she would make guys. I was saying, like, she would just knock them off that game. She would say what I was saying to women to guys. Guys can't handle it.
That fucks me up. If a girl's too sexual, dude,
Guys can't handle it. She would go off on guys.
If a girl, like, I hate condoms, but if a girl is aggressively being like, oh, take your condom off, that just fucks me up. I'm like, I can't even. I need to be the creep. I need to be the,
right.
I need to be the one who's hunting. If I'm the one who's being hunted, it just kind of fucks my game up. But it's all, he's right, dude. It's all numbers. Like, if you literally go up to a girl in a bar, 100 girls, and go, hey, let me just fuck you in the bathroom right now, there's a ratio. It's predetermined by the universe. If you ask every woman in the world, there's a number. 1 out of however many women are going to say yes. And if you understand that, then that's where all your confidence comes from. It's in sales, they say every no gets you closer to a yes. That's the theory right there. You all right, say no, bitch. The next one might say yes.
I once pulled a girl out of her house with her.
Set the stage.
Took her to the hotel down to the corner. I went to school with her. Her name was Lori Jack. All right, they called her Lori Jack because she was from She was from Wayne, New Jersey, and transferred.
Where most of my family's from.
Okay, she transferred to North Bergen and Subway and started fucking. But she had a dry pussy, so they called her Fairview the dry hump. I mean, these guys are tortured. Fairview is a city above North Bergen, so she didn't come, or her pussy didn't get wet, so they called her Fairview the dry hump.
That's such a weird thing to make make fun of someone about.
These motherfuckers are crazy. Okay? I didn't like her. I never really dug her. She always creeped me out a little bit, but at the end of the day, bitch's face was fucked up. Like, no, she's still pretty on Facebook. She's on Facebook. In fact, they shot her about 3 months ago, right? So she, but the body was on fire at that age, and I hadn't seen her from high school. And one night I go to court, and I'm fucked up. I got a fucking half of coke in my pocket. I'm up for 2 days, and who walks in with this chick with a fucking? And then she starts talking to me like in high school. I had a boyfriend in high school. She was talking to me. They give her a few months, and the bitch disappears. So, this dirty bitch, she don't know where she is. I know that nobody's screwing up. So she told me where she was. She was this guy named Ludonato. When I was a kid, Ludonato was a big shot. Massage parlor. He wanted to hire me, Danny Biancullo, Jimmy Valente, like a bunch of us to be bodyguards. And he would pay us cash. He wanted us to go to chicks and blow us. And I'd never gotten a blow job at that time. So I went in there. I was like one of the dog guys there one night. One of the girls like, so when do you want your blow job? I want you to cut my hair. Listen to me. I ran home. Come in your hair. What are you talking about? I'm not going to waste my cum in your hair. Who comes in the hair? I had never heard that before. I ran the fuck out of it. Anyway, Ludonato was a pervert. He said he had a connection with the Yankees. I was there smoking coke one night, 2 nights. I like Lou. He was kind of crazy. He was Italian. He was talking. So she tells me she's at Louis Donato's at 3 o'clock. Comes here. I got maybe $40 in my pocket, but I got a half ounce of West Coast. I got nowhere to go. I say, my body. This motherfucker answered the road. I just broke it down. She's like, I can't. Let's go. Went downstairs. Let us talk. So I'm like, get your nerves. Let's go. I just fucking tore ass out. Went to the tip top hotel. Walk in. We had a few cocktails and shit. What's the story? You take those panties off? And I know if you goes, you gotta guess what color they are. And I go, red. She goes, they're orange. Close enough. And that was all I remember. Like, we just started fucking sucking. That's all I remember. And it's just Friday night from 4 to maybe 7 in the morning. And the next thing I know, I wake up and Doug Flutie is still in that fucking bomb. They're replaying that he had just thrown the bomb and they were about to interview her. Waking up, she was still naked, laid there. I washed it, washed my cock, brushed my teeth, whatever the fuck I had, and I just left it. And I never saw her again until 3 months into my Facebook. She friended me. I said to her, last time I told her I saw you. And she's like, what? I go, you remember? You don't remember? I riled Louis Donato because Louis Donato left his deposit bag on top of the refrigerator. So I took that, on the way out too. They thought I was fucking nuts.
Stole his chick and then took the money on the way out?
Took the money on the way out to pay for the hotel. Unbelievable, guys. I should be ashamed.
How old were you? Were you in high school?
Yo, I was
Way too old to be doing that.
21. I just turned 21.
We used to do that all the time. We used to bring chicks over to Dave Smith. And then when they go to the bathroom, we go through their purse and fucking take money out of their purse like scumbags. Just pieces of garbage. I used to do magic tricks when I was like a little kid, like 14, 13 years old. And we this was our game because I got pretty good sleight of hand. So we would play strip poker with chicks, like teenage girls. We just play strip poker, and I'm just fucking palming kings and aces the whole time, just getting girls naked. Like we're just sitting there with our clothes completely on. We're fucking like, all right, dude. I mean, we were fucking just grimy assholes.
One night I was a little fucked up. I had just been in LA 2-3 years. It's a Monday night. I go to the factory and I have a little bit of coke. She's out there yelling and screaming on Sunset. What's the problem? Their bar around me was a Monday night. It was their bar. I'm like, this time is a funny bar. She goes, I just got a bottle of beer at the liquor store. Let's go over here. I didn't even fucking know what hell. I walked like a block. All I know is this chick was talking. Took out one. This time I was living on the captain's couch. Just getting $15 box. And I made a decision. Like right there and then, I knew that had a car with no insurance, no registration, no brakes, no. I started talking to get this off of her. I get her in the car. I take it down.
Just soften her up.
Sure, soften her up. You gotta give him something. I take it down to fucking with the store, like the shitty neighborhood. We got vodka. We're drinking vodka, Gatorade, the fucking car. And then she tells me her story that she lives in Seattle. She's down here for a convention. This chick is too hot. She's too she's bad. The bitch is bad. She's down there for a convention. She's engaged. You know, and I'm sitting there taking the bullshit. I know where this is going. By this time, I'm a professional. You can't get by me, right? This, I'm 36. You know, it's over. I got you. You're in my lair. So I don't even want to fuck. I just want to fucking take your money. So she's telling me at this convention took it down.
In my lair.
You're in my lair. So you're taking. She came down here to go to a seminar. A job sent her to be a seminar. To be some shit in an office. They kept it downtown at a Japanese hotel. Like a badass hotel. That's what the whole staff was. So she goes, I have tequila. I go, why are we driving around in a car with no brakes, no insurance, no registration, drinking, when you got a fucking hotel room? So we get down to the hotel room. Now, the whole time, it's 11:30 and my coke is close. So if I'm gonna mug this bitch, I gotta get to it. I gotta step this up. We have drinks, we toast. You know. She's like, fuck it, you know. This is on the company, you know. All of a sudden she says to me, you know, she's stripped for 4 years. So I do finally the clouds part to show you the color of the sky. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sucking all this in. And I'm looking at that pocket. It's thicker than a motherfucker. And I give it 2 more bombs. Julia is. I can't engage. Takes it 10 out to the war on. Once they say they're engaged and they drop the 10 on you, it's all good. You got a commitment. You know what I'm saying? We're working with something. I can take this to the next level. We got something. I just back off a little bit, give it air, let the tequilas dig into it, and then we'll take this to the next level. I rip out the rest of the coke. We're banging the fucking coke out of lines. The other tits falling out. I grab it. Can I smell them? Yeah. I'm sucking the whole fucking thing.
Tits don't ever smell.
I don't give a fuck, right? Next thing you know, I'm feeling a monkey. I fucking open up. I can't. I'm engaged. I'm sorry. Don't worry. You know, I'm respectful. I'm a Catholic. No, don't worry. About 8 minutes later, I'm back on like a barracuda. This time I got a shoe on. Off. I got the one shoe off.
Went for the shoe?
Because I gotta take the pants off. I'm not gonna eat a pussy half lit. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking 3-year-old. I gotta whip those pants off and shit. So I take the shoe off. She starts to cry again. She puts but this time she don't put the shoe back on. So I know I got my hooks now. I know I got this dirty bitch. She's walking around the apartment with one shoe, talking to me how she can't cheat on me. She'll never cheat on him. She loves him. She buried his mother. Just a bunch of shit. The more shit she's telling me, another shot of tequila too. I'm softening her up. I got her like in the 4th round now. It's a 7-round fight, right? It's 10 after 12. I better get to it. We start swapping spit. Her pants come on. I take the other shoe off. I start fingering her. She's half crying. I can't take your hand out. Just look at it. Whatever. Fuck. Next thing you know, I get my fucking head between. It smells like a gyro. But I don't give a fuck because I'm trying to get her pants off. But she left the shoe on the left hand. So I can't get that school. So I had to make up a story why to take the shoes off. So I like say something to her and just take the shoe off and take her pants off and eat her pussy. I didn't give a fuck. And now I'm eating and I'm fingering her on the floor with this octopus hand trying to get those jeans.
You can't even be passionate like this anymore. They call it rape today.
Dog, I'm fingering her, eating her pussy, her glitz and lies. All the whip is coming out. I know when everything starts coming out when you
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, I hit the Eureka. I hit the money. I take the top out. It's a single. I'm pissed. I gotta eat that monkey. I'm taking it and I'm ripping out singles. Up to 100. Yeah, finally hit the 100. And I take like 2 out. And I leave it on the floor and I take another one. Boom. That's good enough. I've already eaten this pussy. She's about to come. I already came just from looking at her naked. I'm done. I'm over there breathing heavy. She said, I can't believe you let me eat my pussy. Don't worry about that. I'm fingering her asshole. She's going back down. I put the money in my pocket. And about a minute later, I start to get up. Oh my God. I didn't put quarters in the bed. I'm going to get tough. And she goes right here.
Are you guys friends?
Lately, you could have taken all the money.
I just wanted to get out. And I made it on the 101 from downtown. I made it to Dante's by 1 o'clock. That's all that matters. You understand, man? Beat the deadline. Sometimes you got to beat the clock. This is the time, but this is. Listen, man. That was half the fucking fun.
Yeah, the thrill of even doing that, like just to see if you can. We used to steal like crazy. We used to go to the mall, and it was for the money half the time, but it was like just the thrill of. I mean, the guy who owned Calabria Pizza would send us to the mall, and he would just give us shoe sizes. And he'd be like, all right, go pick up sneakers. He was like, I need, 3 Nikes, 2 Reeboks. He would just give us sizes. It didn't have to be a specific style. And he'd give us $20 per pair of shoes that we would steal. And I had a buddy who worked there who gave me the key that you could just take the things off at Modell's. And I'd walk in with shopping bags and just walk out with like 10 pair of sneakers in each bag and just walk the fuck out of the mall. I used to do golf clubs too. He would pay us like $20 per golf club. Golf club, I never played golf, but apparently they're pretty expensive.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Taco Bell, Addison, and golf. I'd shoot myself in the fucking head. Thank God there's one right fucking.
But I put one golf club down each leg and walk out like I had broken legs. And we would do that almost 2 or 3 times a week. We used to rob the wishing well at the Rainforest Cafe. At like 2 o'clock in the morning, we'd go in and we would just because they would keep the mall doors open, the Palisades Center Mall, when I was like 17, 18 years old. Me and my buddy Toby Smith, I mean, this is how we made weed money, like, for probably 2 years. I mean, we would do this, the fucking security, they would chase us, like, fuck you, because they can't touch you. They're not allowed to grab you. In New York, I don't know how it is in Cali, the security guards can't put their hands on you. They can, like, try to detain you and call the cops, but they can't. If you're stealing shit, get the fuck out of my face. What are you going to do? Can't put your hands on me. That's it. So we used to fucking take like $100 in change every like Tuesday and Thursday night. Just go to the coin store machine and just fucking dump a bunch of wet coins into the coin store machine. That was it. But it was fun in a way. It was like a fun, weird thrill. I don't think I paid for toothpaste until I was 30. I mean, I would literally just take toothpaste from fucking Dwayne Reed and just I'd be shopping and I'd just fucking drop it in my pocket. It didn't make sense to me to spend $7 on toothpaste, you know? But what's the biggest thing you ever stole? Like, stuck them up? Wow.
Jersey, which all those jewelry stores had buzzers. I love stealing. There was something about it when I was a kid I didn't like Catholicism. Once I did it, like in the 7th grade, I was gone. Yeah, I was gone because everybody around me was stealing. And they were talking about it, so it felt like it had been accepted.
It was almost like somebody said it, but it's like it was in a movie. The kid's father said it to him, and it was like, "That's it. If you can steal, keep your shit." You know what I'm saying? And if you don't have your eyes. People won't steal from me because I'm very paranoid about people taking my shit. I never like leave my door open, or I don't have a car anymore. But I would always make sure that it was locked. But if somebody like got me, I wouldn't feel like I needed to call the cops. I'm like, I fucked up because I didn't keep my eyes on my shit. You know?
Well, it's really weird how I'm walking around. That's what we're looking for. Always a security flaws. Like it's just a natural instinct. I'm always looking for security flaws. I see with my eyes a lot of other people don't see because it's something you can't shake. It's in you. You know what I'm saying? So I see people's body movement. Body movement because that's the body movement. I know when somebody's up to no good just by their body. You know, the movement is. Last night we had a weird situation with skateboarders.
Oh yeah.
I thought I was gonna have to run one of those motherfuckers over the car. See, I'm at an age right now, though. I'll run you over the fucking car. Like I don't have time to fist fight you. I'm not a commando. I'm not a hand-to-hand combat guy. That ship sailed. I see you at night by a 7-Eleven. You torment me. I will fucking hit you with that fucking car and drag you. And then back it up and run over your fucking head. And I'll make up some fucking story. You understand? I'm not taking those kids last night. They were scary.
Yeah.
There were 10 of them.
You
You gotta hit 4 of them. Yeah. Gotta hit 4 of those motherfuckers with a car.
At least you gotta hit one of them hard enough so the other ones go, all right,
This motherfucker's not fucking around.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't know that it's weird the things I saw at that age. At that age, we would fuck with a guy. He would light us up and burn him and have him. I remember getting lit up at like 13, like a 17 or 18-year-old. We thought we were cute. Like punched in the fucking mouth, bleeding up. Like you walking with your buddy and he got beat up, and your other buddy who's a black belt karate, he got fucking beat up too. Everybody got beat up because the fear was just the way this guy fucking beat us up. You know, these kids don't know that. They didn't know that.
What were they doing last night?
They were just in the middle of the street at 11:30 at night with skateboards. They made a ramp by fucking 7-Eleven.
So they weren't even that bad of kids.
No,
I thought they were trying to rob you guys.
No.
You were just annoyed with them.
They were trying to be weird.
they weren't doing anything
They
like
weren't doing
violent. They're being what is it like? They're being obnoxious on purpose. They were just like taking a long aggressive, but it's just like
You could
they're
tell.
gonna laugh about it later.
You could tell. I ain't a salami from salami. You follow me? But you could tell that these motherfuckers don't know. Right. And the beauty of it was a lead point that we were walking the cop station. 30 fucking yards that went down the car. Lead, 30
Like,
fucking
and not
yards.
even like, because you even said on a podcast or two ago that would be a good one to rob, and I couldn't believe it because it's literally
Right next to a police station.
and
The
they were
closer it is to the police station, the better it is to rob because they can't even figure it out. That circuit, short circuit. You just hit them right in their fucking neighborhood. Takes them 3 minutes more to fucking react. 3 minutes fucking more. But I love them. You know, when I first moved to Montgomery, these kids would go to Sea Caucus and rob punks to light on fire. And they'd sell them door to door. Nuts on your door. These kids did shit that, you know, like, it was just crazy. Then we started robbing motorcycles. You know, I was in Colorado and I got out of the halfway house. I had a friend that used to send me stolen shit. In Colorado, California, right now, I'll give you a true rob. Right now, put it right out here, right now, filled with fucking speakers. Tell you, whatever you can, I guarantee you something fucking speakers. Because that's not accepted in California society. That's not accepted outside of Staten
are those the
Jersey.
people who like pull up to you and say, "Hey man, I found
No. Those are the people that you go to a bar in Patterson and on payday, they show up. Yo! Can I get your motherfucking attention, please? Shit. Look at these fucking shoes. That's it. Italian fucking shoes. $300 a pair. You're gonna get them for fucking $85.
like that guy in barbershop." That's an actual thing that happens.
Yes. He just said it. Go shopping. Let's say he comes back to Capuzzo. Capuzzo's not there. This motherfucker's not there.
Go to Haverstraw. We'd open the back of the trunk. That's what we used to do.
That's what you do.
And the kids would come up and be like, all right,
What do you
I'll
got?
try to sell them for 25 now and get even more money.
You follow me? You always hustling. You don't get stuck with nothing.
Yeah, I didn't need a fucking size 7 Reeboks.
No, stolen. Anything you steal, I'm making a profit, even if you give me $3.
Yeah.
Like I always learned how to exist in every market I lived. When it was in Boulder, I went right to the record store. rob CDs and bring them up the corner and fucking sell them for $7 a piece. It was like a car. It was 5 hours, fucking half a mile walk. But, you know, there was always a way to make a fucking stupid living. Somebody asked on Twitter, what's the number of the episode? Diaz talked about bringing returns back to series and all that shit. When I first started comedy, from 90, I got divorced from 92 to 95, guys. I lived off returns.
Oh yeah.
I would walk into a store and not even walk out of the store. Take the stuff and walk right up to customers. Why?
You can do that today.
But today you got cameras.
Yeah, but you can't go back to the same place. But I did when I was 19. That's exactly how I made all of my money. When I was going to Baruch College in New York City, and what I figured out was the return on books from the bookstores, from the colleges. They were crazy. So I'd go into the bookstore, right? And in the beginning of the year, everyone's bringing their books from the previous year and returning them. You get like, you know, maybe 20% of what you paid for the previous year. I'd take it right in the middle of the store. I'd drop on the floor. I'd jump on the books a little bit to beat them up a little bit. And I'd bring them straight back to the return counter. And I would do that all the time to make money. I learned when I was probably 8. I'd go and I found a receipt on the ground. And the idea came to me. It was very natural. I had no money. Wanted to buy candy or whatever it was. And I got a receipt. I was like, oh, I could just go get chicken. It says I bought chicken, you know, and bring this over. And I just returned it. It was as simple as that. Easy way to make money. Super easy way to make money. I was a fucking scam artist. A straight up scam artist up until I was about 19. I moved to New York City. And I started promoting for comedy clubs on the streets of New York City. I was one of the original guys who walked through Times Square. I was like, hey, you want to go see a comedy show? That was my shit. I was one of the first guys that were doing that out there. I worked for the first company that ever did that, called New Genesis Marketing Solutions. But that same guy who punched me in the face, the KFC guy, I almost robbed a different KFC. He started working at another KFC. And I hadn't worked at KFC in like 2 or 3 years, but I knew at the end of the night, they had about a $3,500 drop from like the day of sales, the cash that they would bring. They put it in a little blue bag, lock it, you know, one of those like leather lock bags. And he'd go to his car, drive to the bank, do a deposit, boom. So, dude, I remember, man, my buddy Vinny Ferrante drove me there. I had a fucking ski mask, right? And a fucking black hoodie I stole the ski mask and hoodie from Bradley's because I didn't want anybody to know that I bought it. I wanted to fucking, dude, I created no paper trail. And I had a screwdriver and I was going to put it like one of those old timey movies, like, yeah, stick him up. I was going to do that shit, then I chickened out at the last minute. I'm really glad I did, man, because this guy, first of all, this guy would have fucked me up. It was like an old Marine fucking Jack Diesel. There was no way he was going to believe me. I have this shitty voice, so he was going to immediately recognize my voice. And I was hiding behind the bushes. He came out, he walked right by. I was shaking. I was fucking just shaking. And he walked right into his car, and I just let him go. And I didn't rob him. And I ended up moving to New York City to go to Baruch College a few weeks later. And I got that job selling comedy club tickets. And I started making like $500 a week selling comedy club tickets. And that was it. That was enough for me that I was like, all right, well, I don't need to fucking rob a KFC. You know, being 19, making $500 a week. Or even now, I think for a 19-year-old kid, it's pretty decent. But in a weird way, comedy almost saved my life because I never been to a comedy club in my life. Not once. I never thought about stand-up comedy except for like Def Jam. I used to watch when I was a kid, like Eddie Murphy. But that, you know, making a little bit of dough because I was poor. Like I was welfare. My mom stopped buying me Christmas gifts when I was like 11. I was buying my own school clothes. Like I've worked every day since I was about 11 years old. I've always had a job. I've always had a way to make money. And it was always very important because I watched my mom be on welfare and have food stamps. I was very embarrassed, very ashamed of the fact. And I remember when I was really young, when I maybe 7 or 8, having the thought, like, what are you doing? Get a fucking job. Like, why are you sitting there smoking cigarettes? You're not doing anything to make money. You're just collecting a paycheck off of other people that are paying their taxes at a really, really young age. I remember connecting with that thought. So, at least you're doing something.
You get a check from somebody once a month. One day you fucking, you know, I'm not forgetting getting assaulted by a went to prison. You could claim disability and get a check every month. Like, so every month I'm just in the summer, so $1,200. That's it. So I don't have a job. I could make more fucking $1,200. At that time, I could make $4,000 or $5,000 fucking month just walking around being me. I had done it for years, just being me, walking around for $5,000. I don't know how I did it. Every month, but I put it together for years. Yeah, you have some bad months, but you're living on fucking, like I would get dressed up before in 85. I remember listened to this album, Rap. The second album, that album, the first one. The second one,
Rat or ATT?
Yeah, Rap. Percy, you fucking myself. And I had this cassette player in '85. I think of those times at night. Sometimes I'm by myself coming down. I haven't even started to write about those times. That's how close I was to going to prison for fucking life. Because a job was not even on my horizon. February of '85 to July 1st of '85, I pretty much left the house every morning at 9 and whatever happened.
So that 4,000 or 5,000 never came from like a job at all.
No. I had sometimes I'd get a job for a week here, it's $10 an hour to be a laborer.
You can quantify that because you were spending it on drugs, right? Is that why you know that it was that
I was
much?
quantifying it because I was living without an apartment. I would be in a hotel for a month.
Okay.
I would eat 3 meals out, and I'm not talking guys. I didn't eat no. The worst thing I did was a lunch special from a Chinese restaurant, $6.95. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You pick that fucking Szechuan, they give you an egg roll, they give you a bowl of soup, they give you the noodles, they give you the white rice, they give you the fucking
Cold sesame noodles?
No, I don't do no fucking cold sesame noodles. But they take care of you in those things. But I was always eating out. That was the type of guy to go for a $20 breakfast night. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't even a drug addiction which you have to add into. It was the $100 a night for a hotel in Fort Lee.
Yeah.
You know, or I would live in those fucking hotels for a week.
I charge you Manhattan, Brooklyn.
$275 a week we paid.
Yeah.
$275 a fucking week, guys. I was 21. I just told you the story when I fucking went. I couldn't pay the room. I got thrown out. I went down a Friday night, and I get to the front with the money in my pocket. I made like $200 that day, and I owed him like $160 for the week. And I get to the window, and the guy's like, "We have your stuff. Your stuff isn't." Oh, well, I couldn't get to talk to the lady, so I went outside of the hotel. This was Fort Lee, and I went to my room. And I put the key in, and somebody was in the shower. A couple were in the shower fucking. And I opened the door, and there's her purse, and there's a fucking envelope from the bank in the old days that the cash came out. I clipped that.
They really made it nice and easy to find somebody's money.
Oh my God! I went to the front. I told the Indian to give me my bag. Okay, I'll leave. I leave. You go. I fucking bailed. I got a cab. And you know what I? Fucking crazy. I wanted to tell you. The most fun I had was this shit. I would fucking live in that hotel. You know what I'm talking about? Right off Route 4. When you come over the fucking bridge, all those hotels in Jersey that you hit there.
I know.
I robbed all those hotels. Not the hotels. I would stay at those hotels.
Yeah.
But you know how much gas station? Yeah. When you first hit, there's like 6 gas stations. What happened?
I mean, I know it well because I take the bus over there. My sister picks me up when I go home now. So yeah.
So one day I'm walking like an asshole in like March of '85. I'm walking like an asshole, and I go to the city and I get a bag of reef on 171st Street. And I walk back over to Lincoln, the bridge, and I walk and I see
Gas station?
I see this
Robbing
gas
the hotel.
station. I walk. I'm on Route 4. Cars are doing 90 past me, coming off the fucking bridge. And I'm walking, and all of a sudden I see a Sunoco and whatever. And the first one, I go in and I get some water or something. It says, "Help Mark." I'm like, "What are you looking for?" And the guy goes, "Midnight shift." So I said, "Let me do the payment." So my buddy, you know the gas station by Lincoln Tunnel? That's right there. We walk right there. It's the last fucking gas station. I should make the fucking right to the Lincoln Tunnel to go back into fucking the city. Right there is a gas station. Right
Yes,
there.
I know exactly
My
what you're talking
buddy
about.
was a
It's
fucking
always crazy traffic.
always crazy
Yeah,
traffic.
yeah.
My buddy put himself through fucking MIT working there.
Yeah.
You ready for this? Hanging pumps. Another forgotten another thing that those computers did. For you, I don't have my iPhone. Yeah, that's why now nobody can steal. In the old days, the fucking gas might tick. You saw the gas move. So when it rains in Jersey, what do? They pump your gas.
Well, don't
What
they have
two
to anyway?
states?
No,
What two states?
today now they have to anyway. It's all full service.
Jersey and fucking Portland, Oregon, they have to pump your gas. We don't pump the gas. So my buddy Luke got the fucking yellow thing, and he'd be out there in the rain, and the gas station would be crazy. He'd be a sophomore in high school. And he figured out that fucking some guy comes in and gets $3 worth of gas. That's your $3. He would pump that $3. And then Becky comes in and she goes, I want 10. You pump that same thing in there. So he took $3 from you right off the top. You're not going to get an argument. It's fucking raining. He did this all night. He put himself on my team. He do nothing right. 4 nights a week. He was probably robbing for 2 G's a fucking night hanging pumps. That's an old forgotten art. They can't even do that no more. You get killed with that shit. And I knew that he knew the manager. So I would tell him to give the names to people who got fined for stealing. Who the fuck do people think you're dealing with? So once he clicked me the names, I went back to the gas station. I said, you know what I thought about it with the job? I get one of the names they fined for stealing.
You're gonna put another thing on his record now.
Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Once a thief, always a thief. It's a jungle out there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? What do I give a fuck? I just need an ID. Guys said, they didn't even check my ID, guys. That's how small I am. Just come back tonight at midnight, make them laugh a little bit. I trained you. You trained me, cocksucker. And the first night I realized I thought I was going to sell my ass all night. It was busy. I haven't had money in weeks. And also, back in my fucking pockets, 20s, 10s. Like I said, every time I got $1,000 dropping. Well, I held on for like $3,000. It was 4 in the fucking morning. Guess what? I fucking locked that door. I put out of business. And I walked home with $3,000, okay? And I took the fucking, he had a bank with all the symbols, like the backup change. I got it for another $1,000. I left the gas station open for hours. I just walked away, went home, and I go, I gotta go do real. So I just went from gas station to gas station. And they were all looking for midnight pay. Who wants to cover that shit? If a guy comes in with a missing eye, you gotta give him a shot. What do you give a fuck? You know, that takes you. You're the owner. You gotta do this shit. I did it 10 times. And I would call you up and say, what are you doing? No, come over to the gas station. Come over to the gas station. And I see you pull up and I look down and I just walk right through it. And I almost got caught one time at the bar at the gas station. That's where I came real close. The cops were looking at me. But again, it was raining, thunder, and lightning. All these buses headed to New York to market ride. So they said, fuck. So I'll never forget, I got off on 42nd Street. I wore the Bruce Lee suit. Gave a deck this shit, you know what I'm saying?
So what, did the owner call the cops on you or something?
No, I just walked away.
Do you still get let me ask you this, because this is what I said this recently on my other podcast, and my friends were giving me shit. But to this day, like, I won't steal. I mean, I got a kid now. I'm trying to, like, teach him actual real values, and, you know, I'm not trying to be a piece of shit. I'm trying to raise a good kid. But if I see, like, a wad of cash, like, on a table, my instinct, like, just I look at it like I want to take that fucking money.
Every fucking day.
It's like an addiction. It's like I wanna take that fucking money.
If you're that stupid, that was always my fucking metaphor when I went out, so I wouldn't feel guilty. If you're that stupid, I gotta rob you. Okay? And you said something very stuck before. The easiest people I rob, like, I don't want people to think I used to rob mothers in their homes. I fucked up a few things, you know, I'm not gonna lie to them. But my main thing is drug dealers. I love them. I love them when I saw holes. Because you can't be that fucking stupid. I saw really good drug dealers, and then I saw guys that I'd sit there and go, this is gonna be like fucking nothing.
You probably ran this scam before, because it's an old time. I didn't even know about it, but I had a buddy of mine who did it, and I called my weed dealer. It wasn't even a buddy of mine. This guy I met like twice, selling comedy club tickets on the street together. We were like selling tickets. And I was like, oh, I can get weed. I'll call my buddy. So I called this kid from Brooklyn. The kid asked me that I was working with. He said, how well do you know him? I was like, oh, you know, I started buying weed from him a couple weeks ago. And he was like, all right. So the kid came up. And this guy was a little bit older than I was, like 19, 20 at the time. This guy was like maybe 30, you know what I'm saying? But he looked like a man, you know, to young kids. 17-year-old white kid comes up to sell me weed. I'm buying weed. He comes up, he just flips open his wallet and goes, please, get up against the wall. Get up against the wall right now. And the kid, dude, he's like shit his pants almost. And he's like, oh shit. Dude, he starts running his pockets, pretending to be the cops and taking his weed. And I started laughing because I thought he was just fucking around. I didn't realize that it was a scam. I was like, oh, he's just fucking around. I know this guy. And this kid looked at me like, you fucking idiot. And then it all fell apart. And the kid was like, what the fuck? That kid never answered my phone call again. But it would have worked. Like, he was like, dude, I do this all the time. He's like, you get some fucking young teenage kid you're buying weed from, just rob him. It's like, they're not gonna. You're the cops today. That's it. You let them off with a warning. That's it.
I know a lot of people. I never pulled out. I had a badge for years, and I got myself out of bind with that badge. In certain situations, I just do.
What was your name?
Don't matter.
Dick Tracy.
Doesn't fucking matter. I even took a business card and cut the head out and put it in there where the cops thing was. In fact, that's buried somewhere. I buried that. That's where the fuck that badge is. I never did that. I had it for like 3 years.
That's a solid scam. Just rob young kids for their drugs. Easy. It's way easier than getting a job at a gas station.
Hey, listen, anytime you involve guns, I always tell people that in the 80s, especially in the 80s, a lot of people got involved with drugs that didn't know. The extent that they didn't know that before them people use their minds. And you have cocaine there. They saw it when they went over. Now they're going to come over there with a story to mention where they're going to go in and take it from you. That's why they like that drug at all, because the people you always left the door open. You knew your house was, I know you got it. You're going to come over there, we're going to torment you till you fucking give it to us. So, I don't know. I always felt weird like robbing somebody like that. I didn't start robbing. I would rob drug dealers when I'd send them on a mission to rob their house. Yeah, you know, and shit like that. Then as I got older, when I moved to Colorado, I got bolder and I got busted. I got a little bolder and I got busted. Then when I got out, I went under the radar for a while, and then I went back to Jersey in '94. And it was okay for a few months. One day I was a saint, but I hooked up with some guys that were robbing like that, and I did like 2 or 3 when I was out. That's a completely different fucking scam, because I don't know what this motherfucker's thinking. I don't know what this guy's thinking. I don't know what this guy's thinking.
I always did the shit that was the least risk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew that the security guards in the mall couldn't touch me because I worked at Hot Topic when I was 16. And they told us, they were like, hey, you can call security. Security then has to call the cops. And I was like, well, can we tackle somebody if they're fucking...
No, they can watch you and go all the way into your car and all that
yeah,
shit.
Dude, it's a
your
whole...
plate.
Yeah.
It's still a fucking nightmare to shake because this guy wants to be a fucking cop.
Yeah.
This guy wants to really be a cop. So when he's 16 and he's going to try to deploy you, stand in front of your fucking car, and try to refuse to run him over. Those fucking people are crazy. Those mall security people,
because they couldn't be real cops, so now they're fucking...
It's a fucking nightmare.
They have, you know, that's...
They salute the flag, and they're on.
Yeah, George Zimmerman, that was his mentality. He wanted to be a fucking...
Shit. You guys have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
I have a friend that thinks he's a fucking... It's a fucking nightmare. So I get it.
That's the same guy who owned the pizzeria that would have us steal sneakers and golf clubs. This is how my relationship ended with him because I was delivering pizzas for him. But then I started making more money doing scams for him. He's like, I want to close my pizzeria. He's like, but I want to collect the insurance. So he was like, I'm going to give you guys $5,000 each. 17-year-old kid, dude. $5,000 is, I mean, it sounds like a fucking $1 million.
It is. It is.
Jesus Christ, dude. 17, 5,000. I had never even thought about that much money before. I'm going to give you guys $5,000 each. Come in, douse this place in lighter fluid and gasoline, and just fucking light it on fire. And that's that. And I mean, we went as far as we had the lighter fluid. We hid it behind the pizzeria while we were working, me and this kid James. And we hid the lighter fluid behind it. We're going to fucking douse the whole kitchen, the electrical box, boom. And one of the cooks saw us hiding the lighter fluid. And he was like, oh, what's that? Oh, I don't know. And that made me so paranoid that I was like, I can't.
You're on law. That's a law and order.
That's it. One person.
Hey, that looks suspicious. No sabe. No sé, yo no vi nada. Pero Tommy tenía la cosa esa para ponerlo en la fosforera, lighter fluid. Sí, lighter fluid. Tenía 2 botellas, güey. Lo vi con mis ojos.
That's fucking hilarious.
Write that down. I think it's time to get an arrest warrant for Mr. Louis Gomez.
Yeah, dude.
They also need to break the commercial. Louis is in the fucking room with J. Hocus and dropping knowledge and shit. Get up, Louis Gomez, Jerry. All back kicks the table and shit. And the Puerto Rican Benjamin Brett hanging out you and shit. You're under arrest for arson, Mr. What are you talking about? I wasn't at the pizzeria last night. Tell that to the cook.
The plan was, we were 18 actually. I remember we used to go to the bar. It was an 18 and over bar that I ended up working as security at eventually. We were going to have a fucking, an alibi. and we were gonna go to the bar, and we were gonna act. The plan was we were gonna act like crazy and wild and let everyone see us crazy drunk, but we weren't gonna be drinking. We were gonna act like we were just fucking hammered and let everybody see us. And we were gonna sneak out, jump in the car. It was about a 15-minute drive from Nyack to West Hampshire, about 20 minutes. And we were gonna fucking light this place on fire, zip back, and that was the whole plan. We were fucking. We had the alibi. They were crazy. They were partying all night. These guys, they were fucking. They were hammered. There's no way they could have left.
Again, it's law and order. Ladies, they could be going to light a fire. No sad. No sad.
Did anybody see them buy a drink?
Did anybody see them buy a drink? I think they call him Louis. Louis Gomez. Yeah, Louis Gomez. He sold me a comedy ticket.
Oh, fuck. There's so many little things like that where it could have fucking destroyed my life.
It destroys you.
That's it. I could have been.
That's 15 fucking years, and you started Rikers.
Oh.
And they put you through the fucking system, and you violate because God knows what happens. That's a fucking. Oh my God! Every morning I get up, I go, Lord, thank you.
Yeah. I could have fucking been. I mean, Dad. Who knows? It's nuts how close.
It's fun though. It's fun.
Good memories. It's good stories.
Let me give some shout outs here. Water Boxer, Curtis Stillwell, Shroom Factory, Crystal Johnson, Loom Doggy, Pamela Grant, Buffalo Comedy, my main man Bobby Lalingas, and John Fentros. Also my man Matt Baker up there in Bakersfield, BJJ. The shit he taught me is working. That's it. No, listen, I give thanks every fucking day. And I give thanks every I loved it. When I learned to steal when I went as a kid on 14th Street, those kids stole this inside. I had to steal. My family had money, I had to steal. I gave money. And then I learned stories about my father. I heard that my father had a really good big pocket. He was the best big pocket. Shit. So my head had broken down. My dad could have a big pocket. So I looked at it. That's why I'm like, kids here, shit, it's okay to steal your friend next door. I don't. That's why I open those fucking stories up right away. Everything changed. It's so rough how I have to raise my daughter and I have to raise your son. You know, we look a little deeper. I tell me and we have conversations about being a parent. I always want to be older than 3 and 6 because that's when I fucking got in trouble. That's when there was something wrong. Maybe things would have changed. Yeah. There's the shit you look at. There's the shit you did not easy. You tell me these stories at 16. This motherfucker, he was still jerking off with his little dick, breathing heavy at 16.
Oh, I was jerking off everywhere.
I know,
but I was also stealing.
Please don't get me started jerking off. I had my blood pressure up all high. That's why I had to take the other stuff. Just the thought of things that you can be honest about. Because these days, I think this shit, I see people on Facebook and I feel guilty. But you gotta put it behind you. It's not like you get to go to jail. And,
you know what I feel more guilty about? When I first started stealing when I was young, and I almost learned my lesson from when I was probably like 7. No, maybe a little older, 8 or 9. And my buddy Mike and his brother Serge, we would go to the parking lot, and it was simple. Just see what cars were open. Whatever's open, clear out the change. Every once in a while, you get a $20 bill on the dashboard or whatever. We used to just do that regularly. Like that was, after school we'd meet up. Like, all right, let's go make $5-10 for the day. And those kids, it's like one of the most guilty I've ever felt in my entire life. They ended up. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian, but I grew up in a really big like white trash area where I grew up, and there was a lot of white kids who would like beat me up and call me a spigot, a nigger, and throw rocks at me. And I always really wanted their acceptance. And all my family was white. I was raised by, Italian Irish people. So I've always had weird, like, racial identity issues. I grew up listening to, like, heavy metal music, and I played in a band. I used to have long hair and eyeliner. Like, I was in Marilyn Manson and shit. I was a fucking weird kid, right? So I would fucking, these kids that I knew, these 2 kids who, one kid, Mike, to this day is actually a really good friend of mine. Him and his brother ended up. She light yourself on fire.
It's Hitler's birthday.
But the two like dark skinned Hispanics that I hung out with, they went and they robbed this other white kid from my neighborhood's car and took the car phone out of it. This one, car phones were like fucking crazy expensive. Like, and then they keyed up the side of the car. But this kid was a cocksucker. He was the fucking worst person in the neighborhood. He was like the wimpiest of all of them, but he was the biggest instigator. So fuck this kid. This kid was a piece of shit. This kid Ryan. But my buddy Mike told me, they killed me and my brother. We fucking keyed this kid's car and we took the phone. And like a fucking idiot, dude. I just wanted the acceptance of these fucking white kids. I went and told that kid Ryan that I ratted my friends out. This is like probably the most guilty I've ever felt about anything in my entire life. I ratted my two friends out to some fucking kid who would call me a spick and a nigger, and that like fucked me up. That was like the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. I could steal. I could almost set a place on fire. I could beat somebody up. That's the thing that fucked me up the most.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Now, what set you off the house? I'm sorry. No, we got fucked up big things up.
I cannot tell that story again in its completion. She heard it.
No, I heard it. You know, man,
I ratted my friends out. That was what fucked me up.
first off, you know, life moves on.
Yeah.
Always get a second chance. Some people don't want you to do it. Some people do. You do whatever you need to do. Make this shit smooth. I fucking rock change. I did it every night. 57. 12. I sold cars down there.
Yeah.
So at 8, I creep into the fucking service bay. Just need a change. I get those tokens, those passes to go to the bridge and town and booked it and sell them to the cab drivers up in Washington Heights. I bought a guardian that I had to scan down. How ashamed was I? I'd steal change to get home, and then when I couldn't steal change, I called my friend Darren Ringo, and he'd come over and pick me up and take me into the city. Open mics at like the comic strip. I'm like, man, he was an accountant, but he wanted to be in the city, but because he told me coke. I like to speak Spanish. So everything always works itself out. You know what I'm saying? So I got a couple bumps. He drive me to go do comedy, and then he drive me back over the tunnel of the fucking bridge. So I still change on fucking cars. I'm embarrassing. I'm 31 years old. I'm fucking embarrassing as that. So you do things, man. That's you're here to get a second chance. That's what we're ready to do now. And this is the shit you work with your kids. This is the shit you still your kids. Someday your son will hear this.
Yeah.
He's never made a decision.
Yeah. Or better. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's all bad parenting. That's what it is. You know, I have a shitty mom. My dad wasn't there. That was it.
You know, it's like that. They change it. Maybe find a book back in these days, these booklets. At 94, I forget what it was to go over the tunnel. You know, on the bridge, $8 maybe. You know, let's pretend it's 16 now.
No, it was way cheaper than that because when I started driving, when I was 16, it was 4.
It was 4.
That was 97.
I'm estimating 98, 99. No, this is 94. $4.
Yeah, $3-4. It's definitely not more than 4.
So if you bought the book, 10 rides for $40.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you could buy
the book.
Yeah.
So I'd find out. I'd take the whole thing and sell them at a price. So if there was 8 tickets left, whatever, I get $16 fucking dollars. Some nights, those $16, I go home like $90. They were right around the corner from where I'd sell them. It was a Coke spot. And they sold grams of cut coke for $25. Grams of cut coke for $35. And you walk into the apartment, the guy would call you to holler at you. That means milk swallow, right? When the two guys in the fucking room, they have 2 little bags of coke, a little tiny electronic stand, and they give you a taste of each other. You gave with cash. And some nights I go, and it's like a gram and a half. I get a gram and a half of water. It was so cheap. I walk over the fucking the bridge, the George Washington Bridge. At the end, everything you want to read, snorting, coke, sweat. And all of a sudden, you're going down here with the fucking chains. Somebody's car. How bad you fucking feel. It's not bad enough that you're robbing coke now and you're coming down and shooting yourself. You just realize what you did to get to this place. And that was the worst thing about the coke. That's the end of the night. How bad you didn't do it. So.
No, I mean, I fucked with them, but I didn't get. Luckily, I kind of fucking saw a lot of people. I had an ex-girlfriend who was a major heroin addict. My mom, she committed suicide with heroin, so it's like, yeah, that's fine. A fun way to go. If you're gonna go, I think overdosing on heroin is probably better than fucking slicing your wrist in the bathtub. No.
We had an interesting life. You got a right. You know, Madison. Sorry about that. That was like a word in my fucking throat.
Why do you think you guys both went into sales after that?
Oh, you were in sales too?
What else you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, I see these motherfuckers on TV. I got no skills. I got no what the fuck you got. You know, I know the shit I can do.
Yeah.
But I know a little shit I could do. You know, and over the years, you know, when you're 24, who wants to work on a roof for $12 an hour? I can't imagine what they pay you now with all the minority workers out there. I can't imagine what it's like out there to be out there fighting for your fucking life. Eventually, you gotta give it to something somewhere.
What did you sell?
First thing I sold was
Oh my fucking God, Joey. Are we the same person? Joey, my first job in my life. I'm not making it up because I have fans that know I'm not bullshitting. I used to sell newspaper subscriptions to the Rockland Journal News in parking lots of shit like ShopRite. You go up to people, hey, I want to win a bike. I'm in a contest. Could you sign up for this? It was a free subscription. And I would get $5 for every subscription I got. And I was making, when I was 11, making like $400 a week, $350 a week. More than my mom. And my mom was like, what the fuck? And that's fucking crazy to me that was your first job.
People have no idea the importance of belly-to-belly sales. People don't agree without that. You're really not. What's that word? Rambo used. They used on Rambo. It was expendable. If you're an engineer, you can't add belly-to-belly sales to your resume. You're expendable, bitch. If you're an IT guy and you can't add belly-to-belly sales to your repertoire, you're expendable, bitch. If you're a fucking painter and you can't add the belly-to-belly sales, you're expendable. You will always be fucking expendable if you can't do both those jobs.
Belly-to-belly mean you're actually closing yourself.
You belly-to-belly sales is basic. I don't listen. I love computers and I love what it does. But I'm a belly-to-belly. I don't want you texting me. I don't want you fucking bothering me.
Yeah.
You want to talk to me, you come fucking see me, you sell me. You know, don't text me. You're having a sale on T-shirts. You know, I'm an old school guy. Come tell me why I got to buy your fucking T-shirts.
You set an appointment. You're not selling them over the phone.
Yeah, you're setting an appointment. I believe in all that shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's
That's
sales
special.
101. You want to get them right in your face.
And I don't give a fuck if you go back to doing what you're doing, but you always have that to fall back on.
Yeah.
That's why I tell, and I've told it 1,000 times, and I'm still alive. My daughter's 18. I'm gonna tell her, go right to fucking Ford dealership and sell cars for a year.
Yeah.
Start there.
It'll change your life.
It'll change your fucking life.
Yeah.
1 year, you will not be the same person. You will look at life at 18 from a fucking savagery.
That's why when I was selling comedy club tickets, I mean, you're talking about belly to belly, man.
That's belly to belly.
You're meeting a stranger and you're going boom. It's 4 steps in every sales process. You stop them, you engage them with a smile, you engage with questions, find out a little bit about them, inform them about your product, and you close them.
Hold on 1 second. Lee, you and I had a conversation today about sponsorship. Right. And what did I say to you? I don't even want you to sell them. What was the word I said I want you to engage them?
That's it. That's it. Sales.
If you don't engage this motherfucker, that's it. Just engage him on this time. I want you to make a personal note. You're not even going to sell him. I don't even want you to go in there like you're going to sell him.
That's 2 steps away.
I want you to engage him. Just engage him. Get him hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat that's the fucking master reality right here. See, I was an expendable comedian till I learned hand-to-hand combat. I was a struggling comic, even with movies, till one day I said, you know what? I got to get in there and get down and dirty, and that's what doesn't make me expendable. Anything.
Yep. Because you can apply that
You can
philosophy
apply
to
that to
anything.
anything.
Yep.
To anything. So it's a beautiful fucking concept. And I stress it daily. Like, you got to fucking, and I tell Lee's trying. Lee's trying, and I'm trying to, Lee, it's a high. The only way you really dig in is you just got to invent people to call.
I've never had it. I was a server, but I never had a sales job really. So this is brand new to me.
But it's still, look, if you're a good server, the people who are making the most money are the people who are engaging the people in the best way, or getting them to actually, you connect with them and you get some sort of emotion out of them. So the people that are, my son's mother, she was an office manager for a video game publishing company. She just wanted to work a few days a week because she had the baby. She went back to waiting tables, and it's like, that's the one thing I would tell her. She was like, yeah, it's not even the prettiest girl who's the waitress. It's not the girl who's taking the most tables. The ones who are getting the most tips and making the most money are the people you see the people laughing at their table, or they're smiling, or there's just some sort of connection going on beyond you giving them their food. So, I mean, that's like a philosophy that I like in every aspect of life. Even we're talking about picking up chicks and it's being a game of numbers. Dude, that's sales philosophy. You figure out your ratio, boom, I'll close one out of however how many people.
I could take Luis Gomez. Give him the shiny shit. White shirt. Gold collar links. And I give a book. Louis Gomez into any sales staff. Anywhere in the country. Once he figures it out, back to the ballpark. What happens is we take ourselves out of the ballpark. See, Louis and myself have the skill that got you covered. The sales skill we learn on the street. That's a tremendous cushion. That's walking on a fucking tightrope every day. That's not like, oh, so he didn't buy the sneakers. Jesus, I'll have to get him next time he comes in for those Nikes. No. That's a complete different fucking patois when you gotta go out to eat. And you gotta sell 4 nickel bags. Whatever. That's it. And you gotta tell this guy why your weed is better than hers. Trying to feed him. I'd buy anything. He's going to tell me without insulting begging why his weed, even though it's the same weed, that's his cushion. Those guys you can't replace. I can walk them into any fucking corporation. This guy can sell fucking TPs.
My last job, I was selling gym memberships.
1 year.
At Equinox, high-end gym memberships. I would never dealing with fucking millionaires coming into the gym and selling $200 a month gym memberships. But then go to New York Sports Club and get a $30 a month gym membership. But it was never about the money. It was never, once you learn the sales process and you have a belief in the sales process, then even the no's become fun. And the whole process is part of a game.
Right. I'm looking for a no.
That's it. Give me another no.
Yeah, but I'm engaged. Okay. That's the same thing. I'm engaged. Okay. Watch this. Watch my fucking magic. Watch how I come at you with this fucking curveball. Watch this one. And it's just amazing. It applies to fucking every level. Of it.
That's a great idea that I have your daughter work in sales for a year to understand that. But look, it's not for everybody. Not everybody can sell. People, you have to.
I want them to respect it though.
Yeah.
So later on in their life, when they do move forward, they understand the importance of that sell. If they think of opening up a company, they're gonna know that it all starts right there. Everything else is fucking bullshit. It all starts right there. It all starts right there. Whatever marketing attack you got has to start right there.
Yeah, some people they can't. Some people can. It's I think why people can a lot of good comedians have that ability to be able to sell, and it's just one of the reasons why me and my son's mother broke up is because she's so practical, and the idea she needs a safety net. Like in my head, I'm going, the safety net is you're not going to starve, you're going to eat, you're going to figure out a way to feed your kid, you're going to figure out a way to pay your rent. Almost a belief in the intangible. Like to do comedy and really give it your all and fucking say, I want to be a stand-up comedian, which is it's so stupid if you think about what it is. Like we're just fucking saying words and we're expecting people to give us money for it. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. That's a crazy. There's that. Talk about having an intangible thing to sell. It's just our fucking thoughts and words. That's bananas. And you have to almost have this weird belief in yourself and confidence, and you have to be able to envision this goal wholeheartedly that you give yourself to it. And that's why I was always good at sales, because I can say, all right, my goal is 140 units this month. If I truly believed I was going to get there, all the other shit would just kind of come together. And I think not a lot of people can envision something like that. That's why it takes a very special person. Most salespeople fail. If you go to any, sales is always the highest turnover. It's just nonstop new people. Boom.
Or they move to somewhere where the grass is green.
Yeah.
What happens to salespeople is for a couple of years you get confused and you keep moving to where the grass is green. The grass is green. Well, my friend sells computers. No, my friend sells law degrees. No. You have to come over and sell them. We're giving them away. We're making 6 figures. And you keep running for the same. And at every place you go to, you're a medium seller. I did it for years. You become a medium seller.
Do you have to really know the product? Like I don't know nothing about. I don't know anything about cars.
Nothing. That's the weirdest.
Because they're going to give you what they want. Yeah. That's when you engage them.
They fall into your trap.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go get the brochure.
What are you looking for? They're going to tell you. When I used to sell gym memberships, and I made 6 figures selling fucking gym memberships, right? That was my last day job. And, people would come in and, hey, what are you here for? They're just going to tell you everything they want. Wow, we have that. Perfect. I can't believe you'd show up here. How perfect is that? That's nuts. We have exactly what you're looking for. So, that's like a sales trick. That's why it doesn't take people a year to learn the ins and outs of any product. The salesperson comes in, they do a week of training, a week later, boom, they're right there.
And then you're going to learn what people's triggers are. That's the best. Trigger what gets people going about that product. You're going to find out why they're coming in specifically for
Buying
that product.
signs, yeah.
The buying signs and the whole thing. It just becomes a machine.
Oh, you got kids? Well, now I know you're looking for safety. I know you
study it. It's such a beautiful fucking thing. You get into it. It's just doing it for 10 years and being consistent. Take vacations.
So I know you haven't done it for a while, but how much money off like a $20,000 card does a salesman get?
It all depends. You're working on profit. So you buy a car, I can sell the car for $16,200. Okay, $16,200 is what I got in the car. I'll take anything over $17,200 to get my fucking money. Okay, I need $1,000 on the fucking money. You know what $1,000 will get you to get $250 flat. That's it. Let's say you get over.
That's 25%.
They give you like 30%. So let's say you go back in there and you get the guy up to $7,600. Right? Now you got $1,400 profit. And then you go back in there one more time. You go back in there with fucking $300. That's how you eke out a fucking living. And then you complain that car's worth $300.
But I think good salesmen appreciate when somebody's selling me and they're really good.
I love it.
I'm like, all right, I'll
my dick's getting hard.
Keep on going. I love it.
I love it. I get pissed off when I go somewhere with money and I watch how they treat me.
Yeah.
It destroys my
Dude, bad customer service.
I walk out there furious.
I'll threaten a fucking McDonald's employee for bad customer service. It's crazy. I'm about to give you my money and you're going to be fucking rude. You're going to have bad customer service. You're not going to actually go through the process of what you have to do in order to take the money out of my hand. I walked out of so many places, like restaurants, where they have like an attitude. When you first walk in the door, I'm like, fuck this whole place. I'll walk right out and I'll go next door to a place that has less good reviews, that has less good food. Because I think customer service and just right off the top, just having that connection with people because you're spending money in their establishment, I think it's so important. I think it's lost in big cities. LA is different. You guys are all fucking friendly as shit, dude. New York, I mean, dude, they fucking...
Listen, these motherfuckers won't take your money.
What?
Go to a vitamin store.
Yeah.
I've never been treated I've been treated the last 10 years in this country, across the fucking country. But this place is the worst.
Well, with like,
going into places, how they don't talk to you. Hi, how are you? Let us know if we can help you. That's it. You look at them and go, you got $300 bills.
I want to spend my money.
I want to spend my money. Now I'm not even going to spend it. You're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. I'm not even gonna fucking spend it. Went to the fat man store last week. Bang again. Larry Richard's house. Yeah, I had to meet my wife in a few hours. Gotta go up there by 2. Let's just shoot up there, see what the fat man store guy. I went up there. The guy wasn't bad. Because I walked in, he welcomed me in the morning. You know, he was the first thing I really threw with him. I said, no worries if you have your hands on me. Watch what I had in my hand. He didn't realize the clearance ready. He said, see one like this. I said, I don't like that, but it was some other shit. I went over there and I busted the shit out of it. I didn't take the buffalo. Got me a clearance shirt. And then on that walk, we got this. I got this. He worked me the right way. He wasn't pressuring. Motherfuckers gonna pressure me, drive me fucking crazy. There's a way to apply pressure later. And then you have to think, you know, when we have to work with it, those motherfuckers drive me crazy.
If you see somebody doing the actual sales process the right way, it just makes me go like, yeah, I fucking appreciate it. You know, I really do. I will buy from a good salesperson, even if I don't even really want to buy it that bad. I'm like, if I can recognize, let's say I want to buy something, I'm going to come back, you know, later on. Even on the phone, you buy like fucking, you dealing with customer service or you're buying airline tickets or whatever. You know, if somebody does the things the right way, I'm just as a point, and I'll let them know. It's like, you're a really good salesperson. I was like, if they got a manager around, I'll tell the manager, like, you got a really good salesperson right there. They understand how to do this. So
I went and got the suits at the Hollywood suit place, and the guy was good. But he did a little bit like he made me look at the Yelp in front of him, which was a little bit weird. What? But he did the he actually got me like he just put like a level of suits you're supposed to get. He got me to go on one up on a level, so I spent a little bit more. But he was good. Look, it was in and out like 10 minutes.
but you're a nice guy. I think I can sell you anything.
Oh yeah.
Lee, I feel like I can sell you a size 32 pants.
I tell you, don't worry, you'll be there every week. You know what I'm saying? I think that even the waitresses is salesmanship.
Yeah.
Like you go to a high-end, why do I have to go to a high-end restaurant to go to a fucking good waiter? 50% of the fucking groups anyway.
But it's different for me because there's no guarantee that they're gonna buy it at like a store or like a dealership. At a restaurant, they're there to eat. So you just tell them, oh, when I worked at Legal Seafoods, I didn't like lobster, but lobster's delicious.
But I can tell you didn't believe that though.
No, I know. One night,
And you might as well tell them the truth. Not only lobster.
And not appreciate that.
Fucking idiot. Always tell them the truth.
I way more appreciate that.
Because they bought into that.
not every time, but yeah. That's what you have to. Because when people want to try lobster, that's why they're there.
It's the cockroach of the sea.
You feel that stuff? Yes.
No, I can't, Joey.
Yeah, you gotta take a little.
No, I can't.
Well, wait, look at it.
Joey, I can't.
It's 420. Look what you
I'm gonna get baked, and then I'm gonna feel
one more little wing.
my guilt is gonna kill me.
What guilt?
My guilt,
What's guilt?
dude. I was drinking a half a bottle of whiskey a night and smoking morning, noon, and night. I'd be hanging out with my kid. If I ran out of weed, I have to think about how I'm gonna go find more weed. I can't, man. I
Just a
can't.
little bit more. You leave your. You got one gun. Carry two. You know what I'm saying? You got two. Eat another little wing. I mean, you're finished.
A little tiny.
420.
Carry on. Little tiny
Do
one.
that shit. Get the rest of that to Lee. He's going big to the. Go ahead,
No.
Go ahead, Lee. He's
It's
going.
1,000.
Go ahead. So what? No, it's not 1,000.
Yes, it is.
He just paid 100.
What's 1,000? I don't know what any of this shit means. Am I gonna get baked now?
Go, Lee. This is it, Lee. You're breaking your own record. That's it. It's 420. This is it.
Dude, it's funny. I was like that when I walked in. I was like, that picture does not look like Lee, and now that picture looks just like Lee.
Go, Lee. Go. What the fuck? Go, Lee. Go, Lee. Take the picture. It's over. There you go, Lee. Press the button. Oh God. You're fine. Chew that motherfucker out. Where's the water? Make sure it's dehydrated. I'll leave you with some aspirin. Go ahead. You going to eat. Please, you know how many milligrams of April like that? Please. If anybody's scared, it's me. Okay, swallow it. Keep going. Look at he's big. Fuck yeah. This is it, Lee. This is it. You're done for you. I'm not going to see Paula. Go ahead.
nothing now.
What do you got them on? Eat the fucking thing. Where's the water? Drink it, please. What are you embarrassing?
I can't believe you sold the newspaper subscriptions. That's crazy.
What I did was,
That's
I got a
crazy.
fucking paper route.
Yeah.
I was one of those guys that got a paper route. Not like a far away paper. I got a fucking 46 meters to hell. I still remember carrying those things. But they gave me a route that the kid got, like he quit. It was like a great route at one time. And then they're like, this was a great route.
What happened?
The kid beat it up like he was mean and shit. So I took that route. It took me like 60 days. And I doubled it. I had everybody get that paper. One day they called me and want you to take over the zone. Wow. I was like 12, where I played basketball. I don't even think I smoked dope then. I was like a Wolverine through it. I think I tried it for a few weeks. I think I won 2 of the 4 weeks. Like the zones. I did it door to door.
No, we did it door to door too. And this Jewish woman called the cop, me and this black kid. We fucking knocked on this woman's door. This fucking cunty Jewish chick, Hasidic Jew in fucking Spring Valley, New York, dude. We're going door to door. We're trying to make an honest living. We're kids, you know what I'm saying? Like this kid's maybe 12, I'm 11.
Always remember one thing, okay? Don't ever get confused. I'm not here to judge nobody.
Yeah.
You're trying to make an honest living. You can't show. All right, I'm not even racist, and I'm telling you this right off the bat. I don't care if you're selling cookies or Catholic Bible door to door.
Yeah.
You show up with a black kid, I'm looking out the peephole and just saying I don't want them.
Yeah. Well, maybe that was my fault.
Yeah, you can't show up.
This woman, here's why she's fucked up, right? We're like, ding dong. She fucking, she had just gotten in from maybe shopping. Now the more I think about it, we really did look shady. We look like we followed her home from the store.
You can't open up that fucking door. Dude, at that time, the Jews were at war with the blacks. Remember that shit?
Yeah, in Spring Valley, yeah. But she fucking comes to the door. She's like, all right, hold on. So we're like, all right, cool. So, we give her a little pitch. Hey, we're with the Rockland Journal newspaper. She's like, she pokes her head out the window. We're like, yeah, we're selling newspaper subscriptions. She's like, all right, hold on, I'll be right out. We're like, all right. Wait like 10 minutes. Bing bong. Like, hey, miss, you can come out. She's like, yeah, no, I'm coming. I'm going to be right there. We're going to talk. Cops fucking show up. A fucking minute later, they pull their guns out. More kids, dude. This is crazy. Pull their fucking guns out, and we're like, what the fuck? And, they were shitty to us. We were, a black Hispanic kid in this Jewish neighborhood. We looked like we're up to no good. But, the reality was she kept us there. She, we would have, hey, no, I'm not
That's what
interested.
the cop says to you, 911, who was there? There's a Hispanic and a fucking, I don't know how to say it, a Schwarzer. What do they do? I don't know. They're at my door. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, okay, you hold them there. The offices are right around the corner. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
Okay, man. And next thing you know, whoop, whoop. And there you are fucking standing there with fucking Darky McReynolds in a Jewish fucking neighborhood. You're lucky to get shot with your friend.
That was, we did it door to door, but the most success I had was in the parking lots. Just because it was free. People didn't even have to give us money. Sign up for 8 weeks free. The Rockland Journal News, $5.
Yeah. That's the way to go.
Yeah, because they didn't cancel their subscriptions, and then they bill them. They make it so because they were all scam artists. It was all fucking scams back then. Before the internet, before you could Yelp somebody and give them a bad review, it was like, what are they going to do? How are they going to start? We're going to bill them because we've been sending the fucking paper to their door. They had to write in a letter or some shit to cancel the subscription because nobody would answer the phones, and that was that. And they knew they'd make more than $5 off of each subscription they said yes to.
Couldn't you just make it and go through the phone
Oh,
book?
yeah. We did that all the time. We did that in the wintertime when we were doing it. That's what we would do.
Yeah, fuck this is going to people just.
Because by the time our bosses figured out that it wasn't a real person, they called to confirm, I guess, to make sure they got it or
I
whatever.
never ordered the paper. Hold on 1 second. Jane, did you order the paper? I didn't order the paper. Tommy, you ordered the paper? No, I didn't order the paper. We didn't order no fucking paper. Don't call me no more, all right?
Yeah. But you put a fake number, you put whatever, and they take the commissions back from you. But that's why everyone just get fired in the winter because you just go and hang out in the McDonald's, you just play fucking the video games at the local arcade or whatever. But yeah, I mean, because I was so poor. It was a good thing in a weird way because I became very industrious. You know what I'm saying? I'm like the guy who when I produce all my. I don't trust somebody like him to fucking produce my shit. I make sure that I have my hands in everything. I'm kind of like making sure my shit's the way that I want it done. But it was I remember when I was like 7, the first time I ever cared about making money. Because I always do like a lemonade stand, or you'd go shoveling snow door to door in the suburbs. Little old ladies can't shovel their walkways, so maybe $5-10 or whatever. But there was a guy who died in my neighborhood, and his family, I guess they couldn't take all of his furniture and horse shit that he had in his house, so they put it all out on the curb. Just for the garbage or whatever. So me and this other kid, Nick Giacoli, we took all of the furniture that they put out, like everything, like really nice shit, like a nice leather couch, like a nice wooden chest, and we moved it over to my yard. We had a yard sale while my mom was at work one day, and we were just getting ripped off by adults. The couch, leather couch, $5. I was like, yeah, it's $5. Okay, dude, we were cleaned out in like 2 hours because they were actually ripping off little kids in a weird way. They should have given us more money. But I remember that was like the first time I ever was like, I like making money. I like going out and kind of like earning money. And I almost became like, I mean, it wasn't always scams. It was a lot of times it was just like, I always worked. You know what I'm saying? I used to sweep. When I was 11, after I did that job, I started working at a hair salon, sweeping up the hair in the salon and giving all the girls lunch. I used to jerk off in the salon to the girls because they were all hot. Yeah. Come on. This is where that's where the fork in the road is for me and Joey. We got a lot in common, but just jerking off in public, he's just not into it. Yeah. 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 Never satisfied. That's why I like I pick it up, who was watching, just figured my mind's always remembering that. Yeah, that's why once we took our mind and reprogrammed it, apply to something positive, we would be successful. Yeah. Because we had been pseudo successful all along. It was just my personal habits that took me down. I made money over the years. I don't know what I do. But I know, I think back in my lifestyle in 85, I did not have a fucking job. I did not have a job. I did a job like an 8 to fucking a hottie. I was building a house for the nurses. I would take the bus because the house was only going to be there until like the second week of June. And I was just taking a chance with it. And I knew I had to leave fucking Jersey. They were closing the doors. I had already robbed McDonald's gas stations. I owed drug dealers money. They, people might see me in the city drinking in bars and shit. So I knew eventually I was going to get fucking mad. I had an offer in my mind that said that his attorney had a check for me. A phony fucking scam like that. Like I fell on my shoulder and shit like that. And this guy was the shit. Joey, I'm so sorry, man. I'm going to die if I don't piss right now. Go ahead. I feel bad to cut off your story, man. Yeah, dude. I feel really, and I want to hear this. How you feeling, cocksucker?
I'm doing great now.
We'll do one of the sponsors real quick here. Let me get the sheets. First off, my number one motherfucker, ootd.com, supplying the juice. You like Joey? What's the juice? Shroom Tech Sport and Shroom Tech Immune. Hemp Force protein shakes. The Mike Dolce almond banana protein, the new protein that Lee already fucking devoured in 2 weeks. Because it was so fucking yummy for your tummy. You understand me? That's what Honor does for you. They also have kettlebells, vests, a bunch of great stuff that I can't describe. That would just be bullshit if I tried to. Go to Honor.com right now. That's the most important. You just sit there by your fucking desk. Go to Honor. Check out the great deals they have available for you, especially the supplements. I mean, they got everything in there. The tea supplement. Just take a look. You like anything, put it in the Dropbox. Boom, 10% off. What's the code?
Church.
CHURCH. Get your 10% off your first order delivered right to your house. And if you want this delivered to your house in the cycle, get on the Stay On It program. But I'll tell you what, if you're fucking, working out, you're trying to take care of yourself, On It has something for you, cocksuckers. Go to onit.com and press in CHURCH.
get 10% off. Listen, I went to this seminar a few weeks ago, breathing, that she did. Dr. Lisa came on the podcast. And all this breathing stuff that she subscribed, which is fucking working today, which is working. The root of it, when you're sitting there, is that you're breathing and you kind of go into a meditative state because you're breathing out, you're breathing in, you're moving your pelvis. Even if you're sitting there, you can breathe this way. What she wants you to do is get the lower half of your body breathing. And you got to go to that girl's 10 planet class. She said because she's incorporating all that breathing shit in her yoga. But back to it goes hand in hand with meditation. Now, let's be honest. Most of your problems start with your mind. Fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness, they begin in your head, and they can wreck your life. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a major difference in just 10 minutes a day. You understand me? 10 minutes a day. This change comes from guided meditation with a new Headspace app. Headspace is meditation made simple. Bam! It's guided meditations you listen to whenever you want, wherever you want, right on your phone, computer, on your tablet. You could be on a flight, you could be meditating instead of sitting there looking at disgusting stuff like people. You know what I'm saying? Meditation is rooted in thousands of years of tradition with thousands of scientific studies that show the positive effects like improving focus and relationship harmony and decreasing anxiety and stress. Join over 4 million users already getting Headspace for free. That's right now, for free. Do me a favor, download the free Headspace app and begin their Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation at headspace.com/Joey. That's right. Experience the benefits of meditation in your busy modern life. So do me a favor, train your mind for a healthier, less stressed life. Start with your free trial today, right now, today, at headspace.com/Joey. Again, that's headspace.com/Joey. You will not be sorry. I've been getting a few emails on this, and it's true. It all goes back to breathing and focusing your energies. And if you want to reference Andy Petticomb's TED Talk, which has over 5.5 million views, it should come up in the Google Andy Petticombe TED Talk. Andy is the founder of Headspace and the voice you hear on the app. So again, go to headspace.com/Joey and start your free trial today and get the Take 10 program. How's that? What was I talking about there?
Talking
I
about
don't know.
we got into sales, we got into hustling.
Yeah. Oh, we'll do that. We'll talk.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah, we got like a couple of minutes and shit like that. You're an interesting dude, man. You have nothing to be ashamed about. I think about being ashamed sometimes. I go, why? Yeah. Why? I redeem myself. What's a redeeming myself? I'm a productive member of society. I pay taxes. I'm living. I stopped for old ladies.
It's so funny, like I stopped, but I remember I would just throw
I stopped
a
living.
gum rat. Yeah, I did
That
too.
shit is bad.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was the first person to say you shouldn't litter.
I watch
Bad
people do it
content
now.
from Mother Earth.
My manager littered
It
the other day.
bothers you. It bothers the shit out of you.
I'm like, I was like, you're an adult. What are you doing? Why are you throwing your fucking gum wrapper on the
You
floor?
want to throw a roach on the floor, be my guest. Throw it in the fucking street there with the cars run over and shit like that. There's just so many things that you don't even know. You think you're a productive member of society and you really become. And I haven't been a productive member of society for 7 years. The rest has been a bit of destruction.
Well, that's why I'm trying to not smoke weed, is because I'm not a productive member, or I'm much less of a productive member of
Weed's
society.
got nothing to do with it.
If I had
We're
one,
gonna kick it up a little bit.
No, but I'm
why are we gonna blame reefer?
I'm not blaming reefer.
Don't
I'm
blame
blaming
the reefer.
no
Blame the
weed.
funk.
No, weed is great for everybody.
Blame the funk. Don't blame the reefer.
I'm not good when I you know that anxiety you feel in life to
All
get shit
day.
done.
Yeah.
I try to smoke it away instead of doing the shit I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my body going, hey, dude. You need to fucking work. You need to hustle. You need to get on TV. You need to be successful. You need to give your son a good life. And then I'm like, well, you know what? Let me get high so I don't feel that. And then I don't do what I need to do.
Let me explain something to you. You've been a hustler all your life.
Yeah.
You've been teeter-totting on the slide of society. You love it, but not really. God gave you a blessing. We balance that all out. Weed makes you feel a little dirty. Doing that. Weed makes you feel like you ate somebody's asshole. You don't even know.
I just want to, if I can get a fucking, I promise you, as soon as I'm successful, I will smoke weed every night. It'll be
It's
great.
like becoming a Catholic. After, you know what I'm saying? It's like me giving you 10 million. Now you want to go to church. You hypocrite motherfucker. Now you want to come back to get 10 million. Where were you when you were poor? Where were you when you needed it? You fuck.
Believe me, if I wouldn't get up and just want to smoke all day long and just fucking not do what I need to do.
Smoking and being productive at the same time?
I have had times where I have been, but it's like the way I feel now that I'm not getting baked all day. It's like I'm fucking there. I finished projects, dude. I never would finish a script. It would only take me a year to finish a fucking script. Now I'm actually writing at a high level. I'm myself. I can have a conversation with you, make eye contact, as opposed to fucking, just getting in my head. I don't know, man. It was like,
If it was fucking with you, then give me a breather.
that's it. Yeah, it's fucking. It was fucking.
Time you gotta jump in the Hudson River.
Here's what I'll tell you. This is a commitment that I'm going to make because I'm not going to smoke weed and I want to commit something.
You're a good man.
I try to, I'm trying to really do this the right way. When I come to LA with you, I'll eat a corner of a star. That'll be what I do. When I'm with Joey Diaz, I'll take a fucking little nibble of a star to get me fucking right here. Because to be honest, I feel nice right now. I don't feel
Can I tell you how many motherfuckers avoid this?
What?
So I applaud you because you came on here and you said, you know what? Told me a story and I appreciate it. Not tonight. Not tonight. You were some white dude from Iowa, like I said. You're from the same hood.
Yeah.
Drank the same water. Listen, I had my struggles too. Yeah. And finally you just break down. This is what I'm doing. This is what I can't do. When you come to church, you gotta be cursed.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, right?
Well, no,
You go to church and sit there like a fucking half a fag. You put 5 in the basket, but you're not gonna get something out of the deal. Not even a blessing from the fall.
Body of Christ,
The
motherfucker.
body of Christ. Same fucking thing. This is the body of Christ. Saint
Have a little body of
showed up.
Christ.
Fucking St. Lazarus showed up. You know how strong this is from Steve Small? Yeah, I grew up with it. Listen, I will have my friends from grammar school call in tomorrow and say, what do you remember in my house? And I go, good fucking 6-foot St. Lazarus on your fucking living room. So my mom was that Cuban. Let me see this thing for a second. Let me tell you what.
Looks like Ari Shafir.
Does look like Ari Shafir. These dogs are supposed to be labs. A black lab and a gold lab. Okay, he's got scars all over. It's leprosy. And these dogs licked this leprosy away, so he became their patron saint. They celebrate this guy in Cuba on December 17th. This is how deep her mom was. She brought this motherfucker a cape. Purple cape, right? And it was wrapped around his shoulders, and then she said he's missing something. So she went and got a 14 carat. This is like 2 people that do this type of shit.
Yeah.
Just say it right out and speak it. The only people that look at it and saint delivery. That motherfucker needs something. You know what he needs? A 14 karat gold fucking thing that shines around your head. Well, so this motherfucker had a halo. My mother had a halo made for him. And the purple came. And then they said, fuck it, this is something. So they went and got a gold train. And in the front of him, they'd have bottles of wine and glasses of cigars. There's not a certain day of the week you gotta go over and light your fucking cigar blowing at St. Lazarus. Put the cigar down. You don't know, I lived in this house. You don't know how many times I ran up the stairs and I shit my pants. It took 3 people to carry this motherfucker in the house. The base alone, it weighs like 300 pounds. Okay, so you have to pick them up and then take them down. The fucking muletas came off the crutches. We had the crutches that came off from his arms, and then his arms came off and we carried him. His head stayed up. One night, my fucking sophomore year in September, I have a party. And one of my buddies is upstairs banging this chick. And her boyfriend comes looking. And the guy was a senior football player. And he go around and he's come out of the room. I had him to see this chick. And I'm like, she was upstairs with Louis the She was upstairs with the only Dominican. He was Dominican. Okay, you grew up in Jersey. He was the only Dominican in 1979. He he had an afro. So those white kids, Dominican, who's a Dominican? He's a nigger.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't even understand. They were so backwards. Louis the nigger was upstairs giving it to him. And he put Riley's downstairs asking her where she is. And then all of a sudden, back was Riley goes, what is it? He left an hour because I want to look around there. And this thing was standing there, this thing was sitting last week. It was a table, and there was a patio door that opened up Jersey style to your backyard. They came into the kitchen. I'll never forget there was this kid, Chris Donovan, he was red hair, he had freckles, Eddie Glange. We used to call him the Ripper. Oh my God, you have no idea. So after everything that he would say, he'd go. What's the story? We're gonna go for hamburgers. You in? You in? Riddler. You in? Riddler. So for a year, he lived under the Riddler reign. And that night, he went home and he goes, Eddie, you can't come in to Goku's house. I advise you to go. And his brother goes, what if I know? Chris Donovan turned around and took one of the leg on. He goes, I'll break this whole week. Fuck with him. That was the end. These motherfuckers looked at each other. I was shitting a pickle. My heart was pounding. My mom was in Miami trying to sell her property. And I threw her to a fucking party. And now they're going to break the fucking leg. I will be dead. If San Lazaro breaks, are you fucking kidding me? I will be dead. And they walked out and that was the end of that. Get stressed out. Just thinking about it. How you doing, Louis L'Amour? What's going on over there? How's it feel to eat fucking 920 milligrams? No, it's not 9,000.
He ate like a little.
He ate two tails. Don't throw him under the fucking flame.
Yeah, I went pretty hard.
He went deep, you know, into the murky waters of the underworld. Why you
Fuck that.
you didn't know fucking 1,000, right? 1,100. I had a bunch of samples.
That's cool. How was it? You get tacos?
Nah, I didn't have tacos. Because I was getting it and cooking tacos. They were giving you tickets for ice cream. The place was fucking packed.
They had food trucks at them. Tommy used to say they had the grilled cheese truck.
Grilled cheese
Oh,
truck.
I saw a grilled cheese truck today with a line like a block long. Is that like a big thing out here?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
Gentiles.
Because in New York, it's the fucking shitty halal street meat. There's a couple of them in Midtown by the SiriusXM building.
Nobody's smoking dope though. In the street.
No,
No.
not at all. But no, they're packed just in general. Yeah, in New York, dude, I got a ticket. Dude, I got arrested. Dude, I got arrested for fucking smoking weed. That's why I can't go to Canada, because I've been arrested for smoking weed too many times. I went to Montreal Comedy Festival this past year. I was like, they let me in. I got a fucking thing that I had to pay $200 for, a temporary residency visa. They're like, just listen, don't get in trouble again. Me, Dave Smith, and these two chicks were outside of a bar smoking a bowl. These cops came up to us. That's how fucked up cops are to Hispanic people. They didn't even know. These guys didn't even give a fuck. This is how racist these cops were. But I'm not a guy that calls racism. I get called racist. I'm not a guy that's out there going, oh, cops are fucking racist. Dude, this fucking cop, he goes to my buddy Dave. He grabbed the ball from us. He's like, all right. And he saw Dave put the weed in his pocket. He was like, do you have weed in that pocket right there? He was like, nope. He goes, I'm going to ask you one more time, okay? And it's very important you answer this question honestly. Do you have weed in that pocket right there? Dave's like, nope. He's like, oh, you want to lie to me? And then he grabs me by my shoulder and goes, your buddy's coming in with me. Boom. And they put the handcuffs behind me. They let him keep the fucking weed, dude. They brought me in. I got out in like 4 hours. It wasn't a big deal.
You're in the Montreal Comedy.
No. This is in New York after the fact. Oh, dude, during the festival, it would have fucking killed me before you showcase. But, dude, now I can't go back. Now I'm done. Done with Canada. Over weed. Unbelievable.
Louis Gomez, I don't tell this to anybody. Anytime you're in town, you're a guest on the
Oh, I love it.
You've just become family. Like it's a blue one. The last of the Mohicans, thank God Lisa or some other guy. He thinks I'm making this shit up in my mind. When I talk to him, smell your hand, it smells like ass. That's my left hand. You know what I'm saying?
2 hours of jiu-jitsu today.
Yeah, but I went home, took a shower. I did 1,000 things. Every time I walk in and out, I wash my fucking hands.
You gotta wash your hands before you piss.
I do.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's the biggest way that HPV is spread.
I wash my hands.
You shake your hands with somebody, and then you can touch your dick, and you wash your hands afterwards.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, dude. My doctor told me that because I thought I had a
know
wart.
that shit.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I do. The next morning when I get in the car, I sanitize the steering wheel. because I'm not all night shaking hands and shit. As you're shaking people's hands, you can feel that they're fingering somebody. They got that dry juice on their finger and shit. This is fucking disgusting. And the first thing you do before you touch your dick, you gotta wash your hands. Hot water. You gotta go, and then cold water, and then soak it up and get the fingers. What? No, you gotta wash. You gotta wash your hands every time.
Well, I don't get crazy with hot water. That's his thing.
Yeah, you gotta burn. You gotta burn.
I use some hot water.
You gotta burn that motherfucker. That's how they kill the germs for sure. That those germs that are coming over now, this ain't no fucking duck war.
I think you're all lying. I think everyone here is masturbated on an airplane, and it's bugging me. I thought everyone's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I get it, yeah, completely." You guys looked at me like I'm a fucking asshole.
To take your dick out on a plane is unheard of and just whack off. Now, if you're gonna fuck somebody, you get a blowjob in the seat, I'm with you on it 50%.
No, in the bathroom though, not just in your seat.
No, that's even more disgusting. That is the most uncomfortable fucking thing that's ever.
It smells like shit.
Oh, it smells like that. There's cameras. They're watching you for sure.
They're not watching you in
They're
the bathroom.
watching you for sure. I'm telling you, we got too much money invested for them not to be. It's like Las Vegas. They can't lose those planes. They want to make sure for sure they see somebody going in there and strapping something. They see it. Trust me.
Can you Google that? Can you find
Oh, yeah. They're going to tell you that shit because they're that stupid.
Well,
I've
never even heard this conspiracy.
That creepy shit. You have to listen.
So
it's
wait.
not a conspiracy. This is how you have to assume. Go, and next time you go in that fucking bathroom, why is that mirror so wide? When you go to Las Vegas, the mirror is like this. Whenever you go in the bathroom on the plane, in the front by the pilot, that mirror is completely wide all the way to the end.
I think you have to assume every inch of that plane is on camera.
I assume all that shit gonna happen.
But we've had terrorist attacks. We've had terrorist attacks. We've had the guy with the fucking sneakers on the plane afterwards. There's no cameras on any of those planes.
And now I bet there are. I would
Listen,
bet.
You'd see them. They're not invisible
You
cameras.
have to assume there's something going on in those planes. You have to assume there's something going on in those airports. There's too much money invested in the flight business. It would just destroy us. It would just kill us. It's too much. I'm telling you right now.
They just picked me up jerking off on the black box.
Okay, I'm telling you right now that they've got 4 miles around the airplane. It's like a fucking strict 4 miles.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
You can't do anything. They see you doing something suspicious, they call them black and white. They're not arrest you. But they have those 4 blocks, the TSA, the NCA, FBI, those 4 miles around there. It's real wide and sound. Every time I take my dick out of this, when I get out, because when you get to LAX, it's 40 minutes, 30 minutes. You had coffee. When I fuck, the first thing I do is I open the door and take my dick out, make believe I'm looking through my luggage. I'm peeing. That coffee's coming out of me. That fucking almond milk smoothie, that's coming out of me. And I know that if I sit there for a couple more minutes, somebody's going to show up. A cop will mysteriously show up. They always know. Yeah, they always do. Because that's what I know. They got to watch those parties run. I know what they tell you. That's against the law. I know. But they're too low. They're too fucking low. You have to assume. Yeah. When you go to Las Vegas, I had a friend who got arrested doing a bump in the bathroom stall. They had him on tape. That's your privacy. They give a fuck.
Oh, in a yeah, but I thought public bathrooms they can't have cameras.
They can't do nothing. Again, you have to fucking assume.
I'm going to Vegas tomorrow.
Yeah. So while you're there, you jerk open a closet. They got somebody watching you there too. They go, we got a freak on the 12th floor again.
Is there an Amtrak from LA to Vegas?
No.
Or no train? It's only a 6-hour fucking bus ride?
You just rent a car.
I don't drive. I haven't had a license since I was 18.
I don't even want to hear this fucking story. I know this is a doozy. You got caught whacking off the trunk in the summer. You had a Taco Bell, you know.
No, it wasn't. It was. I moved to New York City. You don't need a car in the city, so that was it. I unpaid tickets, just got suspended, and that was that. But now they got like this chick was telling me last night. They have Airbnb for cars. You go to a city, you just rent somebody's car for them for like a third of the cost to rent a car.
Yeah. One's called like Lux, I think.
I know Lee's gonna jump on that bandwagon.
No, because they have things where you
He's
can.
gonna call him your new sponsor now that we put him through sales training.
They have things now where you can get free airport parking, and then they rent your car out when you're gone, and then you supposedly get paid too if they rent your car out.
People are selling this. Fuck Jack. They don't give a fuck. Louis Gomez, anytime you're in town, you gotta get to the comedy store. It's 8:20 already. Cousins before 20. What do you think you're dealing with? Joey Bananas?
Joe, you're the man, dude.
You're the man. Thank
When
you.
you're in New York, man, please come on Legion of Skanks.
Now you guys do Saturdays, right?
No, we do Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
That's the problem.
I mean, no. Let me rephrase this. If you come on a Saturday, just let me know. We'll just do a pre-tape. We'll make it work, man.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you're a guy who we get, tons of requests for. I mean, it's fucking Joey Diaz. You're a legend. You're a legend.
Come on with Lee in September.
100%. You guys open invite.
Lee will be in training by that time. He'll be at 1,600 milligrams in the open. Like he's just showing up with fucking 8 stars. And listen, if we don't have 8 stars, we ain't getting.
They're gonna have to make bigger stores.
Yeah, I know. We're thinking about the Lee Sayat Deluxe Edition.
1,000 milligrams.
1,000 milligrams of a picture is. Who's better than fucking?
Is these really fly or what?
Huh?
Is these really fly or what?
It's not. Listen, every fucking week I talk to different people, from Dean Del Rey to a friend of mine in fucking in San Diego, her and her husband. They go to thousands of games, and they're always hustling prices. I know a couple of them in Pasadena, my daughter's godmother. They got 3 kids. They go to Laker games. They go to all that stuff. Let me tell you something. If you're looking for tickets for concerts, games, anything like that, do me a favor. What's the next big event you want to go to? All right, Black Sabbath. Maybe you want to go to Kobe's thing. Maybe you want to go to the Dodgers in San Francisco. Whatever it is, you can bet that someone's going to pay less for better seats. How? They use Score Big. You're paying too much for tickets between all the markups and the last-minute convenience charges, even printed home fees. You end up paying courtside prices for nosebleed seats. Score Big is here to change that. Do you know that 40% of all live events go unsold? And did you know that there's a place to get these seats and use savings? It's called Score Big. Score Big works directly with your favorite teams and artists to get their unsold seats at unpublished prices. All right, only Score Big. You can name a ticket price and be guaranteed to pay below box office, up to 60% off. That's right, 60% off. That's right, 60% off. Bring that beat back. Here's what you do. 1, you go to scorebig.com or download the new Score Big app for your iPhone and find the event and seats that you want. Takes a few minutes, boom, boom, boom. 2, make an offer on Score Big's name a ticket price feature. All right. 3, get an instant answer and save up to 60% on your ticket. Never any fees, and shipping is always free. You can count on unbeatable prices and great seats. And when you're in great seats, you actually enjoy the game or the show all the more. So do me a favor. Next time you go see any game or show, go to Score Big first and see how much you can save. For the easiest way to save on tickets, download the new Score Big app right now. Right now. Don't fuck believe. Score Big app for your iPhone. Enter promo code Joey at checkout. Joey, Joey at checkout, and you'll save an extra $20 off your first ticket purchase. All right? That's what I'm doing for you tonight, cocksuckers. No iPhone, no problem. No speaky, no Spanish. Get $20 offline too at scorebig.com. That's scorebig.com. Promo code Joey. Joey. That's scorebig.com. Promo Joe. Promo code Joey. You motherfuckers got me with the. One more. I love Headspace. I love Score Big, and I love Honor. Thank you for sponsoring the show. I love Louis Gomez. He's a fucking soldier at death. I love Lee Sayat, and always I love the beautiful Becky Ramos. I love you, cocksuckers. I'm in Buffalo tomorrow night, Friday, and Saturday. Where's my man? Where you at this week?
All right, I'm gonna be. Well, this week I'm just doing one spot in Vegas, but go May 13th. Legion of Skanks presents.
Where are you in Vegas?
I'm doing a spot. It's just a guest spot at the Planet Hollywood in the mall. There's a spot.
Had with the same woman? Okay, I want that beat, but fuck that. Bring that beat back. Legion of Skanks.
Legion of Skanks presents May 13th. Louis J. Gomez, Dave Smith, with special guest Dan Soder at the Hustlers Club in Detroit. That's gonna be a fucking killer show. Obviously, all my other dates, New York City dates, everything on GomezComedy.com. Check out Legion of Skanks. Check out the Countdown on SiriusXM. Rush 93, myself, and Michael Bisping every Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, and the Real Ass Podcast, my illegitimate child podcast, which we that's a little more like this. We go fucking deep. It's not just craziness like Legion of Skanks. That's GasDigitalNetwork.com, brand new network we started every Friday at 12.
There you go. In Buffalo tomorrow night, cocksuckers. Tomorrow night's the night. Jazz Dub started that. Friday is next week, Indianapolis. And don't forget to let's name it Full Frontal Podcast. Look at the shape of this stuff.
I'm not sure.
It don't fucking matter. I love you guys. We're gonna talk again Monday night, 8 p.m. We got a surprise guest coming in. Thank you again for 420, whatever the fuck you're doing. Get stoned to the gills. I love you. Stay black.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Cheers, brother. I really mean this. Great.
We don't fuck around here.
This podcast is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Night after night, two people lay in the same bed, but when it comes to buying a new mattress, only one gets their way. That is until now. Introducing Helix Sleep. You buy your mattress online, and it's customized for both of you. That's right, each side of the bed, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. And our listeners go to helixsleep.com/Joey. That's HELIX sleep.com/Joey. And you get $50 off of your first order. That's $50 off of your order. HelixSleep.com/Joey. HelixSleep.com/Joey. And the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use the word church to get 10% off all of their great optimization products. I was lucky enough to get some new of their Doje Whey protein. I'm going to try that out, let you know how it is. It's Onnit.com, the word church.
Wahoo! You bad motherfuckers. Kick that horse, Lee. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's pedophile night here tonight. Oh, shit. Here we go, motherfucker. Here we go. Here we go. At least I act in the motherfucking house. Oh, shit. It's a Monday night, cocksucker. It is close to midnight in some places. Sons and evils fucking lurking. You get an 8-ball. You bump into some strange chick with a missing eyeball and an eye patch. After a couple bumps, you're like, fuck it. You try to scream. But you say, fuck it. This chick is terrifying me. Will she suck my dick with the eye patch? Oh, shit. Disgusting. Let me tell you something, all right? Let me tell you how fucking the FBI is as dumb as they come. Took them a month to crack the fucking phone. Meanwhile, there's a fucking kid in Jersey who could have cracked that in 2 fucking days.
What they were saying was is that like they could have cracked it a while ago, but they were trying to get Apple to do it.
Yeah, they're fucking lazy. Like they could have done it 2 fucking days. But let me tell you how stupid the FBI is. I'm the FBI right now. I would take that Gravano. I would go visit Gravano in prison. Mr. Gravano, you probably got what left on your sentence. Parole to this age. How about when you go home? You go home. That's it. A chapter of the government can send you the book. God, he's dead. Everybody's dead. We want the whole thing on Trump.
Oh, shit, yeah.
We want the deals. We want the payoffs, how they've been made, who collected the money, and then you take that to Trump and listen, we ain't got nothing about it. We ain't got nothing about it. This is between us. We're friends.
Right.
The secret is between us. Now, anytime the FBI asks for something, Trump will have to give it to them. You follow me?
Like they're gonna blackmail him when he's president?
It's not blackmail. Blackmail, that's a big fucking word right there. Blackmail is a bad word. It's letting you know that I know. I've always told you that's the biggest thing when you're out there. Is letting motherfuckers know. Somebody's at a party and they're talking shit about you. Right? Some people go and attack that dude. You don't say nothing for fucking 2 years. And one night when it's you and him alone, you drop down there and you punch a break.
But what about the mob itself? Like, would the mob be doing the same thing to him?
The mob that's in now doesn't know. That was 30 fucking years ago.
Oh.
His dealings were between 80 and 85, 86,
So that's over
87,
now?
88, yeah, that connection died. Gravano took that with him. Yeah, they own S&A Construction, and they have different companies that the mob. The mob has a 2% club, okay? 2% of the profit goes to the mafia. What they do is they get 16 fucking people, companies. Lee Syatt Construction, Joey Diaz Construction, and we go into a club, bidding club. So now, instead of us bidding for jobs, you just get the job.
For 2%.
So this million, but any job over $2 million. So the concrete you got to buy from my company. Now let me explain something to you. Concrete per square foot in Oklahoma, I'm just making these numbers up. It's $35 a square foot. Again, I'm just making these numbers up. I don't want people on Twitter hit me, Joey, I live in Oklahoma. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just making these numbers up. But when you deal with S&A Construction, it's concrete. It's $82.50 a square foot. That's the mob squeeze.
So they take 2% and then they
And then
fuck
they
you.
fuck you on that.
Oh,
And then they control different unions. Let's say they have the laborers union or the fucking pipe fitters union. That's how they work. Now, for them not to shake you down, you have to pay them back. You have to be in the thing. I know Trump's personality. Trump didn't want to be in the big club. Trump said, fuck it, I'll make you a partner. Okay? And that's how, now, the construction was really New York tight between those years when Trump was in. And the guy that ran construction, if you want to look this up at home, if you have the time and you're that much of a fucking stiff, the guy who ran the construction in New York was a guy by the name of Sammy the Bull. He was an underboss for Gambino crime family. He had 18 different companies, all related to the construction field. Glass, piping, architecture, electrical. Because if you, so now, Lee Syatt was only getting one job every 3 months. Lee Syatt is fighting for his life. He's been these fucking hooking up jobs. One day the mind, Lee Syatt says, wait a second. He gets down, he starts writing notes, and he still comes up with, even if I give half of my profit to these inflated prices, I make money. So instead of getting 2 jobs a year, I get 6 jobs a year. I split the profits. I'm busy all year. I still make more money than I was ever making before. Let me approach Sam. Don't make no profit.
wait, no.
No, you come to me and go,
Okay.
Sam, how about I give you 40% of my income? Make you a part. Give you a taste. Give you a tax return. Make you VP of whatever. You can make a fake fucking job. You follow me?
Like the one Tony had him with the
There you go.
garbage place.
There you go. So now, when Sammy the Bull was a genius, because now when he's got a taste of all of those companies. Plus, he was getting partners and he was shooting. And then taking the whole company from him.
How could he pull that more than once? Like, I feel like after the second time, they'd be like, maybe we shouldn't be.
Partners started disagreeing. All his mates, DB, DiBernardo, the guy in Staten Island, all his brother-in-law, he killed his wife's brother, dog. Why? Because he was causing a lot of fucking problems. But to just keep this on Trump, that's how great. Like, I'm looking at this world news tonight, because Trump's a fucking genius, okay? Trump's got so much money that he's just paying. Listen, you see a fucking law and order.
Yeah.
When I go, Lee Syatt was involved in gay porn. That's irrelevant. I object. I'm sustained. That's a stain don't mean thick because the jury heard that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's blowing up little flyers in all these fucking little magazines that you read while you're on the line of the super. Those, what do you call those things? You know, Time. What is not Time? Like
The tabloids.
tabloids. I'm sorry, I don't know if I forget words.
But then,
So he likes fires. I come up to you and say, listen, what if I gave you a picture? Ted Cruz would have gone up and $200,000. What if I can fucking Photoshop it? I can make that. Don't they take pictures?
yeah, they could
Put
do
somebody
anything.
else's head on these college
Or
kids.
even if he just puts it out there on like Fox News or any TV thing, if he just said, well, you know, I heard Ted Cruz likes to play with monkeys. I don't know what, anything. Just the fact that he said it.
That's it. It's out there. Now you're waiting for your groceries and you look up and boom, Ted Cruz involved in sex scandal.
No, what happens is he has casinos in Vegas and Atlantic City. The mob has to be involved in casinos, right?
Well,
I know you don't know.
He made them corporate.
Okay.
See, once the corporations took over the casinos, that made it a little tougher for that skin. And they know. But they get taken care of in other ways, which I don't really know. I really don't know. I hear all these rumors, the mob is gone and things. I don't know. I don't know none of that shit. I don't know if it exists anymore. I don't know what the fuck those are. But I do know that I was watching that tonight. Trump is such a swindler. That he's gonna win, but somebody should swindle him. And you know who can swindle him? The FBI. The FBI can swindle him and have their fucking way with him. The president, the vice president, whoever runs the FBI can get whatever he wants and fucking support the next 4, 5, 6, 8 years.
Yeah. If he does that to him, which is crazy to think about, strong arming the president, whatever you want to call it.
That's it. Hey, listen, they could strong on candidate. They shot him in the fucking head. They blew his fucking brain out. Whoever the fuck did that? Whoever the fuck did that? Okay.
It gets scarier and scarier. Like the more I see, like I'm sure this has been going on forever, but I was just too young and naive to see it. But like the more and more you see with like the political system and the way it works, like
People don't pay attention to the political system. They think because they watch CNN politics, they know what politics really are. They don't. Why do I give Jeb Bush $200,000 my hard-earned money? Because I have something I want to do.
yeah,
There's something I want to do. I want to zone that neighborhood. I want to do something. So it's a dirty fucking business
I
right
think
there.
that's the job. Like they go through the donor list at a certain point after they get elected, and like, okay, well, we have to pay off these amount at over $100,000. They have to pay off.
If I come
Favors.
to this business, in this fucking presidential debate,
Okay.
with all this, whatever it's called, and I come to a presidential guy, candidate, this called. And I say to him, listen, over the years I've been accused of a lot of things. But I'm really a hot dog seller. I have 35 hot dog stands all across the country. I have a name. I make millions of dollars a year selling hot dogs. Yes, Mr. Davis. But my real business is drugs. Let's just say. Let's say I make $20 million a year. $15 million a year. $3 million cash to me is nothing. I would donate it to the president, whatever fucking presidential candidate, because I know that in the future I want to expand my business. Mexico, Europe, I want to expand my business, double that. If I get caught in the presidential package, I would, these are the things that
Assume they're doing it.
that money's coming from somewhere. When a medical supply company, not a medical supply company,
Pharmaceutical.
comes up with a new pill, and they're having a tough time with the FDA. They know Lee Syed is a senator of fucking Wisconsin. He's typing the vice president of the FDA. I'll give $500,000 to your donation, $1 million, because I know you're going to put this one. Once I go to your fundraiser, I don't know whispering in your ear what I need.
And then you say no, you're not going to get that money again, what you need.
What you need. Especially that type of, those type of digits. Listen, I went to get a nose spray here. It was $80.
Oh, the prescription?
Yeah, $80. But I went today to get a pill. It was $1.16. So you never fucking know. They get you somewhere or the other.
They really do. And And now it's getting to the point where, like CVS, right? I can't get, like, whenever I get sick here, I go to the clinic because you can't get a doctor's appointment within like 2 weeks. I have like pretty decent insurance. So I'm paying CVS to go to the clinic. I'm paying CVS for the pills. And so they have all, they're making all of them. Like, it's crazy. What were you like? And now I have to wait 2 weeks, even though I have insurance. And they raise my insurance every year. It's fucking crazy. It's just, and that's why I think Bernie Sanders is so popular. I don't really know. Like, I know what he's talking about. I don't know if it's gonna, because no matter who you talk to, either they hate Trump or they hate Sanders. So you don't know what's real. But I can see that. I'm paying $350 right now for insurance that I can't really use. Yeah.
There's people listen to the podcast. I can't imagine. If you don't have insurance today, you get fucking real. It's tough. Either way, you get fucking real. You gotta have the insurance. I went 50 years without insurance. How? I went to like 35. Insurance just put it over here. I joined SAG. I didn't have insurance.
So what were you guys say?
3, 6, 19, 20 years ago. So I was 33 years old, 34 years old. I had fucking insurance.
So what would you do if you got sick?
I went to the pharmacy like everybody else. I inhaled right in the sea. It was one time I went to the hospital. My throat, I got a throat infection. Colorado, it's never come up with my fucking credit.
Really?
I don't have to one time I had an abscess. See the memorial, whatever. I never heard of that building. They probably figured out I had SAG insurance. It's crazy. So this week I went to Paducah.
Yeah.
I went to Paducah with my wife and the baby. They had a great time. I was sitting there for a little while. You know, I was sitting outside with the horses and all this.
They have horses? Oh.
Yeah, my fucking brother-in-law's got 3 horses right there in the yard. The yard is the size of this fucking neighborhood. You got a 3-bedroom house on this side with a barn, a fucking camper, and then 3 horses fenced off. Just, it's got to be a couple of football fields.
That must have been fun for Mercy.
Oh, Mercy. It hasn't. But I was sitting there. And I thought of a friend of mine that hadn't spoken for a long time. Since 1993. Started. All the time. Growing up, but I realized while I was sitting there how much I loved this kid growing up. Like, he was just a dynamite, fun kid. His name was Fergie. Timmy Howard, probably listening to him. Fergie was one of these kids. And there was 2 of me. Like, his tolerance was through the roof.
No way.
Oh, his tolerance.
He's more tolerant than you?
Oh, his tolerance was through the roof with everything. With everything. Whatever he did double. From his gambling to his weightlifting. He was a kid that had a fucking body like an Adonis. His shoulders were. We always knew each other since the 7th and 8th grade playing basketball. But we didn't talk. We just waved at each other and hey, what's up? And we became freshmen together. We talked at parties. And he always showed up. Like, you got a $10 bag.
Was he a rich kid?
No, his father had a restaurant in Edgewater, New Jersey. That was called H&B Diner, right where they shot Copland. It was right over there. It was a tremendous little fucking greasy spoon. He made the best pork sandwiches in Italian with hot sauce and pickles. Fresh Cuban fucking pork, Italian bread with Swiss cheese and fucking hot sauce.
Pork and Swiss cheese.
Good googly. Good googly. Melt the Swiss cheese over the fucking bread. You have no idea. But Fernie, you became tight with me. Fernie Rogers, this kid by the name of AKA Stinky King. We became a unit in November of '81. We all hung out from time to time. And then we started getting together. Fernie was one of the first guys that really had a car. Like bikes that his father just gave him, covered in a whole back seat, put a piece of metal on there, drove the car to metal. Glenn had his mother's car from time to time, Roger. He had his father's car he would borrow from time to time, but Fernie was always the ride. And whenever Fernie would drive, he would drive. He cursed at people, and he called people prick. He had a great prick thing, and we hung out tight. He always supported me. He always had my back, no matter what. He was very quiet. I got beat up one time at a bar in Hoboken called Gennaro's.
What do you mean you got him beat up?
I grabbed the girl's ass. When I played for St. Michael's, she was a cheerleader, the Cuban girl, and she was standing in front of me watching the band. And I was next to Fernie, and I reached over and grabbed her ass. It was one of these reaches, like my right hand, so I had to cross 3 feet. So when she turned around, Fernie had a stupid look on his face with glasses. He was just as high as I was. And she turned around, he was drinking an Alabama Slammer with a white shirt on. And she turned around and smacked him in the face, and the drink went all over his shirt. And his glasses fell off. Everybody knew he was blind without his glasses. But the funniest lens fell out of his glasses. So when he got stepped on, she was kicking him, and he was looking for his glasses.
He got beat up by the girl?
He beat up by the girl. We're fucking howling. This kid.
You didn't help him out?
No, you get beat up by a girl. We didn't choke the fucking girl. I didn't choke the fucking girl. You think you beat. He took the beat.
He took your beating?
He took the beat from me like a fucking soldier.
Did he even know why he was getting hit?
No, he was half retarded. He just got up, put his glasses back on. No one. Okay. And he had a big red stain on his fucking white shirt. And that was the end of that too. Oh my God, I was fucking howling. But I robbed that jewelry store. And while I was in Florida on hideout, we were, talking on the phone. We were talking on the phone. Me and Fernie, for some reason, I was talking to Fernie.
How can you be on a hideout talking on the phone?
Because the cops weren't really tapping phones in those days for some guy who robbed the jewelry store. Fernie, one thing I know about Fernie is that Fernie didn't talk. Fernie didn't talk unless it was us. Like Fernie never talked. Like if Fernie in those days came in the room right now, Fernie would actually just talk to me. He wouldn't talk to you. He wouldn't even pay attention.
You wouldn't acknowledge my.
He would acknowledge you. Not because he was rude. That was Fernie. Like he didn't know you, and he didn't want to know you.
He had enough friends.
He'd show up, sit down, and whip out a bag of weed that could kill a meal. So I come back from Florida and on the phone call the night before, he tells me, "Hey man, I talked to my mother. You can stay." And at that time, my soul was gone. Like I was gone. Like I didn't claim responsibility for my actions.
How old were you?
19.
Okay.
Just totally out of control. The world owed me a fucking thing. I was angry at the world. I did what the fuck I wanted until I either caught a beating or was going to go to jail or whatever. And this kid opens up his home. He says, "Hey man, fuck all that shit. We got the basement. We're bitches. Nobody will know. I got my weights down there. We got a bathroom. You can shower upstairs. But besides that, everything's downstairs. My mother's never home, so you can shower up there in the daytime. Take a shower. Besides that, we got the whole downstairs. And it was it. That's all we need. We were smoking dope downstairs. We were doing blow downstairs. We were eating Quaaludes downstairs.
And his parents never once were like, "Hey guys."
Well, one night he ate a fucking Quaalude. He got 4 Quaaludes. And I told him just eat one. He ate 2 and he went in the shower. We were downstairs drinking beer. So upstairs. Fernie's asleep in the shower. Went upstairs. He was in the shower on 2 loops, passed out with his socks on. We had to take him out of the shower. They're like, "What happened to him?" We don't know. He's saying he was tired. He was fucked up. That motherfucker came downstairs, did like 3 lines. It was like nothing happened. We got in the car. We had to go see Pat Benatar. I'll never forget that. He kept some guy parked too close to him. Like they gave him an inch in the front and an inch in the back. I'll never forget this. He's putting the car in reverse. Boom. Putting the boom. Boom. Boom, at that time, it's me. I'm in the back seat. No, I'm in the side seat, and Roger Holloway is in the back seat. I'm going to forget this. Like it was yesterday. And he's doing this for 2 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. He's talking, he's turning the wheel, but every time he makes a thing, he hits one of the fucking cars. And finally, Roger bends his head over because we're playing bumper cars. I'll never forget, it was something fucking every night with him. But he was my brother. He had my back. He let me. Oh shit. He had my back, man. This guy let me move into his fucking basement. Felicia Michaels in the house. Come over and sit down, my love. Right over here. So this guy fucking let me live with him. And it was just, Felicia gonna get ready for this.
Yes.
Because it was 2 nights at his father's restaurant in Edgewater. And as soon as I got back, it took me about a week to get a job. I got a job at a fucking place that made frames for Entenmann's cake. You ever go into a supermarket and see Entenmann's cake?
Yeah.
And they have the fucking stands that say, Entenmann's. That's what I did. I was a Union Entenmann cake stand builder.
Not a bad job.
No, it wasn't a fucking bad job, but and we're driving to his restaurant at 5 in the morning, listening to, I'll never forget, Dead of the Winter, listening to nasty girl, dancing in the car and shit. 3 19-year-old jerk-offs. And he was, like I was just telling him, he was one of those people, he didn't smoke pot. Like if you bought a $10 bag, he would buy a $25 bag and smoke the whole thing in high school. He was, I don't know,
ADD?
he was half retarded. It wasn't ADD.
Autistic?
No, he had that shit. That he always had to do double what you did. We always thought Fernie would die. Like I always later on said, I wonder what Fernie did. And then I heard he went to a party with my friends. Like, we all know this guy. Because like, me going to your house when your kids there, your girlfriend's there. 40 minutes, you're gonna knock on the door. My friend knocked on the door. He didn't answer. He kicked the door. Fernie had this grab on his arm. This is like you catch me at your house. This is like, he called me in Colorado. He said, hey, what happened last night? I fucking fell for him. My bed. Shooting arrow at 5 o'clock in the morning. I chased him. He ran away. Leave me alone. And that was the last we really heard. That was it. But what happened was I was living with him. And we had gone to we hooked up in October. And I gotta tell you guys, it was a 3-month party. Like him and I went to work at 5. We were out till 2. Every night there was a bar right across the street, so we could park the car and walk. So worst case scenario, we would go into the city, not do blow. We go over and get reefer, park the car, smoke a joint, and then we cross the street with the Midtown Lounge, the Silver Fox. They called him the Silver Fox. He was like 70s. They're picking up chicks and shit. We go in there. It was like a 3-month tear. Finally in December, I tapped out. Like, I can't do this. I got a job in a lumberyard. I lived with him the whole time. I got arrested at that fucking lumberyard for possession of stolen tools. He never said nothing to me. He was my roommate. Never judged me. Never questioned me. Took me out for a drink. Fucking beat the cake. I mean, he was just a great guy. But I was living with him, and I was doing some wild shit. And I was 19. And I was straight out of the neighborhood doing wild shit, which meant something was going to catch me. And one night I tried to break into a boogie's house. And I cut my hand with the barbed wire. And I had to cross. I robbed that guy's house on 57th Street. I had to run to 68th Street. It doesn't seem like a lot, but I had to cross like 8 avenues. When I got to his block, the cops were coming down the block with the light. I had to hide under a car. If I want to be friends with this guy, I gotta move out of this house. Something's gonna happen. This house is gonna get shot up. I was doing some crazy shit. I was fucking with some Cubans in the city. They were bringing cocaine up, and they had apartments, and I would break into their apartments. I knew I was gonna get in trouble. A friend of mine came up with me to Colorado, and I thought about it. I said, okay, I didn't have the heart to tell Ferdy I was leaving. Like I never had the heart to call down and go Ferdy, I'm leaving. So when he was at work, I packed my stuff and I wrote a letter. Like that's how much I love Ferdy. I was a confused kid. I left and after about a month I called for friends. I could see that we weren't the friends that we were. But then I came back. Then we were tight again. Then he got involved again. Then he hit somebody with the car. And he picked me up 2 days later. He hit the dude with the car. And that was the first time somebody hit somebody with a car that told me the story. And I actually pissed my pants. That's how funny, like that's how crazy he was. He was smoking a joint. You know when you cut through a gas station, instead of waiting for the red light,
Oh yeah.
he cut through the gas station, hit the sidewalk. The ash fell on his shirt. And while he was going like this, there was a guy waiting for the fucking bus. And he clipped the dude. And he got out of the car. And if you know Fernie, like if you know Fernie, when he was telling me this, I know he ain't lying to me. I knew him. He said he told the dude, I go, Fernie, what happened? He said, you know, and I was going to wait for the cops until I'm running late for work. So I told the dude, either get up or do something, because I got to get to work. And he took off. And he got home that night, and he was in the shower, and the cops fucking ripped him out of the shower, beat him up and shit.
Oh my god.
But again, by this time, we were 20, maybe 21. Maybe. Now, in those days, you watch Vinyl. If you watch Vinyl, they only have one class with a thing that you. Now, once it got advanced, a chain with a spoon came on that thing. So you would take the cap off and do little bumps. Now, in those days, I could lie to you and tell you I did 8 balls. No, I didn't. I always had one of those things. Not Fernie. Fernie would drive around with a quarter ounce of blow. But here's what got crazy. He would cut his own blow. So he would buy a fucking 1/8 coat, and he would cut it 3.5 to 3.5 to dilute it. And he would cut it till it was like fucking speckle. Like we weren't even getting high. And he'd sit in his car with like the Ace of Spades and talk to you for like 20 minutes. And he'd just keep doing bump. He was over. What's that?
OCD.
He
Yeah.
did everything more. Like
Washing his hands a lot.
like you
stuff
sit
like that.
like he did. Like again, you know, people do, and they put it down. They talk. Not Fernie. Oh, the mirror, his own mirror, and he would just do fucking monsters every minute on the minute. And you would look up, what is this guy fucking?
So what happened to him?
So, 83, 84, boom. I go to Colorado. I get arrested. Blah, blah, blah. I come back to Jersey in 91, 92. I'm looking for Fernie. No Fernie. I come back in 93 after I get divorced. No Fernie. Nobody seen Fernie. His mother still lives there. She drives the school bus. She parks the bus in front of the house. There's no Facebook. There's no Twitter. You know, my friend Timmy Holloway's my brother invited me to his house to dinner in Jersey City. The bus, and I have to do a transfer. I get off and I start walking a little bit. And who do I bump into the fucking street corner? The Frank and some broad. He gives me a hug. I hugged him. He goes, I heard you're doing comedy now. I said, I'm trying, man. It's fucking hard. He goes, let me come see you one night. And in that whole thing, the girl looks at him and goes, you told me it's no. And he goes, and he gave me some number. I called him like 10 times. Never returned my call.
Do you regret just leaving the letter? Or do you think that might have been it?
Always. Till this fucking day, I regret leaving that goddamn letter. He was my brother. He wouldn't have given a fuck. If I would have told him the truth, he wouldn't have given. He knew I was crazy.
So what did he say in the letter then?
That I loved him. That I had to leave. That 20 people were looking for me. I would have only charged $10,000. I needed some fucking space before I got killed. I didn't want to bring it into his house.
And you wish you had just said that to him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have said it to him.
Well, why do you think he never answered the phone or contacted you back? Well, you know, if he would have understood, why didn't
I think by that time he was gone. Today he has HIV. I'm sure now. I heard this. I looked at the pictures on Facebook. And I was like, yeah, he's got something. He's very hidden. Nobody's ever seen him. No more reunions. So over the weekend, Paducah, and I'm sitting there giggling one of his stupid fucking escapades. Like just a thought came into me. How he used to fuck the skinny girl I saw at the airport that looked like the girl. And I said, oh my God, this girl was really pretty and she was really bony. I used to say, funny, she don't have a pussy. And he goes, she got it in there somewhere, it's good. he was always, when I robbed the fucking janitor and I had the epileptic pills, everybody was mad at me for giving them epileptic pills. Like people like Joey and my friend, you gave me those pills. You know what Freddie told me? Those fucking pills were good, man. You gotta get me some more of those. He was popping those and walking around and driving. People were sleeping for 3 days. Like he was one of those guys. Like even the epileptic pills didn't affect him. Like he was one of those fucking dudes. I heard he got down and stuff. So to make a little story short, I said, yeah, watch it, get those thoughts, like what type of friends do they have? And for some reason, I look at friends, I thought about friends. And last night I come home and look on Facebook.
Yeah, he was a friend.
No. I got a picture of his brother. So I went to my brother's page. He still has he had fucking shoulders. That's the guy who told me I knew behind the legs. He was a friend that got 185. And he goes, you can do it. You do 165. His neck started here and went here. His waist was like this. Women would jump on this guy.
Is that the picture you used to have in your old office?
No. That's Rego. This was another kid that was taller. His waist was like this. He was built like this. No steroids, push-ups, steaks, those pork sandwiches, all heavyweight. He believed in heavyweight. So I get home last night and see the fucking picture. It's everything I got. It's, you know, everything on the message that I wrote back in 20 years. I still think about it. I would say, I said, this motherfucker's gonna see this. Never say that. I know this one simple message. I didn't even expect it to be here. I had to expect a perfect message. I click on it, open it up, and he wrote, I think great. And I said, I can open this conversation. I believe in him. I don't believe in right here. And just let it stew. Because this kid was my fucking dog. Dog. Funny, Felicia, off the cuff, like retarded funny, like the shit he would say. Just retarded funny.
Can I ask, how come you just let it lay? Why?
That crew never recovered. 2 out of the 4 became Christian guys. You know, the guy that says shit in the morning. Not born again. The one became, whatever, the good-looking dude in Houston with the church. Joel Osteen, the UPS one, and the other one, Roger, also became a born-again Christian. That's how deep those times were. Like, what we were thinking and what we were doing was not what 18-year-olds did. It wasn't what 18-year-olds did, you know. It was just hard and Fernie at that time. He had a gambling addiction. Again, we're back to 40 timers. 40 timers. What do you do to get? What do you like? Like the next slap in the next one, split 200 times. Rest of the 40 times. First time he comes to me, he goes, what are you guys always talking about? You gamble. Really? How much you gamble? Well, like, well, so he started doing that. What if I put down $1,000 parlay? Does it the first time? Nobody does that. That's when you bet 2 teams and they both have to win. I was living with him in the basement, across from him in the bed. And And he's telling me this shit. And I'm using that he's got a job. Phil was in his 50s. And he goes, if I lose, I can cover this. He goes, so what do I do? I go, call my friend's dad. 1,000-time parlay. Seattle and somebody else. What is that win? You can't even fucking imagine what wins. 18 years old. Calls it in. The first game wins outright. The second game, it's 27-0 at halftime. We both smoke a joint. We go to bed. I try to kick one. We both wake up. Seattle comes back and beats 28-27. He goes $1,000. My friend's dad calls him back and says, "Come pick up the money. Let's get dressed. Let's go pick up the money. Let's go out for the best dinner we've ever had." Big Alicia. This is the spot jack. Fucking waiters. Fucking suits. White people, four-leaf jersey, overlooking the Hudson, people kissing, glass wines. I never saw that before. I know all that shit. I go in there. I used to go in there on little dates with friends at the lobster front out and shit. You know, freaking leave. I go get the lobster front out. I'm not taking all the reason to get it. Lobster front out with this shit like a fucking fish for me. Hospital all around that clams and mussels. And on the top was a fucking lobster tail. 4 huge fucking prawns with each of the red spicy sauce with a big loaf of bread and butter. Delicious. Tremendous.
Yeah.
He fucking devours his plate. He's thirsty. And he tries to finger bowl. Picked up the fucking finger bowl and drank it. And after that, he went on a gambling thing. He was up 60. Under his bed. 18. And he lost it all on the Super Bowl. Lost it. And that crap. Bookie made him pay. So he had to pay every week. $300, $400 every week. He paid the guys who were $800. He told him to go fuck himself. And that crap. He never watched sports again. Never. Ever. Not even as a joke. That moment don't make it great. You watch sports again. Never again.
You wouldn't even watch.
Never.
90,000.
Yeah, that's crazy. And back then, when $2,
82.
yeah, when the dollar was worth twice the amount it's worth now, that was a
Miami.
tremendous amount of money.
The Killer Bees against the Redskins. That was the Super Bowl. He lost his ass. And he became a different person. Like after that at 18, he had to get a job at a gas station. 4 to 12. He worked in his father's restaurant from 6 to 4. So he only slept on Saturday and Sunday. He did that for 8 months until he paid 30 or 40 grand.
Did his parents know that it happened?
He had to go to his parents and borrow money from them. And it was ugly.
Oh, wow.
So you're happy with how your conversation, like that's why you don't really want to go for it, like it was as
That's
perfect
all I
as it could
needed.
be. Yeah.
That's all I needed. If you knew this kid, if I engage him right now, I might. So leave it there. That's as good as it gets in my world.
What are you supposed to do when you lose friends? Like I have that friend who I went to his wedding in Vermont. He was my best friend in high school. And I didn't have like a bunch of friends. He was my best friend, and the past couple of months he won't answer my phone. I don't know what to do.
People get married, people change. You don't know what his life
Well, I
is.
just had a friendship that kind of went kaput with someone who was very close to me. And I think people don't understand that friendships, just like relationships, aren't meant to be forever. That doesn't mean they have any less value. You know, I think sometimes people are in your life for a certain period of time to bring clarity to that time. But when you have children, you don't teach children, or we don't teach each other that it's okay if you're not friends anymore. But maybe we should teach them how to disengage a friendship. You know.
Well, I have a different friend with Phil. Like, I didn't talk to you for a while. I still love you.
Yeah.
We would just mad at each other.
Yeah.
I didn't want to push it. Right?
Kind of mad at each other.
Yeah, but I still loved it. After I came to my senses, I
Yeah.
really did miss
Yeah.
it. I miss all my friends.
Yeah.
I miss all my friends. Like, checking me, bro. It's like it's basketball. They had a bunch of basketball. A bunch of fucking great. Like how they fucking stupid games. They're fucking moron. I was a basketball coach at Ramaball, whatever, you know. Just we were talking about college basketball last week, and how the players used to write the coaches. And I didn't lose Chucky. We grew apart. And we connected. Not even on Facebook. We hunted me down. Today we talk every 90 days. You know, I know he's busy with comedy. We don't stop loving each other. That is the people you grow away from. It's naturally somebody gets married. Somebody has a kid. Somebody stops getting high. You know, somebody gets a DUI. And people put fucking blame. I had something in December that happened to me that was just horrible. I went back east with my family. And I got those hell fucking points. A week before I went, him fucking hit me up and said, we'll either give you a room for free one night or we'll take a room off your tab. So I called one of my best friends and wife, hey man, what are you doing next weekend? Why don't you come up? Bring the wife, see the baby, we'll get to Chinese food, smoke a couple of joints. And he goes, that's not a bad idea. This is 40 fucking years, Felicia. You know, you spent millions on me, this kid. I called him back and come up, we'll get dinner. Yeah. One of the conversations, he calls me back and goes, hey man, they're going to bring up my kids. No, I'm bringing the kid. I'm not calling you to see the kid. I'm calling to see you. He goes, all right, boy, you didn't call me back.
Yeah.
It was like I opened my fucking mouth and I said something about the kids. I really don't like this girl. You know what I'm saying? Like I know she's a little baby. I was in the fucking outside when she was getting the living. She was that big, freak motherfucker. She's like 17, showing up on my comedy shows. I'm one of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, how bad I was cool. I just, and I can't say nothing. And I'm like he was telling me he lives at the house. That sent me into a fucking loop. Like I was like, this is you let this guy live under the same roof with her in your fucking house. Like this isn't the guy I know, but I guess you make exceptions for your notes. I guess she's saying this is the guy that she likes and she wants. So I said it as a joke. It was true. I wanted to see him. His niece sent me a picture of me and him in high school hugging. And I go, what the fuck? That wouldn't be nice. So for 3 months, I was like, it was 40 years. He called me 2 weeks ago. He goes, he's still mad at me. I'm not mad at you. I can never be mad at him. Never. After all we went through, you can't come up, just call me. But he said I was embarrassed, folks. I got shit going on with my life you don't know about. Okay. I accept it. Now we've been talking. Still flying off the Black Sabbath.
And that makes me feel good, like that we could reconnect. Like I feel bad, like I didn't get him a gift for his wedding, but
But you flew out there. That was a Gino and a tuxedo and shoes and dinners and a rental car.
Maybe that's his woman saying, "You should get your gift." That's
I'm close with his wife. Right? And then I was thinking, honestly, because I was thinking about maybe calling his wife because we're close. I was like, I don't want to go around somebody.
No, call. Listen, call the one on. They haven't called me back. Maybe there's something going on. I don't know. Maybe this kid had fucking run. He's in the hospital room and she's watching him every night. Maybe his father's sick. You don't fucking know these things.
Right.
So just call the wife and go, hey, I don't mean to pry, but I've been calling for 3 months. Nobody called me back. Is everything okay? Is there anything I can do?
But then here's the thing. Like I had a friend, and I'm not going to name names, that we were super, super close. And then I could tell, when someone starts shining you can fucking tell, right?
What's shining?
When someone's like not, like kind of dodging you, but they're not really coming. When you do hang out, you can feel the energy's kind of fucked up.
Did they owe?
What?
Did they owe?
No. But then, and then I said to this person, like, what's up? And then she had like this whole fucking list of shit that I had done over like 3 or 4 months. And it was like, you have a fucking list? You have a list? And some of it was like, because I teased her about her outfit once, but it was like, oh, you're so adorable in that outfit. And then she got upset at that. And then she got mad because I said something about her friend that wrote thank you cards, made her daughter learn how to write, like stupid shit like that. And then she got, this is when I was like, okay, I have to disengage for a while. She got upset because my son and me were watching Comedy Central, and on Comedy Central, someone said, "Oh, that's a basic bitch." But as we were watching it in the kitchen, I was actually on Match.com, but I had my computer up, my laptop where he couldn't see I was on Match.com, and he goes, "Mom, what's a basic bitch?" And I turned the computer around, and I go, "All these guys on Match.com, basic bitches, right?" And we laughed so hard. So I tell my friend that, and then she's like, "I was so offended that you and your son had that conversation. You told me that story." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding
She
me?"
was just
Why
looking.
would
Yeah. Like, why? What the fuck is that about? And when someone starts making a list, it's like, fuck that.
Did she have like a written down list?
She didn't have a written down list, but when I was like, "What's going on? I feel like there's this weirdness," and I had to kind of corner her, and then she's like, "Well, it's this, this, and this," and then she goes, "Let's make an appointment next week, and we'll talk about what our problems are with each other." And I'm like, "The only problem I have is that my best friend don't like me anymore. That's the only fucking problem I have. Like, you have a fucking list, you know?" And I said to her, when you have a friendship, there's shit that you say in front of your friend that your friend gets annoyed. She said stuff in front of me, like how she doesn't have kids and how she was saying shit about kids on a plane. Like, and you know, like before I had kids, that I used to think the same things, and no matter what someone would have told me, I would have never understood what fucking having kids is like. And so I said to her, "Well, sometimes you're really fucking mean about kids and how parents don't take care of their kids on a plane," and then I get all pissed off for like a millisecond, but then I realized you have that right to think that, and there's nothing I'm going to say that's going to change that. So who gives a fuck? I'm not mad about it. Who gives a fuck, But some people will like just take out of the air little tiny things that have nothing to do with you, and then you have to understand that friendship sometimes is letting that person have their moment, but that you don't have to buy into their shit. That's not you, that's him. You don't have to worry, even though you miss the friendship. You don't have to carry it around.
No, I know, but then like I feel bad. Like I haven't. It's really tough. I don't know. When you go to college and you come out and start working, you're so focused on all that stuff. I wasn't really a great friend. I didn't call that often. But then again, like no one. Whenever I feel like that, I'm like, no, I'm not like denying calls. I'm not like ignoring calls from all these people. So it's a two-way street, but it's still you never want to lose someone.
I'm a fucking animal. I told Felicia for years. And Lee and I were having a conversation.
And Felicia has felt it.
Lee and I were having a conversation. And when you've had this thought. Comedy's a great thing to do. Life is great. Comedy's even better because you really get to learn things about life. While you're suffering as a stand-up comic, you're learning things that most people won't see about the human beings. And how people treat you on the road, and how you've been stuck in certain situations, and this complete stranger has bailed you out. And in my world tonight, I was talking to you about drugs. And I'm talking about the disgusting things I did on the low with women. Just animalistic, disgusting things that didn't make me feel any. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like you meet somebody and with somebody, you give them a bump of coke because you swap the spit finger on the back. Meanwhile, the date is at the bar. And you sit there and you go home and you go, "What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened?" And you know what? He's on the left. You know what I'm saying? Why question it? I'm not going to question life in the little things.
Right, yeah.
And you can't talk about the sunset. Believe it or not, I think of all those people. I still think of this thing. Hot chick picked me up in Ogallala, Nebraska. I still, I wish I knew her name so I would have looked her up on Facebook and thanked her for the kind thing she did. In 1995, when I was a fucking starving, doing a triple run, and the axle on my car broke down. And she picked me up hitchhiking in Oklahoma, Felicia. It was like one of those episodes of, remember the Hitchhiker on HBO?
Right.
Some hot chick would pick him up and suck his dick and then drop him off. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus, I'm thinking about hitchhiking. This was perfect until she started saying, "Will you come back to my place? We're to my friends meet you. We all pray together. I'm like, praying. He just threw that curveball in. We were just gonna go back and eat dinner and have a great time. But pray. She goes, well, I live in the thing, the commune. We pray at night. You more than welcome to come over and eat and spend the night with us. Drive me to the gas station. So my little fantasy just escaped. Even her.
Yeah.
Like, you think about all these people. Like, I do. I'm an animal.
But when you had those moments of being with chicks like that and fingering them in a bathroom and coking them up and putting gum in their ass, whatever you're doing, I remember that story, or the rapper in her butt. But at the time afterwards, did you feel, and I don't know if guilt is the right word, but did you feel gross about your behavior?
Absolutely.
You did? But for how long? Like, ugh, and then that was over? And I'm being completely serious. Or, you know what I mean?
I would
Like,
think of where the fuck that came from. And I would write it off to the cocaine at the position where I was in my life. Because that's something I would, listen, drinking. It's like the comedy store. We were discussing the other night. We think back about the discuss fest that was. Already on the outside door, it was a great time for comedy. They really looked into the inside. It became an evil thing.
yeah, it was pretty gross.
You know,
Yeah.
that's that drug trend. Friend's girlfriend, friend's wife, whatever the fuck you're doing, that's not cool. It's fun, when you're doing it, but then you sit back and you go, she's a mom today. One night we had 2 cocks in her fucking mouth and a cork up her asshole, and she's barking and shit. Today she's driving a kid to the 7th grade like nothing. And you think about this, and you see them, and you're happy that their life worked out. You know how many girls on Facebook that I grew up with, they were fucking savages. And now I see them, they got a baby, their life changed. God bless them. Like God. I thought about all those people, Felicia, whether I fucked around with them or not. If you came into my journey, God forbid you gave me a ride, or fed me, or gave me a joint for the road. Oh my God, I still think of those people, like people who drove me to the trailways to get a bus. You meet those people on the road. You get to a town one night early.
I think about one time I was doing a gig, and this is when I was first doing comedy, and I had a 1970 Mustang, and it was a piece of shit, and I had to drive to do the comedy store when the comedy store was at the old Dunes Hotel in Las Vegas, and I broke down in the middle of the desert, and some guy came with a truck and gave me a ride all the way to Vegas, and I called and got my car towed, and I think about all the time, like, how fucking nuts is that I got into some guy's truck in the middle of the desert, but that he did that kindness for me, it's crazy.
I'm on the run. I got caught in the hotel room in San Francisco. I didn't get arrested. They were coming to get me. I'll never forget it. They were coming to get me. And I took my ex-wife. We took a bus to Reno. Got to Reno. I didn't get Roman papers at that time. He was throwing in jail for 22 fucking years. So we took a bus right back to San Francisco. We went to the bus station. And the next morning we woke up and we pulled his papers. We couldn't shit. And we got the fucking car. And something happened. She left the cash at the bus station.
From the car and all that stuff.
Something weird happened. Something fucking weird happened at the bus station. She went and got a soda and put her purse down and $800. And then we had the karma coming to us. Don't get me wrong, it was coming to us. We just didn't know what time of year it was. Cops are looking for us. We're in a cab to the airport. We made the cab driver turn around. To the fucking bus station. Look, all of us gone. Guy goes, "Oh, you have a flight to catch?" Yeah, we do. She had a flight to catch. I was going to get stuck until she went home. We got more money. trusted us. She had to go back to get the jewelry that we bought. And she called the guy, he picked her up, gave her a ride to get the jewelry, she paid him the money. He drove her right back to the airport a year later. And I still think about that fucking cab driver. When most cab drivers would have said, fuck you. He drove us back to SFO and gave us a business card. We could have told him to fuck off and rip that card up. I said, no, we're going to pay that guy that fucking money. I don't give a fuck how we pay it. We're going to pay that guy. It was like $55. We got the guy the fucking money. I've always felt good about doing that. That's the type of shit that you make his day. Like all
Right.
You're like, what? He remembered? Oh my God. Like in those days, I was doing a lot of bad things, but from time to time, I would do good things too. And I still remember doing that, like going back. She paid the guy the $55. It was like $100 tip.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't take the tip. He was like, no, I'm embarrassed. No, you fucking bailed us out that night. You have no idea. I still think about that guy. That was 31 years ago. Like, what happened to that fucking dude? Like, I wish I could do a sitcom where I go looking for these motherfuckers just on.
Right.
Like, what happened to this guy that, gave me a ride to the improv that time? When you're a feature actor, you fly in and you realize the club is 40 fucking minutes. That's a $200 cab ride. You basically got $30 in cash. There's no ATM card when I was featured. There was nothing.
Right.
You have no fucking idea how many people picked me up at the airport for free. Oh my God. And I think of those people. Like, I fucking don't remember their names, but I remember their faces.
But also, when you hear a story about someone paying someone back, like I was engaged briefly to this guy after I was divorced, and he got out of nowhere $1,000 check from Chelsea Handler, and apparently, like 10 years beforehand, when she had just come into town, he had lent her money. I don't know what the situation was. I don't know. But when she made it on her show and everything, 10 years later, how many years later, sent him the money back out of the blue. And I was never a big fan of hers, but I was like, damn, that's fucking awesome. It's awesome that she did that, you know?
You make somebody's fucking day like that. You give them faith for a day. You really give somebody faith for a day when you make that type of movement. When you're like, hey, 10 years ago, you gave me $82. And you're like, to this day, I try to give Ari $40. He always goes, no. I don't give a fuck. To this day, I still remember him lending me $40 on the road one time. When am I going to give it back? I don't give it back. So I you just think of all that shit. I wish I would have written names down. I wish I would have done like I would have wrote my road log down, wrote down like a diary of dates and kept it. I didn't think. I did have notebooks where I wrote like the day, like what I wanted to do, what I was thinking, but I would do it at night when I was coked up, so I couldn't even read it. It was hieroglyphics in the morning. I would catch one word and try to put the fucking thing together, But I wish I would have run road. I go eat breakfast, a free breakfast, and I fucking talk to the guy at the fucking front desk. I get M&M's at night, I go to my room. That's it. I go to my room, I drink coffee, I watch Law and Order. That's it. I think of my fucking life on the road now to compare to, when you did a gig and stayed out and fucking, but then you were featuring, you didn't give a fuck.
Right.
You just need to come home with 20 minutes and I'm out there.
Yeah.
So, but on the friend thing, I grieve over that every day. I grieve over not talking to Glenn Conti and Ferdy and those guys. So to me, just knowing that he thinks about me from time to time, that made my day. Because I think about him, I think about sitting down with him and maybe having a conversation. But I know that I'm happy with that. If he hits me back on Facebook and wants to get together and come to a show, which he won't. He was never one of those type of dudes. I could get him to a movie or maybe a Chinese restaurant. That was the most to his extent. I couldn't get him out in those days. He didn't understand, I would meet him for lunch or something. I just got together with another friend that didn't talk to him in maybe 10 years. And he was at Salvation Army. He was getting his life back together. He was working on an elevator or something like that. I think about those dudes. I hung out with him when my mom died. I was with him every day for fucking 2 years, every day. Your kid's age. that was my house. He would always complain to his mom, let me give him a bigger piece of chicken. What the fuck? And he'd go think about the fucking situation, okay? Let him get the bigger piece of chicken.
Yeah.
And he had an aunt that lived in the back that was crazy. So she'd be back there watching Spanish television, swatting flies. We just giggle at her. Tia, we just giggle. She'd go fuck yourself. We'd lock the door on her and shit. But he just called me. So it's nice. Listen, some of the other guys, man, we went our own fucking ways. Another guy hit me up 2 weeks ago that got cool with me. And when he got out of high school, he became another cover cop and shit. He started busting my friends. And then except my friend with the rest. Fuck him. Fucking douchebag. We were tight. He knew what we were doing. That's like cheating and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He busted my friends. What type of fucking guy does that shit?
Well, I had this friend that I met when I was 19 who was a stripper, and she was an awesome stripper. She had like the best costumes. She would do theme shows. She would do, that song Little Red Riding Hood, where she'd come out in a red cape and have a little basket and give everyone little chocolate kisses. And we've had this friendship now for how many years, but sometimes we don't talk for like 3 and 5 years because she goes fucking crazy and she just does crazy shit. But she's like my co-witness in one of the most turbulent times of my life. So she always means a lot to me, but she sometimes doesn't understand how a friendship should work. What's so funny? What's so funny?
I'm laughing because I gotta ask you a question.
Okay, ask me a question.
Listen,
What's going on?
I lose my mind. I hear voices sometimes. I have a tough time sleeping. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to pee and I just don't get up. I just sleep.
What does that mean?
I just sleep with the fucking terror of pee inside of me for 2 hours until I finally gotta give in.
I do it all the time.
Oh my God. What a horrible way to fucking sleep and live your fucking life. When you gotta pee, you're like,
There's no way I'm getting
fuck it, I'm not getting up. It's too cold to get up. And you hold it for 2 hours. That's self-torture. Like most countries, that's disgusting. And you get up and you gotta pee and shit.
No, the worst is when you have to fart.
Oh,
And
no, I
then-
let it out. I don't give a fuck about farts.
And then it's not a fart.
I'm too old. I fought on the plane. It was so fucking bad. It was that Paducah meat the other day. The guy next to me was sleeping. They went into his nostrils, but he was snoring tremendous. I love when they give that little fucking. So, listen. I mean, I know these things.
Did you ever do that, Felicia?
Yeah.
When do you shit yourself?
Yes. Yeah, you've never done that.
No, of course I have.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, like I can't imagine you ever doing that.
I didn't shit myself. I was just close
You've
to
never shit yourself in
it.
the
No,
middle
I
of
didn't
the
shit
night?
myself in the plane.
Okay.
A
Just
couple
so.
of years ago, I had an incident. I had to get up. I ate those tacos. From the corner of that time, my leg and shit, I got fucked up for 2 days. I still did the headline spot at the improv the next night with diarrhea. You have no idea.
I know.
You have to hold in your ass tight. You can't laugh. You can't sneeze. You can't giggle.
One time, my sister-in-law, she got the flu, and she's like, I have to sleep on a towel. And I was giving her so much shit. And then I got the flu from her, and I had to sleep on a towel.
It's crazy that as a comedian at one point used to start snapping on girls snapping in New Jersey this weekend. Did you
Yeah.
see that?
Oh, yeah.
You
But
can't snap
I
in
don't
New
think
Jersey.
did she snap or she was just talking about what she wanted to talk about.
She snapped.
Oh, okay. I
Listen,
don't know.
listen to me. You know what comes out of my mouth at that fucking club?
Yeah.
Okay. That club, I work that motherfucker raw. That's my back fucking yard. You understand me?
Mhm.
You have any fucking idea? I throw down at that club because I can
Sure.
open the valve.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Jersey. I
I'm
grew up
sure.
there.
Yeah.
I know all the little intricacies,
Yeah.
the different towns. I can say where they go to spring break.
Yeah.
I know all that shit.
Yeah.
And I never fucking had a bad set, man. They're savages. She said a rape joke. I don't know what the fuck happened last night. I don't know what the fuck happened. Something must have fucking happened. See, the people who go to see are sensitive white people. They're Gentiles. And sometimes she goes
White
up.
people.
They are. They're
Yeah.
gluten-free. They drink
In
macchiatos.
Jersey, too?
Oh, they got them.
Yeah.
Oh, those people are spread.
Yeah.
Oh, those fucking people are spread. I'm happy you're here. really happy here because there's something I gotta show you. Lisa, I called Lisa today. I haven't seen this in years. You know, listen, I hear from you. All I ever wanted to be was a dirty one person. That's all I ever wanted out of life. I was about 13 and I really got a fucking taste of it with my mom. Put music out of the bar. And I heard this music. I'm like, wait a second. Morrison was dirty. But that poetry shit didn't make him that dirty. That poetry shit pulled him out like the end is strong. When I heard the Allman Brothers, Felicia, something about that makes me go ape shit. Like especially so, what's the month Felicia put on? Allman Brothers live from the Fillmore East, 9/29/1970, Whipping Post.
Okay, that's good.
Just put Whipping Post live from the Fillmore East. I want Felicia to see this one.
By the way, I saw this and with my I was in Kansas with my family over Easter, and my stepmother was watching PBS, but she was watching a documentary about the sound studios in Muscle Shoals.
Oh shit!
All about
Netflix.
it's such an amazing documentary.
Oh, that's badass. Who went there and shit?
Yeah,
Did you watch
yeah.
Final last night?
I did.
When
Yes.
we went to talk to Elvis.
Oh
and
yes.
He's like, what, we go to Muscle Shoals?
Yeah. I
And
was like,
Elvis
yes.
is fucking foaming at the fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my god, let me blow my nose up.
Yeah. Lee, if you get a chance to watch this documentary, it was so amazing, and it was about how Dwayne Allman came down, and then he brought his brothers, but all the people that
The
recorded
first one on top.
in those studios, it's amazing. The
Stones,
Stones, all Aretha Franklin, all the people.
and these two savages, I'm going to fast forward this. You know, people talk about singers. Anybody can go up there and sing. But to lay your soul down, two different worlds. Hit it, Lisa.
Want to start from the beginning?
Just in the beginning. We'll fast forward. Watch these savages. You see, these guys didn't know. They weren't thinking about Trump. They weren't thinking about Republicans. They weren't thinking about black people. This band, they were just thinking of being white brilliance. This is all this is. This is white brilliance. Listen to that guy's voice, though. Look at that boy's face.
Yeah.
Are you fucking fuck Brad Pitt? Fuck Michael Vincent? Fuck Sons of Anarchy? Look at his eyes. What the fuck you think is on his mind? Oh. Oh. You fucking kidding me, bitch.
I know, it's pretty amazing. So awesome.
What do you think he's thinking about?
He's like, I'm not gonna fuck up. That's what he's thinking.
That's white brilliance, believe me.
Yeah.
These guys are from some dirty town in Florida or Jacksonville or one of those places that, look, this guy don't know. Nobody sent him, he don't even care about the memo.
Yeah.
He don't have time to fuck with the memo.
Do they have two drummers? I think they do, right?
Yeah, they have two drummers.
I like the black one.
Listen, ask the Allman Brothers who they like, and they'll go. He doesn't have a color. They didn't fit that way. These guys thought about the soul of the music.
That's right. That's why in the documentary, that was really one of the first times in those studios where blacks and whites worked together. And they were talking about in Muscle Shoals how they would come out of the studios and there'd be white guys and black guys, and everyone would stare at them just hanging out because they had the connection of music. And how when Dwayne Allman came, he was the first guy that had the long hair, and then people really were like, "Who the fuck is that?" You know?
They didn't look at color, though.
Yeah.
They looked at. They didn't see color, these guys. They grew up in fucking Brothersville. Look at this guy. How many joints you think he smoked today? This shit this morning had me sweating, Felicia.
Yeah.
Pouring out of my armpits. My sides were sweating. I was drinking coffee. I was banging that fucking pipe outside. I watched this whole thing. I was like, Jesus Christ. Look, effortlessly. Look how cool he is. No, I think that guy's Dickie Betts. That's the crazy guy that they all talk about.
The one in the middle.
This is lethal as this fucking savage right here.
I've been such a fool. I had to stand back and take a knee. Oh, for loving you. I drown myself in sorrow. Look at what you've done. Nothing seems to change. Lay down, take a chance. I've been around. Sometimes I see. Sometimes I
Wow, that really affects you.
Oh, this is white brilliance.
Yeah.
This is something that they didn't walk around with their coffee cups. They didn't care about women. Look at them. They didn't care. They cared about them. This is live. It sounds like, and there's I don't know how many fucking people there. That's a big place. These guys this will never happen again.
You don't think?
Never again.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate it. They don't. This is something completely different. They were going. Did those guys have a costume design?
Yeah.
Did you see any hats? Did you see any of that?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking guitar.
Yeah.
You really want you know what you get yourself into by coming here tonight? Yeah, well, I didn't know. We're gonna run, something, everything. You ready?
Uh-huh.
That's what they did. Look at them. They didn't fucking care.
Yeah.
They didn't care. Them and Leonard Skinner are the best things that happened. And I always say, if they wouldn't have died, it would have been a different game. But these guys, that's too much for me to even watch. That fucking makes me get the car and just drive off a cliff because I could never get that good. I can never be that free.
Really?
That's
Even when you're on stage and you're just talking some major shit and you're not even doing your act and you're just free flowing.
Those guys tapped into something. I could tap into something. But for you, Lee, and I to tap into something together, it's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah.
At the same time, six
Right,
people
right,
on
right,
that
right,
fucking
right,
stage
right.
connecting.
Yeah.
That's perfectly. That'll never happen again. Led Zeppelin at the Garden. That'll never happen again. UFO, Strange to the Night. That'll never happen again.
And when you have a great set, is not at that level. The best set of your life.
Listen, man, I dreamed to achieve that type of perfection. That's what you dream of, not one night, but to do that 3 out of 5 nights on the road, alcohol, women, drugs, freedom. That's a big fucking word, and that's what those guys were. They didn't give a fuck. They reached the level to do that at the Fillmore East, have all those songs. Watch that whole thing, and you'll sit there and go, what the fuck are these guys on?
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it. What are they got? Give me the exact Chinese powder they're on and who shot it and what. That's what I want. That's perfection.
Do you ever have a time in your life where you did sets that were so to you that you remember it? Like for me, I remember living in New York, and I did once a set at Joe's Pub, which was sometimes kind of a hard place to work. And I don't know how it happened, but I had one of the best sets that I'd ever had. And I still think about that night, how it was like lightning struck for me. Do you ever have a set like that that you think about?
Yeah. Yes.
And where was that at?
Last year on the road, there would be a couple cities I would go into, and I'd have my fucking way to the point where I couldn't believe it. Like there were ice house crowds. Like,
Uh-huh.
you weren't doing great. You were manhandling like 40 fucking minutes. You know, like 46 minutes of manhandling. When we take the special in Vegas, that special is caboose because I didn't manhandle it. The room was too big and my timing was off. I had to do too much time. I felt like I had dragged my material, get my point across. It really wasn't my style. I'm not good at shooting fucking specials, man. I'm good at shooting CDs. I'm not really good at specials for some reason.
Why do you think that is?
I got like a mental block in my mind. I fucking fold 2 days before the special.
Really?
Yeah, I fold 2 days before the special. I just can't. It's too much.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always think that. Name the 3 specials that fucking inspired you.
Well, for sure, Richard Pryor live on Sunset.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because right when Jeff Valdez, when I was 19 years old, I lived with him, and my dad came in to Denver, and my dad was a projectionist, and he had to go. His job is when the old equipment was being replaced, he would go in and replace the old equipment and put the new equipment in and take it with him. And he worked at a really old theater where he replaced the equipment, and it was Richard Pryor's Live on Sunset that came on, and that changed my life. And then I saw about a year ago the documentary about Richard Pryor doing that special, and how the first night when he did that special bombed.
That was about the time at the Hollywood Bowl where he looked at
Oh
the
yeah.
called a bunch of fags.
Yeah.
Where were you when I needed you and shit?
Right. And then I mean, like, his ass must have been sweating. He was bombing so hard, and then he came back the next night and killed it. You know, and I can relate as a comic to that. You know, to and I think you don't even have to be a comic to relate to that. You know, something you're doing at your job where you fucked up, you know, and you know you got it, and then you're like, I'm gonna fucking do it no matter what, and then you go back and you kill it the next night. So for that, that's one of my top specials that I think changed my life in the beginning, and then changed my life a year or two ago when I saw the documentary. I think it was a year ago.
Well, I took the bus to go see that special.
You did?
I took the bus on a Friday night with Sabatino, Dominic Special, his older brother. He had to be 13, 14, maybe 15, I guess, right? Something like that. We took the bus down there and I got my own cut. On the way out, they tried to lug us in Jersey City. But I remember going to see that special and being happy because he had recovered from the bird and all that shit. When he did that joke, I think I almost fell down. And there's many nights that I've sat there smoking weed thinking about that night. Thinking while I was watching that at that early age in the back of my mind, was I really thinking about stand up? I wouldn't even tell you the truth. I thought it was brilliant. He had done. I fucking went home. I had bicentennial nega. I had wasn't something I said. In fact, I went to the doctor. On the elevator, there's 5 chicks, 5 old bats. Get on the fucking elevator. I get on with them. And they're all staring me down, right? I'm sitting in the back. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say a word. I get in the back. Also, big elevator 2. The second floor, the thing opens up, and all 5 hacks walk out. I look at the woman. I go, "Was it something I said?" And that's the cover. There's one out with the thing on. There's a bunch of white people. He's got a mask on. They got hoods on or something like that. When I heard that really impacted me.
Yeah.
That really, and again, stand-up was nowhere close. When I went to see that guy from Boston in '87, stand-up was not even on the fucking horizon. Nothing at all that time. Nothing. I didn't even think about it like that. I didn't start thinking about it seriously until '88. That's how long I drank my fucking thing. When I think of specials, I think of that one. I think of Andrew's special.
Good.
Andrew's, the first one's in Philadelphia. I think Eddie Murphy's Delicious. And the night before, my special, I gave him these in the back of my mind. That thing.
Yeah.
I didn't just see that. I let it sit for a while.
No, I'm going to polish it, cut shit out. Really go with the energy. That I gotta come out. Once I come out energy high, I got it. But I gotta come out in the first round like Rocky Balboa. I can't piss around and make believe I'm Seinfeld. Once I think I'm Seinfeld, it's over.
I'm so surprised to hear that.
Yeah, you helped me a lot because you told me once you walk in, people come to see you, come see that type of shit, that nonsense. And I understood it. Because she's right. There's people I could listen to. There's people I could not listen to. That's just the way life is, you know.
Well, conversely, when I started at the Comedy Store, Richard Pryor would come in, and he would come in on a Tuesday night, and he would do a set, and that special changed my life. But then you fast forward 10 years later or whatever, probably not 10, like 5 years later, and he would come into the original room, go up at 8:30 on a Tuesday night, and he would be so fucking terrible. And you, as a young comic, you'd be sitting there going, the fuck, man, this is supposed to be the great Pryor, but you're young, you don't know. And then you would see him come in every night, and then they come in Wednesday, and maybe one joke would work, and by Friday night, it would be like fucking butter. You know what I mean? It would be so amazing. You're like, this is the fucking great Pryor, and you would be killing it. And that was a big lesson to me as a comedian, that to see someone who I revered so much to eat the biggest shit and not care. Chappelle does that. I saw Chappelle do that the other night.
You have to do that.
You have to do that. Yeah.
That's the tightrope.
Yeah.
That's the tightrope. That's the discipline. That's it. Until you can do that, nothing really moves forward. That's why what really helped me was 98 at the store. I got involved with something up there that was a sort of storytelling. And that gives you patience. Sort of storytelling. You gotta be up there for a minute or two, weaving it. You gotta become interesting. That taught me the patience key. Hit it. Let's do some shout outs here. Felicia's gonna go do a set and shit. You're sitting there all fucking stoned. I'm happy you came by and shit.
Well, thank you for having
That's
me.
right, you bad motherfucker.
Oh, no. It's interesting.
I wanna be around to pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart.
God damn, I've missed you, Joey.
As somebody who will swear to be true.
So I gotta go pick up the steroids tomorrow. I gotta go on a 4-week steroid plan to reduce the swelling in my nose.
What's going on with that?
It's gone. It's just, I had to answer a questionnaire. We got like 4 out of fucking 7. That's it. So for 4 weeks, I go on a steroid thing. Reduces the swelling. I gotta be off this by Friday.
Yeah, that stuff is no good if
This
you
is
get
no good.
addicted to it, right?
Yeah, now it's not even working no more. So
Yeah.
now you pass. I'm gonna handle it. Maybe 12 hours. Just go beat yourself off and just tough it up.
I used to have an uncle and a cousin who was addicted to that nose spray, and they would keep it in their little pocket.
Oh my God.
And they would. Speaking of a guy with a mirror, always doing that, right, with a spoon. They would be every like 5 to 10 minutes. They'd do a snort.
No, the last couple weeks, 10 days, I've been last 1, 2, and I got it. I gotta blow my nose, then put my head back and let it go in there. I've been sleeping at night, so hopefully they're gonna put a balloon in there for 4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Lee, you all right over there? That little 200 package fucking kill you.
Yeah, okay.
Give some shout outs here, my man Chris Penny, Bob Lingus, hoping your dad's good. Joey Brooklyn looking good. Hayden Herbert, Kyle Uber, Travis Anderson, Rad Jazz, and my man Jesse Wright. If you motherfuckers are in the San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area this weekend, Felicia Michaels is working at the
I'm gonna bet you be in Reno at the
Reno.
at the Silver Legacy.
Silver Legacy, but it's the factory in the Silver
The last
Legacy. No, but
factory in the
people
Silver
drive
Legacy.
on the weekends.
Sometimes
in the Bay
people
Area.
do, yeah.
No, they do. They will. They have nothing going on. They'll say, you know what, fuck, let's take a ride to Reno, get fucked up, watch Felicia Michaels, fucking blow the stage up at Reno. Shit, that's a good little place.
Yeah, I can't wait. I've never been there.
before?
Not to that room.
I used to go up there when there was a Catch a Rising Star. Now, a Catch a Rising Star, are they done?
I don't know. I think there's one in Jersey still, isn't there?
Check it out, Lisa. I am banned from there.
Are you really?
Me and the kid from Philly, the kid that does the signs for the improv. Shh, hey, you, don't talk. And he's from Philly. You ever go to any of the improvs at the beginning of the show? The guy comes on, I know you're here. You came down to watch comedy, but your cell phone. Shut up, talk. What's his name?
All right.
Todd Glass.
Todd Glass.
Todd Glass is from Philadelphia, and me and him are the only two comedians banned from the whole Catch a Rising Star chain.
What did you do to get banned?
I was working the week, and there was a snowstorm. And at 5:30, they called me. They go, "Hey, we're canceling the show." Then at 7:30, it died snow, and they called me back. They go, "We have a show," and I was in the city. So I said, "Guys, I'm in the fucking city. I'll never make it. You guys can do this to me. There's a snowstorm. There's traffic." So I didn't show up. They gave me my check and shoot. But then they just said, "He's fine."
Wow.
I was always working Reno. Reno was good.
Yeah.
Reno was a fun place because the machine was fucking broken. So it was in the jackpot. But then the collector is the guy that ran the fucking club was tight. This is the floor manager. So on Saturday, they go to the booth. They would run the money for like 10 minutes and you would catch money.
Oh,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's right.
You got a cocaine problem. You know what I'm saying? Every $10 counts. In the old days, as soon as you checked in, they gave you an envelope.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you came in, they gave you an envelope, coupons for the Chinese noodle ball. Not bad. I went there with what's the guy that died in Vietnam? That Cuban Vince, the comedy store, got diabetes. Towards the end, the Asian one, nice guy, did the CDs for everybody. He did the week with me. I did with Schubert 1 week. I was doing it a lot. They fucking banned me. But I was up there twice a year up there in the Silver Legacy. I would hit the jackpot for 900, and then I would get 3, 4, 5, 600 in the fucking thing. And they gave you a measly 75 as a check, and they'd do it for you. But here's the fun. Just the little things you made, the guy was cool because the assistant to the assistant to the assistant to the assistant manager at the club was also the manager at the recording studio. So he would steal the dupes.
This is when the improv was there?
This is when casual.
Yeah.
There was a kid that was a manager at the comedy club. Daytime. And bands would go up there and record. And he would put an extra tape recorder on. You know what I'm saying? They would pull them out, give it to you as a gift. So when Aerosmith was up there, tape recorder, shit like that.
Right.
So he was just a dynamite kid that paid you on Friday. For the Saturday, you get check cash.
Right.
He was just one of those guys again that you think about and go, wow, where is he? That's it. That's when you're 26, you're gonna make 1,000 friends. And you're gonna lose 1,000 friends, and you're gonna sit there and go, what the fuck happened? And now, thank God, Facebook. Thank God you have Facebook now, because now there's a slight connection to these people. If Felicia Michael gets bored one night, she goes back to that old mic with 88. You can press her name in, and she'll come up on Facebook or not. And all of a sudden you'll realize they live in some town in Tampa, Florida, and she's got 3 kids or something. That's the power of Facebook. That's what Facebook, 10 years ago it was Classmates.com. Classmates.com is dead and buried. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
I don't even remember Classmates.
They're still around lurking, trying to get a 20 from you, beat. Remember your first crush in high school? Give us $9.95. We'll see. I give like $20. That never happened. Nobody fucking registers for class. Only geeks hang out for good. The fucking killers, they don't, Karnak Asadorian, Charlie Gizzy. He's like on his classmates.com.
I think it
Classmates.com.
still exists.
Yeah, I have like a, fuck yeah, classmates.com. They nobody give them $9.95. They got Facebook now. Who gives a fuck? What is it? How much is it to join?
I mean, look at my go.
This is the first time they've even had advertising. It's got fucking years.
I
I'm giving them free fucking advertising. They're done.
I forgot all about
Yeah,
that.
they've been lurking on Facebook. You pop up from time to time. Hey, you want to bump into Mildred? You know what? And pay you. I'm on Facebook talking to Mildred's brother right now. I gotta give you $9.95 to join and fucking see pictures of high school.
Has there ever been an experience where you've bumped into somebody and you were like, ugh, step back and sneak away?
Bump into something, whatever.
Any era.
A lot of people show up to shows.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting. It really. I think about them. I think about our interaction. Like when they hit me on Facebook or they surprise me, and I go, hold on, great to see you. Let me go take pictures. We're all taking pictures of people. I'm thinking about our history. Like, why is he here? Sometimes I'm really happy to see people. But sometimes, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't like how they show up. Especially when I go to Florida. When I go to Florida, they come out of work. And there's people that are really dynamite that I see that come up, give me a hug, and they're like, there we go, bro. And I'm like, phew.
Yeah.
But then there's people that want to work. There's one guy, Louis Jerez, old school North Burton, that comes up to the show and pays for his own ticket. I go, yeah, I'll see him. I go, yo, I'll see him. He'll come over and give me a hug. Just listen. Because he understands the situation, what's going on and stuff. But 9 out of 10 times, fuck yeah, I'm happy to see somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah, there's people that I want to see that haven't popped their head up. That's what really kills me. Like, I did a lot of things with them. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to get a hold of me now. I'm on all this shit, But anybody from those days, yeah, I like to have a conversation with them. From that rap back down with them, we were kind of crazy. I don't talk to Stinky. I talk to his brother.
Why did I
I talk to his brother like once a month. It was no time. And he sends messages. And at these conversations, he always apologizes for his brother not talking to me. And him and I don't talk because he told me as a man, he goes, listen, I'm really proud of you, what you did, man. But I can't talk to you. I mean, he said it to my face, Felicia.
Oh, really?
On the phone.
Really?
Nobody's ever done something like that.
But why did he not want to talk to you?
This was after, you know why, Felicia? Because as much as we loved each other, every time we'd see each other, it was never nothing good. And I came a pussy hair from ruining his life. We both got arrested for robbing a jewelry store in Marblehead. And we both would have done 10 fucking years, all three of us. And I think that sometimes he thinks about that and he goes, what the fuck? Every time I was with this fucking dude, every Felicia, every time, we had a good time. But he wasn't innocent. But in some people's mind, Felicia, like my buddy Villo told me one time that he actually hooked up with Fernie. And then during the conversation, he said, you know, let me tell you something. My mom's really mad at you. And he goes, what are you talking about? She goes, my mom's really mad at you because of all the parties you had growing up. My mom always thought that the problems I got into was because of you. That's a weird fucking angle to have in life. You used to have a lot of parties, so I became fucked up because of your parties. But I didn't talk to Stinky from '93, and I probably called him in 2001. I was in Jersey, and I was driving, and I got his number from a friend of mine. I called him up, and he answered the phone. We talked for like 15 minutes. And then he said, listen, man, my life has changed now. I got a kid, I'm a born-again Christian. I don't drink. I don't do this no more. I don't do that no more. I just work. And he had got money. He had gotten a stock buyout. He started at UPS and they used to pay. So he started at UPS in 82, dog. That's the only job he's ever had since high school. He started at UPS in 81. How many years is that? Wait, 19, 16. That's a lot.
35
He's been
years.
at UPS since he was a senior in high school. It's like in 2000. They did a stock buyout, like $3 million. He stopped
Are you
talking.
serious?
Stopped talking to his brother for a few years
Uh-huh.
because of the dog. Stopped talking to a few of his friends. So when I called him, he was still out there. Don't even think of me like on that defense. You follow me? And I said to him, it's good to talk to you. I always love you. He goes, I love you too. He goes, listen, sure. I changed my life. I'm going to lie. So I appreciate it. It was my number. And I didn't say fuck off or nothing. I go, what? Thank you for the honesty. Thank you for always being there for me. I understand. I didn't shed a tear because at least he told me.
Told you, because people don't tell you that's worse. Yeah.
He said it right out.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what, man? And I thought about it. I broke it down. I never did nothing bad to him. In fact, we made dough together. But thinking back, I took him down some dark streets. And he could have got out of it. Don't get me wrong. There's no victims in my fuck. There's no victims here.
Yeah.
He could have said plain time, dog, this ain't for me. And guess what? The type of guy I am, I would have still gave him a taste because I loved him as a brother. We were together for a long time. We did a lot of shit together. There was a time, Felicia was telling Lito, I used to buy 1,000 black beauties for $40. You know how many friends you have?
1,000.
Because 1,000 divided by 40, that's nothing. That's pennies a piece, not even. So if you bought 10 eggs of mescaline from me, I'd throw 10 fucking black beans. Oh my God, you're the best. No, watch me fucking 10 cents. I used to make so much money on those black beauties. He had a girlfriend that used to know. And I used to give him a cut just because he'd sell it like $50 a week when he was a sophomore in the world. $50 was he go to clubs. When he was 16 in those days, he went out at night. I would give him a cut. He would call me up and say, listen, I sold this week. Think of that. Oh, yeah, I told this man to buy up something. Just because he was helping me out. I always took care of him. We were robbing, whether he held the gun or not. I gave him a taste. I always gave him a taste. My brother's got the car.
Was it a bigger taste if he had a gun?
The more action you do, you show up with the eyeball, you get more action. If you show up and go, listen, in that building on the 3rd floor, there's a guy who's got $1 million up there. What I'm going to do is this, Joey. I'm going to catapult up to the 3rd floor. I got a fucking chain like Spider-Man. Pull myself up, go in. All I want you to do is get a walkie-talkie. I expect 300 G's.
Or a walkie-talkie?
Why not? Why not?
Working walkie-talkie?
Working it like a professional.
How do you work a walkie-talkie?
You were out here with your dog, but they can see your face if the cops pass by. I'm on the corner watching deep. I got a fucking CB radio in my ear with the cop fucking thing. So if somebody calls and says, we see a little Jew bald guy going across on a fucking catapult. You understand me? I got the fucking police radio in my fucking ear. That's a CB guy.
I give you like
You
100,000.
No. You gotta give me 300 lines.
300 the third.
100,000 for the job and 200 to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, that's.
Right or wrong? You want me to go tell him some? See, if you give me $100,000, I'm gonna go home and think about it. Say he's a greedy motherfucker. What if I tell my friends, well, you got $900,000 right now. You're gonna last 15 fucking minutes. If I put it out there on the police walkie-talkie, you'll last 15 minutes. Those gorillas will kick your fucking door and throw you off the balcony.
How would you get the word out back then?
Oh my God, just go to the bar, sit there, get a drink and go. Oh, he's got 900,000 as a partner.
Suddenly there's no one in the bar but you.
People will look at each other and go, what are you talking about? Fucking leave me, rob that joint. Fucking Jew bastard gave me $100 fucking grand. He got $1 million cash, 900,000. That's it. You sure? Yeah, where's he got the money? Well, we just robbed him 10 minutes ago. He's got to be in his house. You're dead. You're dead. What people do for 900,000 cash, you're dead. Don't march right in there with man. They don't care about cameras. No, don't kick the door down. Put a gun in your mouth. Where's the money? You'll be negotiating. I'll give you 200,000. Boom. That's it. It's over. They'll just take the fucking money. Let's just give it to him. Joey put the word on it. Give me 300,000. It's 100 to keep my mouth shut, not 100 to forget. But that thing we did one day. That's it.
Those are expensive thoughts to forget. Dude,
700,000 you're gonna clear for fucking being Bingo the Clown for 10 minutes. Who you get? Who you think's out there working the walkie-talkie like a savage? What if I just cut the fucking rope and call the cops on you? You're my competition. You fall off, I go up there and take the mill. You ever think about that? No, you didn't. So this is why you pay the small 3% and everybody's happy. You go to an island, I never see you again.
it's the small 3%, the small 33%.
What was the movie with Sean Penn? He was his wife. And the lady he was in the Irish mob. And he didn't like what he was seeing, so how he got out was he staged with John Turturro. Really good fucking
what was
movie.
that movie?
He staged the fake hit and he disappeared to Boston and became a cop. And the guys were Gary Old.
Yeah, what was that movie?
And Ed Harris and fucking the blonde.
Robin Wright?
You know also that movie?
State of Grace.
State of Grace.
State of
You know
Grace.
also that movie? Burgess Meredith.
Oh, yeah?
When they kick his door down, he's like, I don't know nothing. I'm just eating fucking beans out of a can. I'm an old man. I don't see nothing. He's in that fucking movie. But that was the plot with Sean Penn, that he had done something, so that was still out there. So when he went back, that's the first thing Ed Harris made him do. It was a couple years ago. You shot a guy up in the Bronx. You gotta go up there and shoot him up because he knows he gets pinched for something. He's gonna come back. Where else? Oh, I was watching something else. I was watching something with it. Anyway, who gives a fuck?
Did you ever see Sicario?
Yes, I did.
That was a fucking awesome movie.
She was very good.
She was great in it.
She was very good.
Benicio was amazing in it.
And the other guy was good. I always liked him. He's really good. He used to be married to that chick, hot-looking guy, older now, with the flip-flops on throughout the movie.
Yes. Brolin, James
he was
Brolin.
American Gangsters, the cop.
That's
Fucking
right.
good. Lee, what's going on with you?
Speaking of movies, I went to the drive-in this weekend. It was so much fun.
What was the name
You
of the
did?
place?
Yeah, I went to the one you were talking about. It's like the Vineland Pacific Theater or something. It's actually cool. Pacific Theater seems to have like a bunch of small theaters, but it couldn't have been more fun. It's like an hour away in like a crappy neighborhood or something, like City of Industry. It's right by the train tracks, which kind of is like the one downside. But it was cool. Like it built like kind of like a ski slalom, so you could park the car tilted up, and we had a clear shot of the screen.
Yeah.
Saw 2 movies. We had snacks. We had all the food in our. We didn't leave the car once. It was great. You had your own car. No one was talking. You could be on your phone if you want to. Paul, it kind of, like if Paul wants to talk during the movie, she can talk and it won't. It's not gonna like ruin the theaters. It was pretty amazing.
When I was growing up, my dad owned a drive-in movie theater in
No
Stockton,
way.
California, and it had the biggest screen in Northern California. And he lived on this is so white trash. He lived on a trailer at the back of the lot, and he had a picture window in his trailer. And so you'd be eating dinner, and you would see like orca crashing into the pier. You know what I mean? And our job growing up, mostly my brother's job, was to go and pick up all the garbage. And sometimes you'd find a lot of money, but mostly shitty diapers. It was like the worst job ever. It was so terrible.
That's right. That's the funny thing is, every time you do a gig, you've seen that drive-in theater.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody brought it to my attention. Somebody went down a date like 10 years ago. She told me, she goes, I went down a date on a theater. It was great.
Yeah,
What's the name of the place? It's on the 5.
No,
And it's close to here. It's fucking 20 minutes.
No.
Or it turns into an hour because there's
It's
traffic.
a while away. Yeah,
Really?
It wasn't really even on the 5. We took the 10 a little bit down. We took like the 210 to the 10 sort of way. But it was great. You have to go and go see a movie that's probably not like super serious because the sound isn't great. Like I put it in my stereo to get it perfect, but it was $9 each. I mean, it was amazing. It could have been more fun.
When my first experience at a movie was when I was really little. My parents went to a drive-in theater, and it was to go see the Yellow Submarine, the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. And I have this memory of being like 2 years old, standing up in the back seat and watching the movie and going, what the fuck is going on? Because it was such a crazy movie. Like I couldn't understand. It's like I should understand this. It's a cartoon.
I saw that as
Yeah.
a child. I didn't know what the fuck.
I know, right?
I didn't get movies till I went to see Herbie the Love Bug. And then I got a little enthused about it. And I saw like the Strongest Man in the World, whatever, Jan Michael Vincent. It was a Disney movie. And then after that, I just dove into it. I went to see James Bond. And then I went back to get movies like all that shit. Shit's no beat.
Right.
Once I saw Her Majesty's Secret Service, I lost it. And then my godfather took me to see like either Death Wish or Stone Killer. And I really lost it. Like that was it. I wasn't going back to this shit. Then I just got worse and worse. Like I went to see The Exorcist in the movie theater. That makes it 10 years fucking old. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not bueno.
Yeah.
No, they
didn't care.
There was no PTSD. You should have PTSD and watch The Exorcist.
When you're 10.
There was another movie that had come out about 2 years after The Exorcist, maybe about a year after The Exorcist. And what they did was they tried to outdo The Exorcist. They gave you a puke bag. It was like the Satan's tongue or something.
Oh, really?
And they ripped out, that was it. They ripped out somebody's tongue in the movie or something. But that Midnight Express did it. It was fine then by that time. They don't even edit that on ABC. Well, they don't show it on ABC, but I remember Midnight Express was on ABC. They didn't edit that part. You know what was on tonight, Lee? You never discussed it with me. You never told me what you thought. I am not big on superhero movies.
Okay.
I have never been big on superhero movies, but it was on tonight. And I had peace, and I watched it for an hour. And I gotta tell you something, I cried. That's why I love The Crow so much.
Oh, okay.
That is why The Crow. Listen, I'm a sucker for a romantic movie, but not the good-looking dude with Sandra Bullock. That's not a romantic movie to me at all. Rocky Balboa in the first Rocky, that's as romantic as it gets. He fell in love with a woman, changed her fucking. Every time I see that movie, it changes me more. The other night I was watching it before he goes to the arena and the shorts, and it doesn't really matter. And he goes back and he's breaking down, and she puts them together. They did that on one take. That retard that walks around that people make fun of and shit. I watched Creed on the plane. It wasn't an Academy Award winner.
The Crow?
The fucking black kid wasn't bad in Creed.
Oh, no. He was really good.
That's a fucking good actor. That's a good looking dude, dog. That's
Yeah.
gonna cost him damage.
That's going to be really good.
He should have won an Oscar, so black people shouldn't be pissed about that. Rocky. You know why he didn't win? Because the people like that he's a joke. But in my world, he's $100 million joke. Because he's laughing all the way to fucking back with that goddamn.
I saw that. I saw Creed. I had a great time.
I don't think he fucking wrote Rocky. Like, Rocky's not a script. There's so many more intricacies of Rocky that you look at. That moment wrote this, like, the film is really, like, he explained this to the director, like, this is what I really feel and see. Let's do it. Just for him doing that, I've always given the respect that man fucking deserves. He got an Oscar. They got me all fucking confused.
But yeah, The Crow was, it was interesting. It was very,
You didn't like it.
No.
No. Tell me what you really fucking thought. I don't want you to.
it's not a great movie. I thought it was interesting because it's like a very 90s movie. Just like with the tones and like the lighting and the especially like the synthesizer music in it. But it was, I liked it. I think I like it because like when you're in love, you see stuff like that in movies and stuff. It was a good movie, but it never really took me anywhere. It was fun watching. I was never really scared or I didn't really know what to feel. It was just,
Listen, my world, how good was the pussy that you came back from the dead to avenge it?
yeah. I thought the little girl was really good.
Fucking loved that woman with all his heart. And just to think that a man can love a woman that much, how sad he was. He came back to avenge her. He fucking killed everybody. He scared the kid's mom.
Yeah, that was good.
When he took the heroin out of her fucking arms. When he kills that dude, Luther, from 48 Hours and all that shit. James Patrick, I did that movie with The Longest Yard, Dynamite Guy. I love that. There's a guy kept saying, there ain't no coming back. There ain't no coming back. There ain't no coming back. And he taped them up. He put a grenade in his fucking pocket. Oh, that's a tremendous scene. He loved that woman that fucking much. He took the other guy, put him in a fucking tub, chopped him up. Tremendous. Nobody does this type of shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really gotta love it. He dug himself out of the grave. He had the makeup, the music. He had good actors in the movie. There was some fucked up, dark shit in the movie. And then to top it all off, he gets killed. He gets shot during that movie.
Yeah.
With a fucking gun from the set. Not one charge was ever fucking.
Oh, he was shot. Oh, really?
Nobody ever got charged. Nobody ever went to jail for that.
I think, man, in the movie he got shot. So what happened?
He got shot while he was
shot.
shooting that movie. That's what you didn't know. I'm trying to fucking.
Was it because it was a fake
A fake
round,
gun.
but it just weirdly?
It had a ground in it. And it had like a thing that had metal, so it went off like a bullet, I guess. I don't remember the whole story. But nobody ever had, like, this guy died mysteriously, got shot during that fucking movie.
So did someone else finish the role?
They used his face, you don't even see it. It was like 3 or 4 or 5 scenes or something like that. It was just the weirdest fucking thing. You know, so 20, 30 years earlier, this happened with his father. It was an accidental death. He went to some woman's house, took aspirin, he passed out, he fucking went into a coma and died. And now this kid dies on the set of this fucking movie. It was just, you know, and it wasn't a bad movie. I watch it and I get amused. I've seen worse shit. It's not, you know,
No,
it's not.
I really like the little girl. I thought the little girl was very funny. But have you seen it, Felicia?
I saw it a long time ago, but I was just thinking about, don't you love when you get tricked into a movie and you think, oh, it's going to be the biggest piece of shit, and it kind of is, but then you identify with it. And for me, and I'm excited to tell you that part 2 is coming out. Did you ever see the movie John Wick with Keanu Reeves? I fucking love that movie. I really love that movie. Did you like that movie?
I loved him in that movie.
Yeah.
I'm a Keanu Reeves freak.
Me too.
And you can go to Duke's any morning and they eat breakfast. Right on Sunset next to Whiskey and Go-Go. I used to go there and eat breakfast and come every morning, sit at the counter. Eat breakfast, go next door, get some weed at the weed store. That weed store, it's still fucking bad. On Sunset across from the Penthouse store, where the Penthouse store used to be, that Duke's.
Yeah.
I stood there every morning, eat breakfast with a beer and long hair. Like, you know, it's unless you look at it. I've always been a fan of that dude. That movie puts me over the top.
Yeah.
The shit he did in that movie.
Yeah.
Now, the second movie they just shot, Keegan Machado, who was on the podcast, was in that movie. He plays the cab driver because he did all the fucking fight scenes for the movie. You know, John Wick, the people who did that movie, have a studio in Culver City. And all they do is stuntmen. They do all that shit all day. They do all the stunts for movies. They go out with the big movies. These guys don't fuck around.
Did you also see that movie where he was in where he plays death, or and Tilda Swinton is in it, and she plays like the Angel Michael, or they made a TV show from it. Oh, I hate that I can't think of the name, but I like that movie too.
The Devil's Advocate is badass. The one with the fucking the bank robber who died from cancer, God rest his soul, was tremendous. They did just did a remake. But the bank robbers that would dress up like fucking the president.
Patrick Swayze. Yes. Point
Tremendous.
Break.
Tremendous.
That was an amazing
I
movie.
love
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
John Wick and whatever the fuck his name is.
Keanu Reeves. Yeah.
Listen, man, I'm really happy you fucking stuff.
I know. Thanks for having me come by, Joey.
I always loved it. I was never really mad at you. I always loved it. I
Yeah.
always thought we would talk. It would just take time.
Yeah.
We did. Everything worked out. I still love you. You're still the fucking
Thank
prettiest
you.
thing I have. I saw this shit.
Well, thank you for saying that. No, I'm so glad that we made up. And by the way, you and your friend are gonna make up. Maybe sometimes in friendship, you just take a break, because things are going down for different people.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But it just, it was nice to hear that things could change. But just go back for 1 second about the Crow. No, because like Joey had me watch it, and I was like, when I was watching, I was thinking,
how did Joey like this?
No. I was thinking of like why Joey likes it, and it was like, were you thinking about your mother, or like I was just trying to think of like his
I liked
name.
it for 2 reasons. I liked it, one, at that time, I think that movie came out in 93, 94, and I was very upset about divorce. I was very, very upset with myself. And I was very upset with myself in the sense that I didn't try to save the marriage. That where I came from, you always try to save the marriage. You put everything on where I came from, the school of thought I came from. Early on, the drugs and life and media and everything else corrupted it. And at that time, I was going through a thing. I was beating myself up. Because the reason why that happened was because I was really low. You followed me? And I was a fucking, I was beating myself up in the sense that, you know, how can you not love somebody? So when I went to see that movie, it made me feel bad because here I am, 31 years old, and I never loved a woman like I love that fucking like to come back out of a fucking grave to kill somebody, just even if it's bullshit.
Right,
Just
right.
that thought that
But you identify with something like that.
Just that thought that you could love somebody that fucking much, so that you can't, your soul cannot fucking rest, and you come out and hang those little motherfuckers. Just that thought, and then it's got my favorite thing, revenge. Somebody who they fucking did something wrong to, he goes home, he has a roast beef sandwich. He shows up and says, "Remember me?" Because that's what it's all about. At one time they're having a meeting. And it's creepy. He was fucking his sister. The dude with the sword and all that dude. He's a great actor. I just saw him this morning on Miami Vice. I swear to God, that same fucking actor from The Crow with the weird face. He was fucking the Asian sister.
Oh, yeah.
The black dude was in the office and they're beating up on that mobster dude that's in all the movies at the pawn shop. He's really fucking gay. Great guy. I love that guy. He plays a tough guy in all those movies. That guy, they're beating up on him, and that's what they're trying to figure out. Who this guy is. Go see Eric Draven's grave. And when he goes to see the grave, he sees he's missing. And they fucking wrap their head about that. But that's the two things. A, that somebody could love somebody that much. I couldn't wrap my head around that. And B, the revenge angle. That he plotted all of them. He set them all up. He took his time. He going back to Man on Fire. He took his time. He saw their weaknesses. He nailed them. He just nailed them one of the fucking time. And they couldn't believe it was him. They could not believe it was him. That's what I really. It all goes back to that Clint Eastwood movie. When he disappears and he builds the shield. Because he knows they're going to shoot at his heart. And he comes out, the guy keeps shooting at his heart. He keeps falling down and getting up. And finally, after the third shot, he loses his fucking mind. And he goes from blast. He sucked him into his world. He found him. But he took his time slow, methodically.
I think you should go see Deadpool. That's kind of what the movie's about. I think you really like it.
Right.
Not knowing,
They throw him an acid and fuck him up. It's a superhero costume.
it's not acid. He has cancer.
Why don't you fucking spoil it for everybody? He's got
It's
cancer.
not a spoiler.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's the beginning of that movie.
Well, I think that's why I like John Wick so much. And I know it's a stupid movie, but I really love the idea that how fucked up and he was this killer and that he met this woman and that his love for her was so strong he put his whole bullshit past behind him, and then she dies and then sends him a puppy from the grave. That's what gets me. And then some asshole kills the puppy.
He was more pissed about that fucking puppy,
I
which I related to.
Yeah,
See,
that's what got me.
By 3/4 of the movie, he's killed 18 Russians, and you're sitting there going, no, wait a second. At the end of the day, all this is because of a fucking puppy.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking get that thing. Like, yeah, you got it. That's it. I killed your fucking puppy. What are you fucking nuts?
Yeah.
What are you fucking nuts?
The whole Russian mob has to come down.
Oh, yeah, he kills fucking everybody. That fucking puppy and shit.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Who kills a puppy?
And all this would have done is a puppy with a fucking box of chocolates. No, I'm sorry. Everything would have done to listen, I got you a beautiful fucking dog. We're sorry, but make the fuck out of this. It's only your favorite, but you the caviar,
I know.
the vodka, give me an envelope.
Yeah.
We don't need this more. You're too tough for this shit. You don't need to come out of retirement. You don't need to fucking hit this floor with this sledgehammer.
Oh, I was just thinking about that when he hits the floor with the sledgehammer. It's like, oh, it's fucking over for these people. Yeah.
Let me read this fucking sponsor. We'll get the fuck out of here. as usual on it. I love you guys. Sent me a package today. Some Shroom Tech, some tea booster, some Alpha Brain, the new liquid, the new doses. And we hooked my man Lee up with some protein powder. Lee's going to kettlebells 3 days a week. He's really committed to this thing, so he's going to do a protein shake after his workout to help him. And we're going to talk to you about the new Mike Dolce protein powder.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It's almond banana. It looks fucking beautiful. I haven't smelled it. I didn't want to open up the bag. I don't want to walk around like Cosby. So I didn't open up the bag. Somewhere Joey D has put a sleeping pill in my protein powder. So no, I didn't want to go in your protein. Just tell me what you think. You know what I'm saying? You may like it. I like the hemp force protein. But anyway, let's cut the basics. Go to ootd.com. If you see any supplements you like, just read about them. I could sit here for fucking hours and bore you to death. Why fuck around? Go to Honor and press in the code word church. Get 10% off. CHURCH. Ootd.com. Also, I want to welcome a new sponsor. Let me ask you something, people. Where the fuck do you think we live? You think we live in Beverly Hills now? We live in a suburb close to a place called North Hollywood. Okay? If you drive around North Hollywood, all you see are massage parlors, mattress stores, weed stores, and tattoo stores. And I'm talking the emphasis on mattress stores. Have you gone shopping for a mattress in North Hollywood?
I just bought a mattress in North Hollywood.
And was it a pain in the ass?
It was a complete pain in the ass.
What'd you drop?
It was about $500.
That's not fucking bad. And is the mattress comfortable? Is it yours?
I don't give a shit. It was for the boys.
Okay, so fuck it. But for one of the boys, it cost you a nickel a roof for a single bed or a double?
It was a full-size bed.
A full-size bed.
Uh-huh.
For the skinny one. A full-size bed. You gotta put him in a little skinny
He
fucking
wanted a
bed.
full-size bed.
Marine style, you know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like a teepee and then shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to buy my daughter a fucking teepee.
You should.
Kids love tents.
I bought my
and
kids
teepees.
a TP. They loved it.
I've been telling my wife we gotta go down to the thing. I sent her on a simple mission. She came back with 1,000 stories about this one's too big, this one's too small. Everything. Just buy the fucking tent. It's difficult to buy a tent. Well, how do you know? Because what the is we love being in holes. We're like Vietnamese people. You know what I'm saying? We love being hidden. When you go in the baby's room at night, there's blankets and teddy bears. There's teddy bear Steve Simone gave her. She puts it on top of her head, you know. Oh, really? Yeah, she's like a Diaz. She covers herself up. You don't know how lucky I am. I have the sleep apnea machine. You come into my room, all you see is a hose. Come on to the mattress. I'm like, it looks like an armadillo. All you
can
see
sleep under the mattress?
under the blankets.
Oh no, that's too much.
The air goes down to zero, and I put the blankets over my fucking head, and I go to nappy noodle time. And all you see is the hole. You know how long I've been doing that? When I was a kid, I used to make like a little tunnel around my mouth and shit. Just like that. I love all that shit.
But I can't breathe when I'm under the blankets, and you have trouble when you can't breathe.
That's perfect. That's what knocks you out. Eventually you pass. It's like half suicide. You know what I'm saying? It's like sitting in the garage without the hose. You just sit there with the fumes and you open up a window. You don't die. You just sit there and get dizzy. You
I'm a little dizzy.
Anyway, the point being you're unique. You don't walk like everybody else. You don't talk like everyone. And you don't sleep like everyone. So why is your mattresses one size fits all? Now you people think like we fuck around here in the church. I got a guy who calls me up and he sends me shit every week. Felicia, they got people sponsoring shit now that you can't believe. And they send it to me and I look at half this stuff and I go, I can't talk about this shit. I can't even mention it. It's so ridiculous, you know. And I try to run it by Lee and we giggle. Sometimes I send it to my attorney, he just says no. But sometimes I go, you know what? I went to buy a fucking mattress and it was a pain in the ass. I go, it really fucking is a pain in the ass. Except for that one place across from Bank of America on Lancashire. They don't fuck around. That dude, he delivers the next day, he don't fuck around. Well, yeah, you gotta go in and you gotta finagle. You just tell him what you want to pay for, he'll point you to the mattress. Give him 3 days or pick it up. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Right across you.
Right,
It was a bed.
right.
If you go to that place in North Hollywood, then it's a fucking piece of shit. Then you get robbed. And they hide behind the curtain. You go in there, sometimes they're not there. Anyway, I'm not here to talk shit about it. But when I read about the Helix mattress, I fucking died. I was like, this sounds perfect because I'm married. I know what it's like. I like my bed one way and Terry likes it the other. So somewhere along the line we came to terms. And my side's getting a little soft, so I tried to flip it and she caught me. She was doing laundry and I flipped that motherfucker, but she knew something. A piece staying, something. She knew. But anyway, you're unique. You don't walk like everybody, you don't talk like everybody, you don't sleep like everybody. So here's the thing. Why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000 until now. Introducing the Helix Sleep, where you can buy your mattress online, customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You go to helixsleep.com, you answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping is 100% free on the arm. And for couples, Helix customizes each side of the mattress. So if Paula sleeps over, they can put a bed of nails on that side. You understand? And you can sleep on the fucking nice side. They can do whatever you want. No, just kidding.
No, that's me. Because we're going to be moving in together, so we're going to need a new mattress.
That's right. So here you go.
Yeah.
Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights to try it out, and if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you 100% refund, no questions asked. That's why everyone from GQ to Forbes all talking about the Helix Sleep. Do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. You get 50% off your order. $50. I'm sorry, $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey. helixsleep.com/Joey. And you get $50 off your order. Again, it's a fucking pain in the ass. This is the future, people. Nobody's gonna leave their house for dick if they any fucking got a smarter brain ahead. Hey, look at last year. Sales are down over the holidays. Amazon's controlled. This is it. You're gonna be able to fucking buy anything online from now on. Free fucking shipping. You don't have to worry about delivery. They're gonna show from 10 to 2. Then the truck broke down in fucking La Alhambra, and you gotta wait there all fucking day. Why is my mattress in fucking La Alhambra? I bought it in North Hollywood, cocksucker. Anyway, these days are over. Do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com right now /Joey and get $50 off your order, all right? That's helixsleep.com/Joey. That's right. Right now, helixsleep.com/Joey. $50 and you're going to sleep like a fucking angel every night, all right? I want to thank Onnit. I want to thank our new sponsor, Helix Sleep. I want to thank Felicia stopping by. Do not forget, you're there what nights? Bring it down.
I'm there tomorrow till Sunday. Yes, I come back Monday. Old school, Tuesday through Sunday. Week. That's a long fucking week.
It was nice today talking about Trump and how the FBI could hold him. She had to drop knowledge. You guys don't know how they do it. It's not called blackmail. It's like, we can get cocksuckers. So I'm not saying nobody.
But I better get my funding.
I want to get my $300,000.
You want your 30%?
30%. I didn't know. What do you have? $100,000. You got problems. You know what I'm saying? You gotta see.
I don't know how much a walkie-talkie is worth. That seems like a little steep, but okay.
Now, a walkie-talkie. Let's say you put Paul out there.
Right.
She'll save you some money. But that's a pain in the ass. Now she's gonna want $600,000.
Well, how did she get 6 now?
Because she's Paula. She's got the power that you ain't got. A muffler and a monkey, and you can rub it on your face. You understand me? So you'll take the short 40% for the walkie-talkie. But if you get busted, she'll roll over. You're following the same thing. She's not gonna take the fall fee out there. She doesn't know about police scanners and shit like that. Like I know, and I'll find out. I have every fucking police scanner from North Hollywood, the Studio City, to fucking Hollywood. Why? I'll be out there with the scanner working. Some people believe I'm listening to an iPod doing jumping jack, but I'm paying attention. I got the walkie-talkie, like fucking whatever. You're doing fine, man. You're doing fine, Lee. There's a lady walking down here with a dog. You're doing fine. You're like, we got in, anything, nothing. You got 38 seconds. I'm downstairs counting down. You got 37 seconds, 36. Where is he? He's in the apartment laying down with a broad. Shoot him both. You shoot them both. The money's right there under the mattress. Boom, 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 boom. You shoot him. You come back out. The alarm gets triggered. You get back on there like James Bond. Right here to the roof. I unbuckle you. We light the fucking thing on fire.
What thing is on fire now?
The rope.
Oh, okay.
God knows what they're blaming on. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I can see. I know you earned your money.
I got the car parked. I got a stolen car already parked.
Yes.
We're gonna go 3 or 4 blocks. We're gonna go by 7-Eleven where the lady got stabbed. We're gonna park it right there. Then we're gonna walk 2 or 3 blocks. Then we're gonna fucking, that's it. We're gonna split up the money. We're gonna shake hands.
I've never seen Lee this high before.
That much, but
This is what we do. What happens?
the poor lady.
Who? What are you gonna do? You got a 7-Eleven. Somebody's gonna lose their mind someday. Someday some dude goes in there 1 in the morning. They got no fucking Reese's Pieces.
Isn't that the one that you think is ISIS?
I know they're ISIS. That's why there was a stabbing in there. I've known they're ISIS for years. I just don't tell them. But I'm not a rat. I'm not a punk bitch. You know what I'm saying? Felicia Michaels, Reno. I'll be at the Brea Improv all weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Tickets are still available. I love you, motherfuckers. See you Wednesday night. Have a great day. Stay black. Hit it, Lee. I never saw that fucking moron before in my life. I was at a fucking hotel in Miami, and some people said, "Do you want to come play basketball?" Jose Canseco's having a party, and I went over there, and he wasn't there. Some fucking dude, his friend had a party, a bunch of people there playing basketball, and I was there for maybe an hour. And I fucking left. That was it. But it was funny. That's how I started torturing him. I was at your house that night, no fucking morning. Remember, over by the beach, remember that once I was breaking his house down for him. I was like Alfred fucking Hitchcock. I couldn't get away with it. And he fucking kept looking at me and turning away. And I kept tormenting him, and little by little. At the same time, the audience people were like, get him the fuck out of here. The audience people are like, fuck you, Canseco, fuck you. And right there in the middle of all this, you walk up. And they go, what's going on? And I go, this fucking blood. And he heard it. He heard it, the poor bastard that he is. He showed up with his daughter with a miniskirt on. Do you remember she had like a fucking miniskirt and he had the chick with him? Yeah. And by this point, people started to throw little things at him. And finally, security saw it and came and pulled him out. That's what saved.
By people, do you mean you?
No, I was right. He would kill me. He would beat the fuck out of me. He was right in front of me. Then I put Eddie Bravo on him to torture him, to tell him he needed to learn jiu-jitsu. Don't be talking to me. You need to talk to him. You want to fight people. You need to learn jiu-jitsu. Now I had him all fucked up. He was in bankruptcy court. You know what I'm saying? And I got my hands on him. I was tormenting him, that poor bastard. He had no idea. He
wrote that book. He's due.
Yeah, that's it. He's due. You got to torment him. You have to torment him. He sold his soul. Once you sell your soul. And the funny thing is, he's got like 8 million people on Twitter following.
Yeah.
Like he's a walking business, and he's a fucking moron.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, you know what? We all have, skeletons in our closet.
Oh, please.
If you want to go ahead and, you want to sell your business, you do it. You don't throw everybody else down with it.
I mean, he'll never again. He didn't like Sammy the Boogavanov would come out and he'll get a medal. But this guy, I don't know, he did something that people really fucking got pissed off on him about, which is like fuck with baseball.
Yeah. First, too, like, just, this kind of man law, you know what I mean? Like, you go out with a bunch of guys, I don't give a shit, everybody's on their own, One of my buddies, his wife calls my wife and goes, hey, did you know? And my wife looks at me and goes, did you know? I'm like, I don't know. She knows I'm not going to know.
What's the motto of the show? I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't want to know nothing. I wasn't there. I don't even know what you're talking
about. The person you're going to worry about is me.
Because I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't know what people come up to me and ask me questions. What's this guy's phone? I don't know what you're talking about. Phone number. So.
Yeah, right.
And they look at you all weird. My wife always goes, how do you do that? I was raised in a home where they, mira, oye, calla, number one. Whatever happens in here, nobody knows fucking nothing. And you don't know nothing. I remember hanging out with kids and they'd be talking about drugs or something. And I used to go to my mom's bar and I'd see people smoke pot. I could never rat on them. I would never say anything about marijuana. You would say anything about me.
I grew up in a very different part of the East Coast, and like I grew up in a town where speaking of cigars, I was at a cigar place with my friends in high school once after we turned 18. A mom drove by, saw me, and by the time I got home, my mom knew about it.
You smoking cigars. What you doing?
No, she didn't do anything, but she had that comment, and I got mad. I'm like, why are people driving around this town? It's weird. Like you have a small town, so in a way, you have kind of the same thing. They just don't tell, I guess. It's still gossipy, I would imagine. Like North Bergen.
Well, it's small but big. And then, what kills me about where I'm from is that it's supposed to be like an East Coast town, but they're like fucking rednecks in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like, the mentality is like very stay in town and get a job or whatever. So, not that they broke my balls growing up or nothing. I'm just saying, you play some music and start this motherfucker off the right way.
Absolutely.
Kick that fucking horse, Lee. Kick it. Kick it, Lee. Kick that fucking horse, Lee. Monday night, April 28th. Bad motherfuckers. The devil was buried at sea. Oh shit. Oh shit. I ain't gonna sit here and tell you I did backflips for friends. You know me, dog. I tell you how it is. Listen to this song. This is a bad motherfucker. You understand me? Before you put RIP Twitter prints on your Twitter, put a purple shirt on and get your dick sucked. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. There you go, Frank. Me a motherfucker. What? Hit it.
Actually, I got to go to one of those concerts before.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
It was a couple years back. My wife, got us tickets. She's a big fan. I like Prince, but I wasn't into it. Like she was. I didn't know all the history, Purple Rain, the video. And it's funny because she's like, he's a sexy guy. I'm like, really, babe? He's like 5'2", fucking 120 pounds soaking wet. That's so sexy. We're sitting there, we're like 2 rows back, and all of a sudden we're singing and dancing on stage, all live band. Like he looks over, and we make eye contact for a second, And I'm like, I get it. Because, I think I crossed over to the other side for about a split second. I was questioning my sexuality for a little bit. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, that's what you're talking about.
He's bad to the bone. Rest in peace. Holy shit. That's crazy. What's up, Miss Aya? You're sitting there all mumble-gumble, you're stuttering to the fucking intro. What happened?
No, it's 7:25. I'm doing
Did
good.
you eat the fucking Cuban sandwich?
I didn't know the sandwich.
I
had a
stood in
couple
line
of
for 40 fucking minutes. You understand me? 40 fucking minutes at Porter. It is a fucking nightmare. No, I brought him pastel de boy. I don't fucking.
Thank you,
Joe.
That's good stuff, man. Flatbread crust is
Yeah.
awesome.
Thank you.
We're gonna walk our ride home.
Yeah.
Listen, on the way home, you hook up better yet, there's a Starbucks. There's a 7-Eleven. That's the shit I used to drink. Yeah, fuck Starbucks. You want to be out at night. You're making a long day.
Black coffee.
Yeah, bold. Brazilian bold. Fucking Starbucks.
I like coffee.
No. That shit's fucking good. You ever go to Miami International Airport?
Yeah.
Look at Starbucks. You got to be a moron to go. Look, a Canadian goes in there. Because right now they have like a Versailles or something. And for $150 they give you the fucking super duper cup. And anybody that knows, like if you have a heart condition, you break that into 4. When you go to Miami, like the old schoolers, when you're driving or whatever the fuck it is, and you see those morning bodegas, and you see 4 Cubans, 5 Cubans, and a woman talking, pull up, and they have the cup, and it's $150, and 4 people will put a shot down, each and toast and everything, like that. And they'll be sitting there all day doing these fucking blasts, smoking a cigar, drinking coffee. By the time 4 o'clock comes in, the head's spinning. You understand? Your head's spinning. You're in a trance. You're in a coffee with a fucking cigar all day.
Is it like a high?
Oh my God, it just takes you to a different zone. God forbid you throw a joint there or one of those Cosby pills.
That's what I was telling you. I was there last time we were coming out of Miami. My wife said, I'm going to go over, we have to do security, so she's going to go get her, bottle of water, grab a little, snacks, whatever. But I'm going to go get a coffee real quick, so the size right there, I'll grab your sandwich. So we're sitting there, and that's when I was like, oh man, I'm going to cortito. So that's why I told the girl, like, hey, I'm gonna buy 3 of them. I need you to pour them all in 1 cup. So my wife's gonna tell me that if I drink too many of these, it's gonna hurt my heart. So you just hook it up. Don't put nothing on the outside of the cup and screw me over here. Because I'll walk back over and she goes, how many shots? And I'm like, just 1. And then she looks at the cup. Sees a 3 written on it. I'm like, charge me for 3, put it in 1 cup. I was lit up on the plane.
Oh my God.
I look
They
like,
put the sugar already in.
yeah,
Squash it in there.
you got me grinding.
Put a little bit of milk. They put like a little paste. And they blast. Next time we go to Miami International, don't fuck around. Go up to the Cuban land and they go, listen, give me 1 sandwich for the end. Give me 3 to go. Don't cook them. And she'll give it to you. You put them in your bed. Nobody does nothing. You take those motherfuckers home the next day. You put those in the oven at 350 for about 20 minutes to the bed. Wait till that shit gets brown. Wait till you smell something. Right before you dump lemon, you take that fucking bread out. Bam! That's how you smuggle Cuban food out of Miami. You understand me? Just like that. Buffalo, New York was great. Thank you for coming to the fucking shows this week and I had a good time. Buffalo's an old school blue collar city. They will stab you there. Like you can tell, it gets really fucking cold. People don't fuck around. Ain't nobody gonna arrest you there. It's a quick fucking hit in Buffalo. They hit you with a stick, a bottle.
Cold to be fucking around.
Too cold to be fucking around. You ain't going down no mats there or nothing like that. Maybe inside, but outdoor, they will fucking stab you. It was fun. Helium is a great club. What's going on, Frank? What's going on with you, my man? Everything all right?
We're out. Let people know about our phone booth fighting podcast. Frank and I are doing.
And you guys are the BI last night.
Yeah.
Phenomenal show, man. Unbelievable. I'm so glad Eddie Bravo is doing what he's doing with that show, bringing back jiu-jitsu the way it should be, the way I started training, looking for people to, go for submissions, If it ain't going to break a bone or choke someone out, why would bother? Then it's a game, Just playing grab ass on the ground, He does it the right way, motivating people, and people try it to bring that back. Abu Dhabi had that, no points for the first 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, to call out points, Metamorphs just trying to do, okay, no points, but the guys still just stall because you get situations where you get a world champ black belt jiu-jitsu, like, hey man, if no one submits no one, we call it a draw. You get guys that, they're decent, but now they're like, oh man, if I can go ahead and roll with like a Roger Gracie or a Buchecha or a Drysdale or somebody of this high level, they don't tap me, I can say I fought him to a draw. I'm like, yeah, you didn't fight him to a draw, you ran. And I like what Eddie's done with the show because you only get paid if you submit people. So you see guys, what I saw last night was everybody was hungry the whole time, looking to take something home with them, take someone out.
They're making stars in that thing too, like Gary Tonin. We just had him on our phone booth fighting podcast last week. This guy, like, I love the CPI stuff, and when I heard that they were going to start going to Fight Pass, which is where they are now, I was more excited about that than any UFC announcement I heard. What we've been talking about it, right?
He was over.
Yeah.
Big time. Because I've been burned out a little bit on jiu-jitsu the last couple of years, just because of all the points and the way the guys now, the system they play. And I say that all the time. I tell people, like, hey, man, you still put the gi on? I'm like, the rule system for training that style and going there and doing tournaments doesn't apply anymore to fighting. It ain't like it was when I trained in 2000. When you get a guy who's a black belt jiu-jitsu, if he told you he was going to go do a fight in MMA, UFC, Pride, whatever, 2 or 3 fights in, he was dangerous, already. Now you got guys that can be world champions on the point system. They have a gimmick at how they play and they win. But then it's like, yeah, but that ain't going to work in a real fight. That it doesn't work in MMA. And it shows they're not making the transition over. You're not seeing world champions in IBJJ coming over and making a huge impact in the MMA world. But if you got guys like, right now, if you told me Gary Tonin or Eddie Cummins or even that kid right now, Gordon Ryan, if you told me he has a fight, he's going to do well right off the bat. I have no doubt about it. Unless you match him up with a killer in the top 3 right now, that guy's going to be, I wouldn't put one of my guys against him. He's, that guy's, but the way they fight and the way their training system's set up now, that's fighting. That'll immediately cross over to MMA. That's submissions. They're going and everything they're doing, even to get a takedown, isn't just to score points, but to get into a position so I can get to your neck, get into a position where I can take your arm. That's what jiu-jitsu was for me in the beginning. It's like, yeah, like Elio said, it's like having a gun with you at all times. I'm dangerous no matter what. In the shower, out of the shower, you're a black belt in that style of jiu-jitsu, submission styles of jiu-jitsu. That's a weapon.
It's so innovative too. Like seeing Gary Tonin go to seated guard because you got that crazy leg lock game, and in your mind thinking, "Oh shit, he just sat down. This is trouble for whoever's standing up." You know what I mean? How counterintuitive is that? You saw two guys fighting and one sits down. How about the fact that you're thinking, holy shit, that guy just sat down. The guy that's standing up is fucked.
Got to guard his feet, sprawl out, get out of there, raise those ankles up and push them.
Now, what was the first martial art you joined was Kempo, correct?
Yeah, my dad, when he first came to the States, you know, his parents, they first came to Miami, went to San Francisco, but he's the first. He learned English throughout high school, but his parents, aunts, and uncles, and grandparents didn't speak English. So moving to Vegas was a good opportunity to get work in the casinos, work in the back of the house, orders, housekeeping. My grandfather was a shoe shiner, here, in Vegas. Through tips, they could make a good living, And so they signed him up to take a karate lesson. So he started doing Shotokan karate, and then really he got into the Ed Parker system of Kempo karate. Fell in love with it. Then he's 20 years old, 19 years old, working at McDonald's, going to school, UNLV, and met my mom there. She was also, just a senior in high school. Job for the weekend, So then they start dating, and my dad, being the kind of guy he is, it's like, hey, what we can do together, let's go ahead and go down to karate classes. So they started taking Kempo together, and my mom's career got cut short a little bit because she got pregnant with me. And then by the time I came around, my dad was a black belt and owned his own gyms in Vegas, So I was that little brat running around, annoying the shit out of everybody until I got big enough to jump on there and start training with people,
How cool was the Ed Parker system?
It's a great system, as far as it really carried over, and it's helped me so much in my mindset, especially if everybody watches how I do submissions, going from one to the other, and that combination of flowing of movement that came from how Kempo works. As far as I do this, then I go to this, and one movement flows into another, and I work off of what the other person's reactions are. So you don't have to seriously, people sit there and go, do you think 5 moves ahead? I'm like, that's not really the approach, because if you're sitting there thinking, you're using a part of your brain that's slow. Using your super ego. That part of I should be doing this, I should do that. That's too slow to be in the moment, to be in the hunt. What it is more like a feel. It's almost like when you go to shake someone's hand. Everybody kind of shakes hands a little bit different, but as you're going, you can feel the flow of the guy's energy, and your body has so many repetitions of knowing where to go. You go with it. That's where training the martial arts comes. Kempo is very much that way too. I block the arm here, the guy pulls back. I know where my flow, where my read's going to go from there. And when I started learning jiu-jitsu, I think that's why I picked it up so fast. I only started jiu-jitsu when I was 19. Walked into a gym. I had always seen Royce Gracie, do UFCs. My dad, he told me from day one when he first watched the UFC, he's all, you got to learn how to do this ground stuff, man. This is the future. That's that's fighting. Look at that. We were, what would we do if someone grabbed us and took us down to the ground? We'd be in trouble, right? And so, so once I had that mindset that was established in Kempo, a very versatile mindset. There's an expression in Kempo that it's not the water in the vessel, but the vessel upon the water. Meaning that once you water can be free flowing, it's allowed to just take the form of anything. But if you stagnate and you say, this is how we're going to do something, it has to be done this way, then it creates form and has function, and it can be broken, just like a rock. It's solid, the ocean. Beat up the ocean. How do you ever beat up the ocean? If you butt the ocean, can knock you on your butt. You're going to do a lot of damage. So that mindset of flowing and movement, I just took right into me with jiu-jitsu. I'm like, now I'm like, if I grab the wrist and pull, I'm going to go for the triangle. Oh, you're going to push back in, and I go for an arm bar. I go for the arm bar, then the plata opens up. Oh, now your ankle's open. And then other influences in my life, like Daniel Masada, we were talking about earlier, because, obviously I'm a fan of Bruce Lee. Everybody, very few guys that are martial artists, I can say, aren't fans of Bruce Lee. So when I read his book, and then I, was exposed to Daniel Masada, and then there's a guy that, one of my regrets in life is I never got to meet him. In Northern California, a guy named Wally J, Small Circle Jiu-Jitsu. I got a hold of one of his VHSs, and he broke down submissions in a real quick way. And I think that's why, if you watch my Pete Williams fight, I kind of pulled off a weird submission and elbow crank from the bottom. But, I've seen before in judo maneuvers, Gina Bell kind of broke out with Bill Carter. They did it standing, and I was able to do it from the ground. But a lot of it was attributed to a statement that Wally J had said. And having the Kempo mindset that, hey, if it works, you flow with it. He said that, hey, a submission takes 3 components. It's just leverage, you need a fulcrum. You need a base, which means whatever you're attacking on the other side of that fulcrum has to be stabilized, and then you have to have a lever. And now you can make anything a submission. You have that component in mind. So if I armbar you, our legs wrap around and I pin you to the mat, right? So now your body's the base, it can't move. My hips become the fulcrum, and then your arm is the lever. That's how I actually even started. Like, I think I was one of the first people to actually do it, because not that I ever invented the move, and how does anybody invent something? Things have been done by everybody. But when I fought Tank Abbott for about a year before that, I would always hit him with Plata's guys, and hit the shoulder lock, and I get sweeps out of it, but I wouldn't finish a lot of guys. A lot of guys know how to roll and fight out of it. But then I looked over and I see people's foot. I'm like, hey, your foot's right there. Well, now I have a base because I have your shoulder locked. Well, I can create a fulcrum with my wrist, and if I just grab the edge of your foot, create a toe hold, because I watch a lot of like Asada, out of Japan, seeing his submissions and the toe hold. The Japanese are really good on the foot locks. So I just started flowing and putting things together, going, hey man, if it's open, I can rip it off. Just as long as I adhere to these basic principles, now I can free my mind to go upon any of it. I don't have to be stagnant to go, well, an armbar, I sometimes sit in the room with jiu-jitsu guys, we'll talk about techniques, and they're like, well, you got to put your foot here, it has to be here, it's not right. I'm like, hey man, it's like handwriting. We all know the same alphabet, but all our signatures look different, right? Because within the realm of the principle of what an A and a B and a C looks like, you put your own twist on it, and what fits for your body, your personality, and your brain, and how that works. And so that's why I'm not a big stickler for technique has to be perfect. It doesn't. Application has to be perfect. Timing has to be perfect. But as far as the structure of, well, if it's not done this way, it's wrong. I'm like, that's too much of a form. That's too much structure. And within that structure, fighting is chaos. You want to hold that much structure in a world of chaos, you'll break.
No, I've always been a big fan of Kempo.
Yeah, I love Kempo. Flowing, overwhelming your opponent.
I was good friends with a guy, and he was a black belt. I'm a guy here in Los Feliz. It's pretty interesting. We just became friends. He started explaining why his Kempo was different from everybody else's in town. It all started when the guy died. They left the son in charge. So the guy from Pasadena lost his life.
Yeah, what's his name? You're talking about Speakman?
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I see him in Vegas. I always see him at the airport.
Okay.
Obviously. But he does the Burbank thing, the Pasadena thing, right? He's up in Pasadena. But there's like three guys that are like, they're supposed to be the John Gotti, but they're not the John Gotti at Kempo. So left them.
Tracy brothers.
Right, so left a lot of holes. Right, the Tracy brothers.
Yeah.
So now what happened? This guy in Los Feliz was the guy who his teacher went to jail for murder. David something right here in California. But he's the guy that learned the leg lock maneuvers from Ed Parker. Ed Parker didn't have leg locks. What do you call those things? Frankly, when I go into you and my leg hits your leg like a hip check. So it had all these leg checks in this style.
Okay.
So when the father died, some of the people took that whole section out. But there's still a couple people in Kempo who got to hunt them down.
Yeah, I'm interested now.
That kept all the leg stops. So,
because there's a few of them my dad taught me.
Right.
Like I knew about the heel hook because we did it off of a leg takedown. Guy throws a roundhouse, we used to catch it and then reap the leg. You know how on the bottom someone mounts you, you can push off. Pull guard, you can reap the leg by coming underneath the leg, come over the top. I learned that technique when I was a kid, but I'm with the kick. Guy kicks, and then also now I'm going to throw my leg over the top and sweep and reap your leg down, and then go for the heel hook. We didn't apply it very well because it was kind of taken out of context. But the basic shows that someone was doing it. It just got misunderstood as it got passed on.
It was. I went up there with the guy a couple of times. It was very interesting. So not only did he attack your hands, but his first movement was his leg against yours to distract you.
Yeah, knocks you off balance.
So
yeah,
he did that with everything. And then we started looking into it. It was the guy charges $1.50 a month with 2 classes a week because nobody else. Not the guys in Marina Del Rey, not the guys in Englewood, not the guy in Pasadena. They took that style of it out. He even had weird forms He had the books read. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So
Well, and Kimpo applies really well to street fighting altercations. And people ask me, well, why do you think, even training jiu-jitsu with a gi, I think has more street fighting applications than people want to give it credit for, right? Because I tell people like, hey, MMA is 100% street fighting. I'm like, not really. Is it close? Yeah, but it's still not. Like, why? I'm like, well, I haven't gotten to a fight with anybody that started 30 feet in front of me. Every fight and altercation I got into, like when I worked in the clubs at the Rhino, I got into fights. I was probably about 6 inches away from the guy before we started fighting. So the distance and the range was way different. And probably almost all the fights anybody who's been in. When's the last time you got into a fight with a guy from across the parking lot, and then you guys start walking towards each other? Almost every fight I've been into, I'm able to grab the guy. I mean, we're within inches of each other when the altercation occurs. So a lot of the Kempo and foot, leg inside the knees, clinch work, the different hand trapping, extremely applicable towards being there. Sometimes you don't see it as much in MMA because guys are able to keep distance in and out. A little almost more of a long-range kickboxing, type of stance and posture and distancing.
Kempo, Wing Chun, that never really translated much into MMA. Like it was like a lost soldier. Like it just, and I love it. I love all those styles.
You're starting to see a lot of it come back though. Even the front kicks now. John throws them. Conor McGregor throws it that way. You see, even the kicks, like the Cheetah and Anderson Silva, the snap kick with the ball. The
well, they're taking pieces of stuff.
Yeah, that kind of kick that came from. I mean, not that it came from Kimpo, but Kimpo does that kick.
I'm pointing out his name, but it's like Wonder Boy or
Stephen Thompson. Exactly.
Well, he's got more of a kickboxing taekwondo base.
Okay. Right. Yeah, he's more of a spin.
But it's still no. I see what your point is. Listen. People have said, well, taekwondo is impractical. Those spinning roundhouse kicks, those taekwondo things. Not that you go out there and throw till your fucking leg falls off. Jesus fucking Christ. If I know it's coming, I'm talking about one every 4.
Yeah.
You suck them in. You've been doing this since you're a fucking white belt. Now you're a black belt, right? I mean, at that level, you're gonna.
Yeah.
No matter what, that always stays with you. Yeah. And in the training camp, you're like, you know what? Let me work. I told you, don't throw that fuck. Let me just fuck with it.
No, that's one thing I'm glad about the coach that I use now, Angelo Reyes, right? He trained under Freddie Roach. Anna Houlihan is a world champion female boxer. And they came from, he owned a Kempo school in San Francisco, in the Bay Area. So here he's a Kempo black belt. She goes into amateur boxing, becomes a world champion female boxer. And then now we implemented that back into our style of fighting. So when I train with him, it's funny. I would sit there and, when I first started training, I'd do a front leg wheel kick, right? And I've trained with a lot of Muay Thai guys. That was predominantly the striking art, to dominate the man. Like, oh, no, don't do it that way. It's wrong. And now it's funny because, 10 years later, I'm looking and now I'm able to throw the kicks the way I remember that I was taught to begin with. It's like, hey, no, a kick doesn't have to be a real heavy set down, put your weight behind it. Because now that we have takedowns, if it's predictable, you can put on your butt. How good's a kick if you can only land it once every 5 minutes to someone's leg and then they just shoot a double and hold you down? Whereas, a lot of the snapping kicks, the front kicks, I think right now, John Jones is a great example of somebody who can use the kicks. The kicks he throws, those aren't Muay Thai style. That's much more karate style. Speed and fast. And it hurts people and knocks them around and it gets his feet back down to the ground so he's dangerous again. Because, you always thought too, that's why in Kempo, a lot of the kicks are aimed for the body or to the legs lower because you don't want to be in a street fight and lift your leg up and keep. It's not so much about how high you kick, but it's being on one foot. It was never a good thing. If you're close to a guy, it's like, hey, being on one foot might be a dangerous recipe for success here. You might not want to be on one leg while the other guy's on 2, unless you make the most of that movement. You bring the foot up, snap kick the guy to the solar plexus. You put your foot down. Now you go into a hand combination. That was a successful maneuver. You throw a real heavy roundhouse, you kick the guy in the leg. Yeah, it hurts. But all of a sudden, he has both his hands up. You see a lot of guys get caught and knocked out that way.
It was funny. Here, I thought you were one of those Abu Dhabi movies. You had been involved in jiu-jitsu since you were 12, and you went to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Brazil, ran the bills and stuff, the whole thing. And you just told me you started jiu-jitsu at 19. That's when you walked into a fucking jiu-jitsu.
First time I put a gi on.
Where was that?
There was a gym in Vegas. It's called Modern Martial Arts. The guy that ran the school was a black belt in Kempo also. He trained under a guy that actually trained with the guy that trained my father. My father trained under the Ed Parker system. guy, Gary Swan, Stephen LeBounty, some of his lineage. And then he directly trained in Vegas under a guy named Clifford McKinney. And then there was a guy named Eddie Flash Newman that also trained there at the gym. So Philip Karpinski was a black belt under Eddie Flash Newman. Phenomenal athlete, great kickboxer, from a Kempo background, went into that world. And so he also, because he saw the limitations of just being a pure striker, went out and trained in New York, trained under Hinzo and Rodrigo and Gracie. And so he actually was a purple belt under Rodrigo Gracie. So that was my first exposure to jiu-jitsu. I remember I walked to the gym, 19 years old. At the time I'm a black belt in Kempo, big, strong, fast athlete, I was state champion in wrestling here in Nevada, and winning those little guy, 140 pound blue belt. I wish I could remember his name and give him credit. But we go out there and I grab him down. I'm on top of him, rolling around. I'm inside his guard, so I put my hands around his neck. I go ahead and do the, what does Rogan want to call it?
Rape
choke, So I'm like, I got this guy. What's going on? Boom. Also, next thing I know, I'm about to pass out, Legs go up around my neck, and he throws me into, the first time I heard the word triangle, and passes me out. I get woken up, do that again, I remember I was so excited when I left there with the idea that submissions were so definitive. Because, I've been in fights before and I've seen people, there's some guys out there, you see them in the UFC, that you can hit them with a baseball bat, right? They ain't going away. So you can hit them with your best Sunday punch. Some people are just built, they're not going down. I don't care how hard you hit them. And, the other thing, too, that makes MMA a little bit, like I tell people, real street fighting is way more like grappling than it is striking. Because, if you notice, everybody has to tape and wrap their hands. You're not throwing knockout punches on a regular basis, bare knuckle. Go out to your local gym, find any boxer who's worth his weight, and tell him to go ahead and wail on the bag for a round with no gloves and no hand wraps. He'll look at you like you're crazy. Human hand, 26 bones. I'm not slamming onto a bag, let alone punching someone in the face. The human skull is one of the hardest areas of the body. You punch that, your hand goes. And so
you were talking on our show about that being kind of a popular misconception that people see the old days, the bare knuckle days, and they go, "Oh, it was way more brutal back then." But you made the point that it was safer.
It's safer. Even right now, if I said, "Hey, you're going to punch me in the head," you're going to do a bare knuckle. Your hand's going to take a lot worse beating than my head is. You might end up going to the hospital when you're done. You're going to break metacarpals, and your hand might never be the same again. Guys break their hands even when they're taped, let alone when their hands are bare. So the head damage is a lot less. People don't tape our hands. Boxers and MMA fighters, our hands aren't taped. We're not wearing gloves to protect each other's heads. Anybody that thinks that's for the safety of the fighter, no, it's not. That's for the excitement of the fans. Now that a guy's hands are taped, he can knock people out a lot better. I remember my first fight with Roberto Travis in the UFC. My first two fights before that, I'm a Kimbo guy. We don't wrap our hands. Even when we go to tournaments, you put your hand in a pair of gloves. You don't really throw hard to the face. You throw hard to the body, more of a street fighting mentality. It's like, hey, I might throw a jab, pop your nose, water your eyes. If I'm going to take you out, it's going to be the solar plexus, hit you in the liver. I'm going to try to hurt your body because it's softer and less dangerous for my hand. I remember I'm in the back, and the UFC has the cut. Then we go back out there and stitch. It starts wrapping my hands. And so I remember after I get my hands wrapped, I'm walking around, and my dad's like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Oh my God, I could put my hand through a wall right now." Like, wow. So this is what it's like to get your hands taped like a fighter. This is dangerous. Yeah. And all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh shit." My dad goes, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "The other guy's hands are taped too, huh?" Better move my head again. This is gonna hurt.
How old were you when you walked into a UFC cage?
I just turned 22.
At that point, you were a purple belt.
Yeah.
Purple belt, but with fucking wrestling experience. That adds a lot.
Yeah, it helped out a lot. I mean, I only wrestled 2 years in high school. I wish I would have wrestled more. I basically did it because of football. Big, strong, fast athlete. They were like, hey, at the time, the idea was, I would play football, and I'd go run track through discus and around the 4x1, 4x2 team. But, in the wintertime, I would just go to the weight room. I like lifting weights. And defensive coach for the football team was also the head wrestling coach. His name was Russ Leet. He got a hold of me and said, you're not very good tackler. You're fast, you're strong, you run around, but you don't wrap people up very well. let's get you on the wrestling mat. And so I went out there. First 7 matches, get my ass kicked. You know, just getting pinned in 30 seconds. What's going on? Went home, cried about it, and then just sat there and like, okay, let me evaluate the situation. What am I doing? What am I good at? What can I? And I was like, okay, double leg takedown, broken down. I'm gonna do this. I don't know how to wrestle on the mat as far as controlling the tilts, and, chop and jam and spiral rides. These are foreign to me, and I'm catching up. I've only been wrestling for a month or two. So I started cutting guys loose. I went on my junior year with 2 months of experience, got third in state, zone runner-up. In the next year, went like 44-1. Won state, went to nationals. And then went 2-2 at nationals, Pittsburgh Press. And so I picked it up really well, but not because I knew how to wrestle really well. I knew a few wrestling techniques, but because of my Kimpo background and martial arts idea of knowing how to set people up, knowing rhythm, knowing about timing and application. So I was more or less, I had the principles of combat down. And that's the same thing that happened when I started learning jiu-jitsu. By the time I fought Roberto Travin, my first fight in the UFC, I had 2 years of jiu-jitsu experience. Roberto Travin at the time was a 4-time world champion, Mundials, black belt. By all accounts, this guy's gonna murder me. You know what I mean? This guy's been doing jiu-jitsu since he was a baby. And, not only am I fighting a Brazilian, I'm fighting a Brazilian world champion black belt. We went out there and I ended up breaking his arm about a minute into the fight, through a combination. He fell down. I was able to pass over his guard, went straight to mount. He went to block the mount by bringing his knees up, but he put his arm out, and just my mindset of being free and flowing, boom, snatched up the arm and took it.
It's great. How long? You're a black belt.
Yeah, I got my black belt actually probably about 4 years into it. I was 24 when they gave me my black belt. So it took 4.5 years for me to get a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And I got it the same night I won the heavyweight title from Tim Sylvia.
So once you break his arm, you got a black belt.
So
once you break somebody's arm, you go back to the school and you go, it's over.
Yeah.
You got all these degrees. I got a fucking arm.
Black belt from the time I was, almost a blue belt. I got my blue belt. It was already a blue belt under Philip Kaminsky. And then a guy named Ricardo Perez came into town, Brazilian guy, who was a black belt under Sergio Pena, who they have kind of a famous story that basically was beating Hickson Gracie in a jiu-jitsu match down in Brazil, scoring a bunch of points on him. He had a real active style. And then the rumors are, and I wasn't there, I've never seen a video, but the stories in the gym is that one of the Gracies go over there and the power in the building all of a sudden goes off. They have to stop it. It takes a little while. It lets Hickson recover and get back into it. And Hickson being the champ that he is, had about a minute left in the match when they restarted it again. Was able to get Mount, extremely phenomenal at Mount. And he watches his fights, and then was able to get the choke, with the collar. And so Sergio Pena, great tactician, trained still in Vegas. Ricardo, I think that was in Ohio or maybe North Carolina last time I checked in. But it was right after I fought Tim Sylvia. I'm sitting there, I won the heavyweight belt. But, there's a little bit of, did he tap? He didn't tap. Was his arm really broken? We were sitting in the back locker room. And in fact, at that point, Pat Miletich, Tim Sylvia's coach, came in the back and goes, oh, no, it's just a tendon pop. Don't feel bad. So I'm like, oh, that sucks. I really didn't win the fight. I really didn't break his arm. I'm like, oh, okay. And so then my coach at the time said, with the ceremony the jiu-jitsu guys have, just kind of threw the belt at me and go, by the way, now you're a black belt. And so that was, my black belt ceremony was backstage at the, I think it was MGM Grand after becoming the UFC heavyweight champ. That's what it took for me to get my black belt. And so, then though we go to the press conference, and before it gets started, Dana goes up there at the mic and says, hey, everybody, Tim's at the hospital right now. Actually, he's going to get ready to go through surgery. We have to put a plate in his arm, it looks like, because, his radius and his ulna is actually fractured in 3 different places. Congratulations to Herb Dean. That was actually a very good stoppage. And then it looked kind of funny because, my whole family was, 30 deep over there, started clapping and cheering, And so some of the people were like, that's pretty barbaric. You guys are cheering. The guy got his arm broke. And I had to explain to a few people, like, nah, my family's not cheering because he broke his arm. They're cheering because, not even Bruce Buffer announced me as the new heavyweight champ. Because after that fight, they thought it was a wrong stoppage. So, they announced me as the winner. But if you go back and watch that fight, Buffer didn't even announce me as the heavyweight champ of the world. I got the belt being wrapped around my waist. because there was so much confusion about whether it was a good stoppage or not. So to hear that his arm was indeed broken, that it was a good stoppage, was vindication. It was a confirmation that yes, Frank Mir tonight won this fight conclusively, no doubt about it. He's the champ.
Fucking tremendous.
Tremendous night. It was a good night.
And that's the first hope you got, right? You got 3 hopes in the fucking UFC, right?
3 what?
Hopes. You broke 3 bones and 2 sides.
So I know Roberto Chavin's arm broke. Tim Sylvia's arm broke. Nogueira's arm broke. Yeah. So.
You got Birch with the heel.
Right. Yeah.
Which is tremendous. That's the history.
Knee bar.
And that's the history of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That's when I started thinking about joining. When I saw that, I said, you know,
a big, strong, powerful guy.
I was raised in karate, and you know the guy, the 10th planet guy, Renato Laranjo.
Yeah.
His father.
Oh, really?
Was my first karate teacher.
That's cool.
We came from Cuba, and I got my purple green belt. And I went to Jersey. I was a karate guy. And they come to tournaments and shit. I never fucking dreamt of jiu-jitsu. Like jiu-jitsu and savate were the things that were there, but who gave a fuck?
Well, I mean, when you talk about Brazilian arts, people first started talking about it. I remember when I first even saw Ruiz came out, the fight, right? I thought he was going to do a capoeira. You know, I'm like, oh, this guy's going to do those little, like, cartwheels and shit. Like, you know, is that?
I didn't even know about that. Like, I came from the Bruce Lee era. I was there. I'm an old man. I came from Bruce Lee time. I saw his shit. You know, I saw it go from...
Bruce Lee, though, was ahead of his curve, man. He knew about grappling.
Yeah.
You watch
Enter the
Dragon.
Yeah.
The guy hits a crucifix.
Yeah,
you
an arm bar or something.
Even the Kimpo gloves that he was using there, right? It's called Kimpo gloves, right? Those were actually might even, you know, if they were a little smaller, actually, I think we were sometimes more advanced than gloves we use now, because look how many times fights get screwed up because guys, you know, we post our hand out. You know, a guy goes to throw a punch, you know, that's a maneuver that's taught, like, hey, you post and create distance, right? The only problem is guys do this and they poke guys in the eyes inadvertently, you know, it's not on purpose. But even in training, you know, when we train, I use a lot of bag gloves for my MMA training because they're small. They're, you know, you can wear a 10-ounce glove, but it leaves my thumb free and I can grab so we can grapple. But the advantage it has is it covers up the fingers because training with MMA gloves, even if you make them really padded, they're open fingered. And there's nothing worse. I mean, hey, man, you only have you have one set of eyes, right? You don't want them getting, you know, poked out, scratched, and it's easy. I mean, guys, you know, get the retinas, and you know, I've even, you know, in training had a hyphema, a tear in my eye when filled up with blood just from an inadvertent poke. And so, you know, Bruce Lee had the gloves, the Kimbo gloves, the fingers are closed on them, so you can't poke anybody in the eyes, and you can grip and grab. And that's because of his Wing Chun background, training with Judo Gene LaBelle. He understood grappling, training with Dan and Masato. They understood that, you know, that fighting happened 4 different ranges. You have the kicking range, punching range, grappling range, and then the ground fight. Even in his fight with when he fought Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the Game of Death, you know, a movie a lot of people haven't seen because, you know, that's when he passed away filming it. But he at least filmed his scene of going through basically the temple and building the different layers of martial arts, the different levels of him. Right, Dan Inosanto was one of the things. Right, you know, what a phenomenal fight to have. Then he fights the top level guy was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Basically, it would be what if we give a super athlete martial arts skills, you know, basically it was the original John Jones. And so he goes out there and he uses actually grappling, throws him, holds him a head and arm scarf hold, trying to put him in a head and arm choke and choke him out, and using grappling techniques, realizing, oh, I can't strike with a guy that has 2 feet of reach on me. I have to make adjustments. I have to flow. You know, like I said, be like water, you know, and used his grappling. And doing that back there, late 60s, early 70s, before anybody, I mean, man, it still never caught on. He was doing it there, and he was such an innovative guy. But heck, we were 93? Guys still weren't training ground until the Gracies came in and showed everybody what they were doing.
It's like that. We're talking to Matt Sarah, saying that he used to have to go from Long Island to like Asbury Park, New Jersey once a week. He'd train for 4 hours and then take the 2-hour bus back because that's how far it was to train. There wasn't jiu-jitsu, wasn't every day back then. How it is now. It was very smart. You know, Brooklyn had like a school, or, you know, Gracie's like Chano's down in South Beach, or not South Beach, whatever they call it. Redondo Beach, I'm very sorry. But I thought you were always like a lifelong jiu-jitsu guy. See, you gotta fucking read the book. So, yeah.
Well, and I have just a real good, my body, being a heavyweight, my flexing. And MMA, even though I know how to strike, I have knockouts on my record, taking people down. My strong suit, what I just have a love for is the submission game. I just always felt that it was the best way. It's funny, even I tell my kids that when we're talking, they're like, Dad, why are submissions more important than strikes? I'm like, well, I talk about the gloves, street fight. It's hard to knock people out without hurting your hands, and also, civil lawsuits. Even if you pass a criminal case, look kind of bad if you punch someone's face in, you drop a couple elbows on them, where, chokes, throws, submissions, definitely can control things that strike, things that hit things, ram up against them. The strikers, they're the prey. They're what get hunted because they create room, they hit things. You want to look at who the predators are, who does the hunting? That's the grapplers. If you're looking at an anaconda, lions, tigers, bears, a cougar jumps out of the tree, they grapple. They grab on, they go for your neck, they go for the choke, basically, use the teeth and throw them out. But it's the same concept of wrapping a person up and incapacitating. And so that's the effective way to take somebody out. That's the most 100%. There's guys out there, like I said, hit them with a baseball bat, they're not going to go anywhere. I don't know anybody in the world. If anybody wants to prove me wrong, I'll give them my whole bank account. Let me slip in a rear naked choke and tell me that you're not going to go to sleep.
I know that you're a man of the iron.
Absolutely. Except for when I'm here in California, the laws here.
I love it too. I can't carry a piece no more. Carry a piece for many years when I was in my young fucking bull run. I got involved in a lot of bad things. I gotta tell you something. I never knew how important jiu-jitsu was. So I walked up for that gym the first time. Here goes in this guy. I realized that nothing about nothing. I know nothing about nothing. Because I'm gonna tell you what real life is for you motherfuckers that think it's about watching a TV show, fucking thing. I've seen people think about it. But today's world, you're gonna get hit, and I know with two guys. I know I'll bet my money can. That might be a 3 guy in the stomach, keep him off for 3 minutes. And he's already sized this guy up. His Kempo background, his fighting background, you already sized this guy up. You already know you got a single on him through that fucking plate glass window. And you're gonna pull him and rip his fucking lung out through that glass. And then dude is gonna drop his fucking jaw behind the jaw. He's never seen nothing like that. And this guy's gonna come back at you with a punch. You're gonna single him down, get him, and break his fucking arm. We're gonna come over within seconds. We're gonna be in your car. And that's before fucking whatever calls 911. You're in your car, you gotta leave the camera going. I know this for a fact, because that's how fast it goes down. In jiu-jitsu, when you're on your back, in today's world, you're dead. You're dead, dude.
What do you mean? Isn't on the back still okay?
You're dead. You walk out of 7-Eleven, there's a guy by that red box, you go to your car, he hits you in the head, you go in your back. That's it. He can stick his dick in your fucking mouth. He can take your wallet, flip you over, fuck you in the ass, light your asshole on fire. You're dead if you're on your back. If you can hit your back and regain your breath, and at least grab the guy's fucking pants.
Or if he comes on to attack you.
It comes down to attack you.
When I hit my butt in a fight, if something happens and I sit down, I'm like, you better leave now. Because if you want to engage me and come on top of me, it actually happened to me. I think the statute of limitations is gone now, so I'll give big aspects of the story. But I got into a big squab. My coach, Ricardo Perez, we were at some fights, and he goes over there with Marcus Aurelius to calm some guys down. So I'm sitting there ringside, and one of the other guys, I got a weird feeling he walked in there anyways. Walked in there, Dan Lambert, and brought his whole team in, and we're there with them. And, majority of the guys there are all Brazilians, right? So I remember I got a weird vibe right off the bat as I walk into these fights on the East Coast. And the announcer's like, hey, sponsor a bunch of guys from your sport here, we got to really help kick these Brazilians' asses. And I'm like, that didn't sit right with me, man. These are fights, you know what I mean? Like, man versus man. Like, I don't really like that whole, we start getting
USA.
Yeah, that just bugs me. Yeah, USA.
Oh.
Hey, you want to have, love for your nationality, I'm for that too. I was, hey, my father and my family, sacrificed a lot to become U.S. citizens. So my dad, is a Republican, loves being here, learned the language, became a citizen. So I respect being an American. It wasn't just a birthright for him. He sacrificed to be here. And so
I think when they all do it, not USA.
Oh yeah, no,
I mean, like when you go to Brazil,
they do
when
it
you
too.
go to Ireland, just
It bugs me.
fucking. And I hate when somebody tags it. Sometimes I just see a fight, I don't even catch that.
Yeah.
I don't even catch that. I don't want to catch that.
People want to feel good about themselves somehow. I don't know what
it's
it is.
just a Brazilian. God damn it. I don't fucking know why you gotta mention that when he's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, well, so anyway, so a fight breaks out, right? They already said that. And so, there was a Brazilian fight, an American guy, and the Brazilian's getting the better of the fight. And one of the Americans is up screaming and yelling. And so the coaches are trying to shout instructions. So one of the American guys there, I'm assuming he's American, he didn't like the Brazilian team, grabs him by the t-shirt, yanks him off the cage, get out of the way. I can't fucking see what's going on. So, our guys run over there, and Ricardo, a very level-headed guy, he's trying to talk the guy down. He sits him down. All of a sudden, punches start getting thrown, and a fight breaks out, right? So I see my coach, who I'm living with at the time now. I moved in with him. He's like, he's like, basically I call him Tio, it's like my uncle, you know what I mean? So I run over there, and I'm on the outskirt of the cage. And I'm looking down, and my coach just disappears. Marcus disappears. There's a big fight, and I can't see him. So I see the guy that's tussling with my coach. I just jump over the top, try to throw an elbow and strike. I hit. Dumb mistake, because I end up on the bottom immediately. My feet never end up touching the ground because I jumped on a pile of people. Boom, I'm on the bottom, right? So I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden now I bring my elbows to my knees, and I try to get like an egg and a ball because I'm getting kicked on the bottom. I don't know what's going on. The guy that started the whole fight, I just remember, he looks over and he sees me, right? All of a sudden now he goes and grabs me by the throat. And I'm like, I can't. In my brain, I'm like, what a Christmas gift. You just gave me your arm. You had me, man. I'm on the ground. If you just would disengage, I can't get to you. I have to get back up. So boom, I slap an arm bar on him. That altercation really quickly. He ends up having to be taken out, and we end the fight that way. Everybody's brawl gets broken up, cops come, everybody gets separated, and that was the end. And ended up on the ground, but because he engaged, my ability to do jiu-jitsu, saved me from a bad situation, being on the bottom of a big ballroom brawl, as you say.
And just even if I go to jiu-jitsu for the hell of it. I just go for the hell of it. It's like I can care less if I become the best. I just love breathing out my back.
It's good for it. It's good for your brain. It's good for your body.
And finally, I was going over here to VMAC, but I can't go at night. I'm in night school, so I'm going once a week. So I finally went to Flappers one night. They saw Alberto Remains. I said, you know what? I went home. He has so many classes at my bed. 7 days away. Let's do the classes. That's like stealing the entry of those week out of camera busy. So I'm doing this in January. I just go in and sweat. Just to sweat. Just to sweat.
I'm glad you do that. Too many guys I talk to on the street come up to me, they're like, man, it's beautiful. Jiu-jitsu, martial arts. But I could never be a fighter. I'm like, why do you gotta be a fighter to train? That's like, do you like playing basketball? Yeah. That's stupid, right? That'd be a dumb thing. It's like, well, if you're not going to be in the NBA, why do you even try playing basketball? And I think the same thing with fighting, martial arts, jiu-jitsu, kempo, all the different arts. They have so much to give you in such a journey and a lifestyle. And just because you're not going to be the 1% of the guys that turn professional. I mean, Richard now, blue belt jiu-jitsu, trains.
Even invited me over. He's like, come over.
Great. There's times I was watching techniques. One of his instructors was showing him, and I was watching the one. It was funny because we're at the gym. I'm at Robert Drysdale's, and my kids are training now. I let the other people coach them because I'm gonna still be dad, not the coach. I'm thinking it's a better way not to muddle the lines. I'm a good advisor. They come and ask me. I'm at the backyard, grass, and show my son. I'll show him a sidearm choke. Hey, what do you have a problem with? Spider guard. The guys grab my sleeves. Okay, step to the side, cross knee, break it down. So, I give tips, and that type of stuff, and a lot of philosophy and thought process. But as far as being the coach, being the hard ass that sits there and goes, no, that's wrong, like this. I don't want to step into that role. And so I'm watching my son train, and my daughter's in the other room in the girls' class, and I look over, and
Bindi Casimir.
He's over there training, right? He's over there drilling his knee bars off of a back step. And the way he's setting it up was beautiful. You know, the way he trapped the ankle and stepped over and hooked it. I'm like, man, if you lock that up that way, that's pretty much a wrap. You can't defend. So, yeah, I'm trying to, my wife's like, you watching? I'm like, yeah, I'm watching our kid. And I'm like, oh, I'm drifting over. I'm like, but that's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that technique of laying it in front of my wife and I. And, you know, so as we're getting ready to start the show, we're clearing tables out of the way. I'm like, okay, let me go over this real quick. You know, I just want to make sure I hold on to what I saw, showing it to him. Sure enough, we're there, you know, and poor Richard, you know, my 280-pound ass is like sitting on his chest, trying to move his ankle, you know, and then one of the bartenders comes out, is everything all right? I'm like, yeah, we're just playing around, you know.
He thinks there's a fight out on the patio because there's two guys drilling knee bars. You know, he just looks over the bar and sees it. But, you know, like when you talk about, Joey, you train in jiu-jitsu, and this is the security benefit that I got from it. I'm sticking with it long enough to get a blue belt and everything. Is it's kind of like Frank said, when people come up to him and go, "Oh, I'd love to learn jiu-jitsu, but I can never be a professional fighter." To me, there's a security in having a basic understanding of knowing how to handle yourself. Now, if I run into a black belt who wants to pick a fight with me, I might, maybe an issue.
Blue belt jiu-jitsu, you're beating anybody in a street fight. I mean, unless they grab a rock, hit you in the head. Right. You know what I mean? If you're a blue belt in jiu-jitsu and the other guy doesn't know jiu-jitsu, 99 out of 100 times you're winning that fight. After 6 months or after a year of blue belt in jiu-jitsu, you know why you keep training jiu-jitsu? To beat other jiu-jitsu guys. It ain't about beating a guy who doesn't know what he's doing about jiu-jitsu. You know, you already know how to, you know, hip roll. You already know how to hip exit, you know, sweep, you know, scissor sweep, get on top, mount him, choke him, you know. Trust me, at that level, you're not losing. But then after you get up to that level, like right now, every technique that Richard knows, he knows every technique I've done. You know all the techniques I've done in fights. Pretty much in the fights are all blue belt, purple belt level techniques. Beyond that, the combination of the flows, that's so I can beat other black belts in jiu-jitsu. That's why you keep training. Now, how do I beat that brown belt that's over there, you know? That's why you have to keep putting in time. What are the chances of me and that guy actually getting into a fight outside, you know? Chances you fighting two black belts, beating each other up at the club, not knowing each other and fighting each other? Yeah, it's going to get hit by lightning, you know what I mean?
I think of it like that. I think of it as sort of like knowing how to basically handle a firearm. It doesn't mean maybe I stick with it long enough to where I become an actual sniper. But even if I don't, just having a basic understanding of how to handle that weapon, you got it in your pocket.
And I think as an adult in this society, especially for women, all the time, I'm like, you know,
it was made for you.
For a woman.
It was invented
for
you just catch a
especially
guy.
a woman.
Boom, done.
You know, I show my mom, my wife knows the basic arm bars, especially from bottom. You know, one of the first things I show her, you know, like I'm like, hey, if I'm in your guard between your legs, I go to grab you by the throat. I'm grabbing your wrist. She knows how to flip her wrist, hips over, and lock up. And then I explain, you know, and I've shown a couple of her girlfriends to try to get them to want to train. It's like, look, man, it's your hips versus my arm. I don't care if it's Brock Lesnar. You know what I mean? You're not out curling what a girl can leg press. I mean, even the average little 120-pound woman at the gym can put 2 plates on a leg press and easily throw it up for reps, right? That's the kind of force their hips can generate. You know, you're telling me there's a guy out there that can curl that much with ease? There might be a few of them out there in the world doing strongman competition, but again, we're talking about like, you know, what, 10 guys out of the 7 billion people in the population that might be able to curl against that. That whole leverage concept, and then throwing a choke on a guy stops the situation real quick, saves him. A guy goes to take a girl down, gets in between her. Imagine she knows how to throw rubber guard up, lock him down, put him in a triangle, put him to sleep. You know, he's going to wake up talking to the cops. You know, that's definitely a way to save him. Now, her practice in striking, I'm not against it, but a woman trying to be 120 pounds and knock a guy out, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. You know what I mean? She's going to have to be extremely well trained, spend a lot of work doing a stand-up fight. You know what I mean? On a hooligan, you want to box her in the street, you're going to get worked. You know, Misha Tate, but you get the average blue belt, purple belt girl. I don't care what the guy's size is. If he doesn't know what he's doing, we've seen it enough times. You watch the guy, NFL guy, wrestles with 170-pound MMA fighter. As long as he's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu at least, little guy's going to win and choke him unconscious.
You're right, Joe. I mean, it's made for women in terms of protection. Because same thing with my girlfriend. I showed her, she never trained a day. And I showed her a couple of basic sweeps, arm bar triangle. And I said, here's all you need to know. I'm on top of you. Like I said, hands around the throat. Now I'm on the bottom and you're about to break my arm. And some dirtbag who's trying to do some shit like that, he's interested in preying on the weak. That happens to him. He's like, fuck this. I'm moving on.
Plus, too, all my kids, well, you know, first thing I show my give the Belgian information, right? Rear naked choke, right? You know, it's like, hey, if I get into a fight with a bunch of guys and all of a sudden I'm struggling with one or two of them, if one of my people, my children, or my wife's behind you, they know how to put a rear naked choke on. They're going to get passed out. You're out of it. I just made them a lethal weapon. You're focused on me, you're in trouble.
Get it? It's the halfway point of the show. You do a jumping jack. You know what I'm saying? You eat a cute potato. No, it's just Monday. Just play this on Mondays and shit.
I wanna be around.
Beautiful. See what I'm saying, Lee? I'm to the fucking gazette. You understand me? It's Monday. Get your shit together. Well, tomorrow you'll be listening. It's Tuesday. I hope you're still tuning in. Lee is done. Look at him over in the corner. He doesn't know what to do. His little fucking shirt, night blue Hawaii shirt. I went to Fried Better, something. This poor kid. I gave some THC stars of death today.
All right.
He's done.
Struggling, huh?
Oh, okay. I have a good time.
Edible stuff's scary, right?
No, it's great, man. I love it. I like it way more than smoking. It lasts longer.
He sees the devil twice a week, Uncle Joe. We go deep
Twice
this
a week.
motherfucker. I see you twice a week at night. We go deep. What you doing? Your personal time? That's your motherfucking thing. Why you bother me? We give some shout outs. The show fucking doing right. Dominic Salas, John F. Cleo. We're doing a podcast next week with Miami Ookie Spooky, Rick Cush, Marley, Danny Bianculo with the North Bergen Report, and my man Mikey Snyder over by the One by One podcast. And also my main man down there in fucking Boston, Bob Lolingus in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That cigar smells fucking tremendous. It's good stuff. Now, where do you get those?
This one I just happened to grab one of the tobacco shops over here because I went on a trip with the wife and kids on vacation last week. So I had a bunch of cigars with me from my dad's his cousin down in Vegas, Don Vicente, right? There's a shop right across from Pawn Stars, right there in North Las Vegas, just north of the Stratosphere. And so he hand rolls in a Dominican seed, Dominican wrapper. Knows how to roll cigar right, so it's fresh, made right there. So I always just buy about 20, 40 at a time. I go in there and go through them. But when I get out of town, if I go into a shop and I can look for one of my favorite cigars and try it. And so that's a good stick, man. It's awesome.
At least you're real with this. Remember, like 15 years ago, we started smoking cigars. People tapped out
A little bit because she thinks now, obviously, your wife always is out for your best interest. That's why, too much coffee, and she's like, hey, calm down. Too many days in a row, and she's like, it's not good for your heart, man. Relax. It's too much caffeine. Same with cigars. I've had a couple times where, I get into the habit where I'll be smoking a cigar or two a day. Doing any work around the house, helping out the kids and stuff. Throw a cigar in the mouth, have my little torch, keep it going. And then, so that's when she's like, hey, can we cut it down to the weekends and stuff? I know you're not inhaling it, but, it's still mouth, cancer, whatever. Just chill, And then I always talk about Don. I'm like, Vicente, the guy smokes like 20 cigars a day. He just went to the doctor and, his lungs are fine. It'll be all right. We all have to have some kind of medicine.
When you're Cuban, it's in your fucking DNA. Like when you're Cuban, listen, we fucking came up on an island. Like our fucking relatives were on an island. Did you ever think about that? Like, you would think about that.
Since I can't swim for shit.
I can't swim. You gotta get your shit together. That's it. But it's so weird. Like when I met my uncle years ago, and my uncle's one of those bad news motherfuckers. Like every time I saw my uncle after 84, it was always bad news. I took him out to Landis like 5 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. You look like your grandfather. Just like out of nowhere. You look like the Dodgers or something. He married his cousin. Like, we're fucking inbred. He goes, did you know that?
Yeah, but back then, a little more common, even in the States. First cousins.
No. You gotta imagine, listen. Your mom was Cuban and your dad was Cuban?
No, so my mom's white.
Okay, so your
White,
dad...
so that's why,
Right, so your dad's Cuban.
Yeah, my dad's from
Okay,
Havana.
so your dad's from Havana, so his dad's from Havana. So his dad's from Havana. So his dad's from Havana. Now here's where it gets fucked up, friend. Okay, let me draw the fucking design for you. With the pen, because I don't want no misunderstandings here, okay? You got 3 routes this could have came, okay? Either, there's only 3 options to your fucking family. If your father came from Cuba, either they came from Spain, some part of Africa, or they were natives on a fucking island that Columbus didn't kill.
There you go. You that survived.
Okay, so the few that fucking survived, let's say, well, he killed Matadway. Atway, he killed that Indian. He killed them and all his people. But the motherfuckers that survived were all Spaniards in a way. They all came from Spain and they developed.
And then they brought over the slaves over from Africa.
And they came to go
and to work the sugarcane fields.
And that added a complete different twist.
Brought over. That's why we were talking about the Santeria.
The Santeria, the whole fucking thing, and then it just brought over the Spanish, like Diaz. Diaz is from Camagüey. They're these fucking people that talk like a lisp. Okay. Like they were completely different than my world. Like the white skin I have is Diaz. I'm a Valdez. I'm fucking them desert rats. Those are fucking island rats, the Valdezes. I just showed you the cousin. Wait till you see his sister. They're the national Cuban band. My mother's sister got raped at a party, and my mother killed the dude, stabbed him in the back while he was raping his sister. So my mom came to this country, like at 50 fucking 2, and they didn't give a fuck. He just came over. Come on over. And she ended up with
Batista was still
Batista regime. Then she went back with her identity. And she borrowed from a friend, but when she came back into the States, that identity became her name. So my mom, until she died, had an alias. Those are Valdezes. They're ratty people. My uncle, this uncle Tanya Glendale, we haven't talked for 2 years. This is the second time. We didn't talk for 25 years the first time. We both couldn't tell each other. November 1984. No shit. No fucking shit. The Valdezes don't fuck around. And they're jungle people. Right? They're like mixed with fucking African blood and God knows what else. Now they're telling me they're cousins. What future do I have? I went on that fucking website to see your relatives. Ain't nobody on there. I got nothing. Nothing. I'm scared to order the kid because God knows it's going to come back to $25. I might find out something I want to know. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a little jealous of that, though. You still have some family history because that's one thing, though. When Fidel took over, my father's family, they left. They had to leave everything. They didn't get to even take birth certificates, high school diploma, nothing. The clothes on their back is what they got to come to the States with. So, when back in May, I got to go down, Malky Gaba worked out so we can go down to Cuba. I went with Arthur Jones, John Jones' big brother, and Rainier, another guy who's a first generation U.S. guy, but he's Cuban, both parents from Miami. And actually his grandfather and father from, what's the little town there? Hershey, Cuba. And so I went there trying to investigate my ancestry because, obviously my mother's side being, from the States, going back generations, I have an idea of who they are, where the last name, the maiden name comes from. But then my father, he came over, he was 11 years old. His father passed away when he was 19. There's a lot of family history. There's a lot of relatives I have in Cuba that I have no connection with. So growing up and not having that understanding of who my father's side of the family is, that's I think people that people want ancestry. You want that connection with your history. You got to know where you come from. So when I was down in Cuba, we were there for almost 2 weeks. I was down there, going down to my father's own house. He gave me addresses, maps, and walking around, trying to talk to people like, hey, who else has my last name? Who's my family here? Give me some. I went down to the cemetery, trying to just locate where my grandmother was still, where she was put to rest at, and trying to get a sense of where I come from, and a lot of that's lost. And, but due to Facebook now, even when I was down there, one of my dads would be a cousin, who shared the same great grandparents, was able to reach out on my Facebook and talk to me, and I was able to connect him with my father, and now my father, to go down there to Miami, reunion, so we can set things up and start, making reconnections, because a lot of it was lost, coming over here. Like I said, Fidel Castro, whatever. I'm not going to get on a political rant here, but you know, a lot of people, that came over here, a lot of Cubans just didn't bring anything with them, and so maybe in the first generation coming from that, a lot of history, like, a lot of people can go where their parents or where their grandparents were raised and get to see things and have history. When Castro and those people made that choice, they had to come over here with nothing. That connection, was broken, and a lot of things were lost.
How come the last name is Mir?
We tried to work that out. It's funny. Well, one misconception that I actually got to correct was a lot of people thought that because, my name is Francisco, right? Francisco Santos Mir III. And they thought maybe because I shortened my first name, Francisco, to Frank. But my dad does that too. Spanish is his first language.
Jose's my first name.
Yeah,
My name is Joe.
Yeah,
That's
right.
it. Done.
We're in the States, you know what I mean? They go by Frank, you know what I mean? And so I go by Frank. So they thought the same thing. They're like, oh, look at this whitewashed Cuban. Doesn't want to acknowledge his family. I'm like, what do you mean I want to acknowledge my family? I go by Frank, Francisco's my name. I don't, and they go, well, your last name was Miranda. You shortened it. I'm like, no, I didn't. That's the name I was born with. What are you talking about? Look at my brother. So I even went to my dad. I'm like, hey, Pops, was our last name Miranda? And we shortened it? He's all, no, man, our last name is Mir. And even when I went back to Cuba, actually one of the instructors down there, I was down there at the MMA tournament, he says, yeah, one of his students' last name was Mir, and possibly cousins, and trying to figure each other out. But that's because what you're talking about, our ancestry going back several generations, but I don't have a connection to figure out how or who. It came from Spain through Morocco. Morocco has the last name Mir. Moroccans did a lot of, roping around. And
here's the problem that everybody that fucking says your last name says it wrong. Because if from Morocco, it's Mir.
Yeah.
Right? It's Frank Mir.
Right? Well, funny story about that, right? My dad pronounced his name Mir, right?
Right, real fast.
Mir. And for the longest time, I'm a kid, you go to school, I run for a touchdown, people go, it's Frank Mir. So I used to just go with it, man. You know what I mean? I'm that guy, man. I'm easy going, you know what I mean? So after a while, man, I just started introducing myself. People go, who are you? Frank Mir. I'm not going to sit here and every time I meet somebody, correct you on how to pronounce my last name. And then in UFC, I think my very first fight with Roberto Child, and I even pronounced it that way. Hey, what's your name, Frank Mir? And my dad even said, he goes, hey, son, you kind of have an opportunity now to kind of set the record straight. Why don't you just go and pronounce your last name the correct way? I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. So Frank Mir, I'll go ahead and start doing that, And so, because, you come here, I mean, other cultures probably can relate. They have a last name or a name that, when you say it in English, people have a hard time pronouncing. Yeah, you just go with it, man. Hey, you mangled my name. What is it? Yeah, that works. Works for me, man. Whatever you want to say. Can we get the conversation going? Because I'm not going to sit here and spend 3 minutes every time I meet somebody explaining them that I'm from Cuba, and this is how you say the last name, and no, it's not short for
I said it. Me.
Yeah, me.
That's it. I can see it now. Now that you said it that way, I can see it.
Yeah. So it's not a very, there are people in Cuba with the last name Mir coming from Spain. That's where the last name.
I'm down. You were Cuba. My head exploded. I know you're twin. I grew up with you twin.
No kidding.
I swear to God, we laugh all the time. Whenever you fight, he calls me as my twins fight. We fucking giggle our asses. His name is Carlos Quintero.
Okay.
He's about 57. He's in Jersey. Stabbed a bunch of motherfuckers. Great guy.
Cubans and knives, right?
Him and his brother I've known since day one. They grew up in the hard part of Jersey. And they lived on the bottom of the hill. Cars used to always run in their house. It was crazy, but the first time I ever heard you talk, I was like, Jesus Christ, Carlos would drive each other crazy.
We got to meet each other, man. That'd be cool.
So we always talk whenever you fight and stuff. His younger brother, Didi, someone, George Elias. You remember George Elias used to work with the UFC?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
I called him today to tell him to come around. I got a hold of him. He lives 3 blocks from me. He was in New York City, so he told me my head almost exploded. Just right away.
I think I seen him at EBI yesterday.
He was at EBI?
Yeah, I saw him, yeah.
Okay, so he knows.
Was that the guy that came up to
Yeah.
us? Oh, that's okay, yeah.
George Elias.
Yeah.
George.
Yeah, he knows my father.
Right.
He came up to us outside in the parking
Yeah,
lot.
he came up to the gentleman.
Yeah.
It's funny, a lot of people know that. A lot of people have said to me they don't know security with him.
Yeah, the director of security for Station Casinos after he left Metro.
Metro Police?
Yeah, it's Metro Police officer.
Cop?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
He's one of those hard-edged Cubans.
Yeah, man. And then he got into security work, for the casinos, worked for the Fertitas, worked for Station Casinos. Now he's a director of security. Wears a suit, deals with, but my dad's, typical Cuban, diffuses situations. And, you walk in there with an issue, you walk back out. What happened? You don't mind.
He has the accent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Real thick. It's funny.
That's a lullaby.
It's funny because I don't notice it because that's what I grew up with. In fact, sometimes when I do commentating, people be like, "You don't say that word right." I'm like, "Yeah, you got to realize my English, even though I don't speak Spanish, came from a guy that it was his second language. You know what I mean, in the household. So sometimes I mispronounce words the wrong way. Just not on purpose. I try to go back through and reevaluate and get it the right way. But you're around that, his, like I said, my dad's generation, his cousins, Miguel Delgado, Rob, they're all the first generation, they're all full-blooded Cuban, born in Cuba, but as far as speaking English, they were the first to learn English. They had to go in there, my grandfather or his grandfather, wanted to go buy a car, aunts and uncles. My dad was the one who had to go in there and translate and help figure it out because of learning English, which, it took a little while. And I think that's also too, little of a disservice, my dad, because of Spanish holding back a lot of his family members not being able to speak English. That's why he regrets it now. But in the early 80s, he's like, family members that didn't want to learn how to speak English, how they struggled, so he didn't look at that as an advantage. He sees that now as a mistake. He's like, man, I wish I would have passed that on to you. I apologize. But at the time, that's what I thought was best for you, And so,
I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I lived in New York City. I fucking hate it.
Really?
When I first moved to New York from Cuba, she would call my name out of that fucking window. I wouldn't answer.
Really?
I wouldn't answer. Don't fucking call me Jose Antonio. One of those fucking kids. Don't fucking talk to me in Spanish. One of those motherfuckers, all right? And she would talk to me in Spanish, and I have to pull her aside. Don't talk to me in fucking Spanish. And she'd say, when you're out there, you talk English. I talk to you whatever the fuck I want. You talk in Spanish. So I went on revolt, and she said, "Okay, well, you need sneakers next week, right? Let's see how you're gonna come ask me. Because if you come ask me in English, you're not gonna get those sneakers. So get ready for fucking revolt. You want a revolt, motherfucker?" So I hated it, but I adjusted. Yeah. Let me tell you something. The day I was buried in that fucking hole, I realized how lucky I was.
No, it's
that she beat me up all those years. And then after she died, I didn't speak that type of slang. So I speak like Cuban now. Your dad would look at me and go,
I speak like probably from guys from Miami.
no, I speak like I'm from the city.
Oh, okay.
And I grew up with títeres. Ask your dad what títeres is. That's what they call like fucking street merchants in Cuba. Like, my mom used to call me a street
Cubans,
dog.
a lot of slang though,
Right, so we speak with a lot of slang. And a lot of people. Like I met a guy at an audition one day, and he was like a real decent Cuban. And I was doing stand-up. And this motherfucker on the way out, he would shake my hand. I give it his wife. Clipped up and walked past me. There's two types of Cubans, bro. There's Pasadena Cubans. There's Cubans that know they got African blood in them. And there's Cubans that don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then the Pasadena Cubans don't put mumbo up in front of those motherfuckers. They'll run out of that house. They're very intelligent Cubans. They have that Spanish blood. You look at my uncle, you can tell he plays basketball. He got burnt with my sister's dark as shit.
Which is funny though, right?
My sister's dark as shit. My cousin, who you saw, is light. I'll show you his sister.
I seen a picture of
and she's dark.
my dad told me about my great grandmother.
African.
She's African.
That's it. That's just the way it is. You accept it. You go fucking. TMZ don't get all of this, but it don't matter. It don't matter, Lisa. Look at the pool.
What the headline be?
What?
What would the headline be?
Fucking Joey Diaz is related to Yum Yum Eat 'em Up. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck at this point in the game? I'm 53. I got one foot the gray, one a banana peel. What's up, dog? Everything all right here?
Absolutely. I've been looking. You know what? I gotta say, man, so much respect for what you guys do here on the Church of What's Happening Now, because you're in my regular podcast rotation, and Frank is, because we started doing this phone booth fighting podcast together. Frank's getting up to speed on the world of podcasting. But I told him, I asked him, I said, let's go out to LA We knew we wanted, Eddie Bravo invited us out to EBI to do our podcast with that, which we did. And I said, let's hit a couple of podcasts while we're at it, like the top podcasts, you know. And I appreciate. I hit you up and asked if we could come out and appreciate you having us on.
Well, I gotta tell you, my next question for Frank: what was your next move? I don't have to tell you what your next move, right? You have the world by the balls. I think they did your favor. They did your favor. You're an intelligent guy. You still speak fluently. You know the game. You've been hit the head with enough chairs, punches. No, this guy, you know, he got hit in the head with chairs. You ain't gonna come to him and bullshit him. And you ain't gonna come to Frank being a wine. No, listen, come here for a second. I went to the bar in Vegas. I got hit with bottles and chairs and people, you know, crazy. Then I went to the fucking ring and I had a fucking tackle, you know. Tim Sylvia had breakers on him. And then I went to fucking whatever Brazil and broke whatever shoulder. You know, that's like tapping out fucking Jesus Christ.
Yeah, taking out Nogueira.
That's like tapping out Jesus Christ. The jiu-jitsu world, like, that's a sad day. They didn't.
It's not jabbing Muhammad Ali and knocking out Mike Tyson.
They closed Fogo de Chao and closed across the country the next day. And the story, it was horrible. It was like jiu-jitsu against jiu-jitsu, and he's a great guy. I love that great guy, you know. Another guy that trained in Cuba, his brother. Yeah,
right. Both had to go down and join the Cuban boxing team.
And it's funny because the first time I saw them, I was like, those motherfuckers can pass as my cousins. That's a kid coming. They can pass as my cousin. So I was looking at you, dog. You're great at it, but you can talk. That's it. You got to get together. You can talk shit to your 92. What happened? How you ever feel 22? I strangled that motherfucker's arm. Boom, it's 2000.
You are, man. You're a natural at it.
Yeah,
I told Frank.
Even when you announce, sometimes I'm like, who the fuck is that? Is that fucking Frank Man?
Well, I told Frank when we started doing this because I come from a radio background, you know, and we just, much like this setup, we take gear over to Frank's house and we sit in his backyard once a week and we do our show, just like you and Lee talk. And I was like, man, you know, I'll give you a few little coaching tips here and there from a radio background, but you're a natural at it.
No, he's the future.
Yes.
He's the future. That's what they want, somebody who's natural. Who just talks.
Yeah, and that's I've experienced. I've been there. I mean, the guys when they talk on the outside of the cage. Not that you don't have to be in a fight or to know about it, break things down. You know, I don't think Bill Belichick's throwing a touchdown pass, but he obviously knows how to coach a football team. But you know, I think there's a little bit more of a you know, people value that come from experience. You're gonna sit there and talk about what that fighter's going through, what he's feeling, you know, what's going on in that situation. I've been there. You know, I've had more fights than anybody in the UFC.
How many fights?
What about 26, 27?
Yeah.
27.
So I mean, 27 times I've walked down through those curtains and walked out to an octagon. You know, so when I sit there and try to talk to people and convey what's going on, I can speak from a point of experience of being there, and then have, you know, enough of a gift that I can try to make it relatable. You know, sit there and talk in terms that I'm not talking about people, or not trying to, you know, show them, you know, that talk from a term that only another fighter would understand. Because why am I talking to fighters anyways? You guys understand, you know what I mean? I'm trying to, when I speak or if I break down fights, I'm trying to speak to not the guy who's a fan who's sitting there watching the fights. You know, I'm giving him information he probably already knows. I'm trying to talk to his wife, his girlfriend, his mother-in-law, sitting there in the room going, why are you watching? The guys just rolling around on the ground. Listen to me talk. Let me explain to you what's going on. You know, these two guys, you know, they're throwing punches, just trying to throw haymakers. No, man, this guy's throwing this move to get this motion, get this going. These guys
Look
are
at his
trying,
left foot. You see his left foot right
he's trying
there?
to gain this.
He's gonna do something. The other guy's not watching that left foot. That's real interesting. Like, you guys say that stuff.
Yeah, it makes it more interesting.
Joe Blow don't
Hey, when you understand something, you always love it more. You know, I always use the joke, and well, now it won't work as well because I was down in Australia. I sat there and YouTubed it because it was on TV all the time. I wanted to understand it. I used to always make that joke. Rugby seems like a real exciting sport, right? I have a hard time watching it because I don't know what the hell's going on. I can watch a football game because I grew up in the States, so I know what's going on in a football game. But if you watch a sport, no matter how great it is, if you don't really know what's going on, it's not as enjoyable. You know, it's like, yeah, what are they doing? They're all just mashing up on top of each other. Like, oh, no, this is a scrum. So what this guy's doing, this guy's the hooker, he's sliding over the top. That's what, so same thing with grappling. I think that's one thing about the MMA that really, you know, it needed to convey over. There's so much complex martial arts going on that, you know, boxing's easier to understand. Obviously, boxing's really deep too. It's its own science. You can break down the intricacies of what guys are doing. At Mayweather, you break it down. Especially, I sit there now, watch fights with Angelo. It shows me, Arturo Gatti was fighting Mayweather. This was the angle off the left foot, setting up the right hand with the body. This is what's going on. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. But you can still bring your mom, your sister, your wife to a boxing match, and they can be excited because it's like, well, that guy hit that guy in the face. I get it, Obviously, it's a lot deeper than that, but even without a deeper understanding, it can still be enjoyable. But when you watch grappling, you see two guys on the ground moving around or two guys in a clinch. If you don't really know what's going on, you're like, well, what's he doing? He's just sitting on his back. I'm like, no. You see how his hand's pushing down on the guy's wrist right now? They're having a wrist fight right now. They're hand battling. Well, why are they hand battling? Well, because if that guy's elbow slips down any lower, he's going to throw up a triangle. Now, this guy, maybe now he's waiting for the triangle. He's going to try to crush past the guard on the other side. Oh, that's what's going on? Yeah. They're just like, they're sitting there. I'm like, well, yeah, because you're not seeing the intricacies of the little tiny fights and battles that are going on. And then when I point them out to the people that don't understand that aspect of MMA, then now I think it turns over more fans. It makes it more enjoyable. They can understand and see what's happening. And now they can see from my eyes and see why I enjoy it so much. And it becomes fun again. It's like, oh, okay, so I see the battle that's going on. Because otherwise, you just see two guys maybe just laying there, another guy on top of another guy. Well, what are they doing? They're like, oh, this is what they're doing.
I was just going to say, it's funny you say that because at EBI yesterday, I don't even know if you noticed this or not, Frank, but you've been to EBI. Joey, the podcast sponsors EBI. But when, it's very quiet in there, when they're grappling and everything. And so we were sitting there and we were taping. We're doing a little Fight Companion podcast, but I didn't think in advance about how quiet it was going to be in there. Voice out, right? And at first I thought, well, the people around us, are not bothered by it. But hearing Frank's commentary the whole time and really enriching the experience like that, I started looking around and people were moving closer because they wanted to be able to hear it. It made it that much more enjoyable to hear him really breaking down what they were seeing.
This is what I think happened when the UFC went on pay-per-view fights. I think they should have got a more informative team. Joe does his best. Joe's great at it. Sometimes Joe doesn't show. I think that when it's on Fox, this is your chance to suck people in. If I go and I see a guy standing in the minutes, it was the first time I turned UFC on, I saw fucking Tank Abbott with that suit on. And I turned it off and I never watched it again. And I met Joe Rogan. He talked to me about this shit, fucking UFC shit. Listen, I grew up a Bruce Lee bitch. I went to the Garden all those years to see Aaron Banks, the karate tournament. I saw the guy catch the bullet through the glass with 22. Okay, I saw that motherfucker 4 times. You're going to show him with a bikini on like Tank Abbott. When I turned on again, I saw the black guy, the guy that had the 18 black belts. And I'm like, are they fucking putting me on? Like, are you fucking people putting me on? Like, Joe, I wouldn't even say nothing. They started hanging out with Eddie. And they would talk, and they'd do what you and the other fucking dude did. They'd be in the hotel lobby, and all of a sudden people's foot would come up, and they'd be choking each other in the lobby and teaching each other moves, and Denny and Tate, and they'd be knocking animals. And I'd look at these guys and go, they fucking animals. I came from a karate background. What do you want to wrestle with men for? I never even thought about it. I'm like touching people's feet. That's the most disgusting thing in the fucking world. I'll suck my wife's toe if I'm doing blow or something like that. But touching somebody's feet, you're talking about a toe hold before. I almost died over here. I almost got an anxiety attack.
That's why people still think that, like, oh, you want to fight a toe hold, you grab the guy's toe. I'm like, no, it's called a toe hold because you grab that ass with the foot there. But no, I'm breaking his ankle. It's an ankle break.
No, I just the thought.
Yeah, but people don't. Yeah, they don't understand.
Grabbing his foot.
Oh, absolutely.
And then one night I'm going to the gym. I'm going to the gym. At a joint. I'm going to the chicken nuggets. And I see they're talking about it the week before. How Anderson Silva is joining the UFC. I'm like, here we go. Some motherfucking idiot with a bikini on. I got to put on and watch. Jesus Christ. I didn't know what to think. And I'm scrolling through the channel, and it's him against Chris Levin. And I go, here's it. I'm going to watch this. And that was it. My head almost blew up.
You got to see Bruce Lee all over again.
I go, here we go. All right, now we're talking. All right, now I'll start going to these fucking UFCs.
It's funny talking about guys rolling on the ground. He's 20, 21, 22 years old. Fucking apartment's a mess, So mom comes over and does what moms do. Puts a pot of food. Time was a TV, a 36-inch TV that I bought off of my first fight against Roberto Trav and win money, and an Xbox, and I had my living DVDs on the floor, just thrown around, and one of those knees and passing. That's the picture of the cover. And my mom reaches down, grabs the DVD, to put it away, and then she glances at it. My mom drops it. She says, "Oh my God!" And so I'm sitting there, on the couch being a lazy ass. Mom's cleaning the apartment, cooking food, I think I'm playing Halo and stuff, and I look up at her. I'm like, "Mama, what's up?" And I'm looking down at her like, "What'd you grab?" You know what I mean? Like, pornos up in this place. And I looked at her, and it took me a second to catch up. I'm like, "No, mom, no. These guys are fighting. They're not making love. This isn't out." Son, and she has a karate background. I even can't sit there and put a guy between my legs and get on the ground and roll with him. It's awkward for me. Maybe I'm too old for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, no. But it's funny. That's the first response. I still to this day, I remember the shock my mom had when she saw that cover. I'm thinking, she's like, "Oh, there goes any grandchildren from this one."
I actually have a little secret I tell people. Whenever you're seeing you're watching an MMA fight that maybe is not particularly exciting, play this little mind trick on yourself. Pick one fighter, okay, and convince yourself that guy is trying to blow the other one, okay? Follow. The other guy, imagine that he is doing everything within his power to fight that guy off. And if you get that narrative going in your head, it turns into a whole different fight what you're watching.
Prison type of
stuff. It's no, that's a great point. But it's dynamite. Jesus fucking Christ. That turned into the communist football on Sundays.
Yeah, I think they definitely needed an opportunity.
But now I started smoothing down. They explain to them.
People are catching up. I mean, you go to the fights now, and a guy goes and starts grabbing another guy's arm and pivoting his hips out. The crowd starts because they know, it's an arm bar coming. Back in 2001, 2002, and I'm in the UFC, you would have a guy throw another guy in a triangle. I swear 90% of the crowd had no idea what was going on. You see people tapping, and guys started looking around left and right. They're like, "That guy had his legs around his neck. Well, why did he tap? What happened? What's going on?" I'm like, it's a joke, man. But, people didn't know, and
even the announcers, if you remember, things would happen sometimes in those fights.
Yeah, when Jim Brown,
and the announcers would be like, "Hold on a second." There was confusion when there was a submission, trying to dissect what happened.
Yeah, and that's why when we went to Fox, I wish there had been a little bit more starting over again and breaking down. Like, okay, this is the guard. Maybe even having
a section,
a 15-minute instructional. Hey guys, this is side control. This is the guard. This is the mount. This is what we can go.
Hit red on run. Hit red on round ball. Wake up out of your fucking coma and look at you. You're out there lunch. You're over there falling asleep. Your eyes are red. You look like you fucking. When I was a kid, basketball came on CBS. This is 1977. Nobody knew what basketball was. Just watching Julius Erving for the last fucking 10 years sizzle the NBA. Every little basketball was. But at that time, they showed this every fucking game. How many games they show on Sundays on the NBA? Two. Sometimes fucking three. They would show it all brand new. Because I don't want to do this no more. But why don't I do this for each fucking fight?
What video do you want to watch?
I don't know. It's the Bleak Marriage. How's that? He had everybody out there for years to do the stupid shit. That's it. I'm passing. How's that? Look at that. Passing for fucking reason.
ROTHSCHILD, the greatest playmaker and passer in the game today. Passing to Henry Bibby. Also
another fucking savage.
Notice the finger.
Look at it. He breaks it down to the fucking finger, Frank, man.
Finger spread. Follow through. Just on a simple chest pass. Now, Pete, showing that pass, do you really think about that when you do it, or does it become automatic? It actually becomes automatic, but it's three basic ingredients in throwing any type of pass: fingertip control, backspin, and follow through. All right, now demonstrate the other few fundamental passes. All right, basically on the chest pass and the chest bounce pass. You can throw it two ways, either backspin or forward. What is your major when you throw that bounce pass? Is it to get it right here? Get it right to the man's waist where he can handle it to play. That's the key. Too many people throw bounce passes.
My point being, you can kill this. How basic is this?
Yeah, but that's awesome. Guess what? Now, if I was watching this when the halftime breaks on in the second period, I'm going to be watching for that. And I'm going to be more entertained, and I'm knowing what I'm looking at. I'm watching for stuff. I'm more vested in what I'm seeing because I have an understanding.
So they would show this during NBA games?
Halftime. That was it. Halftime. Right on round ball. He taught everything on there.
I think too, from a commentary standpoint, that's why people don't give, for example, Mike Goldberg enough credit when they talk about the dynamic between him and Joe, because you got to remember, new viewers are coming to this all the time, and if it gets too advanced, yeah, it's great for the people who've been watching it for a long time. But how are you going to speak to the person that's tuning in for the first time?
Yeah, you have to speak it to the people.
You need a knowledgeable guy, a guy to tame it. Listen, it's like the Celtics. They always had 4 black taming everybody down, but you got to have a knowledgeable guy explaining it. You got to have this. You know how fucking much I would watch that you come up with your little fucking gear on and you bring somebody's on next week, George St. Pierre. That'll hold you there. How to pass the guard, how to, and then the day. That's for little kids. That's for everybody to learn. Housewives. It's knowledge. Knowledge is power. Ayakoka, Lee. What is it?
Well, I like deal breaks or something. I don't know, teach a move or have
even have one of the rooms in the back, a green room. They sit there and go, okay, what you just saw was this. Matt Hughes, right? All of a sudden, he's fighting George St. Pierre in the first fight. He armbars him off of a Kimura reversal, right? A lot of people watching that, what did I just see? Like, well, Matt Hughes was on top. He reached over for George reached over for Kimura. Matt Hughes stepped over the head to block off the body, transitioned across the rib cage, stepped down, and he was able to counter into an armbar. A lot of people saw that, like, oh, he won, but I don't think they really got. There's a lot of people that watched that didn't realize what the counter that they just saw, that a guy went for a Kimura and the other guy stepped over and went for the armbar. But how did that explain to people afterwards? I think a lot of people, somebody like my mom, would be like, oh, wow, that's awesome. My wife does it to me. Sometimes I can't even put fights on at the house because she'll sit down next to me. I mean, not so much. She can sit there and explain to most people what she's seeing. But sit there and understand it. She'll be like, Frank, start talking to me what they're doing. I'm like, all right, well, the guy's in half guard. He's purposely not passing because he's keeping control of his legs, and so that we can establish position on top, and this is what he's looking for. The other guy, well, what does the other guy do? Well, right now he's trying to either get his knee back through, or he's trying to drive the other guy's knee up, so he can either work for a sweep or for a get up. And this is the battle that's occurring right there. And then she'll look back over. It's 2 guys, one in half guard, one on top, one on bottom, and now it's entertaining to her again because now she understands. I'm interested in it again. Before, I'm like, if I'm just seeing 2 guys do something, what's the point of watching it? You don't even see you don't even know what you're watching.
It makes a lot more interesting, especially when it's such a growing sport. When it's on NFL, when I'm paying $50, I know what I'm fucking getting. But when I'm watching it on NFL, it's because something else ain't on. And I'm sitting there and I'm fucking broke. I don't get paid till the 20th. And all of a sudden, the UFC's got a free show from 6 to 8. My friend at work won't shut the fuck up about this. Won't shut the fuck up. He even got the shorts at work. He won't shut the fuck up. So you watching it one night, you understand, you sit there and watch it. What happens if a grappler fights a striker and he puts him against the fence and they're sitting there for 2 minutes and all of a sudden the guy at home hears the booze the jerk most of the audience. They don't really know what's going on. That right there. I had it on for 10 minutes. I can't watch that shit. Guy had him against the fucking wall. I didn't know what was going on. They want kicks, they want punches, they want breaking fucking bones,
The highlights of it, that exciting part, that's easy for people to understand. But then you get a guy, Daniel Cormier, he shoves the guy against the cage. I'm like, well, what they're fighting for now is hip control. Daniel's trying to get that left underhook underneath. He's fighting down. The other guy realizes he's doing this. Daniel now is able to go ahead and lock up the underhook, and now he transitions off to his high crotch on the other side on the left leg. Keeps his ear posted in, and now he's going for the back. The guy's fighting back, but now his weight comes up too high. Now he dumps him and throws him over to the air. He's like, oh, that was what's going on? Yeah, I just thought I saw 2 guys hugged up against the cage. I'm like, no, that's what was happening.
What about Money Mouse? Because like previous to this fight, his last 2 fights, he won, but they weren't very exciting. So it was like the kind of card where you're kind of disappointed if you bought them. They're expensive. They're $50, $60, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's sad because he is up there with some of the great, Frankie Edgar, some of the greatest fighters in the world, And sometimes the guys are watching them, they sit there and go, that guy Frankie's just dancing around. I'm like, no, he's not. He's hitting angles. He's moving out. He's trying to get you to put your weight forward. So you hit off the side. So you go for a strike. If you block and move your weight back too much, now you expose the leg. He does that post leg snatch where he grabs the lead leg and shoves you down. And then if you go ahead and defend that after the first time, now he has you set up that you're always seeing that read, that you think that maybe a takedown's coming. And now when you go ahead and go there and you step there and you get heavy on the leg, boom, now he smashes down with a kick. All that off of different reads and setups and what's going on. We're like, I thought I was just seeing a guy dancing around. I'm like, no, that's what's happening. You see, Dominic Cruz, another one. If you don't know the science of what's going on, you sit there like, I just see a guy with like some crazy footwork moving around. I'm like, no, he's staying on a figure. He can be a little bit off weight. He's going to have his feet set on the outside or on the inside, depends on what technique he employed when he came in. And now he has options A, B, and C. But if you don't see that, you just see a guy who's bobbing his head, moving around and throwing a punch. I'm like, nah, man, there's so much science going on that if you don't understand what's going on, it takes away from the enjoyment. So I'm bringing it back and kind of explain it, broken down to people. Man, that's why I'm so passionate. That's why anybody that actually understands what's going on, I've never met a person I brought into a gym and start showing them how submissions work, how footwork on the feet work, how throwing a jab isn't just your lead hand flying out, the intricacies behind pushing your hips, pushing off the back leg. Well, why is that guy jab better than that guy? Well, this guy is just stepping and kind of pulling his weight. The other guy's pushing off the back foot, driving, turning his hips, turning his shoulders, adding 3 or 4 inches to his reach, putting leverage behind his shot. That's what he's doing with his jab. The other guy now is cocking off the side, loading his rear leg, looking for the overhand shot. He's just swinging a haymaker. No, he's not. Even Roy Nelson's overhand right, there's science behind it. Oh, he's locked, pull away from it. He still has a chin shot. You duck in, you're going to get hit behind the head. Both are going to be shots that are going to be pretty detrimental, but there's a science of what he's setting on. So all the fights, they're that way. They're not just two guys just going at it. They're moving fast, but when you break down the science of what two guys are going down and doing, how do you not fall in love with it? I've never had anybody that can give me 5 minutes of your time, sit on a mat with me, and let me explain to you what's going on. You might not want to join up and join the gym. You might have injuries, might not have the time, but you're going to fall in love with it the way I fell in love with it, the way we all here fall in love with it. Just like you said, you sit there, you first watch guys on the mat, you're like, oh, these two fucking guys doing, You sit there and hang out with an Eddie Bravo, a guy rapping on the ground. He starts, why is that guy grabbing his foot? What the hell is he doing? It's like, oh, no, this is rubber guard. He's using that as a handle. He's pushing the guy down, pulsing through. And now if you don't keep your elbow down, he's going to slide through, zombie rising up, grabbing an overhook. Now you're set up for a plata. He can push it through, post up for a triangle, go ahead and go for a sweep, or maybe he pulls up the other foot and goes in for crackhead control and really just weighs down on the back of the head, pulls down, takes wind from you, setting up the next positions. Now his hips are free to flip over on the side and attack the other arm. Man, how do people not get into that? If you like combat, you like sports, now you get an understanding of what these guys are doing. Everybody loves that. I mean, why do you think football, you name it, sports, people love to watch, but people like to understand it. Look at baseball. We break that down in numbers. The different pitches guys are explaining. People are going like, why is this guy doing this? Well, you got a guy on first. So if this guy throws a fastball, even if the guy swings at it, he's going to make sure that the guy on first can't steal second. He can't throw a changeup right now. The way he throws a changeup, that ball's going to be going too slow. They can't send the guy from first to second to steal because the catcher's going to have now half a second more to throw down to second and get him out. It's like, whoa, that's what's going on. Yeah, I just thought it was a guy stealing to the second. No, man, there is so much stress going on, but people, need to understand what that is, or it's not exciting.
Well, and that's the reward of any fan investigating and educating themselves about their passion. Like, I think that's why cooking shows are popular. If I make something for you, I give it to you. You can tell me if it tastes good or bad. But if you understand the culinary aspects of it, the ingredients that went into it, you're going to have a greater appreciation for what I put together for you. That's why I started training jiu-jitsu, because just working in MMA media, I wanted to be able to have a better comprehension of what I was seeing to translate, right? That's how it started.
I was going to kickboxing. I was like, what? I've been doing this for 30 years. I've been to jiu-jitsu school with open on that. The first time I went in the door, my head was going to explode. I thought it was a really good guy. And then I would go over there like, Jesus, this is a fucking nightmare. And then I started understanding, what, man, the more I do it, I'm going to have to be training jiu-jitsu. You just keep showing up here. This is tough as it fucking gets. This is as tough as it gets. You mix it up with some kettlebells and you walk and you do the weight. And I love it. Can I announce what you guys do? Fuck no. Fuck no, there's too many fucking movements and shit. My mind don't catch that stuff that quick. That's why I say that you're really fucking good at it.
Thanks.
Because I tried to do it one time. I was like, this is, I know a kick to the head or a punch to the groin.
Well, if you train it long enough, you get it too.
You get it, yeah.
All it is, it takes reps. I've been in the gym so many thousands of hours that when I see a guy grab a wrist and move, there's only so many things that most likely he's going to do that. So I can sit there. And that's why, when I'm commentating WC fights back in the day, WC was still.
People loved it.
And I said, oh, here comes the right hand. The guy threw a right hand. How did you know that was about to come? I'm like, oh, because 2 moves before, the guy did this. I read what the guy did to counter it. I'm sure the other guy, as a trained martial artist, read what the other guy was to do to counter it. And now they're playing a game back and forth. It's like, they're trying to set each other up and move.
Fucking podcast. I'm happy you came on.
Oh, man, I'm happy too. It's awesome.
This is fucking, everybody gotta
Do this
get
again,
out.
man.
No,
Next time you're in
anytime.
Vegas, do our podcast.
No, I went on the one time. I
Yeah.
went on. You were training in Brazil.
Yeah, it was the week you were actually out, and I take.
I was down there, got to watch, man. Great stuff, man. You both, you came out there, you
Oh
opened.
no.
Loved it, man. And then Rogan came out there. And,
Just a couple of weeks ago.
it's been probably about 2 years when I watched one of the stand-ups come out there. I was laughing because one of the things I completely related to, I laughed, man, how funny that is. When, you sit there and he was talking about how, what is up with fighters? When a fan goes up to a fighter and wants to take a picture, everyone wants to put their hands up, put the knuckles, and he goes, you sit there, you take a picture with Tiger Woods, you're not going to sit there and ask him, hey, can I pretend I'm doing a golf swing?
It's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, I was laughing because that happens all the time. I go and take pictures of people. They lift their hand up, I'll lift my hand up too. Whatever the fan wants, you know what I mean? It's their moment, their picture, however they want it to go. But, the whole, let's hold up our fists, you know what I mean?
Down in Buffalo, some guy was driving me crazy. I almost fucking snapped. There's a line. It's Friday, right? There's another show. We take the picture. No. Listen, put your fucking hand up.
Yeah, they want to score off.
Oh, it fucking kills me. Anyway, why fuck around, all right? Listen, we all read magazines. We all, we try to keep up on magazines, but it's tough because you don't know what you're looking for anymore. Half the time. Listen, thanks to Pete, we're all binging. Thanks to Netflix, we're all binge watching. But now with Texture, you start binge reading. Trust me, it's about to be a thing. When it comes to magazines, you know what you like, and with Texture, you can get all the magazines you want in one super convenient place. Texture has completely reimagined magazines, giving you reimaged magazines, giving you the articles and stories anywhere using your smartphone or your tablet. You breeze through the hundreds of your favorite magazines, including back issues, and they pick the articles that interest you the most. Texture has made it easy to find articles you care about. The Texture editorial team recommends content for me every day, plus I can dive deeper into the personalized collections. Sign up for Texture right now and get insider access to all the content from the world's best publications, especially if you travel. You want to be on top of this, you can download it all to your tablet or your iPhone. The best part is Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to /Joey. You'll gain immediate entry into all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. Start binge reading for free right now when you go to Texture.com/Joey. Texture.com/Joey. The Texture app is entirely digital, so it's super environmentally friendly way to consume the best magazines and articles. Again, right now for free. Texture.com/Joey. Frank me. You should try this. You know what I'm saying? You're a fucking savage. All right, this is a product here that I just started seeing the commercials and I went online and read, and I dig it. I love all this shit because I like sleeping. I got sleep apnea. I like being comfortable. Some hotels I can't fucking sleep. You're unique. You don't walk like everybody. You don't talk like everybody. You don't sleep like everybody. So why is every mattress the same? Because custom mattresses will cost you $5,000 to $10,000 until now. Introducing Helix Sleep, where all you can buy mattresses online, customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. What is it, Lee? Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be the custom sleep profile used to build your most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping is 100% free. And for couples, Helix customizes each side of the mattress. Helix customers report 30% improvement in overall sleep. So you have 100 nights to try it out. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you 100% free. $50 off your order. That's Helix. Go to helix.com/Joey and get $50 off your order. That's helix.com/Joey. Fucking black over you. I love that always fucking bringing me in. You still talk to one old crazy guy? He's in town.
Oh, Dennis Hoff?
He's in town.
Oh, yeah.
He's in town.
Oh,
He eats sushi out of some Japanese chick's asshole. Him and Spider Ron. What's his name?
Ron Jeremy?
Ron Jeremy.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Ron
yeah.
Jeremy. Some chick's fucking pussy. But don't remember, tune in to Phone Booth Fighting. New episodes every week.
Instagram is at Phone Booth Fighting. Yep. Website's phoneboothfighting.com. New episodes every week, including as this one airs, a new one posted today. We're talking about all this.
All right, stay black. Frank man, who's better than you? Nobody.
Always, thanks for having us, Joey. We really appreciate it, man.
Lisa, yeah, what's your deal? Look at you like fucking Zombieville.
I'm doing good,
How many
man.
potato balls you gonna eat?
I'm gonna take the whole.
Oh, fuck yeah. All right, that's why I
Hey,
love
that's
Frank. He didn't eat none. He was vegetarian.
Nah, man. So I got a 3 or 4 hour trip back to
He's
Vegas.
in tip-top
I got my
shape.
dinner.
I love you guys. We'll see you Wednesday night. Stay black. Thank you for tuning into the Church of What's Happening Now. Yo, don't forget I'm in Indianapolis this weekend. That's right. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in Indianapolis. 2 weeks from now, I'm fucking Sacramento at the punchline. There you go.
If you are a girl who is into jiu-jitsu, I do a podcast called Mat Therapy with jiu-jitsu girls. It's very fun.
Rain, no footsteps on the ground. I'm listening, but there's no sound. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Won't somebody come take me home? It's that damn cold night. I'm trying to figure out this life. I want you to take me by the hand and take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I know. 'Cause nothing's going right, and everything's a mess, and no one likes to be alone. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. Oh, why is everything so confusing? It's a damn cold night. Trying to figure out this life. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with
This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show, The Church of What's Happening Now, get a special discount of 30% off of your entire order. Go to and the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off your order of all the great optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, ShroomTech Immune, and ShroomTech Sport.
Oh shit. Oh shit. We'll get this motherfucker started playing with the Irish. Kick it, Lee.
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin.
Oh shit.
Back up, okay, let her back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, put your hands up if you got the feeling.
Wednesday,
Ceiling,
April 13th.
fucking jump, jump up.
2 more days till the Jungle Book comes out. Oh shit. In 3D, motherfuckers. Where will you be? At a bar with a bunch of stiffs. Not me.
I can't make it down.
Stone to the gills with little kids and Jungle Book. Jungle Book. Jungle Book. Jungle Book, motherfuckers. Jungle Book. The church. What's up?
I used to love the Jungle Book when I was a kid.
It comes out fucking Friday. I don't even give a fuck. The Jungle Book Friday in 3D.
You're gonna go in 3D?
10 o'clock in the morning, I'm taking 2 of these fucking green stars, or maybe 18 of them. And I'm taking my daughter with my wife. We go, we get some popcorn, a hot dog. Once, if it goes sour, we give the baby fucking raisinets, and she doesn't understand.
Oh, you can't.
I thought it was phenomenal. I'm telling you that Zootopia, if you get a chance to see it in 3D, whether you have a nephew or a niece or not, nobody's going to judge you. If you go to the 10 o'clock and sit in the corner by yourself, it's a great film. I'm telling you this.
Was it Pixar, or do you know? Because all these movies now are amazing. Like when you go, I used to go late at night when I was in college because then it's all like people. It's like 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds who just like Wall-E. All these movies are good movies.
Guys, they're entertaining. Very entertaining. But so is my guest tonight. I mean, it's just been a great pleasure to meet you. Dr. Belize.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't get to stick with Benny, so yeah.
What's up, Doc?
Yeah, good. I'm glad to be here.
Now, how long are you in town for?
I'm in town for another week, and then I go back to New York for a month, and then I come back here, and back and forth, and back and forth.
Did you do any things today?
Yeah. I saw a couple people today. I wrote some stuff, write, see people, take care of my dog.
Now, let everybody know what you do.
So I'm founder of the breathing class, which is exactly what it sounds like. I've always gotten yelled at about changing the name. Get a name like Lululemon. Why don't you get a name like spin classes, like Pure Yoga? And I can't. It's the breathing class. That's what it is. I teach people to breathe. So I'm a clinical psychologist from a million years ago, and I switched over to teach people breathing. And whether it's endurance for sports or stress reduction, it works. I love doing it, and that's what I do.
Now, when you say you work with somebody for endurance, I'm a track runner. I'm young, 32. I want to run the Ironman, whatever. How much work goes in on the other side?
Okay, well, 32.
It's not like you're going to touch them and do 3. Because I've heard this shit before. Somebody was telling me, this guy in Burbank, you go down there, and he touches your lungs and you get endurance. To me, that sounds fucking far-fetched.
No.
Because they believe that the rib cage is attached to the lung won't expand. And I heard that, and I'm like, something don't sound right there. I heard that about a year ago. I was like, that's not going to work.
No.
How long would a person have to work to increase their endurance with your principle?
Okay, well, let's think about, first of all, is that if you're 32, your lung capacity actually grows until you're 29. So you've already started to plateau as far as your breathing at 32. It's not like you're going to get better. Your breathing's going to get better. It's actually going to get worse. So you need to start doing breathing exercises. I'd say you can make a change if you're super motivated within a week, definitely within 2. So I've seen people get the exercises, do them crazy, do them with like incredible motivation and focus, and change their endurance within a week, 10 days. Absolutely, you can do that. I can't touch your chest and have it happen in a couple seconds, definitely not, but I don't know about that.
Now, I read somewhere where you worked with Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah, I did work with Jacques
Get out of here.
Cousteau.
Where?
Yeah, and so in New York, and then I got moved over to the office in Paris. It was great. I mean, hey, I wasn't on the boat, but I was a big Cousteau fan before.
Me too.
I mean, you know,
you
the
learned so
scuba
much
diving.
from you.
Wow. So no, I know a lot. I mean, I loved marine life beforehand, and my French was my second major. So I wanted a job with Jacques Cousteau that had anything to do with animals and water. And you know, even though I was in New York, I didn't get to go on the boat, but he was around. His family was around. It was a really great experience.
You know,
Nice stuff.
your resume is just, when it comes to breathing, you're like the G code of breathing. You've, and it's very smart. I love that about people. I hate people who show up and say, well, over at Harvard, I specialize in this. This is how it is. And somebody says, hey, listen, I read this journal, this, and this, and this. And this is what I took from each person. This is what kind of, and in my world, they call us synopsis. What's the other word? An educated guess. But a proven guess.
Yeah.
I can tell by your confidence.
Yeah.
You know, we had an email, and then you called me, and you told me to do this. And we tried to connect on a private level, and I was always busy because it was pilot season. And then I saw that you were doing a seminar, and I just signed up without calling. I was just excited. I was in town the same week you were there, but not fatal. You know what I'm saying? With the work on my lung power and doing these things. But it really touched me that there's still people who believe in customer service who call and will send you stuff afterward and will call again and keep in touch. You know who called me yesterday? Anthony Hunter. I got in my car and it was fucking people. It was Anthony. It was great to see. Oh, my man. That's the school of thought I was raised from. You know,
It's tough love because I'm going to say things you may. I'll have them here for another hour, and they'll be calling, and I'm just going to write the script. But no, I everything about you.
I'm liable. I'm liable. If I tell, he does all the fucking inks through the heart and all that stuff. The problem, you were telling me, you like, you should have been on some type of oxygen therapy. When I go to sleep apnea, it's like a fucking. They put a mask in you and then turn the head down the tube and watch you squirm around like fucking Hannibal Lecter at the end. Like they electrocuted me. Fuck you.
Well, that was kind of my question. It sounds like a silly question, but why is breathing so important?
Okay, you know, and I have to say the short version of that is that it's the brain works on what you're better. I mean, doing all the other stuff is good too, but just start with breathing.
You can, it's like when people do like for podcasts, they'll do weird stuff that you don't really need to do, like weird videos or whatever. And before you can work out, I guess you have to be able to breathe. Like before you can do any of that, you have
it's very cut to the chase. And that's my MO, even as a therapist, because I was a therapist for 25 years. I was very cut to the chase. I used to give people homework. It was very dynamic. I didn't say you need to do your homework. I will love you. I will call you. I'll do anything you need to get your goals done. But you got to work with me. It's very dynamic, and you see change immediately. So that's why. I mean, your body needs oxygen, but it needs a balance of oxygen. If I'm going to be more specific, it's that more and more oxygen isn't better. It's a combination of having a balance of carbon dioxide.
Twister and
Side
bends.
Nice.
I did the kettlebell on my stomach with the breathing, like try to belly button hit the back.
Yeah.
I read another chapter. Yeah, I went around the corner. It's fucking endurance, okay? And I would sit against the and say, dog, I don't know nothing about running. And they would go, okay, just go to the height. We go to McKinley for a bit. You know, I started playing basketball when I was a freshman. I could hold on to the rim when I was 2 inches away from the dunk, like a town behind San Francisco. When I first moved to North Bergen, the cemeteries were on the bottom of the hill. So when it would rain, the graves would wash out. They just fucking fixed that. Maybe 20 bucket area and redo it back because the cemetery would wash out. And we'd go from fucking, we'd go from 39th Street, on a light jog, all the way to 88 Hudson County Park and run around the lake 18 times. And then run back overlooking New York City skyline. So there you are riding up. You go to the beach and it's just a tad. And it's endless. You see elevators, but then you see these stairs that go up. So me and these gorillas used to grab our bicycles, hold the bicycles, and run up 30 years, 20 years of doing cocaine. Your endurance got to count for something. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of endurance overnight. I smoked cigarettes for a few years. you know, not early on, but later on, off after that. But the anxiety started 2 years ago after an ear infection. I never had that if I can't get air anxiety ever before in my life.
But your body's vital, and they usually touch their chest. I know intuitively something is not right inside. I've got tons of so we're going to see your blood pressure come down. Everything's going to get better.
My blood pressure's really come down the last couple of years. I think my health and fitness, I mean, it's very deceiving what's going on with my body sometimes, because I've always been a big bone, not fat, but just a thick dude. Once I added weights to my regimen, it really, like, I love all this shit I'm doing now. But when it comes to my breathing, something, you said something at the seminar, you said something happened. When I went back, when I got really heavy, I started, when I was right here in Hollywood, we were packing our trains. Wild card for a while, even if it was free. Started. I had nothing to lose. I was 400 fucking pounds. So I started going over there. I used to have to wear 2 pair of underwear. I was thinking about it to give it more history. Because
Is that a common thing? You're like, you don't seem.
You know what? I did 25 years of therapy with people. You got to say something really good.
Yeah, no.
So you know what? So your pelvic floor, and we did this in class. We talked for him like those 2 things. Remember, we did this in class where here's your body, right? Had something to do with your pelvic floor. With that happening, makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, everything's gonna get stronger. Everything's gonna get stronger. We can go back to 1 pair of underwear for sure.
Oh no, not a 1 pair of underwear. But this was wild.
Yeah.
I'd go, the round would be over. It would be at the same time I'd have a heart attack.
When did that start?
That started when I hit 418, because when I was shooting along the shot, I didn't have those rounds. But when I was shooting about all these things, just so you know. But I'm also thinking I'm going to switch to sleep apnea doctors now that you've also told me that, because after they look at that, they should make some type of assessment.
Your numbers were really low.
Really?
Oh, look at that.
Yes. It's you lose the focus and you're sucking it and you're sucking it and you're blowing out. So you really got to focus. But when I read you look at Percy from the side, she looks like a fat little fuck. But when you look at her straight ahead, she's tiny, long, and scant, limp. And it's because when she watches TV,
yeah.
She's breathing.
She's breathing right.
She's breathing. So you made a point that we breathe normally through 5.
Yep.
What happened?
And then, so what happens? She doesn't know, she's just happy to be a little kid, go to school, and what happens? Somebody pokes her in the belly and goes, fatty, right? Because kids are mean. Because kids are sucking in your. And we're told that makes you stronger, too. And that doesn't make you stronger. Really bracing your belly does not make you stronger. Inhaling, letting it go, and actually working your abs and squeezing on the exhale, that makes you stronger. But just bracing your middle doesn't. So other things that happens, she starts sitting, because Americans sit. How many hours a day do you think Americans sit?
All day.
Yeah, pretty much all day. How many hours?
At least 10, 12?
13 to 16 hours a day.
But that's when you factor in the driving, the lunches.
Most people sit at a desk all day.
I'll tell you what, I can't lie to you. I forgot the number.
Yeah.
And I did something. I stood.
Yeah.
I just started
nice.
standing. Little things, man, because it was I fly. I fly 5 hours fucking away. You don't think I get up and stretch my calves?
Yeah.
When I sit down, man, acupuncture said they call the calf, the heart of the leg, the second lump. So instead of moving around, sometimes I just do leg lifts at my seat.
Good.
To keep the blood going, so you don't get that shit, man. You got the blood clot or whatever the fuck it is.
It's crazy. I just found out recently in the past couple of years that girls suck in. Like, I've always been chubby, but I've never once sucked in. I can't imagine sucking in all day.
But then again, think about, especially little girls, you start wearing clothes and they're tighter. You start wearing compression garments. You have little sports bras. Sports bras will squeeze the hell out of you, and exactly where you want to be, opening up and breathing. So then we're told, the posture, you tell somebody to sit up straight, the first thing they do is they pull in their gut. If you get injured, and I mean with sports now, kids get injured, or you fall off your skateboard or sled, you get hit in the middle of your body, you don't want to take a deep breath, it hurts there. And then you look at everybody around you and you're a little kid, and they're raising their shoulders when they breathe, so you think that's the right way to breathe. So all of a sudden you're sucking in your little gut and you're breathing like this, like your parents do, unless you stop them and you teach them. Because you take a deep breath like mom and dad and you show them the right way to breathe. So which is, yeah. I want to see that inhale and exhale again. That was good. That made me happy. Yeah. I'm trying. I got to tell you, his flexibility, I was amazed. 3 hours you sat there, you have some flexibility.
Well,
Holy
even
cow.
when I was really heavy, I always stretched it. But
Yeah.
this guilt over me. And I was always involved in martial arts and stretching. And my wife took me to yoga a few times, and I really enjoyed like the downward dog.
Yeah, downward dog, which we did in class. Yeah.
Right, that's what I've been doing.
Nice.
Breathing. And I enjoy a good stretch. In fact, me and my wife made like the same commitment. She's been over at her yoga place for 5 months. She went and bought 10 passes. She always had a problem with the Y. And then one of her girlfriends took her to another place, and that place was too fucking. My Tennessee, she don't buy into it. Ooh, and,
The woo.
yeah, she just, and at first when I started dating, it kind of bothered me about it. Because some of the shit to me is interesting, but some of the shit is just so out there. It's just white people trying to be fucking crazy, and at the Y, there was a little clique of that. There was a little, like, Japanese girl, very cute, and she'd go in there, with a perfect little body. She was 22, filthy feet. Her feet were always filthy. Like way beyond dirty, like the dirt has stuck onto her feet. Because she did yoga dances where a bunch of people play bongos. What they do, the line dance, the conga line, and they talk to the angels while they do downward dog and shit. That my wife could not tolerate. That one.
There's no woo in my class. There's a little bit of woo. At the end we do meditation.
No. That was great.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah.
In yoga, it's called Shavasana.
There we go. Shavasana,
Right. So when I try to do that at home, when I lay down, I go, this is just Shavasana while I move my hips and breathe and exhale.
Yeah.
Instead of just laying there like a fucking mummy. It was funny because I used to go to Germany. Listen, we used to go to yoga together. Me and my wife, before she got knocked up, I got divorced when I was young. It bothered me that I got divorced. It really bothered me because that's the most simple thing as a relationship. I mean, fucking divorce somebody. What the fuck is wrong with Americans? You know what I'm saying? That is the simplest form of friendship. So you look out and you get lost sometimes, Not that you get lost, but you forget where you stand. And I didn't want to lose Terry, so I'd pick her up and we'd run home on Tuesdays and we'd go to yoga together with our favorite yoga class, which I went just to get high. You had to be a monster. It was called Power Yoga on Tuesdays. It was taught by a German chick. And I mean, how German this chick was. It was easy. And she never lost the accent, so she would go, Shavasana. Well, in fact, I don't even give it justice.
Yeah, no, it's
she
good.
did it very Germany.
Yeah, I can't.
And me and my wife would leave, like, I'd be fucking crushed. She had me picking up my leg. Joey, you can do this one more sun salutation, down, up. She'd say, I'll lose 100 pounds. You come to my class. She taught somewhere else. She taught like in Venice. Like 3 days. She goes, if you come to my class in Venice twice a week, I'll have you 100 pounds lighter. And she would say, I'll have your breathing restructured, and I'll have that fat falling right off you. And I used to look at like you're crazy. So me and my wife used to call her Joe the German. And after a while, I'm like, I can't go to Joe the German no more, though. She fucking kills me. Big stick with Shavasana. She really stressed the breathing, and she walked around, and she made the adjustments. She did the stuff to your things.
Yeah. Well, how often do we really pause and just relax a little bit? We don't. We don't really pause and do nothing and really do nothing. It doesn't happen. You're always checking your phone or going somewhere or coming back or worrying about something. Just really doing nothing for a couple seconds. Good for you.
I have been, since this little thing, it concerned me. As soon as I went to jiu-jitsu the first time, did a hip escape, and tried to jiu-jitsu, I went home, motherfucker. And then I tried to get high and go to class. I get high, don't do anything. I went and got high one time, went to jiu-jitsu class. I thought I was dead. I had to go outside and breathe and take my gi top off between the heat. Because you got to get used to that heat at first. And I'm a hot dude. You know what I'm saying? I go to the doctor. The chick who takes my blood pressure goes, "You're a hot fucking dude, like you're hot blooded." You know, I wake up at 190 over 180. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those motherfuckers. I dream about yelling and screaming and jumping up and down and somebody stealing my fucking chocolate cake or something like that. I don't fucking know.
I have some crazy dreams too. I have some really like.
I don't have dreams. I can't lie to you. I don't just. No, it's weird. The alpha brain will give you a vivid dream.
Yeah.
Whenever I go on an alpha brain cycle, I'll get my dreams. I'll get like they come back in color.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I know I talk in my sleep with that fucking sleep apnea mask on. As my wife tells me, she'll tell me you're having a conversation with the mask there. I just have a bunch of fucking mumble and stumble in there. But I know you talk Spanish. I always talk Spanish in my dreams. So I'm dreaming of my son when I was a kid, always with my mother, talking with my father, my uncle. I always dream in Spanish.
So this concerns me because one of the things that happens is you talk a lot. You talk for your job. You talk in between your job and wherever you're going and coming from. And now I'm hearing that you talk in your sleep.
Poor
I'm
Terry.
concerned.
No, but I don't. She doesn't. She hits me with this like 3 times a year. One thing about me is that when I first moved to LA, I didn't say no. And by 2004, I wasn't suicidal, but I didn't have a life. I didn't have, I was with my wife in 2000. Probably 2003. I didn't see her. I didn't believe in it. I'm trying to go after a dream. You know what I'm saying? You want to get married? Get mushy. Let's do this first. And then we'll fucking get married. Who wants to get married? The fucking struggle all that goddamn life. Who the fuck wants to do this shit? Yeah, we'll get it. This ain't no fucking Bon Jovi song, bitch. It's 2016. It's 269 the lease, motherfucker. That's what zeroed down. You know what I'm talking about? We bought, what's that Bon Jovi song? That's great. I believe in that too. But you gotta work. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. But then I thought back about it because I was looking at it as a person that didn't have a family. I did have a family. She was my family. I looked at her as a Cuban single dude who didn't have parents or nothing. Fuck it. I'm gonna sit at home. I'm gonna go to Houston to try to make a little money and stuff. And then I've been dating this girl for so long, living with her. I never started spending more time. So I started spending holidays and stuff like that. And since like 2005, I really appreciate my time because I know how fast Hollywood could be. I could be sitting, I've told you that. I could be sitting here with you, making plans, and all of a sudden I'm going to call. They come up with a new TV show. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. They will never call you. I booked some show. I got to work fucking 6 days a week. I got to be there at 6 in the morning. I'm working till 6 at night. They only come to fucking talk to you.
Oh, yeah, come and talk to you.
No, this is my dog. He knows the truth. He knows how we do it.
He was looking so sad. He got little tears in his eye when you were saying
When
that.
I'm home at night, I relax, man. When I go home to bed, it's not about my wife. I can't because my wife is my real wife from Tennessee. You get her started, you ain't gonna shut her up. You know what I'm saying? If I tell her a story about my uncle stabbing a dude, she'll tell me a story about one time her and her sister flew a fly, and it won't fucking end. It won't fucking end.
It was a big fly.
Yeah, it won't end. So I don't try to entice my wife too much. And once I entice her, I pray for the fucking phone to ring. You understand me? Once she starts going off, my wife's smart, man. Sometimes I get myself in the fucking well. And she won't shut the fuck up. Don't get her started on politics. She'll start torturing with the super delegates and shit. You're praying for that fucking phone to ring. You're sitting there, please, somebody come by and just to cancel this fucking conversation. So I try to keep it light at the house. And I really like the 2 hours before I get up in the morning because I spend 2 hours by myself. And I don't say 2 fucking words. I sit there without the TV on. I put a notebook, I get coffee, I smoke a couple of chutes. I listen to my heart pound. Now I breathe. So now I got the chair and I just do my little hip things in the chair.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear your heartbeat though?
No, you eat that fucking star, you'll hear it pounding in your head. Like one of those Disney. No, you can hear it.
Yeah? Okay, good, because I got a breath for you to practice then. Yeah.
Hear it.
It's with you. Okay. I got the advanced stuff to give you because you went through the beginner, you're in advanced.
Now let me ask you this, okay? Just for people that how does this help with blood pressure?
Oh, it's direct. Blood pressure is actually the medical condition that has the most research behind it when it comes to breathing. The most. Lots of other things, not as much. There are studies, and some don't have studies yet. And I'll tell you, it's my medical intuition or whatever. But blood pressure, there is a lot of science that shows you control your breathing. You take a breath where it's helping your parasympathetic, where it's helping that calming breath, and your blood pressure will come down. It's intimately connected. In fact, you can't breathe with that lower body breath without your blood pressure being affected. And if you actually want to do the opposite, when I work with actors and they want to get upset and they want to get more to whatever upset state they're in, depending on their role, they have to breathe with an upper body breath, and their blood pressure will go up, their heart rate will go up, their cortisol will go up. Yeah. So it's completely connected, which is wild. That's why I actually like working with blood pressure patients, because you can see your blood pressure come down and you can keep it down. So all of a sudden you start realizing I actually have a lot of control over my body. And we actually talked about this, is that it sounds like I'm giving you bad news, that you're in trouble. But the good news is that you're in trouble, but your breathing is going to change things, and you have ultimate control over your breathing. None of your doctors do. None of the prescriptions do. You can change your breathing. So your blood pressure is actually something that we're going to watch go down pretty quickly.
It's so funny. Like, I've been doing the exercises, and you have to really think, control yourself and control your breathing. But what I found to be the most interesting now is you told me to focus on the exhales.
Yeah.
But you tense up. Like, I still tense up to control everything still. I still tense up. But then all of a sudden your mind goes, stop tensing. And all of a sudden now you're breathing a little easier. And I know that it's like karate. It's like anything else that you learn, single movements. They always want you to over-exaggerate them. So the repetition, and in your book, they also repeat. So I know that right now I'm just over-exaggerating. I know I'm doing a belly workout with this.
You are. Yeah.
I wake up the next day. A little bit. I was sore the Sunday after the seminar. What did I do Sunday? I did kettlebells Sunday. Monday I had a busy day. Tuesday I went to jiu-jitsu. Today I went to jiu-jitsu.
You're a maniac.
That's what I did.
That's good.
And now I got no option. I got to go to jiu-jitsu tomorrow because it's there. It's there. That's the commitment. But I'm cheap because my fear was getting on my back. But that fear being on my back, sleep apnea, I pushed my sleep apnea to the fucking hill. And when we've discussed sleep apnea on the show before, you have no idea what it is. You have no idea. Once that sleep apnea comes, you have no fucking idea.
People kept telling me I had it. Like I never woke up choking, but I was a huge snorer. So people always told me I should go get checked out.
What does your girlfriend say now?
Now I don't. Now she used to have to wear earbuds.
But you lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
You lost a lot of weight. So the weight went down. So I would do the same thing. At 418, you couldn't sleep 3 doors down. You couldn't sleep 3 doors down. My poor wife.
Well, if you think about exactly what that is, so that noise is that there's something in the way. There's tissue. Fat in the way.
The fucking tubes. Don't say it's fucking fat.
Yeah.
And it's weight. That's the other thing I factor in. Like, when I first went to jiu-jitsu, I got so fucking discouraged. And I went home and I felt really bad. And I go, whoa. Wait a second. First of all, this isn't real. That's number one. I don't get discouraged. I'm not good at fucking mechanics. And I'm not good at fixing a computer. But that's never been my aptitude. God never gave me that aptitude. When I was a kid and I got a flat tire, I drew the bike away and I bought another one for $14.95. Okay, I sold that one for $8, just because I was too lazy to change a flat. Because I wasn't good at it. I could never get the fucking thing in the tire and take it out and then fucking sink the thing. I didn't have the patience for it. That's why I love a Camaro. But who's gonna fix it? You gonna come over and fix my Camaro? To be a car enthusiast, you gotta know what the fuck you're doing. But I do know different things. And I like different martial arts. I look at all that for most people look at martial arts like that as a combat martial art. I don't look at it like that. I look at it as two guys. It's a chess game with your mind, but your body's in the way. And the guy who gets best is the guy that can maneuver his body without moving his body around you. That's all jiu-jitsu is. If you look at all the really good guys, they don't even break a sweat.
Or breathe hard.
You don't even breathe hard. Meanwhile, you're fighting them. They're fighting nobody. They're just waiting on your moves and controlling your moves. And, it's so interesting. So I didn't like that I was scared of doing something. I fucking hate that shit. When I'm scared, I'm fucking pissed or something. It's like when I have to go get blood. Like tomorrow, because I got nothing on the cards really except for 10 o'clock. I gotta go over to this fucking place and give them an allergy test. The lady told me it's 1 drop of blood. It's pissing me off, but I get up like a Cuban and I'm going down there right now. I gotta bring my iPod. I can't smoke dope. And I go down there and get my allergy test. But that's the same way I felt about jiu-jitsu being on my back because I kept getting. At the end, my sleep apnea was getting to the point that I would wake up and just run and stand up and just go. What the fuck was that? Like, I didn't know what it was. Like, I wasn't just waking up and looking around and going, boy, that was a piece of chicken in my throat. No, I was running up out of the bed going, you know what it's like in a hotel room? When you wake up, and you don't know where you are and you can't breathe. The anxiety I used to get. And I got help for the breathing, for the sleep apnea. But towards the end of the cocaine, the sleep apnea, they started getting anxiety. Not the police, and it wasn't. It was from not breathing. I would go on planes and my mind would take off and it'd go, what if the plane's chasing your head hits the glass? Will you bleed? What are you going to run? Where are you going to run to? Dr. Belize, my fucking brain would take over and it wouldn't stop till I just breathe. But again, I was a mouth breather. So what am I putting in my body? Carbon monoxide, right?
Ooh, especially in an airplane.
In a fucking airplane. So this is sending me into a fucking state of, and I got arrested twice and let go because I would tell them, get me off the fucking plane. I don't want no bullshit. Get me off the fucking plane. Let's karate chop the motherfuckers in the neck. So they got to talk to me and they make my wife come down and shit. And they put me on pills and I got off the pills and I just went right to reefer and acupuncture. And it went away. And I worked on my weight. And I dropped 100 pounds. And that took that anxiety. So I walked into jiu-jitsu and they gave it back to me again. And there were times before I would drive to jiu-jitsu on the drive there. Oh my God, my heart at the light would be pumping up a storm. And then as soon as I touch a dude's gi, I would have to tap just from the fear and the anxiety and the lack of oxygen. I just have to tap.
I want them, when you go to the doctor tomorrow, to look at your CO2. Because I can tell you that one of the things is that you have too much carbon dioxide in your body. You have too much in your body.
So how do you get too much carbon dioxide in your
You're
body?
not getting it out.
So how do you get it out?
So you're learning how to exhale, which is exactly, once your exhale gets better, it'll even out. So you could have a machine, but I would rather you can do it yourself. It's just that exhale. Because if you have a big belly, to exhale all the way out takes a lot of effort. So you have too much. There's too much in there. I had a guy. Actually, he was a friend on Facebook. I never really met him, but he would wake up and he would almost be psychotic. He'd have like some PTSD stuff. It was that happened. And once they took him to the hospital and they looked at his CO2 and it was super high. So that's what happened, is that he had too much in his body. So it was toxic to his body. So I can tell you, because of the belly, and you're going to get rid of that belly and you're going to exhale and your whole body will squeeze. So watch yourself when you cough, because I just watched you cough and you look at that. See how you cough? You cough perfectly, which, believe me, not everybody coughs right, but that's a good cough. When you cough, your belly squeezes because it's trying to get air out of your body, right? Beautiful. That's exactly what I want you to do with the breathing, is exhale all the way out. Does that make sense, that like your belly's in the way of the exhale?
It does make sense. And now what do people do, because it's actually really crazy that you're here today. my dad loves everything, and he was watching, and I cough a lot, and like every time I get a cold now, I get like bronchitis.
Yeah.
So if I want to explore more of this,
yeah,
how do we who do we contact you, or like who do we
It's gonna
talk
be.
to about this?
It's me, right? Or actually, he's getting to be kind of an expert. So I don't know. After Saturday, you may have him right next to you. But it's your exhale. You too with your exhale. Let me see you cough. See how your cough's better? Yeah.
What did I do wrong?
Yeah. So go ahead, cough. A little bit, right? So I want your exhale to be really big exhale. Really big exhale. So go ahead and exhale. Okay. And now give me an inhale and exhale. Now just regular exhale, no cough. Yeah. And exhale. Yeah, there's nothing. We'll teach you. Okay. But it's all up here again. And this up here, that's a stress breath, and there's no lungs up there. So pretty much what Lee's doing is that on the inhale, he's picking up his shoulders, and on the exhale, he's putting his shoulders down. So you're breathing with your shoulders pretty much, which means your diaphragm is sitting right there in the middle of your body doing nothing.
I also have a problem that everyone yells at me when I do kettlebells that I stop breathing when I'm doing the kettlebells. How do I fix that?
Well, when you swing it, kettlebells need the breath incredibly. You can't do kettlebells and not breathe. You cannot. So pretty much the rule is exhale on effort. Whatever you're doing at the gym, when you're making an effort, when you're pushing or pulling or doing the kettlebell, the effortful part of it, you should be exhaling. And that's going to make it actually easier to lift more weight.
And it does. And it's something I have to focus on because while I'm doing it, I'll focus too much on the act of doing. And people will be like, breathe, breathe.
Yep. But they should say exhale, exhale. Because you're already in an inhale. You're kind of in a constant inhale.
Right.
I need you to exhale. It's a similar thing, actually. Similar.
You think the fat shocks our body, the lungs,
Well,
the extreme weight,
the weight
cortisol.
definitely. The cortisol goes up, but your body gets toxic. So it's inflamed. And that's why you have nose stuff going on, is that the inflammation in your body from the weight, everything catapults from there. So now you're fixing it from the bottom up. Now that you're breathing from the bottom up, your body's less acidic. Because we did this acidity, right? So we're going to get yours to be better, and yours is better. When you breathe after class the other day, you were at 6.8. So you actually got the inside of your body to be healthier by the end of class. Your acidity changed significantly to the end of class. And that just makes a huge difference. So I'm on a mission with you. I'm on a mission
I'm
to
on a
get your
mission
best.
with myself.
I know you are, which is why I'm excited
I
for it.
did, like I said, I did the exercise thing. It was interesting. What I missed, I didn't remember it from the seminar, was the ball on your lap and stretching your back. I did that one today. You know, I did the side,
Intercostal stretches,
and
yeah.
going down, exhaling and back up. I did it on both sides. I did the kettlebell, like I said earlier.
I love that.
I did the one where it's Shavasana, which
Yeah.
is breathing.
The two-part breath,
Just,
yep.
I did a little bit of rock and roll, and that was good because just that works on keeping my shoulders down.
Good.
So I just go out
Yeah.
and did some interesting stuff where you breathe, and then you take another breath, put your shoulders back,
Yeah.
and then let it all out. That one
Yeah.
I didn't mess with because I was catching myself doing the wrong exercise.
Good. That's perfect.
I was catching myself doing the wrong form. You know exactly what I was doing.
Yep.
I was using my shoulders
Yep.
out instead of sucking and then going back. You know what I'm saying?
So all these are some of them are from yoga, some of the exercises from yoga, some are from martial arts, like pretty much the Sistema Russian special operations stuff, and other martial arts, and some of them are from free diving and surfing. So it's kind of a mix of different exercises from all different sports, including Western pulmonary health and all the numbers that we took in the beginning.
Now, do you do the seminar across the country in
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu schools or just
All
right
different
now,
schools, yeah.
LA?
I move all over. I do the Department of Justice in San Diego, and I do the DEA in New York, actually. Yeah.
And no other jiu-jitsu schools across the country?
What do I have coming up? I've got a couple corporations. I got some private patients.
Now, how I've
yeah.
learned about you was the Jiu-Jitsu magazine.
Yeah.
So let's pretend I'm a school right now in San Antonio, Texas, and I'm going to bring you down for a Saturday. How would they get a hold of you?
They, on the website and actually if you just put in Dr. Ed Isa or breathing, you'll always get a phone number or an email. So drbelisa@gmail.com, DRBELISA@gmail.com, or there's a phone number up there as well, 646-250-6390.
Now,
But yeah.
when I went to your seminar the other day, you handed me a book. That's your book.
Yeah.
You have a couple books out.
I got a couple, yeah.
And are they all on the topic of breathing?
No, they're not, because all within psychology, I've had a million different jobs. So one of the jobs I had along the way was being the sex and health expert at Men's Fitness magazine. So I have a couple books out there about relationships. Yeah. Not that that's one of my strengths, as you asked me before coming on the
Were you
podcast. Yeah.
Cuban?
Yeah.
Very attractive. I like your style. You're very warm. I was just, I didn't know
Yeah.
Barnick was big. I wasn't
Serbian.
trying to-
We got Serbian and Cuban. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
be disrespectful.
Not at all.
I want to ask you a question. Very interesting question. That I've mentioned this before on the show, so I have no embarrassment here with talking this family. I'm sure that not too many people have asked you this. Let's get it out of the way. Breathing and sex.
Good topic. Great topic.
I'm not trying to be.
Yeah.
Before I said something off color, I was talking to Lee and I didn't mean it towards you. You know, I love you, respect.
Yeah.
I said little dick. But I didn't say it as a joke. I just said it as a joke. You know, we're talking
You
here.
gotta
I
think of where I
consider
come
you like
from.
family.
Yeah.
When I meet Cuban people,
Yeah.
how I test Cuban people is I say a couple of things. Years ago when I first got to LA, I met this dude at an audition. He was Cuban from Miami, and we spoke. And I go, listen, I do this show at the comedy store. Come on down. You know, I talk about my family on stage. I do, and they ran out of there like a month later. I called the guy. He was never that insulted. And then so ashamed to be Cuban. And he heard Union City. You know, he was a Cuban from Michigan. The little community was not active. So I've always been very, listen, man, I went to another Cuban's house, a bunch of other Cubans, and the Cuban played mambo music, and the parents went, fuck, man. Like, and then we found out later it was a racist motives, whatever. But, you know, Cubans are fucking weird people. So
Yeah.
for me, with Cubans, I'm too old to stick around. So I push an envelope.
More dick.
And you were very sweet and sex and breathing.
Sex and breathing. Well, first of all, you know what? I'm not gonna get. I have thick skin, and I like when people are real. You know, I like when people are real. So, and I had this sex and health background, so I was a sexpert for a while, and nothing. You know, and a psychologist for a while, working with all kinds of people. So any weird question, I love the weird
Well, you
questions.
said something very interesting. Let's bring it out in the fucking open.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave the girl outside
Yeah.
with the dog that
Yeah.
much. Not that it's a bad neighborhood, so we'll go like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting question. Okay, so before, when I was a young kid, I was spooked with the Catholic religion. You know, spooked about sex and sexuality. You know, talk about it. And everything I learned was at the fucking wall. You know what I'm saying? And I went to a few movies with some Godfathers. My Godfather, I see a Ted or whatever. It was always a shame. I don't know. Yeah, you know, when you get to be high school, you mess around with people, you get pressed, you finger somebody, whatever. I never just even thought about sex or nothing like that. And then the summer before my mom died, I met this little 31 chick. We used to play around and shit. Because I used to drive with this other girl in grammar school out to a whole side of the song.
Same sex, yeah.
So her and I broke up. Shit evolves. And no, we're fucking family here. I guarantee other guys have these problems. And I'm telling you, you said some things that the other day I was in the bathroom reading, and I go, wait a second. She's fucking sharp. So, me and this girl fooled around. And listen, I don't know. Nobody knows if they're a Romeo or not. I mean, nobody left this disadvantage. You know, nobody went home pissed off. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Wanting a refund, right?
yeah, nobody wants a refund, right? So after my mom died, years later, I got a steady girlfriend. I noticed that it was down to a minute. And I have no reason to lie to you, Dr. Mike. I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, yeah, I ejaculate come a minute and a half. It's over. Like, it's over. And sometimes I'm breathing heavy, and sometimes I even get dizzy. And sometimes I can't have sex in the morning because I get really, like, it somewhere early and I get warmed up. So the other day you said that sometimes your body goes into shock and your breathing changes. I didn't notice it until I was maybe 20. Now I'm 50. I can't believe I knocked my wife up because these are the reasons why. I don't break it down, but we're family here. Does breathing affect your sex?
Breathing, absolutely. Tantra is based in breathing. When you think people talk about tantric sex, what does that mean? Tantra and breathing, it's the same thing. So think about this. In class, we talked about pelvic floor, and people kind of laugh sometimes when they think, why are we talking about the bottom of our body? Why are we talking about all the muscles between your legs and your thighs and your glutes and your lower abs? What does that have to do with breathing? They think breathing happens all the way up, by their shoulders, top of the chest. And the fact is that your pelvic floor is involved. You can take a better breath. And this is the breathing through your balls that I talk about sometimes. So if you inhale and you relax your pelvic floor, and again, I'm going to actually go into detail. If I talk about pelvic floor, it's the 20 muscles that are in the bottom part of your body. And the very specific pelvic floor is your bicycle seat. So all those muscles that hit the bicycle seat, that's your pelvic floor as well. So if you strengthen those muscles, you're going to strengthen your erection. You're going to strengthen being able to last longer in bed. So that's why I say when you exhale and you squeeze your lower abs and you squeeze your whole body, go ahead and squeeze your pelvic floor too. And by squeeze, I mean this, not all of them. Or if you're trying not to pass gas and you squeeze, those are kind of your pelvic floor muscles as well. It's not all your glutes. If you're squeezing your glutes, that's not your pelvic floor. But if you work out those muscles by squeezing on the exhale, which is breathing through your balls, everything that has to do with sex is going to get better for men and for women. So you're doing Kegels pretty much. Yeah. So the takeaway with that is on the inhale, relax your pelvic floor, relax your hips, relax your butt. Okay, that's a reverse Kegel. On the exhale, squeeze your belly, squeeze your body, and actually squeeze the muscles on the bottom part of your body, the ones that hit the bicycle seat. So you squeeze those and you let them go, and you do that often when you breathe, letting go and squeezing and letting go, and you're going to have a better erection if you're a man. You're going to be able to stay hard longer, and for a woman, you're also going to be able to have better orgasms. Yeah. Crazy but true, right? And you're oxygenating and all those other things. It's a really good multitask. Right now, everybody's squeezing right now. I can tell. I'm looking at you guys, and Aria's going like squeezing and letting go. Yeah.
It's just really weird to put all the pieces together. Yeah. That's the problem I've been having the last 2 days. Not really. It's when my mind goes away and I start and I go, what the fuck am I doing? I'm breathing out, but my stomach's going the wrong fucking direction. But I do notice one thing, and I'm a very honest person. I do notice that on all my exhales, my stomach can't go all the way in because of the amount of fat. Now, where is your diaphragm?
Exactly. Okay, so diaphragm, let's do this. So you put your fingers up by your sternum, that little notch right there. All right, and then you walk them around. And everybody should do this. Go ahead and walk them around that front rib and see if you can stick your fingers underneath that front rib and kind of give it a little tug. Yeah, okay, so tug it out a little bit. Now your ribs are attached to your sternum like handles on a pail, and they should come out horizontally when you inhale, and they should squeeze together. Your body should get narrower on the exhale. Keep your fingers going around that rib, around the side. You're going to hit that floating rib. Once you get to the side, keep going. Now, if you get your fingers and have them go all the way to your back.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Okay, but imagine them going all the way to your back. So your diaphragm is attached all the way around that bottom rib. It's a huge muscle the size of a medium-sized pizza right in the middle of your body, and it's the enterprise. That's a really important muscle to have. It's smack in the middle of your body. And Lee, for instance, here is not using his diaphragm because he doesn't know how to yet. He's using his shoulders still. But right now, when you inhale and you let your body relax and expand, and you exhale and you squeeze it, that's you using your diaphragm. So you're doing it. Good stuff. Oh.
Mayday.
Coming to get me.
This is very... The seminar, I left there First off, the next day I woke up, my head felt different. My head felt, I don't drink, I don't smoke, but my head felt different. Like something different had happened. And then the next day I felt my back, because the next day I went at it pretty hard, and I reread the beginning, and I made some notes, and I did some of the exercise, and I remembered a few things. And I remember one of the exercises, I could see that my shoulders were moving too much, so I stopped doing the exercise until next week. I go to now, what's the difference between two and warrior?
I gotta actually remind you that you also had a nice poop, right? Because
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, that's the clinical word. That's the clinical word for that. Hey, given how constipated we all are as a country, you got to celebrate a good poop when you have one, right?
So the breathing even helps the
Absolutely.
Well, helps digestion.
It helps digestion, so everything gets better. Because think about this. Actually, he's thinking, what is that? Is that your diaphragm's pushing down on your organs?
Right.
They're all getting a massage. So if you have acid reflux, it's going to help with that constipation, irritable bowel. But if you breathe with your shoulders, nada, nothing. So that's why you got to learn to breathe with the middle part of your body. But okay, so the advanced, you can't go straight to the advanced without taking the beginning class. It's just you have all that information has to sink in. But the advanced, we actually, when it's a jiu-jitsu class, is that we do different types of breathing in your body. So we do a lateral breath, we do a back breath, we do a lower body breath, and upper body breath, but in different positions. Because jiu-jitsu is super interesting in that you are always in a compromised position, pretty much. In any other sport, you're in an uncomfortable position sometimes, but in jiu-jitsu, you're always going to be in a position that's awkward. It's just the nature of the sport.
I'm so fat that this time I'm on top of you and I can't fucking breathe. That's when you know you're a fat fuck.
That's when
I'm on top of you in side control and I'm having a fucking hard time breathing. And I ain't even moving. I'm holding on to you like you're a fucking rope and there's an earthquake. You understand me? I ain't going nowhere. I'm holding on to your neck. If the earth tips over, I'm taking it. I'm amazing that they told me, when you pass the guard, breathe, catch your breath. And sometimes because, you get caught up and they're holding your gi, when they hold your gi and you can't move. And, in my world, I know just to keep breathing. You just keep breathing. Just keep breathing, keep breathing. Once you pass the guard, I would lay down just to catch my breath, and sometimes it was worse.
Well, one thing is that if you're breathing in a dysfunctional way, if you're breathing using your shoulders, that's a teeny tiny breath. So if you're prone to take a teeny tiny breath when you have friction of the other person or the mat on you, it's not going to work. So that lower body breath is a much more efficient breath. That's why I like working with athletes, is that you take a breath through the lower part of your body using your diaphragm. That's worth 6 breaths on top. So you want to be able to breathe efficiently when you only have a couple seconds to catch your breath. So, like you asked, in the advanced class, we take all the exercises we did in the first class, and then we make them a lot harder so that they really become challenging. So we do them in inversions. We do all those breaths that we did upside down. So that's what we got coming up on Saturday. Is that we're doing them upside down. We're doing them in all different positions, and then you do a lot of yeah.
I hope you got some fucking sumo wrestlers there.
We got some. I'll bring some to class.
Holy
We do
shit.
them in different ways, and then we talk specifically about fighting. So center of gravity. You want to breathe in a way that lowers your center of gravity. You want to breathe in a way that helps you tolerate pain. Smothering. So we get a little bit more specific, which is nice. If it's just jiu-jitsu, then we just talk about jiu-jitsu, which is nice. If it's people from all different fighting backgrounds, then we can use examples from all different fighting backgrounds. But, like we started talking about, is that if you're stacked or neon, you can't breathe. Well, how are you going to breathe when you are in those two positions that are really difficult to breathe in? And that's, some of the things that we do. I love talking about fighting and breathing. I can do it all day.
Well, a lot of times, like, did you see that Sage Northcutt fight a few months ago where he tapped, but it wasn't really in, but he said later on he had like a flu and couldn't breathe. So do you work with fighters that then click change their entire careers if they're not like gassing out all the time?
You know what? I had the first fighter I had was a brown belt, Gracie brown belt, and he had plateaued. and he would gas while he was fighting, and he would also get very nervous. So he came to me because he wanted to get his black belt, and he did. He worked like a fiend, and he got his black belt because those were the two things that were holding him back. And thankfully, his technique was amazing. He was super talented, but he would run out of energy and he would get nervous. So that's perfect for breathing. I got him over those two things.
Now, how about nerves?
Well, if you're breathing upper body breath, are you talking about nerves while you're fighting or before?
Listen, fighting in comedy before you go on stage, it's the exact same fear. Okay? I tell people all the time that I wear long shirts. I wear long shirts because I ain't traveling all the way. I'd rather smuggle on weed or something more important than 5 pair of my underwear. 5 pair of my underwear can feed a fucking village. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes on a Saturday, you work out, you jump in a pool, and you forget to put underwear on, you forget to take your underwear out before you jump in the pool. So I actually had my underwear counted for 4 days. So Saturday on stage, I have to go on stage, and sometimes I pee my pants inside before I go on stage. And it's the same fear for that 1 minute and a half. I talk, and it makes you a good fighter or a comedian or a good jiu-jitsu guy. That's what we don't. We have to just use it. It's very weird, and I know how to do it in stand-up. I'm the master. I force myself to, once I hit that foot, my goal is to touch that mic as quick as I can. So whatever fear I have in my stomach, I've already learned how to get it out to the microphone. It goes out, their laughter comes back in and feeds me, and we got a tennis match going. Now we got an energy tennis match going. I haven't figured out how to transform that into jiu-jitsu kettlebells. Now, with weights, I could, in my mind, take the rack off, exhale, correct?
Inhale,
Exhale on the way up. Inhale, exhale. I know this going in. Now, when I'm walking on the treadmill, from a systemic guy that we had on the show, the problem was the heat in the room at the other place messed up the tape. And then when I called him to get it on, get him back on the podcast, he spoke about, because there's a jiu-jitsu school in Hollywood, in Beverly Hills, and they have a systemic school. It's a systemic jiu-jitsu school. It's Egan Machado. And I forget what he's a great guy, this guy. Oh man, I smoke too much pot. One time him and I were speaking, he goes, this is what I want you to do, just go for a walk in the park. And I want you to start with 2 steps. I want you to exhale on 2, inhale on 2, exhale on 2, and go to 3, and 4, and 5, and 6. And he was telling me what he could do in my mind, almost fucking blew up. So when you mention systemic in your system, whatever, whether it's a couple of warm-ups, what I'm going to do now is the next fucking 8 months, I'm going to do all these warm-up exercises as part of my warm-up breathing kettlebells, or jiu-jitsu, or lifting. I'm going to do the side stretches, the breathing, the weights. I'm going to put a fucking tank on my fucking stomach. You understand? I'm going to put Lee. I want Lee to put his head in my stomach and lift his feet up like a somersault. We're going to be podcast du soleil, you and I. You understand me?
I'll do it.
But,
I will pay.
because I know the breathing exercises already helped me in jiu-jitsu today a little bit. Not that I submitted anybody to anything, but I had more energy. I moved a little bit more, and I focused on the exhale. I focused on the exhale all the way to the end. And it did lower a little bit of the anxiety.
Good. It should, because neurologically it puts you in a lower state of anxiety. So yeah. Your nervous system, and we talked about this in classes, your nervous system hears be in fight and flight when you breathe with your shoulders. So you can't be anything but anxious when you breathe with an upper body breath. So when I'm working with, I actually have a particular SWAT guy who was, he was having panic attacks in the truck. And I had to teach him how to breathe with a lower body breath and then talk to himself to pull himself down, to calm himself down. So it's that lower body breath. So that makes you feel better, your neurological system. Then you can talk to yourself. But you can't talk to yourself and still be telling your body neurologically to be calm down, because it's not going to listen.
Even as, you ever see The Godfather? Before he goes to shoot Salazzo at the restaurant, You know, that's why he's such a great director. And the guy, I forget what his name is, Francis Coppola. This was great. We do something bad at that level, and then I did a lot of things at that level. Your body, unless you're a fucking, whenever I would do something bad, the adrenaline rush combined with your breath gets taken away. It's like if I knew, for example, right now that Lee and you had $20,000 in cash and a kilo of blow, and my friend dropped me off on the corner by the cemetery there. By the time he dropped me off, by the time I crossed the street, I would be breathing so hard, just thinking about it, telling you the story. My breath has risen, just thinking about it, because I know what I have to do. I gotta kick that fucking gate down like Zombo. I either gotta kick that door down, shoot it, or jump up here and get, you know, the only out here. Where the fuck are you guys? You have to jump off the balcony and get around the building. So by the time I jump, I got a gun to the door. It's over. I gotta get through here, get the gun. You know what's going through my fucking head? And I used to control that. Don't ask me how I did that. There was no book named fucking Breathe.
Not back then.
1982.
No,
There was no book named fucking Breathe. It was when I get in the car. It was like I had just run 22 miles. Like I felt that worn out. That much adrenaline. Shit. Now in hindsight, I know this from 30 years experience, but 20 years ago, I didn't know this stupidity, how that short period of time, Lee's starting to make noises. That means he's really fucking high. Once he starts to
I
make
was
his,
wondering what those little purring
Did you
noises
hear
were.
that? Did you hear that?
Cute little purring noises over here.
Yeah. He gets too fucking high and he says, praying for his soul. You can hear him, please, Jesus, help me. Please, Jesus, help me. So it was really weird.
Yeah.
Control that. And that's what's happened to me in jiu-jitsu. And every time I go to jiu-jitsu, I look for two more things. To last a little longer on top, breathe, or to complete something. Like the other day, I completed a sweep when I was really tired. I tapped. You guys, come on, you had me. I go, I'm done. I'm good. I did 2 rounds of this, whatever. I swept you. And I like when somebody's on top of me and I last a little because my anxiety levels. I learned how to create a frame, stay there, hold them down until I get them. Hopefully, if they pull away, I try to escape. You know, I've learned all these little things, which is giving me more confidence. So these are the little things I work on for my breathing, just so my breathing gets
I
better.
love that. And because you learned in a way, I teach in a quantifiable way. And that's what I like. You've got this number, and you're going to get to this number, and then you're going to get to this number. So it's all about these little steps, or big ones, because I can see you taking big ones, but it's all about steps to get bigger. And you're doing them. You already automatically go to, I'm at 30 seconds, I want 45. I'm at a minute, I want 2 minutes.
Well, the breath hold is still a little difficult.
Don't worry about the breath hold.
The first time I still get stuck,
Yeah.
and the second time I have to look away.
Yeah.
I have to look away and focus and not have the clock around me. And I've been hitting like 34, 32.
That's fine. I don't want you practicing the breath holds. They're not that big of a deal. More than anything, I want you breathing through your nose. Because you know that the nose breathing is super important. We're going to get your nose better.
You know, one of my biggest fears, the breath, is there's an earthquake or something. I got to run with my daughter. And she's 40 pounds. All I can do is run a half a fucking block and Godzilla's behind me. We're playing 2 Japanese guys in a fucking drum. So every morning when I walk her to school, I try to last a little longer. And I pick her up and I just walk with her. And I just focus on my breathing. I don't focus on how heavy she is, how pretty she is, how nice her hair looks. I focus on my breathing, you know, my exhales. I've been working on it because it fucking petrifies me.
No, you got it. Because we're putting you upside down on Saturday. So.
Upside down, how?
Can you please take a picture of it?
I will take a picture.
Do I get
I
to
will
hold
take a
myself?
picture. No, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be a surprise. But you know, you brought something up that's important, which is the endurance in sports. If you can get your breathing muscles to be stronger, then you don't gas. You know, then you don't have this feeling of not being able to, of losing motivation, of losing focus. So those breathing muscles, I mean, yeah, we're getting you to breathe the right way through the right orifice, but a lot of it is strengthening your muscles. It's not, it's not brain surgery. It's making sure your intercostals, your obliques, your abs, your pelvic floor, your diaphragm are all working just like any other muscle you want to be stronger. Period. So that's a little sore in the morning that you get, which is good. I want you to be sore. I want you to have that feeling of, why am my middle of my body is sore? That's weird. Or I'm breathing in my back. I feel it in my back. That's wild.
Well, Sunday, the seminar was Saturday, and Sunday and Monday, nothing happened with my back, only something in class when we made the stretches a certain way. But Tuesday, I was walking Mercy to school, and I was focusing on my breathing. I didn't fucking get my wife started, no conversation. I just walked 3 feet ahead of her, making believe I was thinking about something. And I really focused on my breathing. And at the light, I had to stop. I could feel my back moving around my little fat. And I was like, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're bringing that to life. I'm saying we're getting somewhere. So.
And you used to breathe that way. I mean, one of the reasons why it's not that hard, or it makes sense anyway, is because you used to breathe this way when you were little. It was a long time ago, but you used to breathe this way.
And now I can make my body remember.
Your body can remember.
By over-exaggerating the movements.
Yeah, because it's kind of testing you to see, are you going to let me breathe this way? Because it wants to, your body, the only reason God put the diaphragm in the very middle of your body, that huge muscle, very center of your body, right below your heart, so you can breathe with it, right? And you haven't been at all. And now it's sort of going, can I work? Are you going to let me do this for real? So it's sort of seeing if you're okay and you're really going to use it, or you're going to go back to shoulder breathing and make it not do anything again. So yeah, it's just your body checking you to see, like, are we really going to work together now? Because when you breathe with your diaphragm, when you breathe the right way, your whole body is working together. And you should get some kind of a feeling of that, of like, I feel like my whole body is inhaling and exhaling. I feel more unified in some way. Maybe not right away. Let's see if it comes to you.
Little jiu-jitsu drills. He sent me a kettlebell workout. This is what's good about this health thing. Everybody kicks it a little bit. My man Alex Costino and shit. Dak Z, not Rob G, the Octopus, Fire Goddess Bet, Paul Savage, Sean Scooter, Brandine Lee, my girl from Minneapolis, and my main man and his dad, Bob Lalingus. What are you fucking nuts? So what? So, you do the Breathing for Warriors 2 this Saturday. Now, when you go to New York, is there a Breathing for Warriors 1?
Yes, we have Breathing for Warriors 1. One is end of May. I don't even have my own schedule. End of May. And then we've got a teacher training, which is going to be either the end of May or the beginning of June, which is exciting because and actually that was not my idea. I've had so many people who train or who are physical therapists say, can I learn this? How do I learn this? I want to be able to teach this to my clients, my patients. So the teacher training is going to be fun. And I love teaching. I mean, you give me a group of people that are interested in anatomy and psychology, and I'm in heaven.
Well, it's weird because enthusiasm breeds enthusiasm. And I'm not a big fucking seminar guy. This was very important to me because I almost quit doing jiu-jitsu because of this. Because every time I was going to jiu-jitsu, I thought I was going to die of a heart attack. But I kept going more and more, just working on my breathing. If it was one more hip escape, don't worry about it. As long as you breathe yourself in. So this was a big decision of whether or not I was going to quit jiu-jitsu. I've heard horror stories. There's a guy at Egan Machado's that rolled the day. When he left class, he said on the way home, his left arm started hurting. His wife told him to drive himself to the hospital. He did a double bypass. They put balloons on his leg and shit. And he's back doing jiu-jitsu.
Good for him.
You gotta love the valor, but I don't want to beat him, saying, so I'm trying to be careful. I know the one answer is I just gotta drop 100 fucking pounds. But that's easier said than done. And I gotta tell you, when I first attacked this diet thing, it had to be when I was about 45 or 46 when I cleaned up. And because I walk a lot now. I force myself to walk. I walk to the weed store now. I walk the baby to school. You know, if I have a chance to walk, I walk to the office. You know, let's just work everything. And I can tell there's no ice cream in my house. My wife gets fucking ice cream. The time that she gets the Mexican ice cream, man, he shows up at 6:30. The little cones are delicious. But besides that, I'm not like a sweet guy or like that. If I eat marijuana, it's a tough fucking devil to fucking eat. When I smoke marijuana, I don't even need to eat. It's eating marijuana. And if I stay up past 11:40, the refrigerator's done. You know what I'm saying? Now I've dropped the weight. I know I burned off secondary calories. I avoid chips. I try to avoid French fries. Only when this fucking demon over here takes me to a place called Stout.
I'm a horrible influence. I apologize.
They got onion rings with horseradish, you know. Oh my God. You just find that thick. Burgers are delicious, and I'm not even a cheeseburger thing. So
They're open late, which is great.
Shit. So I'm a burger without the bun type of at the house. I love a little burger without the bun, the protein shakes, and the drinks. You're trying to get me, like I said, I tried that green drink with a lot of apples. Oh my God.
Have them put grapes in next time if you. That's what I used to put in.
Everything. Sugar, the salted fish. Let me tell you something. This fucking thing tasted so bad.
I can't do it anymore.
It's like I told my wife, I go, you know, people have to understand that when you're 20, you're still listening. I'm 26 and I fucking love sushi today. But they caught me early. I knew at fucking 9 that cauliflower wasn't for me. I knew at 9 that broccoli was not for me. There is no better dish looking wise, eyeball, than broccoli with cheese on top. Especially when you smoke 10 fucking joints and you're a hungry kid. Nothing looks better. None of that shit has ever appealed to me. Tofu, I wouldn't eat fucking tofu with that kiwi mosquito bite or some shit like that. Than eat that fucking tofu. Look at the shape of this fucking zombo.
You'd rather wake up in Africa
than fucking eat that just tofu shit. I mean, you know,
It's a little bit extreme, Joey.
Dog, I'm telling you right now, I take it out of my hot and sour soup, okay? I don't fuck around. I don't even taste hot and sour soup until all the tofu is out of there.
Why? What does it do to you?
Because it destroys me. The texture would fucking kill me. The texture kills me. All that shit kills me. If I would have liked it, I would have liked it a long time ago. Trust me, I'm a fat fuck. There's not that many foods out there that I would like.
Soup, it goes down in like 2 seconds.
No, listen, I didn't want tofu on my table. You understand me? But I like hot and sour soup. But I have a job to take it out of there myself. So that's what I do. There's certain things I can't eat. I just can't do. And I've tried.
Just breathe.
You know what I ate today?
What?
Spinach.
Oh.
Like I can eat spinach, but it's got to be made a certain way.
How?
It's got to be doped up, heavy duty, garlic, fresh garlic, cut it thin, a little butter, and then throw the spinach. So whatever. I went to today. I had a meeting at 3. The people wanted to take. I went in there. Everybody was eating steaks like carnivores. What do you think I ate? Had a nice piece of salmon with a bean hash with spinach. I didn't touch the bread, and I had the and I had the chopped spinach with anchovies.
What'd you drink?
Water and iced tea.
Beautiful. And you didn't touch the bread basket? A plus. A plus. Yeah. Yeah.
What are you dealing? Some fucking novice here. I'm trying to pick up the heat here.
Yep.
It's tough. I did take a spoonful of the chocolate mousse.
That's okay. No. You need a spoonful.
Yeah,
no, that's okay.
I went to jiu-jitsu from 11 to 12 today.
You can have
You deserve a little fucking
Eat the flan. Eat the flan.
No,
I know. No, it's from that movie. Remember Eat the Flan? Real women have curves.
I don't remember.
Yeah, you got.
There's 2 flans you can eat, okay? You can eat at your fucking friend's restaurant. That's tremendous. You have an espresso and everybody giggles. Somebody might go home and smile and fart one of those almond farts in the flan. Or you go to a real Cuban's house where they make it with condensed milk.
Yep.
And it weighs 22 fucking pounds for a tray. It's like a lasagna. And you're like, this is supposed to be a dessert. You can't figure out why until you eat it. You sit there and your body composition changes. I want to see you lick one of those fucking things after you eat a piece of flan with things. It's black. It turns black.
My mom does not cook, but she makes flan.
Flan. They fucking love it. Cubans will make a flan that'll kill you with the egg yolks. I mean, everything.
Sometimes
That's how I like. I like the coconut, but that'll kill you.
heavy. It's heavy too. You'll get a piece of flan.
It's really heavy.
Like,
it's too heavy.
There's like 2 pounds for a slice.
No, that Mexican.
I think that's more Mexican.
Okay, but that's crazy too. Like,
Cubans have a great dessert that I love, and my mother loved. And I gotta tell you, we probably, I hate to say this, guy, but it was probably one contributing factors to a heart attack. There's a dish called natilla, and it's a custard, but it's poured over Entenmann's pound cake.
I know.
With cinnamon, and you put it in the freezer, and it gets hard. Then you pull it out and you eat it while you're watching the honeymoon.
oh my god, that sounds amazing.
And that's the end of the fucking show right there. You understand me? That's how good that is. There's one place that makes it just like my mother.
Yeah.
But a couple blocks from you got
Caridad. I got caridad.
right. How's the dessert there?
It's okay. It's not like, it's not my favorite. I like cafe con leche down
Where do
on
you go
16th.
You gotta go to
16th and 8th Avenue. They're they're Puerto Rican. They're from Cabo Rojo.
No Victor's Cafe.
Oh, Victor's not. There's a, ¿cómo se llama this place? It's up on 136. You just have to go uptown. Not in my immediate neighborhood, we just got a lot of bagels. We got bagels and lox. Yeah. There's
That's as good as it gets in my motherfucking world. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. Dr. Bliss, thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you for having
I just want people to know, a lot of people who go to jiu-jitsu or black, people always hit me up. Like, it's like James Wilson. He sends me exercises. He sent me something called the Go Back Blaster for cardio. You get a kettlebell with Lee, and you pick it up. What's it called? When you hold it right here and you do a squat. Kugler, whatever the fuck it is.
Goblet squat.
Goblet squat.
I love those.
You do 5 of those, then you turn it over. Listen to this. You put this in your diaphragm, the bottom of the ball, and you spread your legs just a little bit. No, still shoulder, and you bend over instead of doing swings, and strengthen your back that way to help with your hip escapes. It does something to your hip joints. It makes them a little stronger. That's the work I did the other day. I do some Turkish get-ups with my shoe. My shoulder's kind of loose.
Yeah.
I'll do some cleans. I'll do some one-arm swings and some squats. And that's the end of that.
She does a yoga class for jiu-jitsu, specifically yoga for jiu-jitsu.
Where?
Erin does it at Dynamics here in LA.
Does she really?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought she did something at 10 Planet.
No, I think she might do the class there as well.
Right.
Yeah, I'll pull her in here in the house, but it's a yoga for jiu-jitsu class.
Okay. So we know they can go to Dynamics.
Yeah.
That's Anthony Hart.
Yeah. Yep, that's his place.
That's a great place.
Very close.
And I'll be back to you Saturday.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you,
on. It was a
you
pleasure.
guys.
Just to know that our acidic level is okay. To
Yeah.
have a piece of Cuban food. See?
Your acidic level is perfect now.
And I
I'm
mean,
proud
this
of
isn't, man, this isn't one of our typical podcasts, but I thought you were so interesting and so open up. Can you tell us more about your book real quick?
Yeah, it's called Breathe. I mean, and anybody who emails me and says I heard about you from the podcast, I will send you a book. So just write to me, give me your address, I'll send you a book. It gives you the basics that we learned in class. It's not as good as class, of course, but it'll definitely give you the basics. And I'm teaching all over the place. And if you want me to come teach wherever you live, it's just about setting up a class, and I'll come over. Not a problem.
Go back to New York. You look at your apartment. Because I think you're as interesting as fuck. And I think that you should alert people to stick into it. Because I tell you, man, listen, Leonard Skinner's got a book out. I read 4 pages a day. I've been reading the book for 2 fucking months. 4 or 5 pages a day. Not because I don't like Leonard Skinner, because I don't like play. I've read your book 3 days now, like 10 pages. So there's something in there, especially for me, because this is a big fear of mine, man. So thank you for, telling me about your seminar, for staying on top of me. I'm going back Saturday to get fucking part 2 of Warriors.
Yeah.
And even if I get 5 seconds more cardio, and I get to just keep working on it. Do you want me to do it in the beginning and after class, or just the beginning of class?
I want you to do this often as possible. Right now when your body's learning this, if you can do it twice a day, and then every single time, because I see you're reminding yourself. You're sitting here, and every once in a while you'll do an exercise or 2, which is perfect. Because right now your body's kind of open to learn something new. So as often as possible right now, because the more you do it, the more it's going to sink in, and you're going to click over, and it's going to become natural. Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, let me talk to you about something, you savages here. Real quick. Don't forget, as usual, on it, they're my people. They take care of us. I just brought in some, where is that over there? Who cares? It's some, what is it called?
Alpha Brain.
Alpha Brain, the instant stuff. I got some sent to me, tremendous. If you do a lot of flying and you get that jet lag at the end, as usual, you know me. You got me with Shroom Tech. That's as good as it gets in my world. You get a little bit more endurance. You know, when you leave there, sometimes you think you're winded, but you're really not. You just left because you thought it was time to leave. And that's what Shroom Tech Sport does. You have Shroom Tech Immune. Again, if you fly, people breathing in your fucking neck, and then you go home and you cough, what good is it? So you need some Shroom Tech Immune. Onnit has a great selection of all different stuff. Do me a favor. Go to onnit.com. Take a look at what they got from the MCT oil to the Shroom Tech to the what else?
To the
testosterone booster, the Alpha Brain with 100% money back guarantee.
The Dolce Whey protein, the banana
Dolce Whey
almond,
protein, which you're almost fucking done with already.
it's delicious.
Said it
Banana
was delicious. Listen, just go to onnit.com, put everything in a cart, press in.
Church.
CHURCH.
You get 10% off.
10% off the top right off, and it gets delivered to your goddamn door. Who's better than you? You don't have to leave the fucking house. You get Chinese delivered, you get Onnit delivered. What else? Also, this is one of my favorites. I've gotten some great little reviews on this. You know, you got smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel really stupid. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to the smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with a tap of a button. It's that easy. Boom! Lose your phone, press the button on Tracker, and your phone rings even if it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world, so your lost items show up on a map, even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners of this show get a special discount of 30% off your entire order. Again, 30% off your entire order. Go to Tracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH, bitches. Again, Tracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. Go to Tracker.com right now. And
Tracker.com.
Go to Tracker.com. Go to Tracker.com right now and enter promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's Tracker.com, promo code CHURCH. I want to thank Tracker. I want to thank Onnit. I want to thank Dr. Belize. I want to thank my main man, Lee Sayat. I want to thank Staff One. I want to thank everybody for being nice people, for listening to the show, man. And have a good weekend. We'll be back Monday, ready to fucking rock and roll. Don't forget, next Thursday night, I'm in Buffalo, motherfucking New York. Straight up at Helium Comedy Club next Thursday night. And the week after that, I'm in Indianapolis. We'll stop by. We'll do some
places. And they can sell like this tennis court there. They had this thing that would allow us to get into the like a little deeper. I forgot.
Last week, she
I forgot I
He was all panicked.
I wasn't panicking.
He's still not wearing the robe.
These guys are picking up.
She wears the robe. What the fuck is wrong with you? Still walking around with your physique with long boxer shorts on and shit. When you wear the robe, Michael does.
I get too hot when I wear the robe.
Forget that. It makes you fucking mysterious. They don't know what you're packing over there.
She knows it's been 3 years. She knows exactly what I'm back.
You gotta show up in different costumes. Friday night you're a bull rider. Saturday you're a fucking exorcism.
And they all wear robes.
No, with different outfits. You think it's a different person. You talk in different languages. You gotta keep it interesting. You got that 3 year mark. If not, it goes sour. I don't even have a book. I don't even have a relationship on books. It's my new venture.
Okay.
You gotta get a cape, like a Tarzan mask.
For how many you can't rotate them?
No, you gotta wear the same thing every night. No, dummy, you gotta rotate them.
No, but okay, so
every week you're a fucking surprise.
Right. All right, but let's say I'm a cowboy, right?
Right.
Do I have an ongoing story, 3 months down the road? Do I come back and
listen? You know what? Whatever your imagination lets loose. Whatever makes Paula happy, she wants it to be an ongoing story that you come to town every 3 months.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Smack her around, throw her to the kitchen table, then make love to her and leave. That works. Then you come back and act like every now and then, and then you fucking leave and you come back to Charles Brown, you leave money on the counter. Take it. I'm not a whore. You know what I'm saying? You gotta play. I don't know. Don't do that shit. You know me. I'm in love right now.
Okay, so what costumes were in your rotation?
I only had one, though, the cape.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, with work boots on, balls ass naked. That's how I roll. When
What
I was
color
in
was
my
the cape?
black.
What's what underneath?
With nothing but skin and work boots on. When you show up with a cape with work boots and a gram of blow, you're running the fucking game. You know what I'm saying?
Do you tie it together and run?
That what?
Do you run around with a cape?
I would do a little dance. You know how I do. You just don't show up with your dick in your hand. You gotta have a little cape, do a little dance. Women like to dance. That's how you hypnotize. You gotta use your fucking brain. We'll talk about this off air. We'll be back Monday, 8 o'clock, and next Wednesday. I love you guys with all my heart. Buffalo, get your shit together again. I'd like to thank Dr. Belize. Is there a website?
DrBelisa.com or DrBelisa.com or the breathing class.
All right. Beautiful. Lee, you got a website?
I do LeeSayat.com, and I just did a great episode of Life in Neutral with Johnny Rock.
Who told you it was great? Did somebody rate it?
Yeah.
The New York Times contact you, cocksucker?
Sure.
Don't be lying and shit.
What is it?
He's got a good show, Lee Sayat. Lee Sayat and this kid I've known for a long
The
time.
Onion.
They work really hard. The Onion.
Yeah, so it's a joke.
Stay black.
This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker.
So I drove to Seattle.
Go to leavetracker.com. Listen to THEtracker.com and enter promo code church. And go to onnit.com and use promo code church to get 10% off all Thurgood optimization products like Apple Brand and
We were about to have to watch that. I was just going to tell her to stay there.
You're my mask, you're my cover, my shelter. You're my mask, you're the one who's played. Do my work, do my dirty work, scapegoat. Do my deeds, but you're the one who's shamed. I'm your dream, make you real. I'm your life when you must steal. I'm your pain when you can't feel. That control. I'm your dream, wanting to say. I'm your eyes, while you go away. I'm your pain while you repay. You know it's that control. Sad control.
No, I think that was
This show is brought to you by MeUndies. MeUndies makes the best, most comfortable underwear, t-shirts, socks, on the market, and all made with Modal fabric. Shipping is always free in the US and Canada, and you can save up to $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. You do that by going to MeUndies.com/Joey. That's MeUndies.com/Joey to get 20% off of your first order. This show is also brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all of the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Just go to blueapron.com/Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's blueapron.com/Joey. And the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to save 10% on all of the great optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, Shroom Tech Immune, and Shroom Tech Sport.
Oh, the third verse gets crazy. Fucking, he's crying in this thing. The bass player's like fucking like. Oh shit. You got me. I'm coming. Ain't no bad at all. Oh shit.
What's up?
It's the Rooster, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had the wrong song playing.
No shit. No shit. You do the whole fucking patois off and shit.
I had it wrong.
Doesn't matter. It's Sunday night special edition of church. You're gonna wake up Monday morning. You're gonna go, bam! There's a new motherfucking podcast with the Rooster on. Ain't found a way. Oh shit. Yeah. Get that joint out of the ashtray. Who gives a fuck? We'll get another one at 5. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck? Burn that motherfucker down. You ain't going into that office straight. Put up with those fucking people talking about their weekend. I went floating. I don't give a fuck what you did. Did you eat somebody's ass? That's what it's all about, baby. Let's do this shit. Laughing kids? Are you fucking kidding me? If you got some fucking sleeping pills, take them now. You don't get no better than this. What's up, Lisa?
I had a good week. We never even talked about it. I went and got the suits.
You went and got
I went and got the suits. So I had some suits this weekend. Went to Paula had a party for her law school, and it was a lot of fun.
Bunch of young fucking criminals and shit in law school. Eddie Bravo in the house. Yeah. So, when you joined John John, who was there? Who were the black belts at the big time? How many students did they have at that time?
There were no black belts. It was just Jean-Jacques, Johnny Machado, Higgin Machado, Carlos Machado, Haji Machado.
All up there.
In the beginning, it was all 5.
Up at there in Tarzana.
No, actually, it was
when you
the original one was Redondo Beach. That's where all the brothers were. And then they wanted to expand, so then they opened up the one here in Tarzana. But they all lived in Redondo, and they didn't want to drive. Can you imagine the 405 trying to make that 6 o'clock class, and you live in Redondo Beach?
It's a fucking nightmare.
How long is that? That's going to take 2.5
hours at least. I was going to say 2.
Come on, you're trying to get from Redondo. You're trying to get that 6 o'clock class. So they didn't want to make the drive, but then they would take turns. But on Wednesdays, they would all show up to Tarzana. You know what I mean? And that's where I went I joined when they were making that trip, to Tarzana on Wednesday. Oh, Wednesday is like 50 people in class. They knew they were all going to show up. And then Jean-Jacques ended up, like everyone, Carlos went to Texas. Hodger, he actually quit jiu-jitsu for a little bit. I don't know what happened there, and then Jean-Jacques decided, hey, I'm just going to take that Tarzana school. I'm going to move out there. So he moved to the Valley and he took that shit. It's my shit. And Higgins stayed in Redondo. He kept that one. Carlos went to Texas. Johnny and Higgin were in Redondo for a while, and Johnny ended up opening up his own spot in Culver City for a while. And so at the end of the day, you can't have 5 chiefs in a school. You need your own school. Every black belt. Eventually, when it all comes down to
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. What did you have? debating it in the California legislature. Assembly Bill 418, which would prohibit the manufacture, sale, or distribution of products containing red dye number 3, which is a lot of stuff, titanium dioxide, I have no idea what the hell that is, potassium bromate, brominated vegetable water, or photooftheday here in California. Those 5 additives are found in products like Skittles, hot tamales, Peeps, double bubble twist gum, and thousands, here's the point, thousands of other food products. To be fair, there is precedent for this, just not in the United States. All of what I was talking about are already banned in the European Union for being linked to health issues. Health issues, among them an increased risk of cancer, reproductive harm, and behavioral problems among children. And all the things that you guys are talking about were also linked to health issues. I mean, drink a soda. Can we just list all the things that are connected to health issues in soda, from diabetes to higher blood pressure to AFib, all those things. Stunted growth for children also connects, I think, the higher incidence of cancer, if I'm not mistaken. Soda alone. But he wants to ban these particular ingredients, which are in food right now. He says his goal is not to remove this beloved food from store shelves here in California, but he also says he wants to force companies to make minor adjustments that would benefit all U.S. consumers. Okay, so why don't we just tell companies to not sell products with so much sodium in them? How about, those cup of noodles? They have like 1,500 grams of sodium. Why don't we force cup of noodles not to put so much sodium? Hey, slow down. Right, exactly. There's not a product in our vending machine or on most store shelves which is not unhealthy in some way. Hell, I'm not even sure the water we're drinking here is healthy. Have you been to Flint? No, I'm being serious. Yeah. This is not me. I get that. If you want to make it clear, he was getting a lot of backlash and pushback because on the surface, it seemed like this was an attack against Italy and other Jews. It was. You know why? Because he was using high-profile names, candies that everyone recognized. Yeah, so it was about skills. That's the point that he's full of it, because it wasn't like if he just said, I'm going after these additives, it wouldn't have been on you. No one would care. Because no one was going to say, oh, get rid of this. I take it down. Oh my God. Yes, that's not going to catch headlines. When you say Skittles, right? Skittles. No, that's the discipline. I mean, Skittles. No, because I might get shot walking back to the liquor store. Yeah, right. Right. Or dangerous. But anyhow, you were saying, okay, yeah. I think that I do believe that the intention behind taking these additives has banned them in California. It can be of benefit. It is just wrong-headed to say that this is the way to go about it if we're not looking after everything. And I don't want to be just, negative Nancy where everything has to be bad and I see nothing good. I can acknowledge, to your point, Wall, the good intentions behind it, but I can also acknowledge the poor execution doesn't really get to the heart of the problem. We don't necessarily want healthy lunches. We also remember how we responded to then First Lady Michelle Obama as far as school lunches. We wanted to have our crappy food. And at the end of the day, this doesn't necessarily change, I would say, the ratio of healthy food to unhealthy food. And banning these particular items, and yes, it would be better if food was not made for these items. But I think it's a fool's errand to not acknowledge that there are more dangerous yet more unhealthy additives which are in just about every range of food and food that we can think of. That this doesn't necessarily get to the heart of the matter, and this doesn't necessarily change anything except probably damage grocery stores in terms of food and conversation stuff. And Mark Roberts with everybody go on. No, nobody appreciates what about it or a slippery slope argument better than make no mistake. I like your everything or nothing approach. I think you bring up Skittles, and I
know, that matters to me. As my grandpa used to say to me just before whipping up the razor strap to beat me, you'd complain if you was hung with a new rope. There are people who would complain about anything done for their safety because they don't want to be told what to do. Whatever, okay. You know, but do what you want. Who cares? Right, let's see. Okay, let me take that argument. Yes, sometimes we work against our best interests. We apply this to masks. You see this what's going on in New York. People don't want to wear masks, even though the air is very unhealthy because of the Canadian fires. We need to go against our best self-interest. But at the same time, I am okay with acknowledging the inconsistency of the supposed moral high ground argument. Jesse Gabriel is trying to say this is better for kids and better for us if we have healthier food in which to eat. Well, have you seen spam lately? Have you seen some of that other crap in there, which are obviously much more dangerous in a carcinogen sense? This is available to everyone. If you want to think of like alcohol, you can only get it after a certain age or something. That's fine. Or put a lower age limit for Skittles. I'll listen to that argument. But to go after this particular group of additives while ignoring some of the other additives, it's just like, come on. Okay, yes, you got your name in the media, you got your name on, later with Motel, people are discussing it, and I know from a political standpoint, he gets to grandstand and say, I'm the author of this bill, I care about the kids and all that. I'm just saying, I'm not fooled. That's all I'm saying. In a long-winded way. You and I don't share a bag of Skittles. No spam. Absolutely no spam. I'm not eating either of that junk. I never cared for Skittles. I really did. I like Nerds. Nerds is my candy. Great Nerds. Are you lying? No, it's pretty normal. The three of us are Nerds. Okay, what flavor? I thought they were candy mixed flavor. Sorry. No, it was like grape. It was like a berry flavor. Looks like someone's stopping at the store on the way home. I'm like, lady with hotel, nearby exit for you. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. When we come back, we'll have new research into why LA necessarily has not had the big one hit yet. It's actually good news. We'll tell you in just a moment. Mark Warner with me. Hellfire says a child started a fire in Jamal 3 years ago to burn 88 hectares, and they're suing the family for $700,000. Ukrainian officials say they have evidence Russia blew up the dam and caused a major disaster this week. And actor Bryan Cranston has told British Review magazine he plans to take a break from acting in 2026 when he turns 70. He's earned it. Say his name. SoCal weather cloudy tonight, lows around 60, 50s in the IUD. This report brought to you by LA Unified Adult Education. We're headed to a crash on the 10 in Covina. There's a wreck down there. Via Verde, all lanes blocked right now due to this wreck. 3 cars involved, both cars on speed, trying to clear things up. So it's a heavy ride from the 57. As you make your way southbound on the 405 in West LA, this is where there's man watching out for a compound car. There's just in the middle lane, causing good slowing from Santa Monica Boulevard. And things would have better for you now in downtown LA on the 110 southbound just after the 10. The crash that was with the 2 left lanes is now off the freeway. Traffic is recovering from 3rd Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. From Pedro Moreno. The LAUSD Division of Adult and Career Education offers over 140 career training courses and high-demand fields. We also offer English as a second language and high school diploma. Visit LAUSD.org. Different course is sponsored by Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. This means zero access to community to take action for mental health events. Hosted by Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. Health events at 4900 Southern Avenue in Southgate on Saturday through 10. Go to takeactionlac.com for events near you. Calling our operator systems. You've seen those two vendors and typical series on Netflix. Now tune in to Play Trailer, the official podcast, where behind the scenes look at every episode. Plus, never repeat her stories and interviews with the cast and crew. We're on the other side of the hall, watching the kids deal with their children. We never see that with purposes. Hurt children with 15 illegitimate children. That's not supposed to be on the cable league. Listen to Queen Family, the official podcast of the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcast. Tired of your car's transmission acting up on road trips? Trust the experts at AMCO. Don't be the laughing stock of your next family vacation. Let AMCO get you back on the road in no time. With our experienced technicians and